Hello Counter-Strike fans, welcome to the PGL Major Stockholm 2021. Many teams are chasing that major dream. Fewer today than there were yesterday. Here's what happened.
Roy is now going to make himself known. Comes out from Cave Lake. My God, he's good at it. He takes down Rain and Olaf. Smokes are in position. This is exactly what they needed on the execution. Ramp, they know they're inside of it, though, and Nico Daz finds the kill. Kerrigan for one in return, but it's too awkward. It's too many exchanges and too many angles.
Key cut. Okay.
Now they have to be ready as well because Naf is in a bad spot, and Yuri's got the headshot onto him, and they're both pinched in the back line. Naf, with him going down, means Elige can't peek. He's got to be so patient. He's got to be so smart about this because remember, it's an AWP for Fallen, and he's left inside of Dark. They can bounce it out. They can jump it around. He got the first shot, but you're right, no kit. Has Fallen done just enough? Absolutely. He's looking around. Did he get one? Did he get one in time is the real question. I don't think he has. I don't think he has.
Ooh, no.
Oh, it's just barely enough for Liquid to win out the round.
They'll have to do better next time, but for now, action towards Donut. Shush, isolating twice again with that AK. Shut down like a computer with the plug pulled out of the back.
Oh, sweet Jesus. Wow, okay. Lackey with 2 quick kills through the smoke.
Suter gets behind everybody.
He is so positionally aware. Shots, show me shots, show me shots. Oh my days, the Fred, the picnic knife is out.
That's something else from Simple.
Lifesaver.
Keeps it alive. What have you got? Device, he's already got a scout bullet lodged in his thigh. And Simple just laughs at him.
An electronic on the boost. When's he going to peer up and the shot? It's easy as that.
Flash doesn't catch him. Electronic has vision, and they all strike. Look at this, multiple targets. You're not going to win these duels. LNZ can try and fail.
Frozen though, spinning left and right inside of the bomb site.
Get a
triple, quad kill now. Pistol. Saudi wants to fight Hades as well. That could get exciting. I don't think he has any head armor, so the USP could kill him. And there it is, an ace in the 12th round. Behind the sandbags, it's going to be creeping out to end the round. Great triple spray down. There's nothing they could do.
Yes, so as was appropriate for Halloween, there were a few horror stories there for some teams, and the terrifying thing is today it can get worse for some of the big names. But it's great for you guys at home because we've got an amazing desk. Joining me, of course, the legend, a former coach of some of the top teams in the world, and just an all-round great thinker about the game. It is Yanko, and of course we've brought in Blair, our resident expert for all the regions. People like me usually don't pay too much attention to.
As you shouldn't.
Yeah, I know. You've certainly showed us why on the desk. Gentlemen, we're going to get into it, but first of all, I mean, today, Judgment Day for some of these big teams out there, right? I mean, I looked at the fixtures today and I was just like, yeah, okay, this is a major because some of these matches, crazy difficult to call with the highest stakes imaginable, you know, going out at the legend stage.
Yeah, we have 3 more teams going into the playoffs today and 3 teams going home. And I mean, we have the 3-time back-to-back major champions, Astralis in an elimination game against Vitality with Zyvo, the best player in the world the last 2 years, right? They haven't been looking great, neither of those teams. I mean, Astralis getting smashed in their last 2 games against Heroic yesterday and NIP the night before. So that's going to be a very interesting game to see. Finally, these teams are going to step up and first play some better Counter-Strike and then also get that win.
And I mean, like, if you look at the legacy, some of the teams, some of the players are going to be potentially facing elimination here today. Best case scenario, we lose 3 players who have been major winners. Worst case scenario, we lose 6 players. You look at Astralis, like you said, back-to-back champions. You have 4 major winners there. You got Fallen, you got Stu, you got so many players who are not going to be making it tomorrow, and that has to be heartbreaking. Yeah,
I mean, you can see on your screen, G2 and Na'Vi, they're through because they're 3-0. Obviously, they're going to swerve each other, so that's something to think about. Down at the bottom, it's ENCE, actually. Surprisingly, we didn't talk about them a great deal yesterday. We were talking about how they were a dangerous opponent, how they'd reinvigorated themselves. Their lack of major experience really told in some of those games. Big throws coming in, and of course Evil Geniuses. I won't need to mention them too much more, but let's be real, the big scary story of yesterday was for North American Counter-Strike fans, wasn't it?
Dead now, of course.
Dead now, of course, yeah.
And I think for ENCE also, it seems like they ran out of steam, really. Individually, they all had poor showings. Yesterday, you know, they were up 10-3, I believe, on Vertigo, and ended
against MOUZ.
Up losing the map, I think 16-10, like not being able to win a single round in the second half. So that just tells you they really weren't on the level we saw from them in the Challenger stage.
Yeah, I don't want to harp on too much about ENCE. I feel like not a lot of people even expected them to be at this place, right?
Sure.
The T-side was a problem. They're barely winning any T-sides on any of the maps, which is a far cry from what we saw from Snappy in the new champion stage. Some really cool calling coming out, but as you said, maybe running out of ideas.
Mate, I had them going in through the playoffs. That's how much I believed in this ENCE lineup, because of their map pool, because their game plans were always solid. They executed well. Like you said, T-side, they would actually get a lot of work done there, but we saw none of that from them, unfortunately, in the Legend stage.
Yeah, well, look, we'll be able to take a look at the schedule for the day, so you can see what crazy games we're talking about. I mean, first of all, on the mainstream, right, I'm going to be real with you. I love Entropiq, and they're playing FURIA, but if you look at the game that's going on in the secondary stream, FaZe Liquid, I'm probably going to pay attention to that one. We're going to just talk about both on the desk. Obviously, then, NIP versus Gambit. That's crazy contextually, because remember, Gambit are meant to be, you know, the second best team in the world in theory, even though NIP currently are in the rankings. We saw NIP basically struggle against Na'Vi yesterday. We're going to find out which version of Gambit is actually here at the major and whether NIP or not are serious contenders. Got to be able to beat Gambit if you really want to realistically talk about winning the major overall. Then Astralis versus Vitality for elimination for tournament life. Both of these teams struggling massively at the moment, despite all their experience and reputation. competition. You are going to see big names out, including this ZWOO narrative that we'll probably talk about a little bit later on. And then another Danish derby, Heroic versus Copenhagen Flames. Copenhagen Flames, that plucky underdog status. Yeah, it's getting challenged a little bit, and it's going to be really, really hard to take on Heroic. Virtus.pro versus MOUZ. Who can even call that one? That's a coin flip, isn't it? So crazy matches coming. Guys, we haven't got a lot of time. What's the game of the day for you?
FaZe Liquid for me.
Yep.
I think hands down, just the storylines there and how many experienced, veteran, amazing players we have, and some of them are going to be going home after today. Obviously, the Twists playing against Liquid again, right? That storyline is super hot, super spicy as well, and that's just going to be such a high-pressure game.
I could potentially make an argument for the Astralis Vitality game being an exciting one as well. The only difference being, if you look at Liquid and FaZe, if everything clicks, these two teams can make a very deep run in the tournament, potentially be a dark horse, maybe even. Particularly Astralis and Vitality, they just look deflated, man.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't played up to the level we've seen, especially Vitality. I mean, they were amazing in that Pro League final against Navi, right? And then Blast groups, they also had a good showing there, right? RMR Fall, also a good showing, and here it just hasn't been on the same level. And I mean, you add those three matches, FaZe, Liquid, Astralis, Vitality, and Gambit. These are all potential like playoff games that you could see in the arena, right? So we're just getting some high-level Counter-Strike today with some teams having their backs against the wall.
And now in a segment the general public calls tedious, let's have a look at the talent predictions. So this is how it's been going. We have been keeping a rolling tally. Probably no great surprises here. The thing that actually does surprise me is Moses and Thorin both going for Team Liquid against FaZe. Seems to be some sentiment in the green room, and we'll get to this in a second, that actually maybe FaZe, it's running its course here. They were strong when the opponents were weaker, but now in the best of threes, they're actually getting found out a little bit. That kind of sentiment that may be dragging all off Meister here.
I think they're just masochistic,
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? And you can see as well, I mean, no one's in for MOUZ. Divided house pretty much on Copenhagen Flames. Very interested by everyone going for Gambit because you've heard me, I think NiP are going to beat them today, but whatever.
Wow, that's brave, Richard. Also no one going for Furia. That's interesting. I mean, Entropiq, sure, positive surprise, but still Furia is the more experienced team. Cerrado has been playing amazingly well. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting games. FaZe, Liquid, right? I think it's just really weird. First thing, I don't expect Carrigan. He's the worst rated player of this tournament.
From the best in the challenges.
By a decent margin as well, right? So I'm just not seeing that happen throughout the series. Again, I think he's going to step up, have a decent game, right? Just not have a terrible game. That's all his team needs for him. And some of the stars showing up a bit more. I just don't like what I'm seeing from Team Liquid, on the player cams in a way. They just don't look too excited. You can tell there's some issues there. And come on, man, like Fallen has joined the team 9 months ago. How are we still seeing in interviews we're still not all on the same page in game? That just tells you brought in the wrong player. Like that this team obviously then cannot work. If you can't after 9 months figure things out, there has to be a change happening after this tournament. A team that's not on the same page cannot be successful.
And I feel like the most egregious thing I saw from them yesterday was, listen, Furia completely outplayed them. Inferno CD side yesterday, that's a map all of us are like, Liquid should be shutting things down. It should be looking good. They were 5 steps ahead of Liquid at every single stage. Every round the win one was convincing. I don't even know what
it was just depressing a little bit because Furia know a little bit of banana fight. They take banana control and then there's just like B pop or B execute.
And then you have Vinny just lurking around
and
at A.
Liquid just out of some of the gun rounds that they 2 gun rounds they just lose 1 player on B. They just save 4v5. I mean, you kind of have to in a way. But
they couldn't even save. They were getting hunted
down. But the rounds were pretty much over after 1 kill.
Well, let's talk a little bit about FaZe because look, one of the big storylines here that was kind of like not mentioning, and it's crazy. Is obviously it's the return of Twists. And this, he's really got the opportunity here to turn the screw on his old teammates. Now, it was a strange situation when Twists left Liquid to join FaZe. Obviously, he sort of couldn't wait to get it out in the interview. He literally said it post-match after they'd lost the game. And, the fans still love him. And I kind of feel that Team Liquid's never really been the same team sort of since he went away. I know they were struggling while he was there, but they haven't really scaled the heights. And so do you think he's joined a better team in FaZe?
I think he's joined a better team for himself. I think that's the main reason also why he left. He wanted more responsibility in Team Liquid, couldn't really get it, so it just made sense for him to move on. And Liquid not as impressive as before, but I think it doesn't have as much to do with Twist leaving as in with them bringing a player, you know, in Fallen, which is like great on paper, but if you can't get on the same page, doesn't make too much sense, right?
And here's a problem, right? Like, you look at a player like Grim, and you can clearly see, you know, he's still very new to the stage when it comes to pressure. He made a lot of mistakes, unforced errors being made yesterday as well. But here's the thing, like, you look at Grim, sure, he is still raw, but you look at a team overall, like we said, there is something missing, some intangible which is missing, and Fallen coming in hasn't solved that. And yeah, I gotta say, like, just looking at it on paper as well, just based off the eye test, FaZe, despite the ups and downs they've had, they look like the better team right now.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, Liquid, you've already pointed it out, a house divided, right? They keep swapping IGLs. For me, I said when Fallen joined Team Liquid, this was about extending his legacy. He's one of the greats, but how great a great can you be? And so it's not really on him because he was the IGL, now he's not the IGL, then he was again, and now he's not again. I don't think you can really judge a sort of IGL on those circumstances when he's kind of not doing that anymore. He's like a secondary cog
but
in
you
the
can't
machine.
You can't run a team by committee.
I agree.
It just can't happen. And if Fallen has any flaw as a player or personality in a way, it's like sometimes he's just too nice. You know, he wants to listen to everyone and appreciates their opinion and wants to try to kind of make everyone happy. Sometimes as the in-game leader, you just have to tell everyone, hey, shut the F up, you know, and let me do my thing, and like just let me call and you focus on playing, right? Yeah. That's the only way we can succeed. It makes sense to have like a secondary voice, a guy who can help out a little bit in the mid rounds and so on. That's fine. Every team needs that, right? You can't just put it all on the in-game leader to like a puppet master micromanage everyone. Like you can't do that in today's CS. Players need to know how to fend for themselves.
Funnily enough, that's what they claim Stewie is doing.
Yeah, but Stewie is doing it, and maybe Elige is doing it a little bit, and this and that. Maybe they're over. It's one thing to help out. The other thing is to overcall. You can't do that. Like you know that there has to be a hierarchy in place, and I think that's the problem with Team Liquid. There's no clear leadership.
I think what Yank was saying is democracy is a mistake.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It is in CS teams at least.
It is in Counter.
And in my region.
I'm
not touching that. I'm not touching that.
Yeah, moving swiftly along. Yeah, let's talk about the first game we're gonna series, I should say, rather, we're gonna have on the mainstream. Entropiq versus FURIA. I have been loving this Entropiq team. I love them. I think they're great. I think they're good for a win here. I love the sort of bravery they had in the previous game where they tried to do a number with the veto. Didn't quite work out against G2, but I thought it was competitive. I thought they still look very good. I think they're going to be good value for a win here.
Yeah, and also G2 was just playing really well, right? I think this is obviously the best chance for either of these teams to make it into the Avicii Arena, into the playoffs. And that's the blueprint for all of these teams. That's what we've been saying from the start. You need to get 2 wins in the best of ones, and then hope for, you know, you don't get a Gambit in a best of 3 at this stage. And that's exactly what they've got. So there is going to be pressure in a weird way on both of these teams to win, because they're also aware of those circumstances as well.
Because I'm sure they've taken a look at the game's lineup today, and you look at the lower side of things, you have all these big names over there, and you're like, yeah, if we lose this series, there's a chance we're going to be going up against one of these other teams down there, like a Liquid, a FaZe, maybe even a Vitality suddenly finding resurgence. Yeah. You don't want to be in that situation, so 100% there.
Or an NIP.
Or maybe a NIP as well. They've been looking pretty decent, I won't lie.
Yeah, but I mean, who knows how it could go? This is the real problem you've got. I absolutely agree. Here, you can just play your game. You get to a 2-2 game, nerves are going to set in, lack of experience is going to tell, pressure's going to be raining down. I mean, we've already seen how one mistake can sort of turn an entire series on its head, kick it.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly, you know. Oof. And I think this is going to be an extremely fun game, Richard, because neither the CIS teams nor the Brazilians are really known for choking. Like, they just do their own thing, especially the FURIA players. And that's the thing, everyone knows FURIA is a little bit outside the box, especially with the Art and his crazy plays on the CT side. You can watch the game, watch the demos and see it, but playing against them, it's a different feeling, right?
But Maniac made a good point yesterday when we were talking about FURIA. This play style that Art has, right, Blair? You know, where he's become the primary AWPer, but he's still playing aggressive and trying to flank. And I don't know if that's the play.
I agree. I was echoing Maniac's thoughts there on the desk yesterday, but having watched Inferno, I was impressed with
Inferno's legit.
Yeah, but they've only played Inferno thus far, right? So I want to see how... Look, they're not going to get to play Inferno over here. Entropiq's going to be banning it out from the get-go, from the start itself, so that's one strength they have taken away. But I have to give credit where it's due. I feel like Art has been able to kind of temper his aggression at times. It's no longer as predictable as we've seen, where, you know, he just pushes in, gets a little bit of information, gives his opposition a 4 versus 5, where the info you've gained, the trade's not good enough.
And also, to be honest, that's the main reason why I picked Entropiq. It's just the Inferno thing, right? Like they've proven to be comfortable in FURIA, just in this tournament especially. These two teams faced each other at DSL Pro League, which was online, and FURIA had Gary playing.
Yeah.
Entropiq won 2-0, but it was 16-13, 16-14 on H and Overpass. So close games. Entropiq playing much better.
Was that the Honda lineup as well, or was that when they first
that
was Gary playing.
Yeah.
Gary was playing.
Oh, yes,
because they couldn't
he actually played, you're right. Yeah, they had to bring their coach in.
So I think, you know, for me, Entropiq has the upper hand, but Elian is the best opper on the server, but Xerato is the best player. Yeah. And he has been playing insane so far for FURIA, and that is the X factor that I think can potentially give them that extra boost really to match up against
For me, the only caveat here is I'm not a big fan of Xerato being the secondary op for that team. I feel like him as a rifler is just much more mobile and much more better. So right now, yeah, absolutely. There you have it, Xerato. If he continues to deliver how he has with the rifle, and as long as Art is serviceable and he survives for the duration of the round with the AWP, I gotta say, FURIA have an outside chance. I picked Entropiq as well, but I feel FURIA have an outside chance of stealing this away.
Well, we're about to find out what the veto is now. The picks and bans coming through, so let's take a look at that and see what the series looks like. And there you are, of course, Entropiq banning out that Inferno, which is what we've only seen from FURIA. Their Vertigo, we know that's legit, right? They beat Gambit on it.
Only the 4th team to beat Gambit this year on Vertigo. That was a statement win, and I love this pick, right? It's not 100%. Necessarily what... And Entropiq, this is the brilliant thing about them, Richard. Over the 6 maps that they play, the difference between the most played and the lowest played is 3 maps. So the lowest one is at 11, highest one at 14 or 15. So they are very, you know, balanced at their map pool, and that also gives you information that they pick towards their opponent's weakness, right? Like they just want to punish you, and I think this is a good punish pick for Entropiq, especially if they did their homework, because FURIA sometimes plays a little bit differently than other teams.
I'm actually gonna, I wouldn't say counter that, but I'm just gonna add on to it a little bit. I really felt Entropiq could have maybe played it a little bit more safe and gone for Overpass, because Overpass is always a second perma ban or a second ban coming in from FURIA, right?
They don't like it.
Yeah, they could have easily picked Overpass, but they're like you said, they beat Gambit. They made Gambit look very average on Vertigo. Why not bring it out? Like, this is a map where they have looked fantastic so far. So if you look at the vetoes, I kind of feel Entropiq have won at least the mind game.
Yeah, the Ancient as a decider though, Yanko. How do we feel about that one? I'm trying to think. I don't know if I've seen Entropiq play it. I can't think. I'm trying to think when I've seen FURIA play it. Maybe I've missed a few games.
Not in a while, probably.
Yeah,
I can't remember the last time they really played Ancient. But I mean, we're seeing Ancient being played a lot in this tournament. It's one of the most played maps, so that tells you that all the teams have really picked it up and like.
I mean, the one good thing for FURIA, just bringing up the stats here, they played it only once in IEM Fall against Pain. It was against Pain though, but it was 16-0, so they kind of know how to play the map.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also, or maybe Pain don't. So you know,
true.
It's
possible.
So yeah, how are we feel? Do we still feel good about our picks after having seen the veto?
I do, yeah. I think, you know, the Vertigo, that is probably a clear advantage for me. And just what Entropiq has shown so far, different players stepping out. Sure, Elian leading the way, but he's not like dominating.
He hasn't
everyone.
popped off so far.
Yeah, all the players have their rounds, and I think that's what it's more even across the board for FURIA.
Final thought
for Entropiq.
Oh no, I have to agree with Yanko there. I feel Entropiq should be coming out on top over here, but I do expect to see something cool from FURIA.
Right, well, I'm going to show you something cool right now.
Okay.
One of the coolest casting duos of all time.
I got a little worried there, I won't lie.
No. Yeah,
and I want to see
Richard,
you react
last
to
time
it.
you said that. Fool me once. No, of course, I am going to introduce our commentators for this game. It is, of course, James and DDK. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, this is going to be really exciting. I love the look of Entropiq in this major. And you know what? I feel like Entropiq could go really deep in the playoffs, but they don't have that big stage experience. So I'm like, hesitating to predict that. But we're not there just yet. And I agree, like the veto looks really good for Entropiq going against FURIA. Feels like I want to pick Entropiq here for this one.
Yeah, I think I picked Entropiq for this one. You know, FURIA have always been a fun team to watch, but Entropiq have been awesome. this tournament. They've been really, really cool to watch. You know, I was toying with the idea of them potentially going 0-3, and that was only really based on, you know, experience at majors, but we're not on the big stage just yet. So those big bright lights are not here. They're just around the corner, but they're not here just yet. And I got to say, I think being honest with myself, they were never likely to go 0-3. Just if the only experience you had with Entropiq was that heroic game on Ancient, for example, how both teams were constantly trying to one up each other in the aggression and the rise of aggression where it took the game, I think told you that Entropiq were one of the more dangerous teams, especially in terms of form and willingness to do more. I just realized I'm not wearing glasses. What the hell is going on? I can't even see the screen to commentate. So I was looking at Dan, I'm like, oh my god, everything's blurry. Where are my glasses? That was very strange indeed. My glasses are on now. It's too early.
All right, well, we've got the CT side here for FURIA to kick things off, and Entropiq on a very fast approach onto the A site. There goes smoke to allow them to get a little bit closer, and they will edge their way onto a plant here, and it doesn't really appear as though FURIA can stop the plant. It's going to be about this retake.
Yeah, as we have seen, you've got to hold these smoke grenades for the retake. The HEs will do some nice work. Elian will be finished off by Yuri. Art looking for that flank. I think he may have spotted something there. We can see Forrester on the way. Almost a three-man swing in mid with the bomb planted. That is not something you see every day. Crad trying to hide behind these orange boxes. There is the forward smoke. Case Ratto will be looking to make some space for his squad, but we've got flashes. Nickelback from the back. I'm not sure where that came from. Forrester from the back indeed. Almost had a headshot onto Yuri, but he will slow things down. Krad's carambited drop in the meantime. The blades are coming out, looking to knife Vinny as well, who has to fall back, but he's got to hold it now. And it's just a knife fight on the bomb site. Just the one knife kill in this round. Entropiq take the pistol.
Yeah, that's great stuff. And you can see that, you know, you almost have to concede a player to the HEs on the plant there, but they were happy to do that. And it's worked out despite having a 4v5. It's just so hard to retake. And Entropiq didn't even hit a lot of crazy shots there. You saw that Forrester's flank not really having that much success in terms of the frags, but it just goes to show how difficult this can be for the CT side. And Entropiq, of course, starting off with that victory, and we'll see the anti-eco here. No shenanigans from FURIA, just a P250, otherwise USPs. Some pressure around a ramp, but we've got Krad here. Looking for any players in mid. He might lose this Mac 10. He is one of 2 Mac 10 players.
I've never seen that skin before. How is that possible? I've never seen that before. Crowd looking to make some money. Quick note for Blair as well. If Richard says he's got something to show you on the desk, you're all right. But if he says it in the green room, then it's time to exit the situation.
Yes, indeed. So
good
really,
anti-eco so far.
Yeah, business as usual.
By the way, buy Entropiq stickers. These things are expensive already. I'm telling you, man, if you've got the green loadout, those things are going to be premium. Their foils are like £9 already.
Oh, wow.
And I've got a green T-side loadout, so it's just costing me some money, Dan, to get these stickers. I don't know why I'm telling people to buy it. It's going to make it more expensive for me because I want to buy loads of them.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have done that.
I love the logo and the look and the green and stuff, and just, I mean, the shout out to, what is it, like the second law of thermodynamics, entropy?
Okay, so my experience of entropy is back in the Wares days, or Warez for some people in the UK. And entropy, I don't know if it was pirate films they used to do. Not that I ever downloaded any of them, of course. But there was a Warez team called Entropy. And I'm more familiar with that than I am with any science relating to the word. Shoutouts to Warez.
Shoutouts to the second law of thermodynamics.
Those IRC XDCC networks before this Kazaa nonsense.
Oh my god.
That's where it was at.
Oof. We're getting a quick move through mid, straight into that B site. And drops there. The back site, nice opening there. Oh, it's going very well, isn't it? Yeah, for FURIA. Bombs down on the ground as well. Not too much here to do to try to recover this one. Drop playing around the smoke. Lackey is going to find himself some position, but it's just too little too late. And we will have ourselves a very quick round for the CT side for FURIA. You know, it's great. They don't allow too much momentum, well, any momentum really, to go to Entropiq early here.
He's sponsored by PokerStars. Looks like it. That's pretty cool. We reach the 4th round. I am very interested in this matchup. I think both teams are capable of bringing a very aggressive play style, so it should be an entertaining series. I think one of the FURIA players has got their mother with them, I want to say, because before we went live, we could see them taking some very cute for the gram-esque photos at the player desk before they began. And then there was some hair rustling going on. I'm not sure if it might have been Yuri, actually. He's trying to hold down short for the time being. He'll be successful, slowing down Entropiq, getting the first kill of the round.
Entropiq still working on some control here. Slowly scaling. FURIA quite ready for this, depleting their utility. They've got a lot left, though. Yuri's going to have a lot of info here. Oh dear, so scary right now, but somehow Yuri doesn't find anybody. Entropiq managed to evade him, but oh, Lucky comes around very quickly, and the trade is there from Forrester. Another comes through, and suddenly Entropiq with control of the site, 2 versus 3, looking to get the bomb down. Looks like Alien should be able to do that. It's looking good here for Entropiq, but it's all on the shoulders of Krad now.
Yeah, FURIA have made it very doable for them post-plant. Only 1 player remaining for Entropiq. KaseRaptor rotating in from the B-bomb site with that smoke grenade, able to deploy it just before it goes a different direction as he is killed while he's throwing it. 1v2 now, Zart will defuse the bomb as Drop holds the angle. Once that bomb gets planted, it's a very different game on that bomb site, but Entropiq aren't able to keep the players up to make it really hard for FURIA, who look pretty relaxed at the moment.
Yeah, early days in this best of 3. Very early days indeed. Scary day of Counter-Strike overall at this major. What is it, 3 elimination matches? It's after this one's kind of crazy.
Yeah. So both these teams are at 2-1 at present, so the winner will go to the champion stage. It's going to be real fun next week. I say next week, it's this week.
KaseRaptor in position here to receive this B-play. Entropiq are just slowly creeping forward with the pistols. FURIA quite ready for this, though. You know, it's going to be a game of just some damage for Entropiq. It's hard to see them finding a plant, but a couple kills, keep the economy from growing is a great place to be for Entropiq. Another flash coming through. KaseRaptor is really set up here to get all the kills.
Yeah, they're finding it really hard to press forward, and FURIA are holding lines together very well, making it extremely difficult for Entropiq to try and isolate fights in those situations. So far, so good for FURIA on the CT side. They'll be comfortable with the proceedings. We'll soon see what the next round is going to look like. 3 for 2 in favor of FURIA at present, but we can see that the buy is back for Entropiq. A bomb plant would have been lovely for them in this round, and we can see the shortcomings due to the lack of bomb plant. A lot less utility. Krad's got to go for the Galil in order to buy some grenades for his squad. Maybe they'll drop over, but they will get an early kill at the very least. KaseRaptor trying to hold on now. Sees a 3rd player, and he's still got bullets and the bomb now. Suddenly, 4 versus 2 for FURIA. Fast play from Entropiq completely denied.
Yeah, FURIA powering up quite early on here. Looking like they might be in for a pretty good half, just with the energy that we're seeing already. And also stomping out Entropiq's ability to get a grip on the map in the buy rounds. And again, you know, it's this territory of plant. Not sure about how likely that is, but if they can get some damage here, that would be great. Maybe if they can get these 2 kills, that could be a start, but it's a good angle here. Such a superior angle for KaseRaptor, who'll take down both players. So not really all that much to be done, and the money is growing and growing and growing for FURIA as Entropiq struggle to find the kills.
Yeah, after that first pick, you thought there was a chance, but there was a flashbang that was eaten, which slowed Lucky down somewhat. clear on the kill feed where it came from, but certainly helped FURIA out, regardless of who threw it. So again, just stopping Entropiq from being able to swarm on the bomb sites. Barely made it to the stairs in that round. No bomb plant means they are in eco territory once again. That will be 4 rounds in a row for FURIA now. So Entropiq are at the stage where if they plant the bomb and lose, they'll get 4,200 per round, which means they can buy every round as long as they achieve that goal. However, they haven't really come close to planting a bomb in most of these rounds. The second of the 4 round FURIA one, there was a bomb plant, but apart from that, it has been elimination round after round.
Yeah, it has. Entropiq again on the pistols, just that eco grind for them so far, making their way quickly up the A ramp. Good resistance here from FURIA's counter utility to begin with. And it's not all that much that Entropiq can do to break through that just yet. And even worse still, Yuri going to pick off Forrester. It feels like FURIA have so many grenades. So many.
That's such a scary peak. That can very easily go wrong. But it's a confident play. A show of disrespect, a show that we can peek at any time, a show that we won't necessarily sit on our advantages, defend rather than attack. Well, Yuri will finally get picked off with that Desert Eagle. See Lackey trying to reposition now. He's got some elevation to play with the ramp. And he's just trying to run distraction now, as you can see. There is some tunnel vision perhaps on Lackey's position as Crad is rotating over, but as it remains quiet, surely FURIA will start to wonder. We can see Drop now holding 2 different angles. Not quite getting there with Crad. Another Deagle kill, and now a rifle's been collected. There are 30 seconds left. He's jiggling. Knows where one of the remaining players is. A HE is deployed just as Vinny repositions. 45 HP now. Wilked for him, doing his best, Crad. But Lackey will be alone with the bomb. 8 HP. Case Ratto with a nice angle. Just delivering that final kill. Got a bit spicy towards the end, but FURIA will prevail. No bomb plant. 5 rounds in a row for FURIA.
Yeah, and it's great how FURIA are making the match feel boring, really, because what they're doing is they're shutting down any opportunity at all in these rounds where their opponents are on pistols. So in that sense, yeah, it's supposed to look like this. There's supposed to be no options when they're doing everything perfectly. So 5-2 is the score for FURIA, and then Entropiq on another buy rounds. Their third buy round, we'll have to see if they can find more success here. Elian on the AWP, and once again, as we can come to expect, lots of utility dumped on that A-ramp position by FURIA to really slow this one down. Oh, the utility's been really annoying.
Entropiq looking for any aggression from FURIA, any angles being held. Again, you've got to be careful with the top of that smoke, as it can betray you. It's maybe a faster one from Entropiq now. Minute 13, throwing Molotovs towards the short position. Yuri with an off angle. That timing is absolutely brutal. How's he got 2 kills from that? I can't believe that's happened. Nothing going the way of Entropiq at present. Crad 1 versus 4. How does he get 1 kill? Not even 2. How does he get the first kill? He QQ'd, man. His gun wasn't even ready to fire.
I feel like there's no justice in the world when things like that happen. It's like, that's like a tick that needs to be punished, but yeah, somehow comfortably getting 2 kills from it.
Oh man, I think 19 times out of 20 he dies there. That is a bad spray from Nickelback. That's the only reason that happens.
Was it Nickelback or Lackey?
I think it was Lackey actually.
Yeah, I think it was too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would have fired about 4 bullets.
He had half a second. Yeah, he had half a second.
At least 4 bullets
from
he
that
fired.
range as well. Where are your bullets going?
Yeah, that was enough that if all the bullets connect, even in the legs or torso, that you should die, I believe.
If they get that kill, there are 2 Ts on the sites. And the short player has gone ahead of the Molotov.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to take a fight on the other side. And maybe there's the round win. However, he's nosed it right up, as we would say in the UK.
Yeah.
And that means another round in the bag for FURIA. Another strong round from a very weak position, all things considered, in that one. That's a shocker.
Yeah. Mr. leading the way. Okay, once again, eco for Entropiq. Buy around eco, buy around eco, buy around eco. Is that what we've seen so far?
Yeah, they're not planting the bomb.
They are not.
Worst case scenario has to be plant the bomb and lose. Because otherwise your percentages are going way down every other round.
Yep.
Because they look like this.
I mean, it is interesting too that, you know, often FURIA are opening with predominantly, you know, a lot of players towards a ramp, just so they're able to dump utility and not allow rush timings to work out for Entropiq. And, you know, when they're doing that, there are other spots on the map that are open during those timings. So I am surprised Entropiq are kind of just doing the same thing over and over again and not testing other parts of the map at the early timings, but they will make their way forward on a ramp, and perhaps they can connect those entries that will give them the ability to get the plant down. There it is. There's one from Lackey. Can they build into more?
"33 seconds. They have no utility in Entropiq, so they're going to have to wipe out the players on this bomb site if they are to plant this bomb. Arndt holding multiple angles. Great flick for the headshot now. Down goes the bomb. Another kill another round with the one kill for Entropiq. Of course, that was the eco round, but they've got to get more bomb plants. They've planted the bomb one time in the 6 rounds that they've lost. 7 rounds, in fact. And that's just not enough.
Great shots from Arndt, as you would expect. 7-2 the score, and it seems like there's no argument so far for Entropiq to even be getting any more rounds just yet. We'll see though, it's a new buy rounds. They are splitting up their players. Elian on the AWP, looking to try to find any early picks here towards a ramp, where FURIA have been reliably choking them out with their utility game, and oh dear. Connection problem.
Yeah, this will likely be the spectator client. So normally when this happens, it's the spectator client. Of course, we are connecting remotely to the server. So hopefully we can fix that soon, but don't be too concerned. Yeah, again, this is not the first time we've seen this happen, as we are, you know, casted a lot of Counter-Strike. But normally it's the spectator client, and it's not necessarily affecting people on the server. So don't worry about that.
Yeah. So far, it's a struggle. It's a struggle for FURIA. No, not FURIA, for Entropiq. FURIA are having an easy time, actually. They're just able to choke out the A ramp, and they're able to just slow down everything Entropiq are doing. Entropiq are not winning some of those key entries, and it really feels like FURIA have a few different gears, like a few extra gears to go to, and they're not being pushed there yet. So that's scary.
Nice to see Art firing off. We'll have to see if he could be consistent through the series as well, but so far so good. I mean, again, I've mentioned in the previous Vertigos that we've commentated, if you have the right style of AWPer, then these CT angles can be very abusable, reset, and just punish people for peeking and swinging, basically. And he's done that. And again, every other round has been an eco, so we have to consider what we're measuring against at the moment. And I'm sure that Entropiq will find a way to raise that pressure. And yeah, that was so brutal that they couldn't get that kill when it was a 2 versus 1. I guess they were lining up a little bit, which is why whoever was behind wasn't firing.
It was Nickelback and Slacky.
Yeah. So that's very, very awkward. But again, the better it happens early than it happens late, and you lose a game, because we saw Kicker, a now infamous scenario on Vertigo where he couldn't frag that bomb planter, who was completely vulnerable. Yeah, but if it happens early, then you've got time to fix it, right?
Yeah, that's true. And I think what's interesting as well for Entropiq is that, I mean, we're seeing them in this round where we had this connection issue. They were defaulting with the AWP just sitting in a ramp. It doesn't feel like they're able to get any early advantages in the way they've approached the game so far. The stuff they did towards B, they've only done that once with pistols. And other than that, they're just sort of like trying to slowly scale towards A, and it's just they're not winning the entries. The utility defensively is slowing them down, and it'd be cool to see them testing middle more and just putting more pressure on middle, much like we saw VP doing yesterday. Yesterday, VP were playing a really awesome style on Vertigo, where they put a lot of pressure in mid. They don't necessarily take mid, but they're also pressuring B and A at the same time, because you can kind of do that without committing to both areas. And then in the mid rounds, they would often find ways to because as the round gets later and later, usually mid presence diminishes for the CTs. Then they were able to kind of exploit that kind of split potential, and that worked out for VP really well. That was super cool to see. I feel like Entropiq, if they can throw a bit of that in there, they'll be harder to deal with, because right now FURIA are reading everything.
We always have surprises each major, and perhaps Entropiq will be the positive surprise at this major. But I mean, I don't know how deep people necessarily expected FURIA to go either. It's been a bit up and down for them as well. But I mean, it hasn't been up and down for Entropiq. They're like a rising team. They're an up and coming team for sure. I love the aggression we've seen from them as well, and I would love to see them go for a deep run in this major. And let's not forget some of the other stories, some of the surprises in the worst way, like Vitality's run so far has been very underwhelming.
Yes.
Going 3 maps of EG yesterday is not what you expected, but maybe they needed 3 maps to kind of get the worst out of their system and then bring the rest, the peak for the rest of the tournament. That would hopefully be the storyline that you want to see from a team such as that. But whether or not we'll see that is another question. Again, some teams rise to a stronger opponent that will bring the best out of them, and hopefully that will be the case for Vitality.
They're playing Astralis today, right? I believe.
Don't ask me things from memory, Dan, because that's... I sleep like 5-6 hours a day. I'm not the person to ask for something that needs remembering, because I'm not going to remember it.
I was correct. They're playing Astralis today.
Okay.
So yeah, there's a lot of matchups, a lot of BO3s to kind of remember.
I picked Vitality for that one.
I also picked Vitality for that one. How weird is that? Because the thing is that Vitality don't look punchy enough right now. That can absolutely change. Maybe, and that's the thing. So with a team like Entropiq, again, I'm like, I really want to predict them kind of going deeper in the playoffs. But again, with that stage element, that makes it difficult to do that, because I've seen so many teams collapse when they get onto the stage when they haven't got that experience. Because when you were talking about managing pressure, there's a lot to that. I mean, that's a huge discussion. Something I talk about all the time, but for players that haven't experienced it, and you get this very real sense of it, because not only can you feel the vibrations, can you feel the energy in the air, it's completely different. Everything that you can see around you is completely different. You can see an enormous amount, everything's there in front of you. Like, you can't escape the fact that you're on a stage in front of tens of thousands of people, which reminds you that you know, just of the gravitas of that situation, and like you are forced to face the pressure. You can't escape it. So for players who aren't used to that environment, it can be catastrophic. I think Complexity at the 2018 London Major, that was the story there. You know, they had a shock upset. They played some amazing games on Inferno, especially. I think they ended up upsetting SK going into the playoffs, and then you see them in the playoffs, and it's just a different team, totally flat, completely bombed out. That was very, very sad. I hope that doesn't happen to Entropiq, but I'm thinking that if they do get there, that's more likely. And if Vitality get there, that they're going to play way better. Because it's Vitality, they're big game players, they're stage players.
Absolutely.
So that's like what's weird about this. The same thing with Astralis. When Astralis gets on that stage, I mean, I could absolutely see a world in which they remember, yeah, we've won 3 majors, in a row with this core. We're incredible, and I could absolutely see that changing the spirits. So it's a weird thing. It's hard to quantify.
It is. Since we're on camera,
I
wanted to say something to the audience, because there's been some people in the chat saying give the casters chairs, right? And we got chairs in the background now. But in all seriousness, actually, standing up to commentate is one of the better ways to commentate, because for projection and for your diaphragm to be in the right place, like, standing up is the best way, essentially. But we have chairs off screen, so we can always just like drag these in. See, look, boom. So look, there's a chair. So we do have chairs, but and sometimes I'll just put my knee on the chair and just like mess about. I haven't fallen over just yet, but generally speaking, for the purposes of projection, for your diaphragm to be in the right place, standing is the best thing. It's the best.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. Standing, especially when you're doing matches like in an arena, it's particularly nice because your whole body can get into the energy of it. Especially because with the crowd there, again, being able to feel that energy, it's really helpful to to be able to kind of have your commentary almost come through your body in that way. Sounds kind of weird, like I'm selling some kind of weird yoga scheme or something like that. But
I can see that.
But the commentary, it becomes your whole essence when you're at an event like that, and you have the crowd behind you. It kind of lifts commentary a lot. I always think it's an interesting one, because I always ask commentators when I'm like talking about commentary, what was the moment for you? What were some moments where you feel like you went to another gear, like you discovered like another gear to your commentary? I think for most people it's arena events, because, and sadly a lot of commentators haven't got to experience that because of COVID, but it's that moment when you have the sixth, you know, what is the sixth man, your second or third man, which is the crowd that lifts you.
Yeah, you rise with the crowds. Always interesting when they start booing people's wives on camera, as we had at the Boston Major. That was pretty fun. 8-2 now, we continue, and Entropiq will be on the pistols once again. We've got a hero AK-47 for Nickelback, just trying to have some more impact in this round. It looks like perhaps this was a save from a round prior. 8 rounds for Furia though, and they're ready to control these stairs once again.
Yeah, they got that hero AK that might be able to do some damage indeed, and I actually like this Deagle skin quite a bit.
The Prince Dream.
Because it's close to the classic one, but it's got a little bit of, you know, fun.
Oh, yeah, it's nice.
Bit of fun on that.
I like it.
And here they go. And I guess we can't expect anything different from what we've seen, but that AK may be doing something, but it's a great spray from Vinny. And that's going to eliminate the... Well, it's pretty much everything. There's nothing left except Elian. He's able to take down one. Vinny's quite weak, so more damage that could be done, but no. Vinny would take him down for the 3k, and Vinny's actually 15 for 4, I think that is. So he's crushing it towards that B site.
Yeah, awkward position for him, but I like that he was not too nervous to peek there, being in red health. When you're playing CS at home, there's always that person who's like, I'm low, and they want to hide. It's like, well, so what, you want to be the last man alive? You want to be the clutch man with your red health? No, go and die. Go and swing so someone else can trade. Be the sacrificial lamb. 9 rounds now. This is turning into a very promising half of Counter-Strike for Furia, but perhaps with this 5 versus 4, Entropiq have found an opportunity. Almost made 5 versus 3 there, as there's some jiggling going on from the side, and Vinny may look to re-aggress. So Furia on the back foot in round 12, maybe trying to take some elevated risks to try and get their way back into this game, because a 5 versus 4 is never good when the CT side have the 4.
This is such a great place to be finally for Entropiq. 5 versus 4 indeed, but Vinny's in a good spot here with the orb. Going to be able to catch Forrester. That's a great off angle because he has just enough space to fall back to the sandbags for that cover. But they can't even rush him down. Yuri's there as well on the side alley, keeping things under control as well. And it's all looking rather good right now for Furia, despite a dodgy opening.
Yeah, but these smokes will go. In fact, that is the last smoke deployed, and let's not forget how we've spoken about the importance of having a smoke for a retake when a bomb has been planted. But perhaps Furia are not intending for this bomb to get planted. And again, just the recent statistics will say that a bomb simply does not get planted. But when they've got a, well, 4v4 situation now, we shall see. They've started to see the creep. They've caught Crowd off guard, and there'll be some more utility deployed. But with that smoke, surely Entropiq get a bomb plant first. They'll have to deal with the 2 players on short, though. Yuri will be the first one. Are there any trades? Vinny creeping around the smoke now. Nickelback has 10 seconds to plant this bomb. He's got 10 HP as well. And that may be the round shut down. Elian's got not much else to do. 1 versus 2, but he has no time. And it will be double figures for Furia.
What a sick shot. Vinny is absolutely on one. He's got 17 kills now.
10 seconds, 10 HP, 10 rounds for Furia.
Yep. Wow, like the smoke was down. Vinny has such a just on-point sense of precisely how to place that crosshair through the smoke. Excellent stuff there from Vinny. 10-2. Furia are not messing about. They are not messing about. I have to say, I don't think in any of Entropiq's matches so far they've really been dominated in any sense. I think that I'm gonna have to double check that, but I feel like they've managed to pull out at least a lot of rounds. Yeah, I guess like against G2 on Dust 2, they lost 8-16. But other than that, generally speaking, they have very competitive matches, even in the ones that they lose. So, this is really awesome to see that Furia are having such a strong performance against them, despite the fact that this is, I mean, I think like it was pointed out on the desk, Entropiq have a pretty good map pool. They're pretty comfortable everywhere. They have a huge amount of games played everywhere.
You can see that FaZe are leading Liquid 7-4 on that first map. That's an elimination match. An elimination match, there we go. So one of the big names is going to be lost in the next few hours. Entropiq have yielded the first kill again. However, will they be able to convert on this one? They're light on utility at this point. Forrest has got one flashback. Beyond that, it's going to be about the dry peaks. Elian shot through a steel girder. That'll keep him alive for the time being. And he waits for a miss position from FURIA as they tie the numbers again. 4v4.
Yeah, Entropiq, they have time to work with. Arts on the investigation. Oh, that's just crazy from Art.
That's FURIA. That's the most FURIA play I've seen today.
Yes, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot more in store. That is just beautiful there for FURIA. Good entry again from Nickelback as Entropiq start to rush towards this A site. But Vinny, he's been incredible so far. So on the AK-47, gets flashed, doesn't get a chance. Great stuff again from Entropiq. Really making this round sing for themselves. As Drop starts to eat away at that defense. And now we're in the 2v2 afterplot. Can Entropiq hold it down?
Drop has a smoke. Drop's dead. He's been dropped by Forrester. Now in the 1v1. He has to win this round. There's only 3 rounds and a half left, and Entropiq have got 2 from 12. They really need something from this. Art looking the wrong way. Didn't see him slip away. And that will be Entropiq finally with a 3rd round, converting off of a bomb plant eventually.
Yeah, it does seem like Entropiq are a little bit cold off the bat here today on map 1. Just, seeing a few of these engagements, and I've been watching a few of their matches, and when they're hot, they are connecting, I think, a lot more than we're seeing against FURIA here so far. But that is also to the credit of how FURIA are just choking them out. FURIA are choking them out the map so far on the CT side. But that'll be 3-10. Entropiq with a couple more rounds that they could possibly get out of this half. I feel like they really need them at this point. And they are spreading across the map here, so 2-1-2 setup, pressuring everything. Keeping tabs on everything.
A quick look from Drop. Why he doesn't see anything. He doesn't assume that no one is there. Cheeky frag from Art, and FURIA were looking for some information. They got something. They've seen a lurker in mid, but what does that tell them about the climate around the rest of the map? I don't think they really saw much towards this B bomb site, but in fact, we've got 3 players here, and maybe they've been spotted now. Drop will eat a huge grenade, smoke to try and create some space for himself. Bell's being rung left and right. Case Rat will be very vulnerable to smoke spray. Forrester on the flank as well, opens the B bomb site. And FURIA don't have much left now, 2 versus 4. Yuri surely made some sound cues there. Great HE bouncing off the back, but they're going to need more than that if they go for this one.
Yeah, definitely. This is looking so good for Entropiq. It doesn't seem like the remainder of FURIA have really options to retake this. There's so many positions to have to deal with, so can absolutely see the argument for the save, especially given that their money's not perfect. But they do have enough, I think, even if they lose all these guns for the last round, so it would be quite nice to take away extra guns here for Entropiq, who don't have very good money going into the last round. There's one. Can Vinny get some more? He absolutely should go for it. And, oh, he does get, well, with the help of the... Oh, he dies to the bomb, actually. But he does get one more, so only 2 will survive. And that's going to hurt the nade count. The utility count will be weakened because of this.
Finally making something from this half. Perhaps they would enjoy the luxuries of the CT angles in the second. Now they're making something from this because they're relieving some of the pressure on the second pistol round. It's looking pretty bad with just 2 rounds on the board, but now they've made it to 4 with the potential 5th on the way. Queserato still tickling, still re-peeking, and the transfer, absolutely outrageous. How do you peek that so many times and get both kills? Only FURIA do that. It's ridiculous.
Yes, yeah, it is pretty ridiculous, and it's left Entropiq with so little to work with here. They know precisely where Elian is, and although he can back away safely, I mean, they don't have anything on the map. What is this? Drop is pushing into T-spawn as well, so this is definitely going to be adding insult to injury. Hello, Elian actually takes him down. So 2 versus 4 now with a minute to go. And FURIA have with more than enough players to cover every eventuality without worrying.
I think that scope has been heard. They know that they've conceded their position and the urgency is rising. Got to make a play before that rotation comes through. Forrester now wasn't necessarily there as well. Oh, he's been spotted. Can't reposition in time, and it will be 11 rounds for FURIA. And Entropiq were on 2 for such a long time that maybe 4 will be a relief for them.
Yeah. It's definitely a tough first half for Entropiq, but we'll see what they can do as they switch sides. I'm just really enjoying how great FURIA are looking here today so far. FURIA wasn't necessarily a team that I had my eyes on for a lot of success going into the playoffs, but their form, you know, it's been good. It's been really good so far in a lot of these maps that we've seen so far at the major, and it's an extremely hard major to predict. But FURIA looking good.
I can't believe this. There's no flashes behind him to swing or anything. He's just jiggling. It's not even jiggling. He's just peeking and then unpeeking and peeking again and then getting a transfer because you're just not expecting him to play like that. That's not part of the rules.
Oh no. The P250, Vinny knows exactly what to watch out for. And in FURIA go into the A site, looking to overwhelm the situation. They've got the smoke down as well for the plant. Is they going to bait anybody out? Krad comes forward. Is there a punish? Not quite. Oh, Krad, he's going to go for the knife. Let's go! He actually gets it. Lackey follows it up, and the bomb is lost now. It didn't get planted. That was a very, very close deny.
Was it Drop who got the knife in the first pistol?
I don't remember.
I'm not sure. There's another smoke though for a second opportunity. Art will put us back to the bomb site, so he's not going to get knifed, but he might not make it away. Indeed, he won't. Elian with quite a few frags there, the last 3 in a row. That knife was so important to slow things down. Love the bait from FURIA, planting a bomb, falling back to allow Entropiq to make their play, but he had another one in the bag. A knife in the back.
Yeah, and hey, we saw FURIA dominate that first half. You know, let's wait and see, you know, exactly what happens here with Entropiq on this CT side. Pew, pew, pew. And just like that, the round is won. 5-11, MP9, AWP on Elian.
It's a huge pistol round to win. Such an important play to stop that bomb plant from happening. Completely stops the dynamic from changing. The power struggle.
And we do have Vinny on the solo AK. He's on 22 kills. I keep bringing up his kills because he has a lot of them. So
that's generally how it works.
Yeah, and he's the solo hero AK as they move towards this B site. You can see they're getting Vinny boosted up.
Very early AWP as well. Second round AWP. How on earth does that even work? What is the math behind that? Somebody passed me a calculator.
Knife kills.
Smoke is up, and oh, I love the positioning of that smoke. That can allow them. They could surge through that. There could be a pop flash. There isn't, but the CTs don't know that. They've got to be very, very careful about how they position themselves in case there is a charge from FURIA. And then maybe as the dying part of this smoke grenade is here, a flying case Rasso gets a headshot Glock on Nickelback through the smoke, and they might get AWP as well. Bizarre execute from FURIA, but Entropiq's hands are tied now.
Oh no, the second round AWP. The second round AWP, James.
It's awkward.
Oh, your heart just sinks. Just sinks. The amount of value collected by FURIA in this round is unprecedented.
And let's not forget, for a T side, it can be more favorable to win the second round than the first, because you put the CTs further away from a buy. They do have 2 guns that they can hold on to and maybe do something with that, but the loss bonus goes straight into the bin head first. So this is a very bad situation for Entropiq, and they've got to figure something out for round 18. Otherwise, they're going to be in a lot of trouble on Vertigo.
Oh no, helmets. Yeah, it's so I can't get over it. Just the value exchange, right? The wealth transference between Entropiq to FURIA there.
That's a round you don't talk about. That's a round you don't communicate. You don't talk about that. If you're seeing people getting run boosted with a Glock onto the B bump site and fragging you and then taking the AWP, just never mind, man. Just move on. Sometimes it'd be like that. Just don't talk about it. Keep that out of your headspace. Because if you think about getting run boost Glocked on the B bomb site and losing an AWP, then you're going to lose more than the AWP.
Second round
and
AWP.
more than that round. Just forget about it. It didn't happen. You just woken up and you're here with an MP9 and an M4.
Yeah, no memory of how you got it.
Exactly. Just forget everything else.
Oh my god. That's how like every video game starts these days. Oh, I got amnesia.
Yeah, I don't remember who these people are. Who do I trust?
Let me go on this journey of discovery. What a little angle there. Well, Entropiq having to defend with, of course, a lot less than their opponents, and we don't know how that happens. Our memories have been erased.
As a community, we should be able to ban amnesia from Hollywood films.
After Memento. Memento. That gets a pass.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, great double nade actually onto Lackey. I mean, look at FURIA work the map. They haven't even needed to use their weaponry advantage so far. They're just using their advantage of utility and pressure to so far gain advantages. And now they'll finally start to move towards this site. Lackey, can he somehow find value here with the dig? Oh, unfortunate. Very close to the frag, but not quite. Just crowded one there. Nickelback looking for his moment. There's one to be found. Oh, a second one. Nickelback trying to make good of this horrendous situation. And in fact, 3 versus 2 in favor of Entropiq. However, during all of this, Yuri cleaned up the space towards the A site and has cleared a path to that bomb plant.
We are starting to get time pressure, though, for this bomb to get planted. Yuri's not even going to check. He's not even going to check if somebody's on the other side. He's just confident they're not making the play, but the speed of the MP9 is too much for Yuri, which leaves Arts in a pickle, in a predicament. He hasn't got the bomb planted for him, and he could be over by the sandbags now. I'm not showing on short, and this is going to make things difficult because they can only hold one angle. Which one is it going to be? Is it going to be the ramp? The transfer from Art, quick deletion. Thank you very much. The last round on a B bomb site was like ammunition in GTA, and this is even something more devastating for Entropiq, as FURIA move very close to victory in this first map.
Wow, I really thought that Entropiq were going to win that. I thought, we had the turnaround, like somehow they find their way back into this round, and that could have been the redemption. Get the AWP back in your hands and all the rest of it, get your economy back in a good state, but somehow R just shuts it down, and now we're back to the saving territory for Entropiq again. Trying to get some pressure in. Good flashbang, but can't follow up. FURIA are ready for the shenanigans, and they are not having any of it.
Excuse me? What were your intentions here on the stairs? Whatever they were. They are mere history now, and there's no position. There's no position for what remains of Entropiq. FURIA have not allowed them to get started. They've been barely able to pull the rope on the engine here. It has definitely not what got worrying, but they'll try and do what they can with the flashbang. Easily avoided by K-Serato, and they are ready for the transfers. Damage leaves Vinny with that kill, and drop with the last one. 14-5 for FURIA, and maybe the second half starts now for Entropiq, because they have been flatlining due to the team of FURIA imposing their will, starting with a run boost Glock on the B bomb site. You've got to love yourself some FURIA.
They're they're unique. They have a certain way of playing the game. And that identity is something to be... I mean, it's just always been fun to watch. Lackey in a good position here. I think that was an HE from a teammate, or maybe not. Oh, he's going to go right through the smoke as well. He's crazy. Oh, wow. FURIA pretty ready for that one, though. There's so many players here. And now they are just going to barrel into the B side. They don't really have too much in the way of doing that. Nickelback again looking to try to offer up a solid defense here. And he's doing a great job anchoring this site yet again. 2 quick kills.
And now they've given themselves a chance. Yuri alone, 1 versus 3. He has a minute to play with. Is he thinking about his 6? Is he thinking about what could be behind him, as he knows they're holding angles in front of him? But how many are here? Got a smoke to play with. Spot Summer Forester. Trying to avoid the trade frags. There's Elian as well, but is he thinking about the back? Because Krad is just here. Looks just in time, but Krad gets a much needed frag. Down to the 1 versus 1. Keeps FURIA off game point for now. It will be an expensive round, though, with only 1 man surviving for the squad. So we'll see what they're able to bring into this next round.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. But, I mean, you know, when push comes to shove, I'm really enjoying how Nickelback has been holding that B site. And, I mean, the start of the round was really insane. Just dropping through, like, doing an aggressive smoke and then just running straight through it. Really crazy stuff here for Entropiq. That A-ramp control is there once again here for the likes of Entropiq. FURIA just, you know, playing that 2-1-2 default again. They have Arts looking after middle control. They've got both Vinny and Keserato on the B side of the map as well, creating pressure there, diminishing utility from both sides of the map. And at this point, we can see that the utility remaining for Entropiq is all but gone. A flashbang, a smoke, and an HE, and that's it. So FURIA have done the job. They've gotten rid of the util. It's a good pick from Krad, though, towards A-ramp. That's a great find.
Yeah, it's a great way to answer the lack of utility. Lackey down to 20 HP again. Wondering how many more times you've got to stand in this position and hold the L. Spots the movement through the grill, and he's in trouble now. Keserato with another multi-frag. Taking space on the B-bomb site. Have a look at Art creeping through mid as well. Elian in so much trouble. Synchronization, very nice from FURIA. And Entropiq may lose everything. Krad stuck in a corner now, looking for help from Forrester. His helmet's been spotted. They have all the information, FURIA. And they're looking for that last man. It is surgical, it is nasty, it is merciless from FURIA in the first map of this series.
Merciless. Ming the Merciless, remember him?
Oh, love me some Ming the Merciless. With his shiny ass head. He had like a Lego head.
Shoutouts to Flash Gordon. God, how old is Flash Gordon now? Oh my god. Well, here we go. 15-6. FURIA looking like an absolute shoo-in for a quick victory here on Vertigo. Good defense there from the push in mid from drop, and Nickelback's on the other side of it as well. If they decide to keep pushing, they'll find him too. But very little here. Slowly but surely, player by player, FURIA are dismantling the Entropiq defense. Man, FURIA just another level here so far today. I expected Entropiq to have a much better go of this, given their performances on this map.
FURIA have a fantastic style, and they are giving Entropiq absolutely nothing in the first map of this series. Vertigo is completely one-sided, and FURIA have made a statement in the first map as they look to make their way to champion stage.
I think you're definitely onto something as well by just, bringing up FURIA's playstyle, because, we know how good Entropiq is against many teams, but there's not many teams like FURIA, especially not in the CIS region. FURIA play certainly a more aggressive, unpredictable style of play. So with that in mind, maybe there is some element of a stylistic clash here that is creating problems for Entropiq.
Yeah, they're no strangers to raising the level themselves, but FURIA certainly set the bar in this first map of the series. Over to Richard and Adest to break that one down.
So, FURIA take Vertigo, leaving us all very confused on the desk. Guys, I don't know anything anymore.
Yeah, I even like the pick, right? But Entropiq just didn't really show up on this map at all. I can't even point out to something that they did wrong strategically. They had good situations, but they just couldn't really convert. I mean, early on, we saw the triple kill from Xerato just, towards the B bomb side. There was that mad round where Yuri just caught in the middle of a full blind. They even have them split with the Molotov almost playing in gap, and Yuri was towards the side, and they just still couldn't kill him. He was full blind, and he gets a double kill there, and that just tells you, Entropiq just really wasn't individually anywhere near the level they have to beat FURIA.
Yeah, there were a few plays, Blair. We're going to see that in the highlights now. I don't want to, kind of oversell the idea of nerves or whatever, but it did look like a little bit Entropiq kind of didn't have that same fluidity and confidence and decisiveness they did when they beat Gambit on this map.
Yeah, I think that is something we could touch upon. Like, we did mention how for both these teams, even though they are 2-1, right, it's a kind of a must-win game for them to guarantee their way through. But that being said, I'm going to say, like, Entropiq, they look more prepared against Gambit. Obviously, you have much more material to work with when it comes to the map of Vertigo and Gambit. On the other hand, for FURIA, the CD side, I was very impressed from FURIA. We didn't see too much of Art's aggression coming out. He was a much more safer pair of hands with the AWP. He was playing it right. He wasn't giving any free early kills. And when speaking of opening kills, I think, but they had, 5 opening duels going to with Entropiq in the entire game, which is not ideal. And at the same time, if you look at the rounds FURIA won on the CD side, I think Entropiq got the bomb down once, Richard. That means they weren't even able to get into the bomb sites.
Well, that's what I mean. It was like they were really lacking that sort of penetration onto the sites, and that was something they did so well, on Vertigo prior to this. So it really is just a confusing performance. I mean, you could argue maybe they've underestimated FURIA a little bit, but FURIA, they are no slouches on Vertigo. They've obviously played a lot. You can see the frustrations coming out from Entropiq. This is what it's like in a major, guys. High pressure stuff. But yeah, look, you can see Vinny. I'll come to you here, Janko. Vinny, a player that isn't really talked about a lot in this team. Obviously, Yuri, Xerato, Art, all these big names. Vinny's had a powerhouse performance here, and, a player that doesn't get a lot of plaudits.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Dominated here with 27 kills. Sort of his signature map has been Inferno, the whole Vinferno meme that we have going around. But yeah, every now and then he does have these games where he just pops off. I think consistency is a little bit of an issue, and also the fact that he's not in the spotlight with Xerato and Yuri taking a lot of space, Art being always aggressive. He's sort of left there to react to what some of his teammates do, but he's been exceptional on this first map.
Yeah, obviously as well over on the Entropiq side of things, their big names didn't really get going, and a little bit worrying signs in that series that they've left as frustrated as they have there.
Yeah, I mean the fact that they picked in Vertigo, which is what we expected them to pick earlier, right? In the previous series they had, I forgot who it was against, but they went with the comfort pick of Dust 2, and now they're like, all right, we're prepared on Vertigo. We have a game plan going to against FURIA, and it all just crumbles, right? You talk about Elian, who has been fantastic for Entropiq leading up to this particular tournament. He has been struggling so far in the major stage, in the legend stage, and right here in the server, he was the lowest rated player. Only 8 kills.
And Richard, the problem is there really isn't a hot fix for this, right? Like, you have tactics, strategies, right, that can maybe help you a little bit to put your players in a little bit more advantageous duels, but they still need to pick up the frags. And if you're not picking up frags on blind players, if you can't trade like 2v1 swinging into a site, nothing's really going to save you. So hopefully for Entropiq, it's just an early morning, a slow start, something along those lines.
It's not even 10 a.m. anymore.
And they just need to shoot better. I mean, on the second map, if that doesn't happen, there's nothing really you can do.
I mean, obviously, we're going into FURIA's pick next. We'll break that down when the time comes. But I just want to talk a little bit. I mean, nobody has talked about FURIA really this tournament in terms of being there, being at the Avicii Arena. I think they've benefited almost from the lack of the sound and the fury, right?
And I think also the problem with FURIA is they're also one of those gatekeeper sort of teams, right? Like they beat all the teams below them in a way, but they can't really make that leap to beat really good teams in consecutive best of threes, right? They will have a tournament, they will maybe take down a team like Vitality, but then they have to play, you know, heroic next, and then they lose that game. So it's been a long time like that for Furia, really. You know, the expectations were at some point with Yuri and Cerato, like they are now the main Brazilian team. It's not MIBR anymore with all the legends, but they never really they've never really risen to that status where they can actually win tournaments or be a legitimate contender.
And I feel like that's two things to that story, two reasons to that story. One thing being the old Furia style of just an ultra aggression, hyper aggression, unpredictability, which can get you so far, but at a certain point it won't give you that consistency which you need at the top tiers of Counter-Strike. Secondly would be, again, the perennial fifth player problem, right? They had, after Henny left, they got Junior in for a while, they had Honda in, they just kept swapping around, language issues with Junior, comms issues. Honda, not really that great a player in all honesty. I mean, not at this level especially. But with Drop coming in...
Ran out of gas.
Yeah.
He ran out of gas. But
let's go to break.
but Drop has been pretty decent.
Car jokes.
I hate myself.
Yanko actually is Serbia's best stand-up comedian, so just saying.
And the only one.
So look, what we'll do is we will go to a break, and then we'll just let that one sit there and disappear. Anyway, guys, we are going to have a quick commercial break. We're going to come back in just a couple of minutes, and then we're going to set up the next map for you, so make sure you join us.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chance, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Alright, welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm. We are partway through the first best of three here on the main stream. Of course, Furia versus Entropiq. And guys, we're about to go into Furia's pick. Furia 1-0 up. It's Nuke, and we certainly know that they can play this map.
Yeah, absolutely. Entropiq will get to start on the CT side, but that also might be a curse if they don't step up on an individual basis. You know, Furia with a hot start can just run away with the series, and they have a distinctive way of playing this map. There's a lot of focus around the door area, vents, going down vents. are sometimes just sneaking out through the smoke and so on and so on, and they just put a lot of pressure on you early in the round. There's not going to be, this is going to be a fast first half here that you're going to see, and that's why you need to be sharp from the get-go if you're Entropiq.
And I feel like when it comes, I'm going to give a little bit of an edge to Entropiq here, because I saw the game against Heroic. Now Heroic, yeah, we have a lot of question marks about that particular team. We don't know which way they're going to be swinging in this major, but one thing we know about Heroic are they are a fantastic new team, right?
Yeah,
they're not at the levels of a Na'Vi yet, but it's still a very, very solid team. And at this event itself, they managed to take down Heroic on that very map, which is actually picked by Heroic. So Entropiq, it's kind of crazy how deep a map pool this team seems to have. Even Mirage yesterday against G2, G2 picked it. We're like, G2's probably going to take this easily. No, it was 16-14, very close affair. So yeah, I agree with you that if they don't wake up individually, this could potentially be FURIA taking it. But I feel Entropiq will have something in store for us here.
And on T side, when Entropiq gets there, they do have more options than on a map like Vertigo for some, you know, cloak and dagger stuff, fake misdirections, right, to put their players maybe in even more favorable positions if they're still lacking in just the firepower department. But in general, just starting on the CT side, right, a good start will go a long way just in terms of also confidence, like loosening up a little bit, because FURIA is one of those teams that they just don't really care. Like they're gonna run into you, they're gonna, you know, get in your face really. So you have to stop that style. If you can make them slow down, that's not where their strengths lie.
Yeah. I want to ask you a little bit about Drop. Either of you guys just jump in. I know obviously you've watched a lot of the games, but you know, I think the beginning of the end for Honda, as I kind of see it in the lineup, was I remember him on, you know, once or twice in the past. He got bullied on this map basically. This was kind of like where he was struggling. So is Drop a like-for-like replacement here, or are they trying to do something new to accommodate this young academy player?
Yeah, we've heard different things. It doesn't feel like he's there for the long term, right? It just feels like a placeholder until they really can find the
safe.
The fifth piece. Yeah, safe could be a good pickup, but yeah, I don't really know where to place him just yet. I think he's doing a little bit better than Honda, certainly, but for that, now on the big stage with all the inexperience is where really he has to prove his mettle.
I think it's serviceable, right? Like for the side of Honda, I really felt he was the weak link in that team, in all honesty, right? Even though, you know, he wasn't really doing a great job, not just individually, but even playing his roles. I feel Drop is doing a good job playing his role. Like I see him working. We've seen a lot of Inferno from the side of FURIA, and one thing I enjoy watching is how him and Art getting the banana control, and he seems to follow the protocols. He's not over aggressive. He knows that he's got players like Art, K-Serrado, and Yuri to shine. And all he has to do is not be a weak link. And so far, I think he's doing a decent job.
Yeah, he's been more consistent. Honda was a little bit more volatile. Sometimes he would have mad rounds. I think it was G2 that they played. You know, first half of the season, he got 2 aces against them.
Oh, yeah,
you know, he's popping off and then gets a little bit carried away by all of that. So I think FURIA is more happy with Drop in terms of he's a safer pair of hands, really.
Yeah, you know, and obviously there's a lot of rookies. We've talked about kind of the disgusting level, you know, of just how good all the CIS rookies are. Bit, I think, currently, obviously, over at Na'Vi.
He's the highest rated player of the tournament. It's not on a team with Simple. That's just mad.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. So obviously, you know, it's kind of hard for guys that are betting in that would normally get leeway when, you know, the CIS region's producing so many good players. Brazil, obviously, need to do that too. I think there's a lot of potential out there.
It just spread more thin, you know.
Yeah, exactly. But let's again get back to Entropiq. You know, everyone can have a sort of bad start to the day, especially at tournaments like this. You know, you've already highlighted a few pointers for them. What's a key to victory here, Yanko?
I think also controlling their temper outside of just stepping up, because FURIA is a team that's going to frustrate you with the way they play. You know, you're going to have Art in the second half on the CT side getting flashed through the smoke, on Yard being in like T-spawn after 15-20 seconds. You know, even if you get a trade 1-for-1, which is for the T, is generally good, you know, the player who dies to that sort of a play is going to be a little bit frustrated. It's like, what is this guy doing, really? You know, and you can't let that happen. You need to remain cool, calm, and collected. Take it step by step and really try to fight your way back into the series.
It kind of even happened at Vertigo as well, right? That second half, the first pistol round, I think it was Krat going in for the knife kill in a 4 versus 4, which is kind of crazy.
That was mad. He got away with it.
He got away with it, right? And they're like, all right, guys, we're feeling it. And then they go for the second round AWP buy. They have the rifles, and the FURIA, they just, I think it was Art flying into the air with a Glock, who takes them to play with the AWP. And I'm like, the moment that happened, I'm like, yeah, they've lost this map. And that is what they need to avoid.
That's going to tilt you off the face of the earth. When I said keys to victory, see, I was planting a seed, because I thought you were going to say, well, Elian needs to step up.
Everyone needs to step up, really, right? They just didn't show up at all on that first half. Sure, he is, you know, a great player. You can see playing even better at this tournament than he averaged in the last 3 months. And, you know, Oppers do have a lot of impact on a map like Nuke, because you have all these different moves you can do at the start of the round, right? If you have good spawn, you can go through A main, try to peek door, instantly you can go down into hut, you can go towards ramp, you can go down secret, or you can just play more passive at the start of the round, see what your opponents are going to do, and then in the mid round try to find openings. But that's the name of the game for today's Oppers. You just always have to think about how can you have impact, what's the best move for you. You know, if you're just standing somewhere holding an angle and nothing's happening right on the map, perhaps you're missing an opportunity to be disruptive towards the opposing team.
Yeah, Blair, anything to add on to that?
No, I mean, just look at the best player in the world on the map of Nuke. Simple CD side with the AWP, right? Just take a few pages from what he does, and immediately you're going to be a high-impact player. Alien, he's got the skill set, but it does worry me. Like, in the best of ones, he's been fantastic against Gambit, against Liquid on his best of ones. Yesterday against G2, he was nowhere to be found. On Vertigo, lowest-rated player, lowest scoring player in the entire server as well. He needs to wake up. He needs to step up right now.
Yeah, it's kind of a little bit worrying. I mean, you know, I guess that, you know, one of those maps you just can't really get started. I think he's going to have more opportunity on Nuke for sure, you know, if his team could sort of enable him and activate him. But just to come back over to FURIA, because remember, it is their map pick. Obviously, now they're going to be hot favorites to basically close it out. And I've seen them dominate all of the NA teams, you know, that they've had to play the last year.
You just said it yourself, NA teams.
Well, sure, right? But I mean, still, I mean, some of those NA teams are still here and playing right now. So, I mean, you know, how do we feel about FURIA overall, just in terms of, like, their map pool, their overall strength, their ability, like, what if they do make it to the Avicii Arena, you know, to go even further?
It's hard to tell because they're super inconsistent. That's always been their problem. One day they can look amazing and beat pretty much any team in the world, and then the next day they're sort of just falling apart. I think for them as well, this is the best chance to make it into the arena. Whoever they get in the next round, probably not going to be an opponent they'll be able to overcome. And one of the reasons is what you said with the map pool. There's really, you know, they have a couple of maps with a high win rate, but there's no real map where you look at, you know, FURIA and you say, oh, they're guaranteed like one of the guaranteed win. They're one of the best teams in the world on this map. So
I've talked about it before, you know, like they really need to sort of raise their game. It's like you brought it up earlier. It's like this is a team that essentially has 2 permabans if you let them get away with it. They don't have as broad a map pool as other people. And, you know, I don't think you can really get away with that anymore, especially with the Ancient Flex that's kind of come in now. And we've talked about how important that's going to be. Yeah, I think they are lacking a little bit strength and depth, but obviously that's sort of tempered by the reality. They have had to bed in, like, Junior, he's out. We're betting in Honda. Okay, he's out. Now we're bringing in an academy player. He's likely to be out. So how much work do you want to put in? So, you know, there is like a lot of caveats, let's say.
Yeah, and also surprised how well they're doing to open up games and stuff, because their coach isn't here either. Gary, I think he's a big part of that team. Not only to motivate them, but also in terms of preparation, just keeping the spirits up for the team, keeping them, you know, a little bit calm so, you know, they don't get too crazy with some of the calls or some of the individual plays. But yeah, FURIA is managing to overcome that in a great manner, and now they're just a step away of booking themselves a spot in the Avicii Arena.
Speaking of coaches, I think you raise a very good point with the fact that you can't forget that they have Hooch behind them to Entropiq, right? The guy has a lot of experience. Sure, the rest of the players in the server don't have the major experience, but Hooch, he's been around for God knows how long at this point in time. And the fact that he is behind them while Gary's not there for the side of FURIA, it could be the X factor. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, obviously, let's hope there's no illicit huddling going on.
I know.
Yeah. But let's go. We've got about a minute now before we're getting into the game.
Well,
so let's just. Are FURIA going to close this out?
I think so. I think just the fact that they've dominated them so much, and starting on the T side, I just have this feel they're going to find ways to get through the ranks of Entropiq and win a couple of frustrating rounds, and that's just going to spiral Entropiq out of control.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing. We spoke about Alien on the CD side with the AWP. Trust me, there are going to be moments where it's like, there's no way anyone's going to be pushing in that smoke, and then you have Art coming in from behind. Omewa Shinderu kills him. Boom.
Indeed. Well, they have been studying the Blade. Let's hope they've been studying the game. We're going to get into the second map of this series. Are FURIA going to close it out and go to the Avicii Arena? We're about to find out. Take it away, James and DDK.
Thank you very much, Richard. We are back in the action, and Entropiq have a lot to answer for coming out of that desperate, desolate performance on the previous map, on the first map. And sure, you know, there isn't the pressure of if we lose this series, we go out, but there is the pressure of if we win this series, we don't have to think about anything anymore. We've made the playoffs. We're going to be playing on that stage. That's the dream for every team at a major, especially a young team.
Hey, developers, can we have a convar to turn off the 1v1s if we don't want to have them? Because it's a key time to show people grenades and stuff and just move around the map and jump around and things like that. People enjoy that. I think there's a fair amount of people who... I think there's a lot of...
So here we have the game starting between these two sides now, out of the warm-up and into the live rounds. Entropiq and FURIA. It's a difficult situation for Entropiq, to be sure. You know, losing Vertigo and now finding themselves against, you know, the iconic map for FURIA, Nuke. But they will be starting off on the CT side at the very least, so we'll see how well they can weather the storm, the Brazilian storm that is about to be upon them.
Entropiq looked frustrated at the end of that last map, and I would imagine they would be, as they weren't allowed to do what they wanted to do, but maybe they can here. Great pop flash for Forrester, able to escape for a brief time, but with 3 HP, he was not likely to last very long. Some late HE grenades to look to cause some more chaos. 4-on-4 now as Nickelback is very close with the Dual Elites. Looking to get some more spam in the inboxes. He fires them so fast though, but he will get a kill on this occasion. Alien with that last frag on Art, and Entropiq will win a pistol round, not their first one. We'll see if they can convert the following rounds, however. No bomb plant for FURIA. Will they go for the force buy?
Yeah, not looking like they will. But I love this opening. You know, they had a great setup here towards ramp. They put that pressure on towards Hut. They hold Hut down, and so FURIA think, all right, let's go to ramp. And they feed straight into Entropiq's defense. So really nice kind of herding there of the opposition. But now we'll go into this anti-eco, and it should be a pretty straightforward round here. You can see Alien kicking things off. Crowd as well, and it's yeah, they're taking the fight to FURIA in this instance, and so far so good. A nice fast anti-eco, that's how we like them. And now it's on a 2-0. FURIA will have their full buy, and we'll start to really see how this will begin to shape up.
At no point in Vertigo, in case you missed it, at no point in Vertigo did Entropiq find comfort with the playstyle. You know, they have a similar playstyle in a sense that it's aggressive. Entropiq and FURIA, they like to move forward, and Entropiq were victimized the entire map on Vertigo. They weren't able to get off to really anything on their second half on their CT side. It went bad very quickly indeed, but on their CT here on Nuke, so far so good, but indeed the bigger guns have come out for FURIA now in round number 3. The 4 AKs, the Galil in the hands of Queserato. He had some outrageous plays in the previous map, and we'll see if he can do them in this one as well.
Outside presence here, challenged by Alien. Oh, the taps are good there from Alien, so that's the outside presence now removed, and there's nowhere to go here for FURIA. They're getting stopped at every single point, except for Squeaky Door, but Queserato would need to go back for the bomb here. However, perhaps understanding that damage is really, again, the only realistic way for them to get something going in this round at this point. Not going to bother with going back for the bomb. Can I get a pick instead? It's not really being offered up to Queserato, which is certainly what you love to see, that discipline here for Entropiq.
There we go. Camera shots just got fixed. I think in Queserato looks whiter than he used to.
What do you mean?
Well, the camera shot was different.
Oh. Saturation, the gamma.
Yeah, and I was like, where are those glasses? You always remember those glasses. Although I forgot my glasses this morning, which is a first on the broadcast. But I'm short-sighted, so I'd often walk out of my house, open the door into the street, notice things are blurry, and then go back in and be like, oh my god, I've got no glasses on. It's kind of strange. 3-0, Entropiq, they're having a nice time now. They're having a run. And they need this. They need this. Not just score-wise, not just because they're behind, but just for the psyche. You know, for the psychological warfare when you get slapped in a round. When you're used to doing the slapping, you need to do some slapping back, and they've certainly done that so far. Quesarato somehow gonna get a dirty headshot on Nickelback up close. And Forrester, I think he may have fired a few too many bullets then. The Tech-9s are really getting to work now on the same bomb site. Krad's got a smoke to hide behind, trying to cut the numbers through the smoke. They're lining up, but Lackey will be wiped out as well. Furia came and let the police on the A bomb site, and Entropiq with only one frag to show for it. And things start to get more urgent for Entropiq very quickly.
You talked about the slapping. We got some slapping there, James.
They clapped back. I think that's the phrase.
How can she slap?
My guy got beat up.
God, yeah, it's amusing, the whole story behind that. But yeah, 3-1. That's a pretty old internet meme at this point. At 3-1, and Entropiq, you know, they finally get knocked down a peg by FURIA. Still have enough to buy though. We'll get the AWP on Elian. Not able to afford any nades with that, but that's okay. And the rest of the team looking good in terms of their equipments. Now FURIA, you know, we've seen so far, you know, presence outside. They won that first round with just an explosion into the upper site. So I would be surprised if we don't see more of a default approach coming in from them in this round. We'll see how they decide to work the map though. But, you know, establishing that outside presence, you know, the outside smokes and so on, can be a way for, you know, a lot of teams to, you know, start that conditioning of their opponents. We'll see how FURIA decide to do it this time around.
FURIA should submit their logo in the opposite direction for CSGO, so it looks better on the weapons.
Right.
That's my opinion. Well, there's no fast play into the A bomb site from FURIA after the Tech-9 success we saw previously.
Oh, look at Lackey.
Yeah,
Is he going to go for
Vinny,
it?
they're both looking for a little creep now. But Lackey's managed to escape before Vinny can punish him, as he was holding the angle for longer. Nellian's got angles towards the ramp. You can shoot through these walls, but you won't necessarily want to reveal the position of the AWP. Quick jump peek, and everyone's still alive for now.
So they've been denied towards ramp, towards upper. And we'll see the 1 minute mark. They're going for that outside control with the smokes. So that kind of answers the question. They're going to be using these smokes actually as a distraction. They're going to represent that they're taking outside control, but it looks like they're going to burst upper instead.
That early presence has burned a lot of the Entropiq utility. We can see they've got one smoke and one molly remaining. That is it. Elian with the AWP in the vent, so that becomes awkward. We can see Krad's got 22 HP. Just the one flash now for FURIA as this push is surely looking to come through. Forrester's got much to do. Can see Drop looking for something. We've got a rotation towards Heaven for Entropiq as well. We'll see if it'll come in time. Drop trying to pick the right time. Elian in the vents with the AWP still coming out now for that final kill. Just been chilling there the whole time. And they'll somehow survive with 3 plays in a very awkward round.
Yeah, that was really cool to see because, you know, you could see what FURIA were doing. You know, they spend all this time pressuring upper and pressuring ramp. They're drawing utility away from the defense of Entropiq. Then they throw the outside smokes and suggesting that they're going to do work outside control now. And they've sent one player there, but ultimately the point is to force a rotation to deal with what is assumed to be an outside and lower play. And that pulled Elian down the vents. It worked. It worked in terms of removing Entropiq players, and their attention from the upper push that then came in are even opened up with 2 kills. But somehow Entropiq still got the kills with the remaining defenders that they had on the upper side. That's a very encouraging look because FURIA did get that play working as intended.
They really did. Difficult for Forrester. Lackey with the AUG on the site. AUG's killing power is very good. 4-1 for Entropiq. FURIA with a fast, well, a lot of grenades into the A bomb site, but will they push behind them? Quesarado's got a nice early kill. Once this Molotov is gone, will they pursue? There's Molotov on the hunt as well, and Art looks to make his way downstairs, but will the rest of the team chill? Again, there's so much pressure early round for Entropiq to deploy their grenades and try to hold on to these choke points. It won't leave them with much later on. Do they have any idea that Art is downstairs. I don't think they've got the slightest clue.
Yeah, now they just have to wait for Art. Wait for him to get the backstab onto Lackey. He'll open up the lower sight. And they just wait for Art to make this play, and then they can go.
Lackey's gun, if it's in his right hand on his own POV, it may obscure his vision. If he's got it in his left hand, though, then he may see Art here. It's a very interesting scenario, but now it doesn't matter. And that shows you why it's worth having a toggle to make the gun in your left hand and your right hand. So when you've got those kind of angles, it can give you that extra information that can certainly help. Nickelback swinging, seeing 3 people, and that is very unfortunate for him, but that will be a save situation for Entropiq. So very quickly, there's a similar angle in the overpass connector position where somebody's hiding next to the bottom of the stairs, where if you're clearing that as a T, for example, your gun in your right hand, that AK will cover the player on the stairs. So if you've got a toggle to put it into your left hand, then you've got more vision. So there's another example of where it can come in handy. But again, Entropiq had absolutely no idea. Their vision was removed. There was a smoke up towards main. There was a Molotov down by Squeaky, but there was also a Molotov on the roof of the hut, which took many of the angles away. They could not detect that Art had made his way downstairs, and that proved to be very problematic indeed.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
He still has to open the door downstairs, however.
Yeah.
So, but there was a lot of spraying, and especially if there are Molotovs, incendiaries down up top as well, that covers a lot of sound. So,
yes.
So FURIA did very, very well to deny information in that respect to Entropiq.
Yeah, completely agree. And FURIA, you know, they could start, if they win this round now, they would be able to have a kind of controlling, they'll be controlling the half of, essentially, due to the economic advantages. But we'll see if Entropiq have anything to show for themselves. They might decide to be a little bit aggressive here. We'll have to see how things pan out, because FURIA just doing their typical pressure in the early rounds.
It might be more than pressure. They're looking for the entry, but are they going to commit behind it if they don't find it? Will it be a flashbang? Because surely there's going to be somebody up top. Forrester now has got a lot more to do because Nickelback and Crad have been dropped, and we see the execute one through the smoke. He has some help as well. They could get 2 frags from this, but Art will trade after taking Lackey out as well, leaving Elian alone. The early success from Entropiq is starting to disappear now, as they don't really have much money in the bank. They are in eco territory, and he desperately has to hold on to this AWP.
There's so much just pressure constantly coming in from FURIA. I think it's really hard to sort of read what they're doing, because they're just pressuring heavily on the inside and around ramp, and you know, they go to the outsides as well, but you're not sure, are they just pressuring, or like you say, hang on, is it actually a bit more than pressure? Because they go a little bit deeper, then maybe they get one fight, and then they convert that into the side take if the opportunity presents itself. So yeah, hard to read, I feel like, for Entropiq.
Yeah, and it's forcing them to dump all their utility early as well. They have to, in case FURIA choose to push behind it.
I was about to make the exact same point. So it puts Entropiq in just like a very awkward position, because they want to take initiative, but it's a struggle. And if they try to do it in ramp or upper, they may just give the round to FURIA, so they can't really do that. If they take outside control, then their upper hold is weaker, so they can't really do that either. So they're kind of at the mercy of FURIA at this point.
Yeah, credit to FURIA for such a scary play style. Very hard to determine what Entropiq are seeing. We've got a timeout for Entropiq now as they try to figure out how to stop the bleeding, and they are hemorrhaging at present to the hands of FURIA. Started off so well, and again, it was a point of comfort, which is something that was certainly lacking for Entropiq in that first map of the series, but it was all too brief because FURIA are so brutal. The trade frag here from Art, so important as well. In a sandwich, playing around a smoke. No AWP saved for Entropiq towards the end, which means that FURIA are firmly in the driving seats. If anyone has a bind at home to switch weapon, I don't actually know what that command is. I've never used it myself. But do send it to me in a tweet. I'll retweet it. But another question is what key you put it on, because everyone's got so many binds. Like all my grenades are bound to individual things. You could add it to a scoreboard bind, for example. So like when I press the scoreboard, it also does R_clear decals to remove all the bullet holes, all the blood and everything, all the scars on the floor from mollies, as you can see here. You could potentially add that as well.
Indeed. You know, in the Quake, when I was playing Quake 1 competitively, you'd need like 10 plus team binds just for the team like communication. Just like 10, like you'd have to use your entire keyboard basically for everything that you needed, weapon movement, everything like that. So you can definitely make it work.
I think pedals are underrated. I'm waiting till we see somebody bring pedals to an FPS.
That's actually that is pretty legit. I think pedals that's legit. Well, we're gonna see the full buy back again here. FURIA creeping outside with Yuri at an unexpected timing. We haven't seen them do this so far, and it's gonna catch Nickelback completely. FURIA are playing Entropiq right now. Forrester will be able to hold on to the hub position, but he will be challenged here as well. Might have to give this one up, and he's got no choice.
God damn.
Just completely stuck there.
I was waiting to say that something can still be retrieved from this, but risk has to be taken. But they are denied. They just don't have control. It looks helpless versus FURIA at present. Their T side is scathing at the moment.
It feels really, really weird because it kind of feels like Entropiq, their players are all getting isolated. Really, I mean, I wouldn't want to say easily, but FURIA are consistently isolating Entropiq's players on these defenses, and systematically just winning the round like that.
They have to I feel like every round towards A looks like FURIA are going to push straight into A, which makes it very difficult for Entropiq to just chill, put some grenades down, and just fall back. So it's a very, very fine balance, because you never know when FURIA are going to pull the trigger. They're looking for you to give a reason for them to do so. But if you go too passive, then they may just do it anyway, because it's FURIA. Well,
that's the thing too, because that was something where we were mentioning earlier. I was saying that it discourages Entropiq from doing anything outside, because then you're weaker against the upper takes that feel like they're coming in all the time. But they kind of have to take some risks. They'd have to take some risks in their setups and just maybe leave someone, have somebody play outside, maybe by themselves, just pushing deep outside at an early timing. And then seeing what information that gives you, other opportunities for pushes. Maybe you catch them on the 1 minute mark rotation. There's lots of things that you can maybe do with that, but they do definitely need to take some risks. Otherwise, FURIA are going to keep winning these rounds. Is it 5 in a row? How much? I feel like FURIA have been winning consistently.
Yeah, no.
4 in a row.
5 from the last 6.
Right.
Has been very difficult. Very difficult for Entropiq. That 5-7 could maybe give them half a chance.
Yes.
I remember when the Hyper Beast was all the rage. Never bought into those orbs myself, and hey, they've gone missing. Don't see them anyone using those.
That's true.
Yeah, man. Didn't last the test of time, but good for a mouse pad. 52 seconds remain, and Lackey's trying to get something for his team. Elina will try to follow up, but there's such a tight choke point, and Vinny is chilling. Things become more urgent, but as I say, Vinny is chilling. He has been finished off by Crad, so they know that there's maximum 2 people on this A bomb site, and they can overwhelm with the numbers. 36 seconds as Forrester tries to do what he can, but now Crad with the rifle is the last man standing for the squad. 1 versus 4. Does he just try to save and have some extra money in the hole? I don't know what else he can do. I think any fragging here would be inconsequential, essentially, especially when you are a suffering CT side.
Yeah, for sure. The money is already, FURIA's money is already at a point where it's like, well, it's going to mean a lot more to just hold on to a gun. But they don't even allow that to happen. FURIA removed the M4 from his hands. So very limited things to work with here for Entropiq. But again, we'll see if they decide to go for something like an outside aggression with like 1 player or something at the early portions of the round. Because they need to fight, because FURIA are giving up parts of the map to kind of have the strong pressure that they are consistently executing. And that's the outside area of the map that they're giving up to do that. So
very nice incendiary, but the push is coming through squeaky, and maybe finally things will go the way of Entropiq. They've dropped the bomb as well, 5 versus 2 very early on. And that incendiary off the wall proves very, very crucial, considering the fast execute from FURIA. They were limited on one side. Now 2 versus 5. They have a lot to do. They've got 1 minute 30 on the clock. They've got money in the bag. So at worst, they want to do some huge economical impact to Entropiq. They want to die on their swords in this round just to make Entropiq die as well.
Yeah. And I love that what you said kind of came to pass there. You know, the fact that Entropiq are conditioned to be ready for the upper plays and then FURIA just still do it anyway, just to really test it, this was an example of that in this round, and Entropiq defended it nicely. And I wouldn't be surprised if FURIA tried to do it again, honestly. Nickelback coming in to finish off the rounds as he swings through on the lurk through lobby. Oh my god. Nailed. Absolutely nailed. And Yuri announces his presence at CT spawn.
Oh, don't give him the kill. Don't give him the kill. 30 seconds is a long time to give Yuri a 1 versus 2. You don't need to chase. You do not. Again, Yuri really trying to catch these players. He'll have to wait for that smoke, though. Well, he's got 16 seconds now. What is his intention? He's got $10,000 in the bank, and there are 3 rounds remaining after this, but he will be hopping away, it seems. Well, this is an interesting approach. I don't understand why he would do this.
Yeah, just I feel like you take a 1% chance at a kill here.
There are 3 rounds left, and he's...
Yeah, and they've
there
have
are
like
4 rounds left.
Unlimited money.
Yeah, I mean...
Go for the kill?
Yeah. I mean, sure, he's got to push for a smoke, and he's almost guaranteed to die, but it's almost. There is a 3% chance you get a kill somehow. But hey.
I spotted an artisan Hien there, I think.
Now the full buy has come through from FURIA. Vinny's got 2,900, so maybe there are shortcomings to come if they're not too careful. Grenades into that main position. Again, super classic versus pro used to sometimes get double HEs in there. And if that was the case in this round, maybe we would have seen a dead player. 5 versus 4 for Entropiq in round 12 is exactly what they were looking for.
Yeah. Slowly but surely. For Entropiq, get that early opening. We got outside presence here from Yuri. Ooh, big flash. Krad's not peeking with it though. It's a little bit deeper than he is able to kind of respond off of. So just holding that hub that main position. Yuri holding it down for now. Drop will assist. Has the bomb as well. FURIA forced to change approach, given the fact that they lost early on here. Krad looking very ready for any peaks. And FURIA, are they just going to walk down? No smokes up, but is there even any vision? I don't think there's even any vision outside. Except for Krad. He's going to hear the running down lower. Nickelback's in this position, but he's quite weak. Alien in position as well with the orb. So it should be pretty good here for Entropiq. And again, Nickelback, good for the multi-kill.
Yeah, and he has been. He really had to fight hard on the previous map as well, Nickelback. And that was the one notable player who was trying to hold down that B bomb site. And he will certainly do so in the 12th round as Entropiq looks to tie the score. 15 seconds now. That spray will at least slow Vinny down. With 8 HP and 3,200. He'll be falling away. Killed by the HE grenade. And Entropiq now, maybe get it in a chance to get some late rounds here. If they can make it to 9 rounds, then yeah, I think that can be an acceptable scoreline for them, especially with how aggressive and strong and dangerous FURIA have been in this half.
Oh yeah, yeah, game on for sure with 9 rounds. It's hard to know what to expect, you know, from FURIA ever, really.
It would be a very... If they were able to make it to... You can see that relief there. He's having a hard time. If they made it to 9 rounds, you would have never seen it coming with the way FURIA have been bullying them.
Yes, yeah.
In the middle of this half. But it's possible. It's technically possible.
Yeah, definitely. And it is one of those things too where Entropiq kind of just... It's one of those spots where sometimes it is just about hitting the shots and, you know, that's just where it is. And I think that was the case to a certain degree with Entropiq. FURIA just a very strong presence, and you have to be able to force some respect by winning some of those fights, and they started to win them. Getting the AWP onto Alien was really great. Oh, that's lots of damage onto Forrester. again, you know, FURIA so good at sort of systematically pushing back these upper players. Crowd now on top of the huts. Will that get mollied, I wonder? Again, going with this heavy presence around lobby, threatening upper.
Entropiq have kept 3 HEs, although it may be difficult to find a good time to use them.
Oh!
Just a little too fast, Arthur, and that is a strong connection from Elian, especially. Oh, there's a team grenade there. That HE's gone wrong, but they have smoked off the choke point. I don't know if Crad survives, and in the meantime, Lackey's been dropped on a ramp, which opens up the map for FURIA.
Yeah, Yuri knows it. He's just charging it in with the AWP. Doesn't want to waste any time just claiming position as quickly as possible for his team. And you can see the fast response coming in from Entropiq. Yuri will take down Nickelback. It's too slow to the angle, and that's why Yuri has such a sense of urgency, and they have outmaneuvered Entropiq completely. Entropiq, they're in such a good spot, but now they're in a really bad spot. I think they have to just hold on to these guns. There's no way back in.
Yeah, they do not have position. 2 versus 3 makes it way more doable than a 2v4, but you do need position as well, and that's something they do not have. With 2 rounds remaining and the money getting tight, it isn't worth the risk. At some point, you've got to call off the push, call off the search, and that will be now. FURIA to take the lead once again. 7 rounds on their T side. I think they'll be very happy with the proceedings.
Yep.
Falling away from the bomb now as they move to 7. 2 rounds remain in this first half, and you can see how important those saved weapons are for Entropiq. They will be able to buy around them for sure.
Yeah, man, that keyboard's really bright.
Green, green.
Is that Art's keyboard?
I don't like lights at the top of the keyboard. All
Yeah.
of mine are turned off.
Ooh. That was crazy because Alien had the worst angle. He had the worst angle. He had the left eye versus the right eye, but Art missed his shot. Simple as that.
Okay, there's something I want to say about the player models later on, but this is a big buy round and things are moving very quickly, so I'll try to remember it. Don't hold your breath. Initial smokes have come and gone. Nickelback is downstairs, moving around a secret position, and especially with Art's play earlier on, just making sure they're already a little worried, a little nervous if anybody's made their way downstairs, which is a clue that it'll be a relief for Entropiq to get off the CT side, I feel like, of the plays that FURIA have been making.
One minute to go in the round, and the bomb will be picked up as we'll start to see the intentions of FURIA moving back into lobby. They've left Yuri outside to perhaps keep presence or possibly try to lurk in. If they go up, you know, Yuri can kind of lurk in main, or possibly even snake down secret. But actually, they've dropped the bomb again. Going to throw the nades onto the upper site here. Now, looking to go into that upper site, looking to find those entries. Crad, is he going to be able to find anything here? FURIA slowing it down a little bit again.
It's almost like they're suggesting it's a fake, and then it's going to go in dry afterwards, but there are superior angles, and they can't communicate them fast enough. Entropiq in a nice position now for a 7th round. Very scary, the style that FURIA bring from round to round, but on this occasion, they will be bested by Entropiq. So what I was going to say, if we go back to the AWP duel that we saw previously on Squeaky, let's not forget the update that was made to the game where the player models, the way they would like draw a weapon, for example, like now when you pull out the AWP, it swings sideways, which can concede your position and so on. And the way that grenades are thrown looks more natural. So like if you're top of mid on Inferno, you catch a player throwing a grenade, you can just catch their arm sticks out of it, you can just catch them on the wrist, and they're a goner, which is pretty cool.
Okay, well, 7-7. Entropiq doing a good job to get more rounds on the board here, and going into the last round of the first half, we'll see if they can come out ahead. Art's in the smoke, pushing forward. Oh, he's managed to just get his way into main. Completely undetected as well. Art's in an interesting position. Oh, he's going to get backstabbed. There's so much variance in these spots, and Yuri's unable to be far forward enough to trade that one out. And FURIA left in 3 versus 5 now. They're going to need to do something pretty magical to get back into this one.
Yeah, Yuri has to have a better angle here. Well, now he's been detected, doesn't get a kill for his troubles. Elian falling back. It's a nice lineup from him. Yuri with a deep pop flash. Elian will eat all of that. Waiting for the rotation as well. Great read of the game, Yuri, but he's still not making that connection he's looking for. All of the Entropiq players are up at present. He's looking to the right. Flicks to his left, though. Ready for Nickelback. Now he's got a high ground on Elian, but drops core with a grenade in his hand. And I think that may be the bomb as well.
It is the bomb, but Forrester needs to win this battle. He will. And Lackey's there. Good for the next one. And that's going to be Entropiq actually coming out with an 8-7 first half. And considering, again, in the middle of the first half, how dominant FURIA looked, it's certainly a great result. And going into the second half, I really feel like it's extremely hard to know who's going to come out on top on this one. But just to remind all of you, if you're just tuning in for this one, we do have Entropiq, being in a position where if they lose this map, they're done in this series.
Both these teams playing for a place in the champion stage. Nobody goes home for losing this one. But Entropiq are definitely feeling the pressure versus FURIA. They've had some really fun back and forth. Again, that always referenced that match with Heroic on Ancient. Really engaging, and there was definitely space for both teams to make plays. But here, it has been very difficult indeed. But now they'll move to the aggressor side, although FURIA, doesn't matter what side they're on, they're going to push you anyway. We'll see if Entropiq can take control in this T-pistol.
Out by the squeaky door. Entropiq looking like they may be looking to burst here. A delayed burst on the upper side. Vinny with the Julies on the hut position. Some noise being made in lobby there for FURIA to hear. So many steps for FURIA to be listening to.
Lackey's got 2 flashes and a decoy. There's one. There's... I think one of them was a decoy, actually, and he's got one more flashbang as well. We'll see where that one is headed. So they're showing some presence towards the ramp, maybe to invite a rotation, but they are non-committal, as we can see. There's that last flashbang for Lackey now, going to be lined up for the A bomb site after the fake with the decoy earlier on. And it's Vinny's turn with the Julies. Up top, he's got help from Art as well, dropping off the door now. But their Krad's going to come in for 2. There's Lackey as well, leaving drop alone for FURIA. Versus 3. Looking good now all of a sudden for Entropiq on this pistol.
Yeah, great stuff. Really good job there by them. In a position where there's nothing left for Drop to do. And it looks quite tentative, as you say, like they were kind of teasing, trying to force rotations, trying to force FURIA to kind of get caught out of position. FURIA didn't really, I feel like, get caught out of position, but Entropiq just hit their shots, so that's definitely a good sign going forward. And FURIA are definitely known for their T sides in general, and especially on a map like Nuke. And we'll see now whether Entropiq can have a similar showing. They are setting themselves up. I would hope that we don't see FURIA force buying, just because this map... Never mind.
Too late.
Never mind. I was just going to say, just because it's, I know that, once the nades are in their hands, you get the AWPs rolling in and so on, it's pretty beneficial for them, but
they've only bought a FAMAS, and that's it. So...
Hero FAMAS.
We have the camera overlay. Marvelous. Always nice to see what people are doing, as there is plenty of story to tell. So they dropped support Kevlar, and Art has given him a FAMAS. So that's it. So it's not a full force buy, but they've got 1 play to make, I would presume, or maybe 2. They have the potential mayhem with the Pistoleros.
I do like it a lot, actually, because it allows you to get that extra damage in, possibly, as you say. Like, maybe somebody can pick that gun up if it drops. it also may feel like they're doing a full force buy. Because if you show the FAMAS straight away, which we just saw, now Entropiq might be running different protocols because they're thinking, oh, they force bought. So
we got a Krieg out.
Everybody on the rafters. Okay, Serato kind of wants to die, and to convince them, I feel like to go into the upper side, faking that he's dropped down lower as well.
Yeah, FURIA, big fans of false information. Ooh, well, there is the FAMAS kill. They don't retrieve a weapon from there just yet, but maybe they will later on, because not many of FURIA are positioned here. And this is getting awkward now. Bearing in mind the time they have left, they're focusing on that position, but it's Art with the USP. How are they going to get into a bomb site? They've got to smoke towards Squeaky as they make their way towards B, and it looks like that might be the right decision for them.
Yeah, Krad's investigating. Here's a lot of sounds there. The player's running on by. He's in a great position. Bursts out. Catches one kill. Again, full picture really from Krad as to what's going on. So, yeah, looks like... again, what's really interesting about this, again, is that FURIA, by showing that FAMAS straight away... Ooh, oh no, oh no, oh no. That's a gun to be collected. Vinny can just get away with that one.
It's a 4 versus 2, Dan. It's a 4 versus 2. Surely they commit to this one. There's still time for that bomb. Taking them a while to get through control, though. Nickelback gets his bell run, 15 HP. They've really got to get on that bomb fast, and I think Krad's got to let his teammate die and just wait, but now Vinny is in a 1 versus 2. The point of no return. Very scary for Entropiq towards the end, but they will keep Art short now as no weapon is taken into this round for FURIA.
Yeah, wow, what a crazy round. That was so close to going Entropiq's way. Again, I just love the fact that you could see the kind of the cogs turning for FURIA. As soon as they see the FAMAS, they're worried about a full force buy, so they're extra cautious.
You mean Entropiq? FURIA had the FAMAS.
Right, of course, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, Entropiq was super cautious, and it almost forced errors. Either way, good damage by FURIA, keeping the pressure on. Art playing the MP9, so honestly, it's not that bad, honestly. It's a great risk to have taken in that previous round. And he's in those close range engagements too around Squeaky Door. If there is to be a burst there, Art will be happy to deliver. He can pick up that gun now. Yuri going down in main. Fantastic pick from Forrester. Oh. Good damage from Art. Doesn't know how close he got to that one.
As I said, Entropiq are the aggressors, traditionally, in terms of halves, but FURIA are always aggressors.
Yeah, very true.
Doesn't matter what side they're on. All they know is forward. You can see Vinny pushing now, with Art getting into position. Won't reveal his spot just yet, as I say that, of course he does. A smoke to create some space, try and isolate some fights, taking out the bomb carrier. Needs to buy time now, looking for a second kill, not going to get there. Decon currently in control of Entropiq. And in this 2 versus 4, not sure if FURIA have anything left to offer.
Yeah, really nicely done there by Entropiq. Yeah, finding that early opening pick was really beneficial. Yeah, there's not much for FURIA to really do in this position.
Time to accept defeat for this round. So Entropiq will move to 11. Perhaps this is not over just yet, but there's plenty more CS to come. And FURIA will be heading towards maximum loss bonus, so the next buy is going to be quite a juicy one.
Yeah, and we haven't seen, because of that force buy, we haven't really seen a full buy just yet. So it is the case that FURIA will be able to show us something we haven't seen just yet on their defense. And similarly for Entropiq to be up against AWP, for weapons, for utility.
Well, this is going to be a no-nonsense round from Entropiq. Straight into the A-bomb site. Smokes in the choke point, avoiding the 5-7. Nickelback doing a 360. Can he get the MLG? He can. No, he can't. Lackey will do the job. MLG sticker for him. Entropiq now, man advantage. But I don't expect too much here from FURIA. You never know, however. Art has a flashbang. But they could save a little money here, FURIA. I think this is a low percentage situation for them.
Yeah, just keep hold of what they have. Force Entropiq to go deep for the kills. So getting to 12 pretty quickly, and it's looking quite comfortable so far for Entropiq. But again, once FURIA get those 4-buys rolling in with the AWPs, we'll start to see truly, how this is going to look, because we'll presumably see the best of FURIA at that point.
Art looking for any toys or opportunities. That is quite a calculation, surviving with 12 HP. Would have lost the flashbang otherwise. Rescues an M4 as well.
That's actually awesome.
Yeah, that's some nice money saved.
Like his mouse pad too.
I got to say, I'm a big fan of the Entropiq jerseys. I think they are the cleanest jerseys I've seen here.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah. I like how all the logos on there are just black, so it's super, super clean. And there's contrast, which can't be said for every jersey we've seen.
That's weird, because I thought you said that NIP was your favorite jersey at this event.
I think that someone needs to make a tier list of the jerseys that we have at the major.
I think so too.
I think I know which one's going to be at the bottom though.
Which one's that, James?
I couldn't possibly say that. No, but the NIP jersey is certainly missing some contrast on the logo. It's a bright yellow logo on a white background.
Right.
Which is unorthodox because there's a lack of contrast. But that's a nice, clean jersey from Entropiq, because I'm thinking, like, which one would I wear? I'd wear an Entropiq jersey for sure.
Yeah. Faux show. Okay. Close enough to the full buy for FURIA. AWP on Art. The utility is there as well. Pressure coming in from Entropiq. Oh, I love that. The triple HE behind this. That's great to see, but fortunately for FURIA, they managed to dodge that one. The triple HE, I love that.
Yeah, FURIA had some nice double HEs on the T side of Vertigo. Entropiq showing them that they have some dirty grenades in the hole as well. Warning shots towards that A bomb site. Very forward Molotov from drop. They're going to go straight through it, trying to cut them down with Dior, but at close range like that on this occasion, it won't happen for them. Ramp has been lost, and they can always choose to slow things down and head towards the A bomb site, but the bomb's been spotted towards B immediately. K-Serato and Art holding things down. 4 on 3 now as Forrester tries to find an opportunity over the smoke. He can't see the barrel just yet, but he has to know that Art is here somewhere.
He's crushed Art there. What a counterplay that we just saw out of Forrester. And that's going to keep the round alive for Entropiq here. 2 players left for FURIA though. K-Serato and Yuri trying to hold on. And Yuri will defend against the flank there. So with 30 seconds, Entropiq looking to go for this. Oh my goodness. Now Forrester is in a very hard position. Has to find a fight. He's found K-Serato. K-Serato doesn't want to give it to him. The time is against Forrester. Has to go for the plant. And K-Serato and Yuri will play together.
Oh, he can still do this, Forrester. He's made it 1v1 now, and he will clutch out the round and keep FURIA on the back foot in eco territory. And Entropiq are 3 rounds away from storming to a third map, after getting smashed on the first one. It looks to gain revenge on FURIA here in the second.
Yeah, it's looking really rough indeed, but they haven't looked back from that pistol on the second half. They have not looked back. They're really in great stead at the moment, and it's going to be interesting to see what FURIA are going to have to do to beat them out at this point, because we've seen... Yeah, that was the first round we saw where FURIA had all of the kits that they would want, and we'll still have an AWP here, but Entropiq looking pretty comfortable at this point.
Yeah, FURIA, this one is slipping away from them. With the performance we saw on the first map and those aggressive plays on the T side, you would think that they were going to make things very difficult when they moved to the CT side, but now we can see the animation from Entropiq The responses which were missing in the first map are certainly here in the second, and they are growing with confidence. That does not bode well for FURIA. 6 rounds behind at present. AWP is out, but so are double FAMASs, as this is a less than ideal situation for them. Even if they won that round with 2 players alive, well, it would have helped, but it would have kept their money in the bin. As we can see, it still is here. Entropiq have all the advantages to capitalize on.
Yes, that they do. Quite a passive defense outside for FURIA as we get the presence shown there. Alien holding these angles with the AWP, and Entropiq just slowly but surely just, creating presence, pushing back FURIA. Art's in a position where he might be able to make a play though, as they are getting closer to Secret, but they may not actually be pushing Secret. So Art might have an opportunity. We'll see. Caserate there in main as well. So Entropiq somewhat contained here outside.
This is a massive angle, and it's going to pay off perfectly. Caserate finding 2. Considering swinging on the outside, not necessarily necessary in a 5 versus 3, or maybe it is, as Alien starts to push his angle, but Yuri already proactive, getting superior position and making it a 4 versus 2. And perhaps this game of Nuke is not over just yet, as FURIA try to head towards an 8th round, but even this round's not over, but it's getting closer as Forrester has dropped, leaving Krad in a 1 versus 4. Maybe he could plant a bomb, but we can see Vinny creeping through the hut. He's been heard now. It's a nice one-tap from Krad. Got a 1v1, which he won't win now. Maybe that slower fire rate of the Krieg coming into action there as FURIA find an 8th round.
That was crazy. It actually felt kind of doable. Should he win that fight, but either way, will be a much needed round for FURIA, but there's plenty of bank for Entropiq to keep throwing goodbyes at them. And this has been a labored game of Nuke, I must say. So much pressure from both teams.
That's their first round of the half.
Yeah. Art playing main again with the AWP. Drop only with a FAMAS there on the ramp position. I wonder if he'll be singled out. They have managed to beat Drop around the ramp area previously, so that might be one avenue for Entropiq. There's cutting noise at the moment. There's some more CT utility that will deny vision towards main. There you go, there's a 1 minute mark outside smokes.
A round win here could potentially, for FURIA, could potentially be a brief eco for Entropiq. And then maybe with double figures for FURIA, the pressure would raise, but Entropiq will have something to say about that as they take control of the ramp position. With 50 seconds left, maybe hoping there's been rotation on the to the outside, and Art will be holding things down in that respect as Krad is eliminated, making it a 4 versus 4. But with possession of ramp, yes, you can go towards B, but you can also try and creep towards Hell, maybe go outside to get a little flank on Heaven as well. So there are many questions that FURIA will be asking as this clock continues to tick down.
20 seconds. Starting to get a little desperate on the time right now. That bomb will quickly make its way forward, but there goes Art looking for the pick. He's going to drop Nickelback. The bomb can be collected and ferried down to the planting position. Very important kill by Alien, and it's looking like Entropiq are getting the kills that they need. Yuri will have to swing around quickly as well. Art coming down the vent as well, looking to punish, and he will. Forrester goes down. Alien with the AWP. That's a nasty shot from Alien. There's one more to go. As Art and Alien is good for it. What a finish from Entropiq.
So many things happening in that round, cutting off the flanks, cutting off the rotations into the vent, but we already had a CT in there. A very important clutch frags on the B bomb site for Entropiq again. FURIA trying to take charge, trying to take control, but Entropiq now putting themselves within touching distance of a 3rd map. Such a fast quick scope there from Elian, and he has a great presence of mind, ready for this kill. No jiggle, just a dry peek from Art, and Elian delivers when he really needs to. Now Yuri taking things into his own hands. Desperate situation for FURIA. If they could just get to 10 rounds before Entropiq gets to 15, then who knows what happens, but they may not be allowed to do that.
Oh, Lackey picking off Yuri outside. That's a fantastic one. They've actually moved Art with the AWP to the ramp position drop only on a Deagle, and Lackey is just schooling everybody at the moment. He's got himself an AWP in hell. Now where's the next one? Here comes Keserato to finish him off. Looking good for that one. There's that gun pull out. Oh my god, Lackey gets it anyway. Unreal. Now drop with the Deeg. Oh, Lackey misses the easy one, but it doesn't matter because that's 15 rounds now for Entropiq. Lackey did more than his fair share in that round. Furia, after that, I mean, dominant string of rounds in the opening first half, it's crazy to see how Entropiq are finding their comfort.
This is a fantastic way to respond to Furia's plays in the first game and the first half of Nuke. Entropiq have got statements to make as well, and they're showing how deep they can go. These kills from Lackey, the maneuvering from both of those players, but Lackey getting that kill is very impressive indeed, and we've got some big problems now for Furia. They tried to be aggressive in that previous round, well, every round really, but it's going to be even harder this time. Not even waiting for smokes. Entropiq, confident enough to just go straight down towards Secret. Maybe reading that there's a potential off angle towards main, since no one's contesting the outside rotation. And again, we can see Furia trying to make things happen by the double doors of B.
Yeah, having to deal with the decon and control room stairs setup. Actually falling back out of Secret. Entropiq looking for a way to finish this one off. Oh, they might be going back. Yeah, to that committed outside. Elevated position there. Inquiring, asking questions. Oh, he's been completely caught there. Again, Lackey, a thorn in their side.
So many players above him. Stepping on the heads of Furia, and this may be the end of the line. Lackey and Nickelback pretty tagged though, but Vinny's got so much to do on his own, and he doesn't have position. That's going to be that. Entropiq smash Furia straight back, just as was done to them, at least score-wise. That first half was indeed difficult for them, but that's a strong scoreline to take it to the final map.
Yes, the final map, Ancient. What a showdown between these two sides. Entropiq, you know, they definitely, I mean, they struggled to find themselves on map 1, but well, I mean, that was happening on map 2 as well. I mean, it took them a while to get going, but as soon as they hit that T side, man, we're back to seeing the Entropiq that we've been seeing. Just dangerous.
Indeed. Well, that is it for game 2. It is time for the thoughts of the desk, led by Monsieur Richard Lewis.
So, what a response from Entropiq. We thought we were going to see a 2-0 to Furia, but there's legs in this series yet. Nuke not going according to the script on the desk. Yanko, Blair, what did you make of that one? You know, it's very surprising to me to see a Furia as disjointed on Nuke as they were.
Yeah, I think they did manage to reset after that first map. I think it was obvious they got off to a good start in the first half, but then we saw some of those frustrating rounds from Furia, really, you know, Art going down vents, kind of behind the player ramp, some of the explosive plays in the half by early on. We even saw Forrester got team flashed by Krad in hut. He could have gotten like 2 kills, dismantled that Ego, and that's just very... yeah, just frustrating, right, to lose round in such a way, and especially after the way the first map went, you were thinking, well, maybe, you know, Entropiq is just going to tilt. They didn't have a great first half, considering they started on the CT side, but they certainly got it done on the T side in the second half.
I gotta say, like, the second half here at Nuke is the first time we've seen Entropiq really wake up in such a series, right?
Yeah.
You go back to the first half here at Nuke, it was, I won't like Bianco, you said, Art was just toying with them, those individual plays he was going for, pushing it through the smoke to its Squeaky. They even conditioned them so much with these upper takes and upper hits that they didn't even have anyone watching outside. Then you had Yuri sneaking in from outside yard. So many rounds where it was just Furia toying with them. And I won't lie, heading to the second half, 8-7 scoreline, I'm like, the way Furia is playing, they're just 3 or 4 steps ahead of the side of Entropiq. We haven't seen any of the individuals step up. But then on the attacking side, Entropiq just went to a whole different gear altogether. Individuals stepping up as well. That is one thing we were talking about after game number 1, where we said, you know, these individuals on the team, like Lackey, Alien, Krad, they need to also start hitting the shots, win these duels against the FURIA players. And they did it. They even had some cool clutches coming out from Alien with the AWP, for example. So we finally have a game in our hands here.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is Entropiq's strength, right? All the best Entropiq performances I've seen, I think, are on that T side when they just get rolling and they have that kind of like run and gun style. But just to your point, Blair, as well, obviously, Elian is a talismanic player in this team, and he had a very poor first map showing. I think he only got something like 8 kills. Obviously stepped up in a big way here, multiple clutches at breaking points where the game could have maybe started to swing back in Furia's favor. But this is a decisive win against, you know, a team. If you were to ask Furia what's your best map, they say Nuke all day, and they've been dominated here.
Yeah, perhaps only, you know, Inferno, somewhere they're more comfortable on, considering they played it 3 times in this tournament. True. But yeah, I think for Entropiq, great way to step up. We saw some of the clutches there that they were winning. That certainly helps. Alien had a massive one towards the end of the game. You could just tell that they were playing with a lot more confidence, even individually. Krad, you know, searching for a fight on ramp, getting an entry kill. It's just an individual player, really. Well, you know, no one's setting him up. The rest of the team was somewhere else.
Yeah, well, you mentioned Krad. He was the MVP. He's got a name like Nemesis of Conan the Barbarian. Someone from that time swinging around a big sword. He was doing that here on the server. It was absolutely crazy. And, you know, we've all the focus has been on Elian. But like you say, Entropiq aren't a one-man team. They've got pieces around him, some of it experienced, some of it a little bit unknown, like Krad. Blair, you like this player?
Yeah, I like this in our team, and I think you hit the nail on the head when you said it's not about only the Alien show. The problem, or rather the thing is, Alien is such a standout player that it's sometimes you look only at the stats, you're like, oh, this guy's carrying this team like Simple Black and Flipside, for example. It's not the case. The guy is really talented, but there is a system around it, and all these individual pieces like Forrester, like Krad. I won't lie, I go back to the first half of Nuke, go back to Vertigo, there were a lot of problems, lots of missed nades, missed smokes, team flashes, etc. coming on in. But as you pointed out as well, like the second half, everything kind of came in together. And it's the individuals firing on all cylinders at the same time the system finally clicking into place that got in the win.
And one element we did set up before we went into the map was we were talking about, you know, what happened on that CT side back in the Honda days was the new guy, Honda, the guy that maybe isn't to the same level as these guys, got isolated and bullied. And unfortunately for Drop here, I kind of got a little bit of deja vu going on in my mind that Drop really sort of didn't get going and looked a little bit out of sorts at times. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think it is fair, and it's also, if you talk about ramp, for example, it's a high pressure position because the main thing you tell your ramp players is just don't die on me, right?
Still
like, you know, you can give them ramp, then they can't plant the bomb on ramp, they have to go all the way down, right? So play for information, you usually play an off angle, try to get 1 kill, drop down. But, you know, you could see if Entropiq is trying to put pressure there with just 1 guy, so either you're just conceding that map control and giving free information to Entropiq, or even worse, if you die just to the sole player, that creates just confusion for the rest of your team and how to rotate and what to do. And yeah, that's where individually you just have to be on point.
Yeah, Blair, anything to add to that about Drop's performance?
Yeah, I'm not going to harp too much on his performance alone. I agree with you, obviously, and it's a very important position where you don't really have to do too much, right? Contest
the heart of the map.
Yeah, just contest a little bit, maybe drop 1 down towards ramp, you know, just stay alive, as you pointed out. But I feel like overall, like the upper hits, for example, coming in from Entropiq, it was very clinical. It was very emphatic. I think that's the word I'd use here, where they were just pushing onto the sides, great flashbangs coming in, just splitting apart the defense, right? And they never really allowed Furia the freedom to go for those kind of quirky plays Art likes going for, trying to be sneaky, coming in behind, getting the flank, and they didn't really have the space nor the mentality, so to speak, to do that, because they were getting just punished and just getting pushed that time and time again. So overall, not going to be, I don't think it was an individual letting down Furia. I think as a team, they just didn't quite show up in the second half.
All right, well, look, we are going to go to a quick break, guys. We're going to be talking about Ancient, the decided when we come back. So there you have it. We are about to find out whether we're going to have Furia or Entropiq go through or go to the deadly 2-2. So make sure you join us. Yeah, welcome back. So it is the deciding map in the series between FURIA and Entropiq. Both of these regions have high hopes for their teams. A lot of fans, fingers crossed, but only one can go through to the Avicii Arena. It was all going so well. I think that's my first fluff on the stage. I'm tired, of course. Not to worry. I hope the players aren't tired because we're about to have Ancient. We've highlighted the importance of this new map coming into the pool and how surprisingly it hasn't had the same sort of lifespan as Vertigo. Everyone was just like, oh, you know, whatever. Like, we'll just avoid Vertigo for as long as humanly possible. Then players started to adopt it. And then it was kind of like, all right, Ancient's here. So what happens now? Everyone's going to play Vertigo, right? Well, actually, no. People have been leaning in towards Ancient, and it's been a secret weapon for a number of teams here. So are Entropiq one of them?
I don't think necessarily it's their secret weapon, but I think they're pretty decent on the map. I mean, they're 10-4, although they played it a lot against some tier 3 teams, MIBR and whatnot, and just had comfortable wins. So we'll have to see. I think obviously a lot of focus is on that mid control and how it's make it the bug Molotov, quote unquote, is making it easier to get that control if you're on the T side and gives you more options. The map did feel heavily CT sided before. Then if you add just the M4A1S buff on top of that, it could have been a bit of a nightmare to play it, but now it seems to have balanced itself out a little bit more.
Yeah, I feel like the map is in a very interesting place right now, where initially a lot of teams were going for that mid control. They're trying to battle it out time and time again. Sometimes I feel like they were just going for it by default, trying to approach a map like you do other maps of similar layout. But I feel like we see different approaches coming out from multiple teams, right? You know, some teams pushing the extremities of the map, going for the ramp control, for example.
And also the problem was when the map initially came out, I mean, you didn't even know which were the strong angles to play, strong spots. So you would just see amazing individual performances because people are just wide peeking, right? Like everyone's just swinging. There's no shoulder peeking because you don't know which angle you need to shoulder peek. Now we're seeing more
online as well, of course.
Yeah, now we're seeing more nuance. We're seeing, you know, some set positions for players and so on. CTs having different gambles at the beginnings of rounds, mid-round aggression and so on. There's a lot more variety now on the map, and that's why it's even more interesting to watch. But it's probably the map that's been adopted the most out of all the newly introduced maps we had through the history of CSGO.
Which is kind of crazy as well, because for me this map reminds me a bit of old Train or old Nuke, where on a CD side you can just completely shut your opposition out and you can just dominate and have a 16-1, 16-2 scoreline. So the fact that a map like this, and I don't really feel like any team has rather found the key to how to really play this map yet. Everyone's kind of figuring it out, right? And the fact that despite the risk of it completely spiraling out of control for you if you go for the pick, teams are still committing to it, which is a bit of a surprise.
I've heard a lot of arguments in the green room about whether or not it's a CT or a T-sided map. We're not going to get into that now.
Of course not.
Some casters understand the game, some don't, apparently. So I won't tell you which side of the argument I'm on. But look, let's talk about Entropiq stats on this map, and then we'll sort of talk about FURIA. I mean, you know, obviously Entropiq have played this, I think, a little bit more than FURIA. So I guess they're going to be feeling confident. That's accurate.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. You know, lower tier opposition that they have been beating up on, lost it to Heroic at this major so far, and yeah, I think they're pretty fine with it. You have to, you know, if you talk about FURIA, I think they only played it 5 times in the last 3 months. 2 of those were at Pro League with Gary. One of those games was against Entropiq that they lost in an extremely close fashion. I think it was 16-13 or something. 16-13. Yeah, so I think definitely Entropiq are going to feel more comfortable. They're more practiced on the map.
But then again, for FURIA, again, there are all these caveats, right? You talk about the tier 3 opposition that Entropiq had, and for FURIA, the last 2 wins they had on this map, I guess, was against one team, which is Pain, one of which was a 16-0 complete stomping coming in. And bear in mind, Pain, look, I know they're not really considered as like a tier 1 team, so to speak, but they're a pretty decent team. I've been casting a lot of their games in the NA side of things. They're a solid team. They know what they're doing in Ancient, and the way they got completely shut out on that map, it does bode some positive signs for FURIA.
Yeah, well, so let's talk about FURIA's strengths on this map, or potential strengths, I should say. Obviously, I feel whenever you talk about FURIA, there's essentially 2 things going on. And the first is obviously the K-Serato, Yuri, you know, the dynamic duo, You know, they've got to really sort of, you know, frag out and be able to hit their shots. And obviously you've got on a map like this, the art factor can create that chaos where you can maybe exploit some of the vulnerabilities. Now, again, I've seen FURIA play a handful of times on this. The Guerri games obviously don't count in my opinion. But you can see Yuri, one of the guys, not quite up to his usual standards here at the Major.
Yeah, and they're going to need him here on this decider. I think, you know, when you asked about some of the strengths of FURIA, I think it is their just aggression on the CT side, right? But it has to be well timed, and it
can be punished.
Yeah, and it also has to be team-based, right? Not just in, you know, one-by-one players going for information plays, right? You want to be disruptive when it comes to Entropiq. And I think on the T side, probably just try to group up more, right? We saw it even on Nuke when they were taking it slow. Sometimes didn't really work out for them. So try early on, perhaps to brute force your way into some of the sites. Maybe give a lot of utility support to Art, send him out mid, making, you know, draw some attention to himself, create space, then explode on one of the bomb sites, put yourself in a post-plan situation, let your players really have a chance to, you know, win you the round. Even if you're in a 3v4 post-plan, then your players can work.
Yeah, there is a beauty in simplicity as well. Like Anko said, like these players, if you look at the stars they have, your Cerrado, Art, what he can do and everything, and there is that world where there is pressure on your opposition who are more inexperienced compared to FURIA. Although both of them are kind of new when it comes to the major thing. You know, FURIA really haven't had that much of experience in the major cycle, but still at this stage they are kind of the favorites when it comes to the experience they have. And sometimes a good hammering is what you need to get the win.
So I'm told. I want to talk about Art as well. I think we need to highlight him a little bit, right? I mean, on a map like this specifically, you know, his aggressive pushing with the AWP, I don't know how volatile and successful that can be. You know, what do you think about it, Yanko?
To be honest, sometimes I think it's a little bit overrated. Like, people are saying, oh, yeah, he does that, but that creates so much space. I even had people tweet at me and say, you know, yeah, but he's doing that so that if he dies, even if he dies, then he can lead the team like,
in a 4v4, 4v5,
or 4v4, 4v5. I'm like, that's just ridiculous. I think sometimes it just looks a little bit silly, really, right? Like, that needs to be perhaps a little bit better coordinated, so that the rest of the team can react in case his aggressive play goes wrong. So yeah,
and these are the stats I think from the last map. You can see just a comparison to Alien. You know, Art's held his own just as a pure AWPer. It's just, for me, on a map like this, I don't want him to be kind of like running off to the other side or lurking and not having... I think the AWP is too impactful on a map like Ancient.
I feel the AWP on Ancient, there are two schools, right? I think most schools are now leaning towards a singular AWP. You know, they have to play it towards mid. He's going to be rotating back towards the cube area on the B side. But there is also a good argument that can be made that having a double AWP setup, especially when you know the Cerrado is comfortable being the secondary AWP player, they can just go for this dual op setup, and there are times where you can completely shut out your opposition, right? But I do wonder how Art's going to take this. Like you said, Richard, being a primary AWPer, it's a very important role, especially on Ancient on the CD side. And if you're going to be going for this aggro peaks, aggro pushes down ramp solo in mid, and you die with 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining on the clock, what are you really doing?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a worry, especially given that, you know, Alien obviously isn't going to be lurking, or he's going to be there banging your head off. You know, let's just then look at the other side of the equation, talking about Entropiq and perhaps some features to look for. Having already seen them play Ancient here, I mean, I thought Alien, you know, I think, you know, it's so boring, I guess, to sort of keep talking about him. But, you know, he knows this map. He clearly enjoys playing it. It's been kind to him, let's say.
I also think this is where the experience of Hooch could potentially help them, because this is an extremely high pressure game.
Oh, this is, yeah,
so
for
what
sure.
usually happens in those situations is, like, when you're playing the CT side, you over rotate, you react to everything, right? So discipline for me is going to be key here. And if you're playing the T side, you want to bait exactly that. So just, you know, you use small utility, you know, just throw a smoke and a flash somewhere to draw one player away, pull his rotation, then you manage to sneak your own player through mid behind the ranks, right? Create commotion in a sense. I think that's going to be the name of the game, really, mostly for Entropiq. I do feel FURIA is at its strongest where they're going in as a group, perhaps just having Art, you know, draw attention to himself. But for Entropiq, I think that could be key. Just you know, make FURIA over-rotate and then punish them and abuse the gaps.
Yeah, especially given FURIA's style, right? I mean, they are looking to essentially push and pull Entropiq around the map, and if you don't give them that, you're essentially forcing FURIA's hand to execute something very well on you.
Yeah, you basically need to have faith in your teammates, right? Have faith in your teammates. Keep the comms clean. Don't have to overreact, over-rotate. Because we did see quite a lot of cool little gimmicky plays coming out from FURIA on the T side of Nuke, and that's something going to be doing here as well. Like towards the mid-halls area, whatever you want to call it, you're probably going to be having Art trying to sneak on in multiple times while his teammates are creating a little bit of a distraction towards the A side, towards the B side, for example, and he's going to try and find a window of opportunity to cut off the rotation to maybe sneak on in and get a multi-kill. They're going to be doing this multiple times in this particular, on their T side at least. So that is the opportunity for Entropiq to punish them for it. Don't over-rotate. Have faith in your players, the individuals. You know you have a good system, and just let that system work for you.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, you're talking about high-pressure situations. Just to make it abundantly clear for everyone at home, obviously FURIA have been to majors before, but you know, they haven't made it right the way through to those playoffs and been in that top 8. So they're feeling a different kind of pressure. You know, this is a project that's been out there for a while, had a lot of budget, had a lot of focus, had a lot of negative attention. It's almost like people forget about the time they signed those 5-year contracts, right? Yeah. You know, this has been a long-term project, and it's just kind of never quite got to the point it should have been, mainly because Henny walked out on them and left them in this crazy situation.
Yeah, that's when they looked at their best, really. They're almost a Brazilian/North American version of OG to me, you know. They're always there, they're always around. The OG even made some finals, really, and FURIA just could never get that past that last hurdle and really put themselves on the map. So you're wondering if, you know, it has to be a couple of roster changes on the horizon, maybe a look at how they approach the game, a bit of change of style, right? Try to add a little bit more depth to your game. So we'll see what are the decisions that they make after this major.
Yeah. Final thoughts from you, Blair?
I just want to add on to what Yanko said here. I feel, yeah, that there will be changes here. Look, no one expects to see FURIA winning this tournament. No one's expecting that to happen, right? But a deep run is definitely on the cards. And I do believe, yeah, we're going to be having this crazy shuffles happening. All eyes are in EU right now. But yeah, if you look at South America, a lot of players could potentially be up for the picking. Players like Safe, for example, I think he should definitely be in consideration. We have players like MOUZ in some of these teams as well. But there we go.
Yep. All right, guys, thanks for your thoughts. Let's get into it. The decider, one of these orgs is going to make history by going to the Avicii Arena. Take it away, James and DDK.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, history in the making. And we've got a drop here on the defense, opening things up on map number 3. First blood for him, and maybe another one. Gets a dink, actually. Forrester, very weak, but able to strike back and continue the presence of Entropiq around the A main position. But they're not looking to commit into the A site. But FURIA, they're feeling it. Look at that rotation. All towards A now.
I think this is the perfect place to end a series between FURIA and Entropiq. Should be very interesting to watch indeed. High explosives thrown, but the shrapnel won't connect as much as FURIA may have liked. Now they're going to rotate towards the B bomb site, as we can see. Entropiq, and Yuri's got a lot to do here. Keiserato towards A has the defuse kit for the FURIA squad. We'll see if that comes into play. Smoke to create some space. Super Mario Brothers as Nickelback makes his way into the site. Just about not showing behind that pillar, as we can see, but as soon as he straight into the crosshairs of Yuri, who tries to hold things down yet more, but Lackey will get revenge.
And more engagements here as FURIA try to press their way onto the bomb, but not looking good initially. Trades coming through, and not a huge amount of time left just yet. PT50 doing some good damage. It's getting very intense now. Keiserato on the bomb. Is he going to try to stick it? Yes, he will. He's going to try to hold this. There comes the knife from Elliot. Yes, he'll get it just in time. Denying the defuse and picking up the cash money.
Another knife kill in the pistol. It's a great way to approach a smoke defuse, and it really did get there just before that defuse came through. And I did thought that they lost so much position with knowing that Keiserato had a kit, but the smoke grenade as well made things a lot worse. And it can be hard to hunt because you don't know like what side of a plant sometimes the bomb's being diffused from, which can make it really hard to find a connection. Looking for that blood through the smoke as well, but the knife came through at just the right time. So Entropiq take a very important pistol round for them. The T side of Ancient our final and deciding map to find out who makes it to the legend stage. The champion stage, excuse me, in this series. It is 2-1 though. There will be no elimination for the team that loses, but it will be a longer road.
Kratz leading the way with the Mag-10, looking to take control of Dig, and so far so good here for Entropiq. Not too much to worry about. These USPs, it's hard to find value against these Mag-10s. Looking for more knife kills, come on. Beautiful. 2-0, and now the guns come out.
From what we have seen with the games that we have commentated, Dan, I've referenced it many times, but it is very relevant. The game that Entropiq had with Heroic, the sheer aggression you see on an Ancient from Heroic, especially on Heroic CT side, and how Entropiq tried to refuse to be conditioned by their takes of mid, for example, and so on. Like, they are ready to fight an aggressive team on Ancient, and I do worry if FURIA will be ready for the same with how these two teams match up with each other. Very interesting that one of the players has got like half a hoodie on. Like, his left arm's in a hoodie, I suppose for warmth, but his right arm is not something you see every day. And the Krieg isn't either these days, but Elian's got it in his hand to get a nice frag onto Vinny.
And I might want to go for this to try to deny. Oh, he's traded it! Both. The transfer's beautiful. Oh, man, that's just so sick. Art finding a moment to really make things difficult, but the bomb still going down. And we'll see Entropiq trying to hold this 2v3.
Oh, this could be a spectator connection again. Let's not forget that we are in a different country to where these players are.
Indeed.
So normally, when this happens, it is spectator client and won't necessarily be impacting players on the server. So don't worry too much about that, but hopefully we can fix things sooner rather than later. Sometimes the internet be like that, man.
True, true. It's looking good for Entropiq so far, though.
Yeah, it is looking good.
It's looking pretty good.
It is looking good.
The first map, I was like, oh, they're not looking that hot today. They're missing some shots, not looking too sharp compared to what we've seen. But obviously, Nuke was quite surprising. So, you know, of course, if you are just joining us for this best of three,
welcome.
These two teams have won each other's picks going into this third map. I don't know who you favor really on this one. Entropiq have had some really great results so far. So
the thing is, like, in terms of favor, we can see it looks like FURIA won that one, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, FURIA won that one by defuse in that round. So, we've mainly seen Entropiq play, and they've been strong. So, I'm not going to favor someone because I don't have as much info from witnessing FURIA play in terms of form and so on, which is very important in these matches. But I am expectant from FURIA, and Lackey has full control of mid now as there's nobody in Donut. They don't necessarily know that. He'll be looking for more. Kratz got to be careful trying to duel rifle versus Mac-10 through the smoke, but it's a pretty good situation for Entropiq right now, despite it being a 4v4.
Yeah, Yuri alone, totally alone in the most forward position, is really the only person that could perhaps turn the tide here, given that Entropiq have massive advantages at the moment, at the present time. Now, Entropiq will be creeping onto that B site. There's no vision, but Vinny might be actually slowly but surely working his way into a spot where he can punish a plant attempt. Oh, the jiggle. Spots the play, and he still has a teammate, Yuri, over by Dig, now coming to help out as well.
Nice angles. A safer plant this time from Entropiq. The previous attempt was very crazy indeed. An exchange around the B bomb site. It's a long rotation from Queserato, but there is time, or is there? Vinny is the man with a defuse kit, so we've got to keep an eye on his play. Very close to the site now. Spot Forrester just needs to connect one more bullet. Great spray, punishing Lackey close to the smoke. And suddenly Nickelback is alone, and he's going to get executed from the back. It's another round in the bag for FURIA.
Yeah, great round from FURIA. If you consider, I mean, the last couple rounds, they had to win these after plants, these retakes, and they've done a great job there. But if you look at how Entropiq was set up, you know, they're such a good position. You know, they got that exploitation of that mid position. They got a very deep spot, able to smoke off spawn, and at that point, you know, FURIA had no information on the map, and they had the presence of mind to just hold their positions and just to wait it out and take information plays as necessary. And able to react quite effectively. Entropiq, definitely a lot for them to work with, but for now, only the pistols.
An aggressive play from FURIA in mid. With utility at the very least, we can see there is a focus towards the B bomb site. What animal is that, Dan? Chirping away at the background.
That is a Colombian white-feathered parrot.
Get on the Googles, guys.
Not normally caught on broadcast, but we had the luxury, the privilege this time around.
A quick look from Cesarato. Nice smoke angle to create some space. And you know that he's never shy to peek, as we saw on Vertigo earlier on in this series. So you've got to be real careful going up against him, because he will do things that you won't expect. He'll catch you off guard if he can. 44 seconds for Entropiq to try and find something from this. Yuri down to the USP versus the Deagle. There is an AK in the hands of Lackey, and maybe something can be done with that. They're trying to abuse the numbers now towards B bomb site. They look good for a bomb plant as well as Vinny will have to wait for reinforcements, or perhaps not. Goes from bad to worse now as Lackey's holding point with the AK-47. They may just win the round.
Oh, unable to get the AK-47. That's really unfortunate. But indeed, Lackey causing problems. What a beast, that 3K. Getting a bomb down. Already, they've got massive damage. But can they actually find a way to win this one? Nickelback with the P250 will go down. He's not happy with that one, but you couldn't really ask for much more. 3 kills, a bomb plant. That's an enormously positive result for Entropiq. And there's lots of data, I think, for them to work from in terms of what they can play with strategically, map control-wise. We had already, I'm not sure which player it was, but in one of the previous gun rounds, Entropiq were able to just run up mid and completely take FURIA off guard. So I'm curious if they'll be able to find more holes in the defense like that to exploit. But great shot from Lackey, looking dangerous going into this third and final map in this series. And again, to remind you, winner of this series will make it to the playoffs. We'll be playing in the arena. First massive arena event since the COVID era began, and
first time in a long time.
And indeed, and then first major in 2 years. So there's a lot of prestige on this match for them, for both teams here.
I like the pace of this match that we're seeing early, and Entropiq look ready to just keep this level of aggression high on this T side, which means that we should be in for an entertaining time. Both teams with AWPs out. Cesarato and Elian will be looking to best each other or other players around the map. And again, we've got to focus on a mid position. There's a second player this time for FURIA with Entropiq on the bite. They'll try to get as much out of that smoke as possible with a late delay, but it looks like Entropiq are going to swing behind it. They've got flashes coming through from T-Spawn as per usual, and Art is caught on the rotation.
Lackey again going up mid. That's what I mentioned previously. Such a deep position. Crowd finding one towards Dig as well. And Lackey consistently finding his frags. Vinny has to be so good here. It's got to be a multi-kill. It has to be a multi-frag for them to be able to recover. And he's able to catch one off guard, but he can't find the shots. And it's Elian instead to take him down. And that is a round over. 4 versus 1 for Entropiq. And again, they are abusing this mid control, I have to say.
Yeah, and for those of you in GoTV, I would just have a look at I believe it's Forrester who's throwing the grenades into the mid position. He may or may not be the person who's throwing the mid smoke, but he's throwing the flashes for the swing afterwards. We can see that FaZe Liquid has gone deep into overtime on Mirage as Liquid try to make it 1-1. I believe FaZe won the first map, so that's pretty exciting. But also here, this is a fantastic opportunity for people to learn a few grenades on this new map, and you don't really need too many for your matchmaking and so on. It doesn't require too much effort. This is a good opportunity to learn a mid-smoke, learn a mid-flash, to allow your team some map control. And Entropiq feel like they're in control at the moment as they put FURIA into eco territory.
Indeed, indeed. With the half hoodie on-off thing,
right?
It's yeah. I mean, it makes sense. You know, if you're trying to look for a way to warm up a little bit, but you don't want to have that kind of sleeve, kind of that weight of the sleeve on your mouse arm, then I guess that's what happens. 3-3, and the money for FURIA is terrifyingly bad. They do have some firepower to work with, so this will be a huge one for FURIA to find. But again, we see the mid presence. This has been a win so far for Entropiq. There's a couple players around Donut that might be looking for a... Yeah, exactly. Nice little angle there. Oh, boosting over the smoke. What a way to fight back against this mid control. Good stuff there. Creative response from FURIA.
Drop and Keserato moving around Donuts on the A-bomb site. Won't go as far as to peek into long. But Keserato is moving for an angle, and Art's being very, very careful in mid in the meantime. So a 2-1-2 setup from FURIA. Like that angle though from Yuri. That could catch a player off guard, and maybe the silenced M4 could certainly come into play. But that smoke grenade may be a cue. I like the timing of the flashbang as well. If they eat that, bear in mind, it does cover some sound. Great angle from Yuri. Got to be careful about the spray now, but again, the flash causing problems for Entropiq as it is time to push. That CZ in the hands of Art could be very dangerous. Bomb dropped now, which means full rotation. Art from out of nowhere just slowing things down, causing absolute mayhem on this bomb site. No respect, risks taken, but again, with the pistol, why the hell not?
Yeah, and I mean, we're looking at a FURIA that's responding really well. Again, their buy there, their force buy was, you know, around some of the safe guns. It wasn't looking very strong. It was that's a huge round for them to win, to, you know, not be on the eco, to not lose momentum and grip of the map. And instead, FURIA are going to be able to do that to their opponents. You can see that the money is not very good, or as good as Entropiq would like it to be able to have these full buys, but they will actually invest in 3 players here. 4 players. I mean, it's okay, now it's the full buy. I was going to say, it looks a little bit weird, but they are going to be buying after time. And what is the response? Because FURIA have showed Entropiq that they have tricks up their sleeves to deal with the mid victories that Entropiq were getting. So now Entropiq have to find a way to play against that in their buy round, or they have to come up with something else entirely. But for this round, they're looking to burst into A.
Lovely transfer from Drop, and Keserato is here to pick up the slack as Drop starts to run out of bullets. Quickly made 5 versus 2, and FURIA need more rounds on the board, I think that is fair to say. Need to limit the losses here as well. The Tech-9s have proven dangerous at this major. I feel like the Desert Eagle will likely fall out of favor to some degree. We've definitely seen some more Tech-9, more success as well. These tight angles, that one-shot range with the Tech-9. Very dangerous weapon, making a resurgence at the Stockholm Major 2021. Now Nickelback has an AWP to save, and Dan's going to talk for the next 36 seconds.
Well, Nickelback looking to just keep this in his hands at the very least, and Art might make that difficult. Running around will be eventually we'll find Nickelback. There is certainly time for that. Making a lot of noise though, so presumably Nickelback will be able to defend this, no problem. Indeed. Art's kind of just sacrificing himself to find out where the AWP is saving. However, his teammates are not really close enough to do anything about it, so it ends up really not helping almost at all for Art. But that's fine, they've got plenty of money to be buying with. And FURIA, I really felt like they were going to be struggling after we saw the opening from Entropiq, but here we are, 5-3, FURIA in the leads, and the question is, now we go back into the buy for Entropiq, are they going to continue the mid shenanigans, or will they change approach entirely?
FURIA have got 3 AK-47s on their CT side, which certainly helps even up these duels. We've got a timeout from Entropiq. They're not shy for a timeout. They've used all of them in the previous map, or maybe both maps actually. They're on their second timeout of 4, as you can see. Thanks to that clean overlay. Love the black background. Nice contrast on the yellow, unlike the NIP jersey there.
Oh, so the NIP jersey is your favorite one?
No, it's just a contrast. Where's the contrast? I don't know, because it's one of those jerseys which is like not going to be remembered. It's not like an iconic jersey, because I think of Manchester United, right, for example, and the iconic jerseys that represent a time with a certain roster and so on. But they've got the black on yellow, and you can see it's very nice contrast. But the black The white on yellow, not so much.
A
bit harder to read.
I'd like you to talk about that more, if you could. I'd like to hear more about this contrast.
Well, I've seen some hostile conversation on the Twitter about it. But anyway, we don't have NIP in this particular game. They'll be looking to qualify as well, of course.
Yeah, they lost against Na'Vi, so that's slowed their journey down a little bit, but I'm sure they'll be in there with the ticket soon enough. So just the AWP here on Elian, and not able to find any picks early on. You can see that Crowd was holding around the B ramp, so just keeping tabs on what the CT side are doing. FURIA playing pretty passively. They don't have to do anything. They have that inherent advantage, more utility, better guns. And Entropiq have actually drained some of that utility away, so that might make their lives somewhat easier getting in. They'll try to sacrifice players so that Elian can get the pick. And once again, another sacrifice on this peak. There it is, and there's a trade, so that's worked out.
Yeah, that's how you make space sometimes. Crad a little too close to the smoke, and Vinny will punish it. Thin those numbers somewhat, trying to get a crossfire with Art. It's a nice Molotov for that spot from where Nickelback is standing. Problem is, he doesn't have a Molotov, so he's got to try and find a connection with the spray. You can see him trying to bait out trade fraggers, but Vinny will be enough again. He's got the AK, one shot to the head, all that's required. For us are coming free from the back, but Queserato turns around. He's got that spidey sense, making it a 3 versus 1, and Elian has to save again.
Well, they keep the AWP alive at least. They do some economic damage. They get some pressure in there, and of course, you know, it was all according to plan. You know, get the AWP. You can try to maybe work some opportunities. As long as you don't lose it, that's great, because you can bring it into the next round with the full buy. So, and who knows? Maybe they would have found a way to win that previous one. The AWP does make a lot possible, but we'll see what the case is going to be here for Entropiq. As again, you know, it feels like you know, I wouldn't want to say their approach has been solved per se, but we're in a point where they have to sort of change their approach, as FURIA have been showing effective responses, and we see already there's been a pick here. Lackey's gone down over this mid-control battle. In fact, the mid-control battle has worked out really nicely for Entropiq, and they're coming into an A-main push. Off of the back of that, good catch from Vinny, but he's the only player around the A site right now.
Nice flick from Queserato, trying to reposition, drops the bomb carrier, Nickelback as well. That leaves Elian again, the 3rd round in a row on his lonesome, but maybe this time there won't be a save. He has a minute 10 on the clock to try and isolate some fights, and Entropiq have got to start winning rounds now. Now he knows where Queserato is, but where are the remainder? He can't even push forward to try and find him in CT spawn because of Queserato's potential angles. How can he plant the bomb? 50 seconds on the clock. Queserato could be rotating around, and he's worried about what could be behind him. Again, looking for something, some kind of advantage, some kind of way to make things better. Nothing doing just yet. That scope, I don't know. I imagine Queserato can probably hear that, which means that he's less likely to be rotating.
FURIA not moving a muscle, really, not giving into the fake. Smart, they don't have to. They can force Elian to plant. Oh, this is actually quite smart from Elian. Oh dear. It's even smarter from Yuri, though. Chasing him down, realizing what he was doing.
Oh, man. The thing is, if he plants the bomb...
Oh, they can all buy.
They can buy.
Oh, wow, they could all buy. But okay, never mind then. It wasn't smart.
Yeah, that's most unfortunate. I mean, it's easy for us to say because we can see on the X-ray they're not pushing him when he's trying to plant.
Yep.
But that is a lost opportunity for Entropiq to squeeze one more buy out of this half, essentially.
Yeah. He did the fake, and the problem is that he didn't have enough time to fake again, so FURIA would absolutely punish him and kill him. But fast move with the pistols into the B sites, and the defense has been pretty good here so far. Might be able to get the plant in this time. Maybe not. Yuri not looking to stop this. Still fighting though. Still a chance here to get this bomb planted, but maybe even win the round. Depends though. These battles keep raging on. The bomb's now down on the ground. It's been lost and they have to fight. They have to fight. And out comes KSCERATO to finish the job. And FURIA move 8 to Entropiq's 3.
Yeah, you can see the urgency from FURIA really trying to stop them getting that extra money. And that's $4,000 for the team if they plant that bomb. They were able to deny that. Of course, the loss bonus is maximum now for Entropiq, but every little helps for sure. That'll make it awkward for them to... Actually, no, Alien's got exactly the money to buy an AWP and have no grenades if he chooses to go for a helmet. And this is the third timeout for Entropiq as they try to find a way. Again, the back and forth with Heroic was really fun, but they are 5 rounds behind versus FURIA now. Bearing in mind, Entropiq won the pistol. Essentially, it's 8-1. That to give you an idea of the success or not that they're having, it is an 8-1 scoreline.
Yeah, yeah, 8-1 scoreline. It's not been a good look for Entropiq. There's been a lot of moments where they've managed to gain advantages, but just FURIA are closing so well at the moment. Despite that, and the mid battles has been where Entropiq have mostly gained ground and had success. So we've got those mid smokes for Entropiq, and FURIA can't see what's happening behind them. They don't have any players in position. In fact, Art's given up that deep mid control. Has fallen all the way back site B, and that's how he's holding it. So FURIA just really not trying to make any plays here. They're just playing passive and reactive. And in comes Entropiq to run the set piece into B.
Opening kill on the B bomb site. Still need to deal with the side, however, to make sure the CTs don't have those strong positions. Art will pick up the AWP. Have a look at the... Imagine what the heat map would be around this B bomb site. The only person that's not here, sorry, is Drop and KSCERATO. So they are outnumbered. Art really had to land that one. That's not going to be helpful for him, but the Molotov will slow them down, Entropiq, and you can see Drop moving closer, wondering what is going on in a mid position, but moving closer to that B bomb site. Oh, you can't miss too many of those, Art. Those are 2 huge opportunities, and well, he's got Yuri to cover him. He's got Yuri to hold that angle for him, but the bomb's moving away now towards that A bomb site.
Yeah, and it's only, well, I say only, this KSCERATO is going to hit the first shot so far, being really good with the AWP from what we've seen, and that smoke is just to deny any forward after plant positioning from Entropiq. Just to buy time for KSCERATO's teammates to rally around him, also setting up that flank with Yuri as well. His teammates can start to apply pressure and Yuri can continue to creep in. And there's actually nobody to block Yuri here. Yuri's going to be able to get quite deep towards the site. They just have to survive whilst Yuri is making this play forward. Just have to buy time, create pressure to allow Yuri to be fully effective here. And in fact, he's going to just find the back of Forrester. That's a huge problem now here for Entropiq. They need this round desperately. And that flank offered up has given them no space to work with. Alien, oh, Nickelback as well. And now it's just Yuri. They've somehow held on to this one.
Nickelback's had so many clutch frags for Entropiq. He's been so important for the team, win or lose. He's fought hand and tooth and nail for rounds.
Hand and...
I'm going to say hand and tooth.
Hand and foot.
Hand and foot.
Yeah. Foot and mouth.
Foot and, oh, don't say that. Well then, Entropiq with a much needed round on the board. They break a streak of 5 rounds in a row for FURIA. There's been many saves in those rounds as well, where Aliens had to hold on to the AWP, and he holds on to it for this round, but with success in the previous one. We'll see what they can do now, looking to find a fast entry once more into this B bomb site, but they'll have to deal with many grenades. Alien and Nickelback will be tagged by the HE. Yuri holding down the side position, but Vinny has to deliver. He doesn't, and that means that Entropiq are all over this B bomb site.
Yeah, although Yuri is still in dig, so holding on to that key position. In goes Art as well, looking to try to get in. Oh, he's done it. He has actually done it. Oh, he's still going as well. Out comes the USP, can't finish off the next one. And it's going to be a quick finish for Entropiq regardless, as they bring themselves to 5. And it is a late resurgence in this first half, but it is timely. Much like on Nuke, Entropiq are finding their way back in.
think Liquid, I want to say they were 15-11 versus FaZe, but there was a late resurgence from FaZe, meaning that Liquid have been eliminated from the major. Very sad as far as NA representation goes.
Yes.
But Entropiq on the B bomb site with a minute 30 on the clock. Some nice frags, some battle sniper moments for Entropiq. FURIA close again, running out of bullets at a very awkward time, losing position on that AWP, and then it goes from bad to worse. Crad will get a free kill onto Quesarato in this anti-eco round as we are in the second last round of the first half. And again, the winner of this map and this series will head to the champion stage. I'll see you in Sweden.
Uh-oh. Oh dear. Lucky's going down there. 3 versus 3. Guns can be collected. Art's picked up an AK now. Yuri as well. It's after plant territory. There's no kits on the remainder of FURIA. So they need that full 10-second defuse. They're all coming in from A main. Elian's going to be on this angle. Nice shot. Drops Art. And Nate's going to finish him off, but it's Forrester to replace the position with the AK-47 as they start to move their way forward. Forrester reveals himself, and he will finish the job and pick the AWP straight back up.
Yep, that's a perfectly fine round for Entropiq. They've got the money to weather the storm of the players who are lost late there, so all good in the hood as far as they are concerned. Making it competitive as we move to half-time now, closing in on FURIA, and we'll see what they have to offer in this last round. The AUG will be out for drop. We saw the Krieg here and there for Entropiq, but this round there'll be a focus on the AKs. More of a, I don't think a quiet taste is the right word, but it's definitely a tool for a certain job. When you just want that closer scope with the Krieg and that increased accuracy over the AK as well. But when you're looking for these fast plays, the AK will certainly rock, as it always has. Quesarato there with the M4, shutting down the mid position, not being traded by Crad either. It's going to be real important.
Yeah, early 3 versus 4 then for Entropiq, and they've got that A-site control at the very least, so position is there for them. And I mean, they have Crad walking to the B site, so this is very interesting stuff here. Holding the outskirts of that A site, though, and everybody's going down, leaving Elian in a 1 versus 4. So Entropiq, they needed to be successful on the walk-in on B, and they're just left with nothing after those 2 individual plays. And that's the end of the first half. 9-6. FURIA coming out on top, but I feel like the game is absolutely on here. Entropiq giving themselves enough rounds to work with.
Certainly.
And that was in question too, because FURIA were kind of stomping on them for a while.
Yeah, they were, but they forced their way back into the game, and you need to be able to dig that deep when you're at a major. You need to. I mean, I think that's separating the men from the boys here in Stockholm, especially. Not everybody has been able to rise to the occasion, but Entropiq have been a great surprise in that respect. Not a surprise to everybody. Some believed in this team from the start, but they're certainly gaining more and more fans. 6-9 now, and the pistol becomes very, very important. We'll see who can take it this time. Entropiq have had good success with the pistols in this series, and we'll see if they can do one more.
Moving into that B side here. There goes the rush. Crad taking one straight to the face. Able to fall back, though. And they've completely given up the site positioning, which is unfortunate. And that smoke is going to be quite annoying. Oh, double HE. Wow. FURIA are lucky to not have just been blitzed by those.
Yeah, Entropiq came into this one with a plan, and they have rotated most of their personnel. So FURIA are going to have a big focus on CT spawn where those 2 grenades came from, but Quesarato going to have a big focus with his Glock. Again, another 2K from Quesarato, an important man for the team, but the rest of his team have to clean up now. Forrester's coming through with the defuse kit, but there are Ts everywhere. We've got 4 of them alive, and he'll choose to fall back. He's got perfect Kevlar for now, and a kit. And again, there's more value in that Kevlar, even then 2 kills versus his FURIA side if he chooses to get a cheap helmet next round. But he takes 2 damage from the bomb, but hey, at least he has that Kevlar and the defuse kit. For the uninitiated, if Kevlar is untouched, then he can get a helmet for $350 the next round. But because he took 2 damage from the bomb, if he wanted that full force buy, he would have to spend $1,000 to get a helmet. but at least he has that Kevlar, so he can take more of a fight with less aim punch.
(10-6). And FURIA are in a fantastic position to deny Entropiq.
Are you making bird noises?
No, that was the birds on the map.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I was speaking words, human words, in English. Kind of throw me off now, but kind of sounds nice listening to the
Are you sure it's not? Are you sure it's not you?
I don't have that ability, unfortunately. Make convincing bird sounds. Fast approach to Catwalk here, though, for FURIA to take that initial space. Entropiq will slow things down with an Incendiary, but it's going to be... actually, no, sorry, that was FURIA's Incendiary. Them just clearing space. So they've got all this pressure they can apply to the B site now. That's going to pull some rotation. We can see that Elian's making his way across. And in fact, we're also going to get Forrester making his way across as well. FURIA, though, they're just going to look to just slowly but surely scale into the site. They get the first pick. They will not be denied.
All of FURIA determined to breach the B-bomb site. They've breached Entropiq and they will do even more than that. As down goes Nickelback. This is a force buy from Entropiq, which is really going to set them back now if they are to lose this round. We're looking at a 12-6 scoreline eventually. Not much for Elian and Lackey to do. Maybe spread some more graffiti elsewhere. So in the Chichen Itza region of Mexico, which is kind of what Ancient is about, they've got this giant Mayan temple, which also acts as a calendar. But it's very strange where if you stand in front of it and clap, your clap echoes through the top of it, but it makes a very strange sound. It's worth going to visit it. I'm not going to try and repeat the sound, Dan.
Well, what kind of sound?
It almost sounds like a parrot or something. It's like a parrot-esque sound. Or some kind of tropical bird sound.
You clap and a bird sound happens.
Yeah, basically. It's very unusual.
I think that's bollocks, mate.
No, seriously. You have to... No, I'm not even trolling. I know I'm often trolling, but I'm not this time. Like, if you can do like a golf clap, you know, like a deep, really loud clap, it will echo with some kind of like bird sound thing. You know, like those people who've got like a duck whistle?
Right.
It's kind of duck whistly.
You clap and it sounds like a duck whistle.
Yeah, it does. It does a little bit, briefly.
Okay.
It's yeah. I'm sure you can find it on YouTube. Somebody send Dan a link. I'm not even trolling, but maybe Forrester is with this taser. Very difficult situation now for Entropiq as they are looking to start this half at half the score of FURIA, and that's less than ideal, to say the least.
Oh, Lackey's been caught out there. Dropping down from Catwalk, unfortunate. Better luck for Nickelback, perhaps, but I mean, the Mac 10 is difficult to deal with. He's actually owned up. The jumping Mac 10 somehow is not going to win that battle. Crazy. But it's still, of course, going to be the round for FURIA, just like you said, like the Mayans predicted, perhaps. And there's not a lot left here for Entropiq to do, really. Do have Kevlar on Elian, so you can try to hold on to that. And we're moving into a full gun round next round. And, you know, we're going to look to see what Entropiq are up to. I would love to see them doing sort of heroic-esque openings, you know, just shutting down the B ramp position very early on. I haven't seen another team except Heroic just yet, at least at the major, doing that sort of thing. Just the kind of 1-4 setup where you just barrage the B ramp position, you take cat control, and you kind of players fall back. Reminiscent of Dust 2, when you really want that long control, you play the 1-4 setup and then pull players back.
We really need to see success now for Entropiq. 6-12. This is a very crucial time. But they are at the mercy of Furia's pace, to say the least. We've got a big swing.
Just Yuri left.
He's got help if he needs it. We've got a split of the A bomb site immediately. All position is lost, save for Forrester, who has an angle now, not smoked off just yet. That is the bomb scene. Nickelback's rotation will be slow. He's around the smoke by that dig position for the time being. And they've got to get
one now. Elliot left now. It's going to be a tough one. There's the first frag though. 3 more to go. Coming quickly, but Yuri has just nailed him. How has he done that?
That is an utterly insane clutch from FURIA. Entropiq had to win that round. Progressively, risks have to be taken. FURIA in control of mid. Entropiq collect another. Sounds of the jungle will offer no comfort to Entropiq now as things get harder and harder for them. This situation sucks, and so does their weaponry. Finny trying to hold down the short position. Is a 2-man push though. Entropiq understand the urgency and they will respond. Risks have to be taken. FURIA in control of mid. Entropiq collect another weapon. And they rotate back to CT, but Art can hear this. And he has off angles now, but Krad has an off angle as well, as we may have a slight delay in the spectator again. There's a lot of information coming from Sweden to Romania. All these high definition cams, CIS in 4K, let's not forget. So there's currently a 7-round lead for FURIA. And just a reminder, this is the spectator client's connection to the server, not the server itself, so the players won't be impacted by these little drops, but so much info going down the pipe stand.
Yeah.
Here and there we may have this issue, and we are straight back into it as there's 1 minute left on the clock. 3 on 3. We have FURIA on this A bomb site, but is anybody checking long? This could be a nasty surprise.
Oh, drop. Able to get a lot of damage in there. Though now it's the 1v1, and Kserata is going to lock it in 14-6. And there you go, FURIA. Oof. I mean, that one moment where we see that clutch from Yuri, that's, again, it's just like so crippling. Because in Entropiq, that's where you expect them to get back into the game. But in reality, it's all FURIA. All day, I mean, every single clutch, like big clutch here, you know, they've been just picking them up. So it's it's really good, you know, seeing FURIA in this kind of form. I'm really excited to see them in more matches, James. I'm really excited.
Stage. So 2 rounds away from the champion stage, which is no guarantee.
Absolutely. God, I can't believe Yuri won that. Perfectly dodging every angle. We're back in it. Entropiq, they're going to buy it up. Elian back on the AWP, but this might be the last goodbye for them. We'll have to see. And again, you know, this is not an elimination match. So if you're a fan of either of these teams, nobody's going home, but someone might be going to the arena. Lots of presence around the B site for both teams right here. Lackey active in mid. Nickelback alone though. This is looking scary for Entropiq. Nickelback has no util left.
Trying to block the smoke to maybe create some opportunity, a gap or something, and they'll need anything they can find. 2 kills on the bomb site, but Krad's got to stay alive for his team. Trying to spray Krad, what on earth? They're lining up low health, and that is exactly the kind of stroker like Entropiq needed, but they still have a round to clutch, and Yuri's alone again, and we know what he can do. Not on this occasion, though. Krad walks through that smoke and will deny him. Great presence of mind to do that, but that 1 round just gives them half the score again.
Yeah, they really needed something to kind of go their way, and that was weird. That was really crazy. That was like the last 4 bullets as he's like walking back and spraying, all connected on 2 players. Insane. That's really crazy. We'll see if, you know, Entropiq can build from that. You know, of course, there's enough money in the tank for FURIA to get another buy-in. Not a lot of money. I mean, FURIA are saving. If they lose this round, they're going fast though to catwalk once again. Nickelback's going to fill this one. Quick fadeaway HE and a smoke to delay the progress of FURIA. And Lackey's in mid. He's ready for a rotation out of the catwalk position. We'll fall back to Donut though.
Nice angle from Krad.
That's a bomb too. He just spotted the bomb.
And that may cause a plan C for FURIA, that the bomb's been spotted. But there's always a big focus on the B bomb side. Often, I can't say always. That would be a lie, but often. Got to focus on the round at hand, Entropiq, and not the overall situation. Nickelback really has to do something here. Him and Elian are in trouble now as they're going to be compromised in terms of their angles, and we can see that Forrester is on the way to this bomb site as well. Things become more and more active, and the bomb's dropped for the second time. 45 seconds, and this is awkward for FURIA. Exactly what Entropiq needed. Could be a free kill onto Yuri. Gonna bounce a HE off the wall. Down he goes. 4 plays up for Entropiq, and they will stay that way as they close out this round. And they start to get, I mean, again, I think now there are 8 rounds, target 10. When they get to 10, then the heat really turns up for FURIA.
Yeah, maybe Entropiq have found a way to stabilize. They're going to force out that eco from FURIA. FURIA did not get a bomb down. Even if FURIA would have managed to find a plant, they still wouldn't really have enough for a full buy. But we might see some shenanigans here. Is there a single AK or something? No, they don't even have enough money for that. Going to go for the flashbangs and smokes here to try to just guarantee a bomb plant. That is the plan. Get a plant. That is the win condition here. But it might be completely denied. Elian will whip that shot, but he's got support from Krad up close. He'll get to take more shots, more flicks. Out comes the P250 to finish off the bit.
Confidence. Love the confidence there. Not falling back to play safe. He knows he's getting that kill. He hunts for it with that P250. And now Entropiq make it to 9. Problem is they only need 1 round to go wrong. And FURIA are at match point first. And it will be a second timeout for FURIA.
Oh dear.
I think the way climate change is going, the weather will soon sound like the AWP around the world, that thunderous strike of destruction.
Yeah, I've been experiencing storms like that recently, having moved to Texas. Storms like that.
There were hailstones in London today. But there's plenty of thunderous atmosphere. Thunderous atmosphere on Ancient.
I like your thunderous atmosphere.
5 AK-47s on road for FURIA as they look to pierce the balloon of Entropiq. There's some piercing in that mid position. Lackey riddled with holes, which gives FURIA an early 5 versus 4. And they're going to take that straight into the A bomb site, but Forrester has the AUG, which will help him cut 1 play down. At the very least, Yuri slowed down his advance, and Elian's got angles for this potential bomb plant, but he may have gone too deep, or maybe he hasn't the confidence again. Deleting Vinny and drop all, get the drop on Forrester, but fall to the flames, leaving Art in a 1 versus 3. Very briefly indeed. Entropiq storm to 10 rounds.
What's happening? It actually feels like Entropiq have found an energy to themselves, where they're just all like just hitting all the shots. They're dictating the pace, and FURIA, I mean, it looked like they were ready to, they're about to win, and just Entropiq were, you know, just hold my beer. That was the moment for them, and we'll see if they can keep this up because it's looking really positive at the moment. And they forced FURIA back to another eco, so Entropiq should, on paper, be making their way to another round. But what are they expecting? They're dropping their nades, expecting that there could be a B rush, but it's a mid rush. Lackey has to defend this by himself. There's almost nothing towards this A side of the map at the moment. FURIA starting to move towards the A main position to move into that A site.
What's happening now, Dan?
And they're moving into the A site, James, I can only presume. And I would imagine...
Hold my beer, hold my tiramisu, hold my creme brulee.
Well, that's a lot of calories.
Yeah.
You gotta be careful of that type 2 diabetes, James. Gotta keep an eye on that.
Diabetes.
But it looked like there was... Who was it? It was...
Who was it,
Forrester. He was actually in a temple. So he might have been able to deny the push entirely, but presumably he wouldn't have been able to. They get the plant
Where's
down.
your watch, Dan? Where's your watch?
I don't have one.
I'm not comfortable commentating with someone who's not wearing a watch.
Just have this whatever this is.
What is that, Onyx?
No, I don't know.
What is it made from? Is it metal? It looks
probably,
metal.
Probably painted metal, probably some cheap.
Where'd you get it from?
America.
What country? America.
Yeah.
It's probably cheap. Yeah.
It's $50, I think it was. I think I got ripped off.
That's not cheap.
I think I got ripped off.
Maybe you did. Well, if you like it, I mean, the question is,
fake.
right,
I can't tell.
If the effect wears off in a short period of time, then yeah, you got ripped off. But if you like it and it lasts, then maybe not.
Yeah, it's lasted a while, so it probably is quality. But you never know. I'm not out there with a magnifying glass, you know, checking the integrity of the materials I'm purchasing. So who knows?
You could always paint it. He likes his matte black watches, just black on black, everything. Black indices, like just unreadable dials and so on.
I want to get an Omega watch one day. Just, you know, living the James Bond dream. But
yeah. Mr. Banks just got the he just got a James Bond watch.
He's going to be the next James Bond.
I helped him secure it. I'm just, you know, you don't know what's going on. I mean, everyone's at DMs, getting a watch gang to rise up.
Definitely.
Well,
Henry Cavill.
And we're back. It's match point to FURIA.
Just trying to fill the time with whatever we can summon to randomness. Let's go. All right, 15-10. As you say, FURIA. Oh, I guess they won the round then. All right. So they made the right call. Entropiq overcommitting into the B side of the map, expecting a B rush. It was an A rush, and they lost against the A rush. Now we're on the 15-10, and the mid play comes through again. K-Seratu out there receiving the nades. And Alien's out there too. Who's going to win the mid battle? This could be absolutely key.
FURIA are looking to head towards the A-bomb site again, and I think mid may simply be a distraction with the 3 players as Vinny and Drop are creeping in while distraction is being run in mid, and Alien's just like, hold on a second. No one's engaging us anymore, and the rotation is through. Forrester in CT spawn. Alien's posting up in Donut with Lackey. Spoke about calories, but that donut's going to be very important indeed. And FURIA haven't crossed a choke point just yet. And again, Forrester has been consistent with at least 1 kill with that AUG on this A-bomb site.
All right, so maybe this time Entropiq got there just in the nick of time, not to be outmaneuvered or outpositioned, but it's about winning the gun battles now. We've got the smokes coming through. There's still good amounts of counter utility left in the tank here for Entropiq. Nice initial frag. Lackey goes for another one. That's the bomb now down on the ground. Needs to be rescued, but there's nobody home. There's no one coming for that bomb. K-Seratu with 12 health has to fall back, and he knows that there's somebody out here, and it's Nickelback. And he don't have the health for that.
So FURIA keep trying to storm the A-bomb site with some skirmishes in the mid position, and they may have to go for another look to find success. However, as I say that, I recall a lot of things going wrong for them on the B-bomb site as well. So they are spreading all over the map and trying things. They only need 1 round to be successful, but they will hope that ideally that round is when they have some money. However, even a round such as this, you know, some part of me likes these Tech-9s returning, even though I've got bad memories of the past, but a round like this can be so dangerous for them, but not when they line up for Crad.
That's it. Cradzilla. You don't need adjectives, you just need to say crad.
Cradzilla.
He's cradded, and they're gone. Creativity not on point today. The creativity not on point.
You did your best, Dan. That's the main thing.
It's the effort that counts. But it has been stopped that momentum into the site, so that's allowed timing here for Entropiq to position themselves around this B site to defend it better. Oh, Alien, that's a miss, but the HU goes through. Does at least 21 damage to Yuri. FURIA.
So hard to see from that angle. And there's another failed attempt from FURIA, but that bomb plant, if he can make it, will be crucial. I don't know if there are sound cues for Forrester. He may have an angle, though. And again, maybe he won't. So this is a very necessary bomb plant for FURIA, because they have... Oh, no. They won a recent run, but they'll get some nice money for this, so there'll be more pressure in the next round. Art was a Tech-9, but hey, maybe we don't even get to the next round. Is this a blind spot? No, Forrester's ready for it. He knows his angles. The man's got a protractor out. Admiring the candles as Entropiq moves to 12.
It's not necessary.
Maybe his keyboard was broken.
Perhaps his keyboard was broken.
It might be that he has one of those hot swappable keyboards and the contact point wasn't quite making a full connection there.
Yeah. Well, that's it. 15-12. Entropiq get closer and closer and closer to getting that overtime and to turning this one around. But FURIA, they can put a stop to it right here. Of course, full buy for both teams. No AWP for FURIA, but I'm curious what will happen here. I loved what they were doing where, as you had highlighted, they were running distraction in mid. and then sort of buying time to outposition the CTs on the A push. But ultimately it was a case that Entropiq kind of worked it out quickly enough.
I wonder if they're going to make a play through mid. Not donut, but like towards CT spawn.
Yeah.
And there's often going to be a lurker there once you've taken control of mid to catch those rotations. You might see a player in CT spawn, but it might be that this time they target that player.
And there goes the mids battle again with the utility, and FURIA denied entry, at least for the moment.
Yeah, mid has been quickly abandoned by Entropiq, who put 3 players towards A, but they're starting to rotate. We can see Elian with that AWP now heading towards the B bomb site, and Art will be alone in mid for now. So again, we have another focus. But how do FURIA try to pull Entropiq out of position with Vinny lurking towards the B bomb site?
Yeah, this is really interesting, actually, the spread from FURIA to try to create presence around B. They've kept 3 players on B so far for Entropiq. Entropiq needs to be very careful here.
FURIA have used almost all their utility. They have a smoke, and that's it on
each other.
Oh, man.
Oh, no. I don't know who is favorable in this situation. As soon as they start to walk in, Lackey surely gets a backstab.
Well, down goes Forrester. That leaves Lackey in that donut position. Doesn't have an angle for Yuri. No one's watching this, but surely the footsteps will be heard. He's stopped the plant. He's done more than that, Lackey. Just when he needs to. There's no utility left for FURIA to plant his bomb. Nickelback with position now. So close to disaster, but Entropiq are still here.
Oh my god, Vinny. He's trying to make this doable. 15 seconds. Doesn't know where Krad is. Krad escapes around the angle. Oh, it's just a one tap to secure it. My god. Then there it is. Into the arena, FURIA go, and you can see what it means to them. They'll be bringing that level to the arena and more. As soon as they get in front of that crowd, you know that this team knows how to deliver.
Yeah, I mean, you can see what it means to them. They've made it to the champion stage. They're flying a very big flag for Brazil, considering their representation at the beginning of this major. That is fantastic for FURIA. Congratulations to them. And hey, the race is not over for Entropiq. They've got more matches to come, but it'll be FURIA who make it to the champion stage. Over to Richard Lewis. Or us. Okay, I like to move around on camera, but there we go. Bye.
Hello. Yes, actually, they're coming to me and not James and DDK. We did get to see them do a bit of a little warm-up there. But actually, we're going to talk about how things are warming up. If you're a FURIA fan, what a way to end it there with a 1v3 clutch. Just incredible scenes. And it was a real nail-biter down the stretch, right, guys?
Yeah, I mean, for Entropiq, man, they're going to be... Look, they're not out yet. They still have a chance to come back into the tournament. They haven't been knocked out like certain other North American teams. But the thing is, they're going to be having nightmares about those 2 clutches, right? Yuri with the 1 versus 4. That should never have happened. And then, of course, we saw Vinny there in a 1 versus 3 are kind of running out of time as well, getting trapped from all different angles and somehow isolating his kills, getting the clutch. If these 2 clutches hadn't taken place, man, right, 16-12, easily could be OT or maybe even Entropiq taking us to map number 3.
Yeah, because they seem to have had FURIA figured out, really. I mean, and they were pulling out all the stops, and that just 1v4 really buried them because it brought FURIA to 14 right now. Even at the very end, I felt like they were coming back. I felt like they had it really, you know, here. But then Vinny again, another unbelievable clutch 1v3, and that was just really broke the camel's back.
Yeah, it did. I mean, over the course of the series, you know, I think FURIA, they probably showed actually that they have 1 or 2 individuals on their team that are better overall than the sort of, you know, Entropiq players. I think Elian, he had a quiet first map, but obviously opened up as the series progressed and did very well, even on the last map that they lost. But you know, FURIA, we highlighted how Yuri had to step up. And he did when it mattered.
Yeah, he did when it mattered, and I think it's perfect, right? We were talking about how Quesarado has been a monster so far in this tournament. You know, Art's been calling some good Counter-Strike. He hasn't really been too over-aggressive as well, and Yuri really delivering on that map. Even if you take away that 1 versus 4 with the AWP, he was just phenomenal for his team. For Entropiq, it's a little disappointing, Richard. I feel like as individuals, everyone kind of delivered. We spoke about Elian having been quiet so far, and he showed up too. But yeah, like when they really needed to win some of the rounds which were kind of theirs for the taking, just the fact that it kind of slipped out of the fingers. Could be nerves, right? Could be the fact that if they win this, they're going to be going through, well, they needed to win another map after this. But yeah, all the nerves coming into play, and FURIA, they punished them for
Well, I think also a part of it, Yanko, is, I mean, you know, familiarity with your opponents. I think FURIA are always like a dangerous opponent, just in the sense that they do still, even without, you know, the Henny on the roster, they do still have a pretty unique play style, right?
Yes, they do, and I think in the end it was what we talked about coming into Asian with the pressure and the discipline and how it's going to be important, and that's what Entropiq was lacking ultimately, and this was just an unbelievable clutch from Yuri. 1v4, moving around the box, isolating opponents one by one, just in a 1v4, being able to get 4 duels was just really impressive from him, and I felt like that was it, you know, just mentally they were going to be drained after that, but they actually started mounting a comeback, only for everything to fall apart in that final round to another disastrous clutch. That's just basically the inexperience a little bit, right? Getting overzealous in the situation instead of playing it perfectly, and yeah, that's going to haunt them for a while, Richard.
Yeah, and I guess obviously they're going to be disappointed. They're not out of it, Entropiq. They are going to the 2-2 game now. But you know, worth talking a little bit just about how they did make it competitive. You know, this is that they need to focus on the positives here, and that is that they don't get put away. It's very rare you're going to see a team blow them out. They are going to kind of like keep pushing through and bouncing back. So they do have a little bit of tenacity, but now they're in the unenviable position of having to take on someone with real experience.
I mean, FaZe beat Liquid, right? So FaZe is going to be there. Vitality most likely, Heroic or Copenhagen Flames, NIP or Gambit. I mean, you know, these are all some of the world's best teams, really. But, you know, for FURIA, you could see how much it means to them. They were the last standing fully Brazilian team, really, and managing to make it in the top 8. I mean, we all know how...
For the first time in their history, as we said, right? This is, you know, again, of vital importance. When you've been an organization for a long time, like FURIA have, and you've had that kind of faltering success, when you've had big-name players leave you, obviously the fans, and also as well, it's worth pointing out, they're still almost like a secondary org in terms of fan bases in Brazil. And they really want to show their fans, their country, that they can go on and actually achieve excellence.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest storylines coming into this entire major was the fact that Brazil had the most amount of representation, right? 21 players, and now Fallen's out of here as well. These are the only 5 Brazilians representing that region. So for them, it's not just for them as a team, but for an entire region altogether, despite how, you know, the Americas has in general been struggling when it comes to, you know, Counter-Strike in the past during this COVID era. The fact that they're able to make it to the playoffs, I think it means a lot, not just for this team, but for the entirety of Brazilian Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
And Yuri absolutely stepped up. I mean, we pointed him out prior to Ancient, right? How they are going to need him. And that's just the beauty of the game, I mean, and playing on the biggest of stages, really, that your individuals can have, you know, match-defining rounds in the FaZe Liquid game. You know, all of Meister stepped up. Brocky had an amazing game on Mirage, closed it out with a massive 1v3 clutch as well, right? Played lights out, and that's just, you know, having moments like that really is what can lift the entire team up.
Anything to add to that, Black?
Yeah, I just want to touch upon a little bit from a tactical standpoint would be Quesarado with the secondary AWP on its CD side. I did have my doubts about that, right? 2 AWPs on Ancient. If you lose a bomb site going for the retakes, it makes it a little bit more clunky, but he really did deliver. This guy can wear a lot of hats, and he makes it all look very easy.
Yep. Just before we do go to a break, I think we need to talk about the Team Liquid story that's been emerging. Obviously, just so you know, our setup in the green room, we've got all of the games, all of the screens, all of the angles covered. We're all watching. So, listen, not been a great major for North American Counter-Strike. I don't think many people thought it was going to be. But, I mean, Team Liquid to lose in the fashion they did, it's classic Liquid in many ways, right?
I mean, it's a really underwhelming tournament for them. They've lost to both Entropiq and FURIA as well, and that those games were also 16-9, really not even being that competitive for a team of Liquid stature. They picked Inferno against FaZe, lost to 16-8, you know, not even putting up a really good fight. So unfortunate for them that they couldn't at least take it to a third and maybe have had a chance on Dust too. But yeah, I think roster changes are inevitable for the team. If you're going to, after 9 months, still talk about how you're not on the same page, then change the players who can't get on the page, pick who you're going to build the team around.
What even is the page?
I'm going to be pissed off. I'm going to be pissed off if it's going to be Grim on a chopping block, honestly speaking.
I don't see how it can't.
It's not Grim alone. It's not Grim alone. It's I think there has to be some drastic changes in the team. They still have the star power in that team. Look at the names on that team, right? Major winners. You have Fallen, you have Stewie, all these guys, Naf, Elige, and you're...
Liquid is never going to get rid of Elige, so Stewie or Fallen have to go. It's up to the team to decide, like, who are they going to follow, which voice are they going to follow, and you know, we can't know the dynamics of the team, and that's just something we'll have to wait and see.
Well, you know, with so many Brazilian teams kind of going out early, with the exception of FURIA, makes you wonder if Fallen might want to, you know, go and pick up some of these young talents and try and run back that historic Luminosity SK.
Yeah, I mean, even Cold is, you know, sort of a weird trial period with Complexity. Complexity just kicked their in-game leader. Who knows what's going on, Richard?
Yeah. So, Liquid out. Obviously, we'll see FaZe a little bit later on. I don't think I'm going to see you guys later on, am I?
I'm going to be doing Telestrator later on.
Yeah, all right, good. You're going to stick around. Yanko, of course. Yeah, just the old classic half day. Cheers, mate. See you. Anyway, yes, we are going to go to a not-so-quick break, about 25 minutes. When we come back, we'll get into the next series of the day. So make sure you join us.
Coming up next, Ninjas in Pyjamas versus Gambit.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chance, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm. Wow, we've got a great series ahead. It's going to be NIP, who are looking to book a place there at the Avicii Arena, obviously in Stockholm, against Gambit, a team that spent half the year as the #1 team, essentially, before Na'Vi took over. Joining me on the desk to break this best-of-3 down, who better? Of course, we've got Duncan Thorin-Shields, the esports historian. He'll be able to contextualize everything there. And, of course, Maniac, a fierce competitor, 5 majors under his belt. Guys, this
already competed at them. He didn't win them. Like you made it sound there like he's got 5 in the bank.
No, you told me to say
I'll
that.
let you have that one.
5 majors under his
I was
belt.
at 8. So go, it beats 5.
There you go. Yeah.
Not to make it petty or anything.
More than you, of course, Duncan. But anyway,
yeah.
Let's move on. NIP versus Gambit. Let's set this one up. This is what majors are about right here, because all of the history, all of the stakes that are being set here. I mean, nobody wants to go to a 2-2 game. Just take it away. Break this one down.
Yeah, the issue here is time is a fickle mistress. When it is your time, when everything's rolling with you, you get elevated like Gambit did, you're on top of the world. But here's the thing, Gambit have not only lost to Na'Vi, but they've also not been very active the last few months. I was looking this up when I was looking at the maps. They played something like just over 30 maps in 3 months. This was the team at the end of 2020 that were the grinders. They were the ones that were playing every single tournament. They were in all the cups, whereas obviously they don't play the Blast because they're already in the global finals. They weren't a partner team anyway. They've been stuck in the RMR. They've been in sort of the regionalised into CIS there. Meanwhile, NIP, look, if you go back in time 6 months, they were a relative joke. They were nowhere near the top. But suddenly it seems like it's their time. Things are coming together. Their map pool's expanding. In this matchup, the Ancients are map that maybe is going to go their way. So think about this in your mind. Think about when these guys were on top, and every single 2 weeks it felt like they played Na'Vi in a best-of-3. What maps was it always? It was always Dust 2 and Mirage. Right, in the last 3 months, Gambit has played Dust 2 twice. They haven't won it once. It's not even in the map pool anymore. Ancient, which originally people tried to pick as a punish, they win a couple of them, they barely play it. Like, suddenly this map pool shrunk, the activity shrunk, it's starting to fit. We're online instead of online. It's starting to feel like, look, I would have said 3 months ago, you're out of your mind if you think this team's going anywhere other than semis or beyond in this tournament. I'm starting to feel, especially with what I've seen on camera, the form, this is a Gambit that's sort of, they're withering on the vine a little bit.
Just to add a bit of context to that form, I was looking back at some of the trophies that actually Gambit won on the event, that is, but they actually continuously lost an early series in all of the trophies. We're talking IM Katowice losing to EG, IM Summer losing to Vitality early on in the tournament, and they bounced back on both occasions. And we had that game against VP, which to me could be a turning point for Gambit. I mean, by all accounts, they should have lost that game, that best of 1. Could have been looking at a 1-2. But when you actually make that comeback, I guarantee you as a player, it gives you the feeling, you know what, doesn't matter what happens, we can always pull it back.
What I'll put to you is, you know, the Gambit I've seen here, like, what, you know, okay, you beat ENCE, you've lost to Entropiq, you beat Virtus.pro. You didn't really beat Virtus.pro. You had to rely on Hobbit to go Super Saiyan, drop 39 kills, to turn that one around and win it 16-14. And crucially, the context is it was on Vertigo. They didn't drop Vertigos in 2021.
I know, and I agree with you. The thing is, and Duncan will agree to that, any championship team is supposed to be able to win a game when you're not on your A game. And that is something that Gambit did against VP. They were struggling. They had to rely on their superstar Hobbit, which, by the way, is absolutely a major tournament player. Like, you look at anytime the prestige is going up, then Hobbit is here and he is shining. So when you actually win that 16-14 and you know you're not doing so well, it can only get better. Your Counter-Strike level can only go up, and then you'll win again.
All right, well, let's talk about NIP, obviously. Bit of a strange one. You know, you talk about being brought back down to earth, you know, at tournaments like this. Obviously, NIP had that, you know, the return of Device. It was very hard not to make it all about him. He goes, he plays Astralis, he 16-1s them. Then it sets up this tantalizing, delicious best-of-3 series against Na'Vi. You think, well, okay, this'll prove whether or not they're legit. Actually, it was a damp squib. They didn't perform particularly well against Na'Vi, got handled, 16-9 kind of level, you know, never really in it. And so now the question becomes, if you can't beat Na'Vi, you're going to have a hard time to win this major. Can you beat a Gambit to at least sort of make it look like, actually, yeah, you are vaguely in contention?
I thought even in the loss against Na'Vi, the positive was this. pretty much all the players still got their frags off. They still had times when they were in the mount. It wasn't like there was one guy, like everyone's obviously going to highlight lines. He was doing okay at times. I actually think overall, the form of the NIP players seems pretty good. The map pool seems, listen, they haven't got the home maps. They haven't got the like dominant elements where you know this is a must win. That's going to be a third map. You're not quite sure where they are, but they seem like pretty decent across all the maps I've seen them play. They've even actually expanded it out at this competition. The problem for me is if I tie the two storylines together, I do think actually NIP is the team that, despite being in better form, that to Maniac's point, the Gambit can grind out the win against. The key is, as he said, if you really are a championship team, it's just about winning the game. It's not about how you win it. You can make it messy, you can grind it, you can get lucky, you can rely on someone else choking at that moment. As long as you get to the big match, and then you can give us the A game. That problem is I haven't seen the A game at all yet from Gambit.
Well, and talking just about the win conditions when it comes to individuals, there's a player that's missing for NIP right now. That's Rez. 0.8 rating in this tournament. He is definitely up there, and he was one of the players really shining when Device came in because of their combination, because of the synergy that created. So far, his fragging hasn't been up to par with the prestige of the occasion. If this is the Rez we're about to see, and you match it up against Axile or against Hobbit with the rifle for that matter, this is just not going to be enough. We need to see more from Rez.
Yeah, NIP need Rez. He's been instrumental in getting them here. He was great, obviously, at the RMR. We've got the veto in. We're going to see what maps are going to be played here, and I'm guessing, guys, you know, not really a lot of surprises.
Well, here's the thing. This is a ballsy DOS2 pick from Gambit in the side. Like I said, it's not a map they've been playing the last few months.
What is going on?
Now, listen, Inferno from NIP. Inferno was one of the few maps, even when Gambit was at their peak, you were like, that's probably a map you should try and play them on. What I don't understand is the Overpass third map. Like, that's one where I feel like, I don't know why NIP is so confident in that. I'd have rather played a Mirage.
I have so many questions. Look, the last two times these two teams met, singular, identical veto. No changes, right? This time around, Gambit for DOS2, instead of the Inferno, they had picked twice and won twice, which is now a pick from NIP. The only reason I can see is that when they destroyed Astralis, they must have felt like, that's it. We've cracked the code. We've cracked the code. This is our map.
Oh, I mean,
we get
Nip,
to play.
Nip obviously have to play Inferno. I mean, with the way
that was a
they've been
Gambit pick
here.
usually when they played against each other. That's what really bamboozles me.
This is the problem. I think Nip is, they're still huffing the fumes of that Astralis game. I think that was a real match, and they actually beat Astralis. The major one was like, Astralis never showed up in that game. Like that was an absolute non-starter. So I also think in this situation, like, it's the Nip side I'm a bit confused by. This doesn't really scream confidence. This doesn't scream it's our time to be the better team. I think Gambit somehow sort of rizzle-dizzled the win a half-decent veto.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Like I say, I think because they've got so much tenure on DOS2, even though they haven't played it recently, I'll back Gambit to certainly be very competitive on that.
Here's a question for you.
Win it. What's that?
Where's the ancient pick from NIP?
Yes. Well,
what were the last few months about?
I know. Sure.
I'm not exactly sure.
But this is the problem. When you come to a tournament and you play one map and you have these dominant performances on it, obviously you want it. That's now your new home map. That's where you want to take
That is supposed to be performance management, right? If you build a map pool, you better hope that when it matters the most, you will be able to play that map that you've just built. You had all this credit, all this respect, this reputation on Ancient. You went through that map. By the way, you beat Gambit twice in two different series, and now you shy away from it. So where does that go? All these efforts. That was the time to use it. All this effort you put on this map. So I hope they don't regret it now.
I must also ask you both, obviously, about the decider, potentially Overpass if we get there. Nip didn't look great on Overpass against Na'Vi, but then again, it's Na'Vi, right? But, you know, what do you make of that?
This is where I think, like, the whole team effort from the guys from NIP, I have my questions, because I genuinely think if you're a team that is as good tactically as Gambit has proven to be, Overpass should always be in your bag. It's why I say, like, if they ever actually do dip, it's time to take Nuke out the permaban and make that a map you play. Like, you could be fantastic on that map. So I think that actually heavily favours over towards the side of Gambit. Like, I would have rather seen some sort of a gamble from NIP in this veto. So that's why I think ultimately the map pool's still there enough. I don't know about the fragging. That's what can potentially even it up a little bit.
Yeah, and to circle back to Overpass, I mean, one of the main reasons why NIP had successful defense is that crazy duo of Device and Raze on the A side. Again, together, the 1-2 punch. Device has been doing what he needs to do in this tournament, honestly. 1.2 rating, that is a star performance he's having. But he's supposed to have Rez as his sidekick right next to him. And you will see them try to get these duels, try to get that map control, all that real estate. If Rail doesn't, or if Rail rather fails to cover Device and be there for the trade, it's going to be a huge problem for the defense.
I mean, for me, I'm all in on the Nip thing now, so there's nowhere for me to get out.
It's too late now.
But I agree. I mean, obviously, Inferno's the key, right? Like, are Nip a legit team on Inferno, or did they just catch Astralis on their worst day, and that's kind of like, you know, mimetically took over their brains to make them think they can play it better than they can. I guess we'll see. Are you guys, just quick predictions before we get into the game? We're sticking with Gambit here.
I'm taking Gambit, but I do expect, I've yet to see the A games. I'm thinking it's going to be messy, but I expect them to emerge victorious.
I'll keep with Gambit too. Yep. I think Shiro is currently playing the way he's supposed to play. I think we have Hobbit as an X factor, and we haven't even touched on Axile this whole segment. I'll just leave it there.
Oh yeah, well, we'll plenty of time to talk about him when we come back between maps. But for now, this is it. NIP versus Gambit. Let's get into the action.
Yeah, Richard, let's do that. I think it's going to be exciting. I look forward to this game. The analysts say Gambit. I don't think that's a bad pitch. They are a really hard team to play against, but I don't know. I think it's hard to call this one.
Nein, Sverige. You
have to say that.
This is going to be NIP, man. This is going to be NIP. The thing is that they're factoring it in as if Gambit were playing like Na'Vi. Gambit are not Na'Vi. So NIP, I think, are definitely on par with Gambit. Sure, Rez has kind of dropped off, but again, they're not playing against Na'Vi. They're playing against Gambit. NIP know that they can beat Gambit. I think that it's a different beast today that we'll get to see from them.
I had NIP as my 3-0 team in the group. They kind of messed that up a little bit, but it's fine. I still kind of feel like NIP are a strong team for this tournament. So I might be on that side too. Gambit, I think, haven't really lived up to the hype yet. The only thing that's really hard, I think, is that they're just such a difficult team to play against.
Okay.
They're not like any other. Well, they're one of those really slow teams. That's just, I think it's going to be different for NIP. It's going to be difficult.
Everybody plays slow these days.
Yeah.
Anybody who's good plays slow.
Yeah, but not even like that. It's actually true. Like, it's been happening more and more and more. I still think it's going to be just hard for NIP to deal with. The map, though, Dust 2, is probably a great start. So let's just see how it goes. Gambit versus NIP here at the Major. We've got Plopsky down lower dark with the dualies. Rest with a headshot behind him. But Plopsky, he follows it up and takes down Shiro. He should have been gone immediately. And Inters, I don't know. It almost looked like he surrendered in that moment. Hobbit is going to be on his own in a 1 versus 4. So probably not a winnable moment. They're going to find him Rest with a headshot. NIP with the pistol round. Some good stuff right there.
Threat space says it all. I like it. I like it. The players, they're sitting close enough to hear each other shout. So I love to hear it, man. Get that pop-off going and let Gambit know what's going on, because that is what it's all about right now. It's establishing dominance early, Anders. It's showing Gambit that you don't respect them. They're not Na'Vi. Everybody's trying to make them out like they're Na'Vi. They're not Na'Vi. They themselves lack that experience on land that could be critical here at the Major. So I feel like NIP are on par, and they can definitely take this series if Gambit are not extremely sharp today.
Yeah, they are going to have to be, without a doubt. It's an early trade though in the second round, so at least they get something on the board. The Deagles get a bit of a time to shine. Shiro has got the scout as well. He is definitely one of the interesting people to watch on this team. I'm glad at the end of it that Maniac mentioned Axile real quick, because I agree, Axile is one of the people to watch for this Gambit lineup. So many people to mention when it comes to this team. It's kind of hard, kind of tricky. You can't just go through all of them, I guess. Plopsky with a kill on Axile. Speaking of which, he's having a good time. Nice clicks coming out. A quad kill for Plopsky.
Good keeping on things here. As NIP, just hitting the ground running here. Dust 2, a bit of a brawl map as well, and it's also a bit more of a CT-sided map since Valve have made the changes, limiting the vision in mid from T-spawn all the way towards CT spawn, right? The dreaded double doors can still happen. You can still get picked, but it takes a fraction of a second longer, and that's given CT side a little bit more options, a few more options here with how to pressure in mid. And so if that Molotov, you see, like legit just straight up mollying now the doors to stop the CT side from having the option of pushing without a giveaway of some sort. So you can see now that as far as Gambit are concerned, they have to check lower dark. They have to make sure that nobody here is lurking from NIP, because it's such a common strategy to push lower, to push mid doors on the CT side.
Yeah, you have to be really aware of it. I actually like what this has done to the map. I feel like now the CTs have just more interesting stuff to try and do. Nade down the middle, not going to be doing that much. Hobbit, though. How did he take that much damage? Just a tag through. Either way, he's down to 58. Plopsky going to get a bit overwhelmed. The AK would have got the kill at that range, but not quite so. Spray nearly could have been a double. I feel like normally he would have got that. The nade, it is so close to finishing off Hobbit, but not quite flashed out long. It is a classic pop to take down a double there.
And he gets the info.
Yeah, that is so well done. And now 2 versus 2 though, but they're so low on health on the Gambit side.
Yeah. They have the info that there's a player out long here. I'm surprised that they're even taking this duel right now. Not exactly a favorable situation for Device, especially because he's using a Scout and a Deagle. I mean, the guy's got 3 HP, and you're trying to hit him with a cannon right now. All you need is a pea shooter. Oh, Device has got the aim.
Yeah, sees Hobbit as well. Nade actually might just finish off Device. No, it goes a little bit too far. That's unfortunate. Hobbit's going to be going down. NIP will survive the round. I agree. Taking that fight down pit is super high risk.
It's weird, you know. I guess dominance play, right? You know, Device just showing a lack of respect, saying that he's willing to take a fight. Even if it doesn't make any sense, he'll take that fight anyways, right? That's essentially the message that he's sending. But still, risky stuff right out the gates here from NIP. Really trying to get the ball rolling on Gambit, really trying to style on them. Because you don't want to get Gambit, you know, earlier I'm saying that, you know, Gambit are not Na'Vi. I mean, Gambit have still got the firepower. They've got Shiro, they've got Exile. These guys have been popping off all tournament long. You just don't want them getting confident too quickly here. And here we go. This is what I was talking about. Rez already in lower dark, ready to get frisky. 1, 2, should be getting a third here. Decides, oh, he's going to play conservatively.
Backing off, maybe to try and meet up with Hampus back there. But yeah, it's true though. You can take so much more space out in the middle. It's interesting. Shiro has got that AK-47 though that he stole from Hampus, so that's actually a fairly big giveaway here. That could be some trouble. Don't want to be losing too many raw rifles. Easily could have been a headshot there. Shiro crouching his way through. Yeah, they're going to give up on that catwalk control on the NIP side, which I think is fine. No reason to test it. There's that third kill for Rez. And that just leaves it in a 2-on-4. I said that too quickly. Shiro on his own, and he's going to go for that long-range spray. He'll get another kill. So some slip-ups here maybe for NIP, maybe giving away a little bit more than you would have wanted. But if they can survive with the last 3, it should be fine, especially if they can deny the bomb plant too. Just creeping up on that catwalk. Devices up at the A-bomb site with an AWP, and down at long it's Plopsky. Linus is miles away. Shiro, he probably will not know to check this. It's sort of unlikely in a 3 versus 1 like this that someone's going to be in the T-spawn side of this. He is looking for it, though. He's got the right idea. He catches the gun barrel, and now it gets real interesting. Not only the kill, but he can get the bomb plant here, assuming he made the cross. Yep, not tagged there. And that means it's a really disturbing 1 versus 2 here. If Shiro wins this one, NIP are going to probably implode pretty early on. That's going to be so devastating. He's crouched in. They have some time. They have a kit on either player, and importantly, they have a Molotov they can try and throw in. Yep, that'll block out one of the positions. Even if they don't get the kill behind it, it's enough to not have to check there. Shiro, though, lined up. Good headshot. Can he get one more? He's already at the quad. He just needs to click it. He's almost got a deagle out instead. Oh, it's so close. Quad kill. Nearly the ace clutch, but it's going to be Plopsky to bring it home.
Oh, it is. And man, talk about putting Nip on notice. Again, that individual skill on Gambit, so powerful. Device, the one with the utility there, but he decides to take point on that retake. So it's always questionable when you got the molly, the smoke, and the flash. And you're just thinking, well, you could use some of these grenades to go into it, instead of electing to try and set it up to get the info for his teammate. And then, well, just counting on his teammate to win that. Not an easy situation at all for NIP, but they managed to pull through, leaving a couple nades behind in spawn. I like to see that. Taking advantage of the new nade meta.
That really needs to be a wake-up call, and there's going to be another one here. They're going to be rushing to B-bomb side. It is a classic after all. Ooh, Device. That looked like that was a shot that he could have definitely hit. It's a 4-on-4 now instead. Yeah. Rush B.
Huge whiff. That's a huge whiff from Device. He should hit that shot.
Yeah, I feel like it wasn't necessarily even that difficult at this level, but yeah, a little bit of some hiccups here for NIP early on, even as they're 4-0, and they're going to give up the bombs. I don't mind that actually, because again, they've lost so many players in the last couple of rounds that they can't buy anything. So I'd much rather save the 4 rifles and be competitive in the next round.
Very cool though. I like this. That Gambit, they pick up on the fact that Nip are hanging around mid quite a bit, going for these aggro pushes into lower, and that's just delaying that defense over towards B. Feels like they saw an opportunity to get in there quick where there was only going to be 1 guy instead of the 2 or even 3 that sometimes you see on the CT side shifting over to B. If the CT side expect you to be hitting B early, they'll have those extra bodies over there. But Gambit, very cool strat, and actually works out perfectly. It's a great call coming in, and now they're on the board with that all-important first round. The beginning of a long journey. This is a best of 3. Neither of these teams at risk of being eliminated.
That's true. That's the upside here. But because of where we are in the tournament, if you lose this one, you could end up playing a team that you know, that you maybe just go out to anyway. So just get it done with. Get that arena seat locked in. Because staying here at the Legend stage is just going to get more and more dangerous. Shiro, nice boost. Hampus walks right into it. He was not expecting that at all. And he is down early. 4-1. It's such a fickle lead that they have right now, NIP. It seems like it's a lot when you go up 4-0 like this, but because the money is so bad, Gambit could just be bouncing right back.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, CT side is really frustrating on Dust 2, where, I mean, some of it can just come down to gambles, and if you're not getting it to break your way, it could feel like you're just completely powerless. I like this setup. That AWP followed up by a rifle. 1-for-1 trade over here. Plopsky going to be able to find one. Device has got his back. However, they know that he's here with that AWP, and it's a good trade, but it's still a 2-on-2. LLN and Z still on the bomb site, but with a USP.
Yep, he didn't have enough to buy anything else. Could he get something done? Nope, Inters is pre-firing that angle. Okay, then. 1 versus 2 for Rez. Not a bad player to have left, but against the AWP, one misstep and he's done. Oh no, it's Gambit making missteps. What a clutch from Rez. He just stops the spray into the one taps to get that second kill. Absolutely brilliant. And Gambit kind of losing track of the round there. Why make that wild jump up with the bomb in hand?
They just never expected it to be there that quick. I mean, and to be fair, Rez just ran. Usually you'd expect them, you know, they get up catwalk, they start walking, you know, they don't want to give any sound. And Rez just ran straight on up there. So that was really cool by Rez. A risk that was worth taking in the end. And you can see, yeah, making full use of these nades getting dropped so they can afford to buy a few more. And NIP taking advantage of this new nade update. And, I mean, this is one of those maps where it makes sense on the CT side in the spawn. You got a lot of rotates happening from B to A and vice versa. If you leave a couple of extra nades in here for the guys rotating around, it's just bonus if you've got the money to do it. So very cool to see some teams starting to pick up on this trend. But I liked this setup here. It's worth pointing out that, and it was a point that was actually brought up on the desk as well in terms of Rez and him just not showing up so far this tournament. I mean, going into this map, he has a 0.8 rating, Anders, and, you know, he is definitely seen as one of the heavy hitters for NIP, or at least that's the role he needs to fill with Device. So him being quiet so far in a couple of these series, it's good to see him start to, you know, joke around a bit and have things go his way on this first map. 10 kills on the board for him now, and, I mean, obviously, that last round, big clutch.
Yeah, I still think that the Rez and Device duo is really cool to watch, so I want to see both sides of that working out well. Linus is on his own back here at the bomb site, trying to smoke it off and buy some time. Rez showing up for his 11th kill, taking down Axel, and he's got the right idea. Nefani, though, will take him down. And Linus now a little bit of a one-way smoke. Yeah, they're not seeing it quite. Shiro will get the kill. Device, well, up against his rival on the other side once again here. Orb versus Orb, but Device not waiting for it. That's a very, very good pick. And now the bomb is in the bomb site, committed to it. And Gambit know it. They have to do something. Shiro's going to get the kill on Hampus. It's back into another 2 versus 2, but they can't get the bomb out of there. Oh. They really wanted to change that up and use the time. Hobbit, he's going to make his escape. He got shot in the back a little bit, but still, he has about 50 seconds to make something happen.
No AWP for Device, though. And Hobbit's able to make the cross. And now it's going to be a guessing game whether or not this is going to be an A hit or a B hit. There's still time for Hobbit to wrap back around towards B if he wanted to. And now NIP in the dark, and they have to separate. This is exactly what Hobbit wants. A couple of duels. This is winnable for him now. If they were buddied up, then NIP can trade kill if they spot Hobbit somewhere. Now, however, if he gets fortunate and just catches Device or Plopsky looking the wrong way, Hobbit can get a kill and get a bomb plant.
Yep.
I mean, not going to happen, though.
It's everything that he needed to do, basically, to avoid the straight-up 1 versus 2, right? But yeah, he got caught himself with Device coming back from long, just wasn't expecting it, and he can't check everything, so that is just unfortunate. It's going to be another round for NIP, though, and yeah, just I think it was a good job from LNC to smoke the back there and kind of your player, because when he's alone inside of the bomb site, which he was, if you die right away, it is so easy for them to put up the smoke and Molotovs in window and door and just run and put the bomb down. As long as he's alive, they have to wait it out, and yeah, he did a good job. Hampus has died a couple of times in this position, and that's going to happen again. I feel like...
questionable?
Yeah, I want to see Hampus find another way to try and play the early round here, or at least maybe have some more backup in there. Feels like it's not working out, but Device will get the refrag, and that doesn't quite make up for it, but it's something.
Digging him out of the hole. That was a bait and switch. World-class stuff. And, oh, Plofsky not expecting the second man on Catwalk, though. That's a big play coming in from Plofsky. Pulls a fast one on Hobbit. Axel trying to take advantage of it, though. Can catch him out on Catwalk. Device has got eyes on it, though, so he's not going to be able to get out here for free. Does have a teammate to help him out.
Yep, and they still have Inters down in the middle. If they can get the bomb down, it's going to be huge. But Plopsky flashed in by Rez. And we've seen that flashbang, the pop of the corner, come in multiple times. Lena's going to catch Inters, even though he's not really normally the AWP player on the team. But I guess he could get the job done anyway. Shiro, he was in a 1 versus 3 that he very nearly won last time. He's got a crack at it again here with even less time, which is a huge problem. If you're in these 1 versus 3s, you really need as much time as you could possibly get to try and manipulate the defense and find isolated fights instead of just rushing onto a bomb site. But by the time he gets there, he's going to be committed to it, and he won't be able to fall back to the A site instead. Ooh, is he even going to try? No, I think he's just going to say that's it.
He has no time for this.
Yeah, he'd have to run almost onto the bomb site and start shooting. So I don't think this is a bad call. It's very, very... I mean, the fact that he was close to winning the other one is crazy all on its own.
I did take a pretty big overperformance. Don't kick the ball again. That'll give it away. Seen that come back to bite players in the past where they kick the ball out into the open and somebody's coming around the corner like, oh, somebody is here.
Yeah, dead giveaway.
Oops.
Tempting, though, isn't it?
It is just there. And it's a ball. It wants to be kicked.
7-1. Good recovery for NIP. I know when you look at the scoreline now, it looks so one-sided, but I really feel like Gambit they're looking dangerous right now. But some of these rounds, where there's been a bunch of 2v2s that NIP have just won.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, this is entirely a mental thing. I think NIP have the firepower to go toe-to-toe with the best and to be a real threat. They're currently ranked 2nd in the world on HLTV, and, I mean, they're up there. The only team really that shuts them down and is what we saw yesterday, them getting shut down by Na'Vi. But I think everybody else, I don't think NIP have any reason to fear them. And I think NIP know that. You can see how Rez is playing a bit more freely. He's trying to make plays. They're a bit more active on the map right now. They're not showing as much respect. And I think that's reflected. It's 100% a mental thing with NIP because we know that they have the firepower on the team to just wreck teams. It's just a matter of them believing it and getting it done in the server. So against Gambit, I think they know that they can take the fight to Gambit and not need to show as much respect.
Oh, look at Hampus. I said earlier, he's pushing Catwalk aggressively and not really winning the fights, but it's not stopping him from being aggressive. He just keeps going. It's so crazy. Why, Hampus? Why are you doing it?
Is it because Rez is pushing up behind?
Yeah, but once you get the early kill, especially because you saw it was against a pistol, is it worth it? I really think this is like an attitude thing coming into it. He's like, even if I'm not winning these fights, I am going to keep going no matter what. We saw Robs was doing that on MOUZ Sports yesterday. Kind of a similar attitude. Like, even if it's not actually working, I'm gonna double and triple and quadruple down on being this, bold and aggressive because eventually it'll work.
Yeah, and that's kind of the vibe that we're getting here. I mean, it's also just going to keep Gambit guessing. Now Gambit have to play very carefully because they don't know if they're going to get pushed all over the place. So that's going to burn time off the clock. You're conditioning Gambit to play slowly. That, or you're conditioning Gambit to just rush so that they don't need to deal with these pushes. If they just rush a bomb site, they're the ones setting the pace right out the gates. So NIP need to take that into account and be ready for it. Device, though, definitely a position he can get traded in here.
Maybe, yeah, but he's got such a luxury knowing that no one is coming from lower dark, so he just hyper-focus on those angles, right? Because that's being held by 2 people. Bomb now in the middle.
Bomba.
Oh, that's a shame. Lose track of that. It's not I have no idea what's happening.
Interesting.
I just...
Plofsky just fully sold on the idea that they're all Catwalk. But his teammates didn't even see all of them, so...
I mean, the round cannot be won, but I think kind of similar earlier to when Gambit were in the 2 versus 1 against Rez, and they just kind of ran up onto the bomb site. In that moment, from memory, they had 41 seconds in that 2 versus 1 against Rez. So I get that they want to get onto the bomb site, but they actually did not need to take the risk at all. It's entirely possible that they could have just stopped and checked, and kind of similar here. Yeah, maybe the round is already won because the bomb is in the middle, but there's nothing to be gained by making that jump. So, yeah, everyone really needs to take a deep breath and really focus. Especially when you're ahead like NIP are right now, because we've seen it many, many times before. That's when you can start to make the mistakes. Although with Threat and Device on the NIP side, you would expect for any kind of energy like that to get shut down like right away. I'm assuming both those veterans will tell everyone else to calm down because there's so much riding on this right here.
Well, there's a spot in the playoffs, and I mean, considering NIP have gone through the trouble of making a custom jersey with Globen on it, you better hope that they're going to be able to make the cut and get into those playoffs, or that jersey is just going to be looking a little limp.
Yeah, that's great. I like it. I think that's great.
I still wish that they'd have put a Swedish flag on it or something. I mean, come on. It's like, if you want to make it a big deal that you guys are playing in Sweden, why put Globen? You know, put a Swedish flag on there. Hell yeah, just go all the way. You know, it's a nice jersey, apart from the logo.
Listen, they're building into it, all right?
Yeah. Iterations. I mean, they got time to make a new one, don't they?
Quite possibly, yeah. Maybe
they make the cut?
Maybe they will keep upgrading as they go through, like one for each stage kind of thing.
I guess it would have been ruined, though, because then Device would have had to have a Danish flag. And then it just like, no. They're just trying to sweep that under the rug right now.
We're not taking it back.
That they have a Dane on the team.
Let's move to Sweden. He can stay there. I don't know. Plomsky's down already.
Tell us how you really feel, Anders.
Yeah, really. bitter Danish caster, angry at Device. 8-1. We're in the 10th round. Gambit with a much needed good start here. They are already a slow team, so I'm not surprised that they're taking a little bit of time. That's possibly the weakest, most unimpressive run boost I've ever seen.
It was an anemic one, for sure.
Yeah. That was a clear fumble, wasn't it?
Well, they have a man advantage right now, Anders. So, I mean, Gambit, that is, have a man advantage. Feels like the best chance they've had in a while to get anything done here on this T side. It's not all ogre just yet.
Oh, dear, this nade.
That nade could be money. Yep.
He's oh, it's going to be the touchdown right on top. It blows up Gambit. They need this round. 4 versus 5, but now Device with the kill and the spray from the AK. It's good on top. They're all so low on health. That was a nuclear bomb landing on them. And Shiro, he's now on his own. 1 versus 4. That is such good timing. You could see how he pulls it out initially. He's like, wait, yeah, I'll do it. And Rez coming through with the triple kill, but the amount of damage in that round from Rez is outrageous.
That's the utility damage just going through the through the roof right now. Do I have these stats on that right now? Util damage, please.
It's going to be so high from that round alone.
He did at least 100 damage with that grenade, so that's pretty sick. Always feels good, always feels good. But what's important here for NIP is that that's a 9th round on the board on the CT side of Dust 2. Gambit right now are trembling in their boots.
Yeah, now I'm getting a bit more worried because, like I said, even at 4-1 or 5-1, I was still kind of thinking, like, yeah, but most of these are 2v2s that just happen to go NIP's way. So as long as Gambit can find a way to turn it around, it's not a big deal. Plomsky goes down early on, another 4-on-5. They did get the rifle from him, so they have something to build on here. It's not amazing on the Gambit side, and especially if you look at the grenades, they're going to be lacking a fair bit going into the later stages of this round. They're all down in long, which is maybe fine, but you're usually committed to that. I don't know how the bullet misses, but it's a good shot from Shiro.
No, it's the fact that they timed that to peek together, Gambit, so he was facing 3 guns. As soon as he comes around that corner that time, Device, it's just instant death. Even if he gets the 1-for-1. It's a shame that he doesn't get the 1-for-1, but he was just going to be a dead man. Now Rez decides to casually come in here and just click away Hobbit, but again, too many guns you're facing.
And he's feeling so confident. They're going to try and flash their way through once again. Nope, not even the flashbang. That's probably a bit of a mistake there.
2 of them playing anti-flash.
Yeah. Now, Hampus threw a nade. He's picked up another one that he's going to throw right on there, but not going to do that much damage. But that's kind of the nade stack down in spawn that they can just start to throw up there, which is a really cool idea. Gambit finally going to win that 2nd round. Yeah, I mean, I agree that the triple peak is fine, but that also means you kind of triple the amount of targets. So I'm shocked that he didn't at least hit one of them, right? But still, good job.
It's so tough though when you peek into multiple targets because your brain for a second is just like kid in a candy store. Where do you start? And then that split second, yeah, exactly. That split second where it's like you're trying to decide a target. That's what separates a pro from a noob. Is that usually they just focus on that one target and get the kill. Nicely done by Hampus. Going to make it a little bit more expensive. He needs to really hold on to this AK, though, because you could still go for a force buy in the next round if you're an IP, if he drops a gun over to a teammate.
I actually have a theory that that particular problem that you're describing about seeing multiple targets and focusing on one is something that you almost cannot train your way out of. There's the utility damage from the different players.
Spicy.
Impressive. I'm not sure you can train your way out of that. I feel like that's just inherent, built into some players. I've seen pro players that have long careers, and you can see when they have like 2 targets, they still kind of hesitate between one or the other. And you see some brand new players that just seem to know it. So I guess no one has done any studies on it, but I feel like that's just something that's built into your brain at some point. You either are really good at it, or you're along with the rest of the population. I mean, not that you can't be good at the rest of the game or anything. I haven't seen many people overcome that ever.
Well, you know what's happening right now is that NIP are currently overcoming Gambit on their map pick.
Yeah, they're doing a good job.
Yeah, this is a tough start for Gambit in this series. And there was a lot of questions around Gambit when we got onto lands. You know, the players themselves, they really peaked during that online era, and they themselves were saying, you know, in interviews where we want to establish our era, an era of our own. The reality is, though, you need to be able to do that on LAN if you're going to be taken seriously in Counter-Strike. It's always been about LAN play. And so now that we are here, sure, that's straight into the deep end. It's one of the most prestigious tournaments you can compete in, right? Ooh. But, you know, if you want an era, well, here's your chance. And right now, on LAN, we're seeing Gambit struggle quite a bit.
Yeah, they don't have quite the same sort of magic touch that we've seen in the online circuit, that's for sure. But Shiro is up there right now. He's got 13 kills. He's not that far behind Rez, who is ridiculously at 16-5 right now. I think that's also why Rez was taking the fight in the previous round down long, even though they were all down there. He's like, you know what? But I'm hitting all the headshots all the time. Like, why not try and do it? Which is hard. It's so hard to argue against because it does look really cool. And maybe sometimes that is the right move, even though, you know, we like the sort of get a kill, fall back kind of Counter-Strike. I mean, if you're on fire like Rez is right now, maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you should just keep fighting. 40 seconds, though. They've got the AWP up here on device, and it looks like it's going to be more of a mid-split this time to the B bomb side, which they're not that well set up for NIP. If they lose Rez, they probably just lose the round. Here's the wall of smokes trying to block off Hampus. Could he get into play here is the big question. They're all going to be pushing except for one through upper dark. There's the flashbang in, but it flashes Rez as well. Hobbit's on the other side. Rez is going to get shot in the back, and that's a disaster. Yeah, round is done. Call it off and just retreat. Save these guns. That is... There's only 10 seconds of the clock. Think about how close that is for Gambit if anything goes wrong.
Mm-hmm. But again, this is coming into this game. I was just sitting here thinking these are going to be slow rounds. So that's what CIS, you know, that's CIS Counter-Strike, and Gambit in particular. They take advantage of every second on the clock, and they're not afraid of running down the clock all the way until the very bitter end, which is what was surprising about that B rush earlier on in the half. Not exactly Gambit style to just go crashing into a bomb site early. You know, they're a team that will take the time to develop map control before they make a play.
It's a real shame that flashbang also hit Rez in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
Because otherwise, he gets the kill on Hobbit. He can turn around, and between him and Linus, they have a crossfire setup. They can do a lot in that one. Doesn't really work out that way, but Gambit finally getting a third on the board, a much-needed round. And NIP's economy was already shaky, so this is just, there's more steps in the right direction. If they get back to 9-6, NIP are going to feel gutted that they couldn't get more on the board.
Mm-hmm. I think so. I think they most definitely want double digits here, at least, NIP, and it's within their grasp. It's possible for them to do it. Curious to see if we're going to get some more aggression out of him as Hampus is thinking about it. Back in with the cams, and yep, there we go. Plopsky into lower halls, into lower dark right now, thinking perhaps that he would run into somebody. They've pushed upper dark as well. This should be a dead giveaway now, considering they've got a body on catwalk as well, peeking top mid, just where Gambit are right now. There aren't many options left. They've got so much information now in IP.
Yeah, this is such a weird wrinkle in Dust 2. I feel like that happens so much nowadays, where a team will go everyone long. The CT side will know they can stack the A-bomb side, and they still lose the round. And just even though they have all 5 players here, which they're about to have. Now, mind you, they only have two rifles and 1 AWP, so that could also obviously have a bit of an impact. But they know everything, and Gambit... I mean, Gambit can even assume that NIP know this, but it's just that long push when you've got the rifle advantage, especially, is just really powerful. Plopsky taking a guess through. They have a single flashbang on Linus. It's just been put out. Are they going to be able to do anything behind it? Flash is over it. They're not actually peeking. Device has the other one, but he's also AWPing, so can't really throw it, even though that would be cool right now. Rez is down and out of the round. 40 seconds on the clock. It's a pretty good kill there. And he relocates just a little bit higher to try and take a look. Axel with the double kill. Now they got 35 seconds. And Device, that smoke is gone. Oh, he's no longer safe. That was his.
And
that was his
showing
cover.
hesitation. That's interesting. I mean, I suppose that is such. I mean, Gambit are so aware of what the options are.
Yeah.
As that push really kicks off, they throw the Molotov into Longhouse just to make sure that a flank isn't possible. And so I guess that's what stops Hampus, right? Even if the molly clears, he's probably thinking somebody's sitting on the other side of that smoke, just waiting for me to come around the corner now. And so, I mean, Gambit, that's a really well thought out, clean plan, very straightforward, but they take the time to set it up. They don't rush any aspect of it.
Look at how they're throwing the guns away all the way at the end, just because they don't really know necessarily what Hampus has, and they want to make sure he can't run up from catwalk to pick up guns. Also, they did have that one flashbang NIP that they threw up, but no one was really peeking behind it. And I feel like that was the moment to go.
A little disjointed, yeah.
Yeah, you had only one chance really there, and didn't work out. So was fun watching Device that you could see when that smoke is gone. He's like, oh no, I am stuck back here. There's nothing I could do. 9-4, Gambit winning another round.
Let's see, this is Axel's perspective. Plopsky only had a pistol. Yeah, I mean, not a whole lot that Linus and Plopsky could do there with their firepower.
Great stuff.
Yeah, that was Device just getting caught.
But he would have been dead either way. Device from Shiro down at long. I'm pretty sure there's no way for him to stand anymore. So probably would have been gone either way. Another buy round coming out from NIP. Device just trusting in that nade, the smoke up there a lot. That's impressive. He has to know the internal timing of when they can wrap around through long, and that's so scary.
Oh, this is nasty. This is nasty. That was so cool, waiting in the smoke. Element of surprise there for Gambit, and it works wonderfully. Linus deciding he needed to take that fight.
Because Device threw the flashbang for him. He thought, all right, this is the big opportunity, but they just kept firing even though they were flashed.
It wasn't perfectly thrown. They weren't flashed. Interesting.
4-5 now. Oh, sorry, 4-4. They did lose Exile. Ice goes down. That was Shiro picking up the kill. I don't know. Plopsky looks like someone who wants to save the round by pushing long, which, you know, if you get the timing down right, is probably going to be true. Rez, the Fanny. Oh, he's so quick, Rez. Back to the action again for him. A double kill in the round and back into a 3-on-3 as well. I don't know if he can hear Hobbit running around out there, Plopsky.
Oh, pretty sure now. Pretty sure.
Now
Yeah, he definitely hears that. 100% he heard that, and he's going to get the shadow on the floor.
Runs back though, Hobbit, Plopsky. You don't. This could be a fake. For all he knows, that's intentional noise. But yep, he's going to risk it and go for it. Now up on the bomb site, Rez has to stay alive. Hampus, that is incredible timing to get that kill. Now, if he could have stayed alive, it would have been so sick. Rez, yep, he's calling for it, saying Plopsky, you need to get closer. They're already on top. Good timing for Rez. Finding the third kill in the round, and Shiro is now on his own. He's going to get shot in the back. Plopsky taking that risk earlier, and it pays off. Huge round for NIP.
Whew. You could see Threat, just the breath of relief there. Threat's a very involved coach, does a lot of the talking, helps a lot with the strats. For him to have to be quiet right now, that's got to be quite the task. Although, I remember, do you remember that one, was it the first RMR where the coaches had to leave the room and it was like Nip were doing the behind-the-scenes footage and he was just sitting outside the door, just kind of like sitting and just staring at the wall, wondering like what's going on with this team? Because the coaches weren't allowed to actually be present.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty rough, right? It must be excruciating. 10-4, 15th round.
Shout out to Nip. I mean, a lot of these teams are doing this kind of content now, and it's really cool. But, you know, shout out to Nip. They do a good job with the behind-the-scenes footage. Really gives you a feel of, you know, what's going on with the team.
True.
In the prep here. So it's been very nice.
Shiro's making his way down the middle. Plopsky in the pit over at long, but they've got a very mid-centric setup right now for the NIP side. If they do any kind of a attempted B split or anything, NIP should be plenty ready for that. I'm assuming Gambit eventually will have to go clear out catwalk before they even do anything on this round, because otherwise they just don't have the control. Yeah, there's the initial Molotov to force it back, but they kind of have to. They even have to clear the next corner, especially now that Molotov comes down. Yeah, there we go. Trading nades. Name of the game. Did it force him? No. It was kind of imperfect. You can throw it so that it kind of burns out the player on the corner here, but Hampus is still around.
This is bold. Does he get in the smoke?
Pit as well. Plopski's here. Oh, they line up for a beautiful double. That is so well done. He wasn't flashed nearly enough, and Hampus, because he stuck around, is going to be rewarded with what is, for all practical purposes, a double kill. One dink away. Shiro's going to be going down. Nefani on his own, 1 versus 4. This is a very, very strong first half for NIP. Wasn't always meant to be. A lot of 2v2s at the beginning, but now it's different. 11-4. That is really well done.
So impressive, NIP. I mean, really, from the very beginning, they set the tone, they set the pace, they played aggressive, they took the fight to Gambit, and that may have thrown Gambit off. It wasn't until a little bit later in the half that Gambit started to look like they were getting some confidence back, started to have some rounds go their way. But a good rally by Nip at the end there. 11-4 on the CT side on Gambit's map pick is a terrific start for the Ninjas, and particularly Rez. He's at the top of the scoreboard right now for his team with 19 kills. And so he was catching a little heat earlier on the analyst desk. Rightfully so. He's got a 0.8 rating going into this series when he's supposed to be a heavy hitter for the team. That's not really, acceptable. But right now in this match versus Gambit, he's popping off, doing a lot of the work for the team. He's really stepped up. So hopefully this will carry out in the future, because I think, again, what I said at the beginning of this series is that NIP have the firepower. I think it's 100% mental with them, knowing that they can get those kills and take those duels. Oof. And while, Device, no problem with him. He'll hit those headshots.
Nefani too, it seems, and taking out Rez, that's a pretty big deal. They read this smoke really well. They know that Hobbit could be inside of it. Love to see some more out of ENCE as well. He's got 2 kills in the first half. Linus is on 3 kills, but I care less about that because he's in the B bomb site, so that's just how things go some of the time at least. 3 on 3 as they trade a little bit out long as well. And NIP, they don't probably mind the situation too much. They have the P250 still alive. They can go looking for more kills. Hobbit coming back to middle. Good information. They could get really close to that B-bomb site. Oh, this is a good move. Yeah, down underpass, or down lower dark. So here we go. He's thinking about it. Nope. Did he read it incorrectly? He might think they're out long. Yeah, I think they...
Yep.
That's the feeling that they had. Because of that earlier engagement, the trade that was going on out there. Now coming back to take a look. Hobbit still hasn't seen anyone. He did make a little bit of a jump, but I don't think he spotted anyone in lower dark. They can hear him running around. Smoke goes up. Is he going to respect it? Nope. Tries to get the jump up to look on top of it. It's a pretty cool idea. Some bullets being exchanged. Then NIP staying really elusive in this round. Switching it up to the catwalk now. Running to see if they can catch Axile on this bomb site. He is on his own. Backup is only just now showing up, but he's doing a good job staying alive, and an even better job with the headshots. Nearly taking down that double. Plopski's on his own with 15 seconds, and they don't have to fight him. Just wait until they actually go for the bomb plant. It's going to be Hopper to get the last one there. And it's going to be Gambit to win a much-needed pistol round.
Much-needed pistol round. Exactly how it worked out for NIP. Now Gambit are setting themselves up for success here on their CT side of Dust 2. And this started with Device hitting a crisp headshot, but then it really just kind of peels back from there. This is the reason why you see these players going for these P250s on the pistol on the T side, is that the Glock long range, you're not going to get a one-shot kill, whereas the P250 you will. So you get a bit of that oomph, that firepower. But Gambit showing that they've got just as much to work with. So, really just sticking to their favorite strategy right now, NIP. No bomb plant on the T side means a hard eco in the second round, and they'll be getting a buy round in the following one, where they'll have the rifles and the nades. So this will just be a bit of a freebie for Gambit. Keep in mind, even on hard ecos like this, the main thing that NIP are going to be trying to do is they're trying to get Gambit to throw out grenades, trying to get them to spend money on utility that they may not necessarily have to, right?
Yeah, and that Deagle was maybe another ticket to do some real damage. Looking for a headshot with it. Rez will be able to pick it up. That's Shiro down. That's so good. Armor is lost. Any nades that he might have had could be lost as well. Hobbit, it's a pretty safe position to play in, especially against the Glocks. That Eagle is still kind of in play. Jump kill, not this time. Plopski, what a spin! That is so ridiculous. Taking down Hobbit and then spins around to drop Nefani next. He's looking for the fight, and he nearly has Axile as well. But Gambit, they'll see their way through the round. That was really sick secondary kill there.
Oh, dude, he nearly had the third one too. That was so sick. He was feeling it. Way too close for comfort for Gambit. Did they save the? Did they have another M4A1? Or it's looking like they're just going to save the FAMAS. Still, they saved both rifles, but man, that was way too close. Gambit, both of those players were headshot by pistols.
Boom.
That's so sick, though.
Actually, really well done. That was 17 kills there on Plopsky. He is so close to res.
Good for him.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. 11-6. NIP ready with the rifles again. Like you said, they saved the previous round. They're able to do it this time. And they throw that same Molotov to the middle. Even one on the catwalk. They want to make sure that nobody from that CT side is occupying anything in that side of the map. Wait, are they expecting something anyway?
With the bomb plant, they just have full nades, everything that they need, but it is going to be the delayed long take, and Axel's life is about to get really interesting. Beautiful. Hits that first one. Not going to get the second kill. 1-for-1 trade. This favors NIP. And the appropriate response is to make sure that you can clear out catwalk so you have some room to maneuver on Gambit's side. And so Gambit right now going to try and check that out. Quick flank coming in here from Nefani. Looking to box NIP in on long.
Yeah, but they, again, just like in the previous half, they probably know that. They probably don't care nearly as much as you would think. I mean, on most of the maps, if this was on Inferno and you were locked into Banana and the CT side, that would be a lost round. But it isn't the same here.
I want to see the same thing where Device throws a Molotov on Longhouse as the push begins to just block Nefani out of this.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. There's the wall set up. Let's see if Gambit can set up a bit of a flash. He just tries to shoot down the long lane of that long position. Hobbit, though, he's doing all the work inside of the bomb site. Big double for him. Device trying to throw a flashbang to get up there and take him down, but it didn't really work out in their favor at all. Rez, unable to find much of anything here. He's going to get shot in the back by Nefani. It's a 7th round for Gambit, and they are right back in this map.
Yep, they are looking very good here on the CT side of Dust 2. Clearly comfortable. Hobbit himself. Once again, Hobbit just deciding enough is enough. Looks like I'm going to have to start just smacking some people here. And, well, I mean, it's about time because that's a 12th kill on the board for Hobbit, a 13th kill. And as Hobbit is going to start picking up steam here, he's been one of the guys to really save Gambit in the past.
Yeah, and he's got so much experience as well, right?
When the other team, exactly, when the other team kind of struggles, or when the rest of the team kind of struggle a little bit to come up with the individual impact, Hobbit can be that guy to just wake up, start taking control, and just start leading the team by example. So we'll see if that bears out here, if they're going to be able to close it, or if Nip can get an explosive round onto the B bomb site with these pistols. Tech 9s, again, they're going to be right out the gate so fast.
Oh, Inters, he gets caught. Shiro's on his own. He needs more than just the one kill. There's the follow-up, and he's ready with the pistol. The rest of the NIP are a little bit further behind, so Shiro's going to get just a bit of a space to breathe here. Nice triple for Shiro. That should save the round for them. It's not 100%, but that pretty much stacks it in their favor. They're going to be swapping out some rifles before the rest of Gambit show up. They're not going to kill anyone here, but we'll do a little bit of damage at the very least. Bomb being attempted, and actually will be planted as well. Flashes and smoke everywhere. Nefani with the one kill, and yeah, they were going to get overrun almost no matter what then. But that's a very successful round out of NIP.
Yeah, where was the spacing is what I'm wondering. How is it that the first 2 were out so early, and then the remaining 3 were just kind of sitting back there? It wasn't until much later in the push that the remaining 3 from Upper Dark actually closed the distance on Shiro and started to take the fight to him. So I'm wondering what caused the delay there. Didn't quite spot that. But still, I mean, one thing that's consistent here for NIP is that on these eco rounds, they are getting bomb plants. And that's a bonus $800 going into their economy that they're definitely going to love, because exactly, it means that Device can get an AWP, but also afford to get a full set of grenades to work with. Wow, I thought he had that.
It's real close. Shiro, though, not just close, but straight on point, taking down Hampus.
This is problematic.
It is. Yeah, Gambit, they can win this map right now. That's for sure.
They're picking up steam, and Nip are not trading these kills.
I wonder, they're actually pushing into Upper Dark as well. So once again, they have them pretty much figured out at this point in the game, or in the round. Now just need to not make any mistakes, don't peek them long and lose the Device. It's not worth it.
Same smoke ready to go as well to create room on the bomb side and make it difficult for Nip to find kills. So this is the smoke that Hobbit threw in the last long push.
Yeah.
So they're set up. They've got a protocol. They've got a protocol that they want to follow here, Gambit. If it's a long push, and they are ready for this push. It's so brutal.
Shiro coming up with a kill there on Plopsky before they even get anything started. Axam, not quite the double kill that Hobbit had, but it'll get the job done anyway. It's a 2-on-4. Make it a 1 versus 4, in fact, as Venus goes down. Device he's going to get found. Nefani will get the kill. Shiro with the triple. I was about to say earlier, because Inters, they now know that he's in that B bomb side. They might have probably known that anyway, but because he's not having the best game yet, he's still got the 3 kills from earlier. It's had a tough time. Maybe you want to try and really push that, sort of make it a bit more personal and say, all right, if you're going to be off your game, maybe we can actually really use that. Now, if he's got Shiro with him with the AWP, you know, you can question how weak is that bomb side really going to be, but
yeah,
it seems like a decent choice at any rate. Maybe we'll see NIP return to that. I mean, it's not just rushing B, right? It could be B splits.
It's fun that you mentioned that, because I was literally just thinking the same thing about LNZ right now. It's like Interest has 3 kills, but LNZ has 4 kills. So it's not like, I mean, it kind of balances out, right? You're thinking, oh man, if only he'd step up. But it's like, yeah, no, they literally have one player on each of these teams right now that's not really delivering any kills. And so you could try and take advantage of that. Easier to take advantage, as you point out, where if that guy's on the CT side, because odds are you know where he's going to play on the map. Whereas, you know, Linus can just be kind of anywhere backing up the group. And, well, it's looking like we are going to get some presence over here towards B for NIP early in this round. Nobody playing hard on the bomb side, only just now rotating in.
Yeah, they just throw a Molotov from middle, and then they just ignore it. They assume that no one's going to... We've actually seen that before. Nade, a little bit early. Are they going to go behind it? There are the flashes. Inters up to the test again. Can he find another kill? It's really needed, but he's so blind. There's the kill for Inters. Good double. That's what they need. What a solid defense here. Again, it's so tricky when you just have a whole map where you can't get anything done. You lose all the fights mentally. It's like it gets worse and worse over time. So credit to Inters for coming up with a big double then, because that actually could give them a way back into it. Now, retaking the B bomb site, not easy.
No, that's the main concern here. They are not done yet, Nip, and they still have a couple of grenades to work with as well to make things easier. Yeah. Axile on the flank on the upper dark.
No Molotov for the back here against Rez, so if they're not quick to kill him, he could just stand here tapping with the AK and shut them all down. And again, he's been so effective all the game through, so going to be dangerous. No, this time he's going to get shot down. That's not bad. Device spinning around, he's going to get a headshot, but they catch him before he can escape. And they're going to be on that bomb with enough time. So a 10th round for Gambit. They are catching up to NIP.
Was that just not knowing what the post plant, like how you're supposed to be holding that post plant in the end? Because Rez is not, like, Rez is supposed to be watching upper dark. Nobody's watching upper dark. He gets bashed in the side of the head for free, essentially, as he's dealing with the window push. So who's watching window at that point for Nip in that post plant? Rez should not be getting shot in the side of the head in that scenario.
Yeah,
so
I guess
weird
maybe
how that played out.
Maybe the way he moved it, because I think Gambit smoked the window and jumped through and flashed their way through.
Sure.
So I'm guessing maybe that's just, they would, like, when the smoke goes down, Rez like, shit, I've got to do something, you know?
Yeah, well, it's a question of trusting your teammates at that point, right? You just need to trust your mates to do their jobs. Because I mean, if your role is to hold upper, you need to hold upper and trust your mates. You know, that they're going to do their part of the work. As soon as you start losing trust in your mates to hit their shots and you start trying to do more, well, then that's what happens. You just get shot in the side of the head because, hey, you had an angle that you needed to watch too that was probably likely that somebody was coming through there. So weird post plant for NIP. I mean, unforced errors, I almost want to say, that's costing them rounds here.
They had such a strong lead. And now, 11-10, it's anybody's game. There's a good amount of bank as well on the Gambit side. They find Exile, though.
Okay.
That's a nice kill opening there for Linus. They still have a player towards upper dark, so they're not fully committed to long right now. Unlike in the previous rounds that we've seen, they could go back because they have that anchor on the other side. Leaving Hampus down there. It's actually a classic sort of round where you do this intentionally, and then because you know eventually the CT side will probably want to take a look. The best version of it, in my opinion, is where you leave the AWP down there alone, because then if they come peek long, they're probably going to die. But AK might do the trick anyway. We'll see. 30 seconds left. I feel like that's the other problem, though. There's so little time. Hampus almost has to run up long and just keep people here. He's going to go down to Shiro instead, and now Inter's hiding in the corner. He is on his own, though. They don't realize. Now they're coming back. Inter's, oh, he's so smart. This is some absolutely 5,000 IQ play. He comes in with the kill. He's called in the entire team. He drops the bomb as well. What an absolutely brilliant play from Inter's. Snap comes out from Shiro. He's going to drop Plopsky, and now Device is in a 1 versus 1 with no time. He has to hold the bomb. He can't fake it. Is he going to have it? Oh, barely! He gets the bomb plant at the very least, and now Shiro's walked up close. P215 hand. Device, he gets the kill anyway for everything that Shiro did. Oh, sorry, that Inters did. It is not enough. I can't believe he held it that long.
And you notice that? How he takes the silencer off the barrel so that there's even less of a tell? Yeah. There's less of a way to spot him in that corner.
He knew that if he fired the gun straight away, his teammates would have been in the A-bomb side across the map. So he's like, if I wait another 3 seconds, they can run. He's just yelling in his microphone at that point, get back, I'm not shooting yet, just keep going.
But it's so cool that he takes the silencer off of his rifle. That's the one thing that could give him away. He just removes just a little bit more just to make it harder to spot him. That is so cool. What a nice detail there.
All right, 12-10. That is, I mean, that is such a cool play for ENCE. Again,
that's also a sound we don't hear very often. The M4A1S without the silencer on it?
Rare. It's very rare. For good reason.
Well, Anders, is this it? Is this the round that breaks Gambit? Because now their money, they spent quite a bit of it this round.
It is scary, isn't it? When you end up losing in a 1 versus 1 like that, you get wiped out. It's not like NIP have a lot of a bank either, but yeah.
Team, they're both pretty broke. All on the line. Shiro doing everything he can with 25 kills right now. Doing what he can to drag his team across the finish line on this map.
Hampus is waiting for this. If he peeks out, Nafani might just be dead, but they're going to fall off that little boost in the middle. It used to be incredibly popular. I feel like we see it much less these days. And they are leaned towards that B bomb side in a massive way. Almost no defense on, well, no defense on Catwalk. If they hit that right now, it would be a great move for NIP, but they can't really know what we know. It looks like they're going to try and B-split it against 2 people in the middle. That will be a bit of an uphill battle here. Going to be the spray down for Hobbit, big double with the FAMAS, and yeah, they're just going to shut it down. ENCE picking up 1 more kill, and the Fanny inside of the bomb side. They are going to feel so red, NIP, in this round.
Oh, that's such an agonizing round for NIP. Now NIP just go for the half-buy and let Gambit get up to 12-12 at this point. You're just going to have to take it. Oh. Hampus, no hesitation, goes for an AK. Kevlar has a grenade. He has nades. He has money for a smoke, and Device is going to go for a scout. Okay, then. So they're going to spend a little bit of money into this round. Hero AK in the hands of Hampus. Let's see what he's capable of with it, because otherwise, this is going to make life difficult for you going forward in the next round.
Well, that's a good start. Hampus has been ready to play aggressive all game long, so they give him that AK and tell him to run out long and shoot people. He's up for that task. Rez has got a deagle. He's been hitting some good shots with that one too.
He has. Rez still sitting at 20 kills, but he's definitely had a bit of an impact. Now we could have the push for information from Inters. Rez worried about the flank from lower, but he just needs to focus. He needs to trust in his instincts to hold, but he turns away, and this is almost going to certainly, result in him getting shot in the back. That's so painful. The timing is just excruciating.
Yeah, if he had got that kill, that could have been really interesting. Now it feels like
it doesn't bode well for NIP.
Yeah, it shouldn't happen, right?
Not really sure what you can do here if you're Nip, apart from just hitting glorious headshots.
Yeah, there was one chance there. Scout not quite connecting either, and Gambit are trying to play it safely as they can. Oh, he actually had a bit of a moment there where he could have done it. Hampus with a kill as well. Oh dear. 2 versus 4 into a 2-on-2. ENCE gets 1 more. Hampus tapping away. Can he find one last headshot? He's got 30 seconds left. He's already got the triple. Now he's picked up the scout, and because ENCE is so low, I mean, the scout actually wouldn't have been a bad choice. AK will do the trick as well. He's back to that, and now he's going to go straight for the bomb plant. Oh, Gambit, if you lose this round and then the map, and that could very likely happen, that's going to be heartbreaking. This should never be this close. 2 versus 4 into a 1 versus 1. Here's the flash. It's not on Catwalk. He knows it now. Grenade doesn't kill him either. He's still alive up here at the bomb site. He finds another one. He's going to stand up, sprays through it. So close. He's almost got him. He's a bullet away from winning this round. But instead, it's ENCE coming in with a triple kill. And that's going to tie up the scoreline 12-12, man. ENCE's comeback into this game has been absolutely stunning.
Oh, it certainly has. Given the opportunity, he's had the chance now to stand up for his team. I feel like in the first half, he was just getting railroaded, not really given too many opportunities. Everybody else kind of taking the oxygen out of the room. But ENCE now, talk about an all-important save for his team. What a clutch. Absolutely had to have that go his way. And, I was talking about glorious headshots. Man, did they come close, NIP.
Yeah, really, really, I mean, it's such a close call.
Well, okay. That's the thing. Snap decisions in the moment, right? But Hampus dropping down there, that's a tough one. That's really interesting that he decides to go for that, because the audio cue obviously give a little bit of a giveaway as to where he is at that point.
Yeah,
snap decision. I think he thought that ENCE was going to try and play clever around the smoke, and he was going to pull a fast one on him. And, well, turns out he got. So now 12-12, tied up. Still a good eco round for NIP. I mean, they didn't win the round, but they got a bomb plant, and they did a lot of damage to the Gambit economy. Gambit are going to have to spend a lot of money getting re-equipped this round, and so there's still a chance for NIP. It is not over, but I'm really glad to see that these teams now are both waking up. It's getting frisky, Anders.
Yeah, this is the kind of game that we really were hoping for. And it's still just only map number 1, so could be a lot more fun coming our way. Down in lower dark and outside of long, so a very standard type setup here for the T side. Spray, even Flash, Nafani going to be picking off both players. That smoke you normally set up so that you can get that little jump up on the box instead, and they decided to essentially use it as a fake to try and flash their way in the middle, which is a cool idea, but yeah, it's also a choke point, so if someone's on the other side just holding down mouse 1, you probably aren't going to get hit. So
with an A1S, which is basically a laser beam.
Yeah.
You're just it's going to be sad times. Oh, that's going to really set Nip back. The pressure is monstrous now on them. 6 kills on Linus. Off on the flank. He's had a couple of moments. That close round there, he was able to get a couple of kills to chime in, but now it's going to take superhuman effort from these players to win back into this round. Hampus, hasn't had a whole lot of luck out here on long. Let's see if he can turn that around. Unfortunately, no. Axel shoots him in the back, and now you've got Device and Linus. Once again, the pair, the duo, last alive in the round for NIP in a 2v5, backing off and saving their guns.
It looks a bit silly when Hampus does that, where he doesn't check the corner, but the fact is, I mean, if you're sort of an intermediate player, you think about, okay, I'm going to be walking out, I'm going to check like 5 different corners all at once, but at this level, the people you're playing against, if you try and do that, are probably going to kill you. So sometimes actually making just an assumption and saying,
you're taking a risk.
Yeah, there are 3 or 4 different corners I can check. I'm going to check 2 of them, and if they're in one or the other, I just probably can't win that anyway. It's very unlikely. So it looks a bit silly, but there's actually some reasoning behind it. Worth thinking about. Nice save, I guess. At the end, at least they get to keep the guns alive. That's important, but it doesn't change the fact that Gambit are about to win this map.
Gambit are so close, and this is their map pick. Inferno comes next. That was picked by NIP, and if we need it, we go to Overpass as a 3rd map to finish out strong on. And I'm assuming that this is a tack timeout called by NIP. It should be their last tack timeout, and the last chance for Threat to talk, unless Gambit were to call a timeout of their own. Sure that he'll have something to add, something to say in this situation.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt about that. We see some equipment being picked up now on the side of NIP, so that's maybe a little bit of the benefit. At least they are able to re-equip themselves some. But it's 13-12. It is just a stunning comeback for Gambit. The first half, so much in NIP's favor. 11-4 in their favor. And now here we are. Gambit almost giving up nothing in the second half. Nafani down in lower dark. He's going to pick up the 1 kill. Tries to smoke up behind him. He should be dead, but he almost took Rez with him. That's an even trade, but not really.
Exactly. This still favors NIP. CT side, they need to win out by getting man advantages. Then they can start really having an edge in the round.
Damage on Rez, it's still, you know.
Yeah, but that's Rez.
Almost enough.
He's a threat, even if he has 1 health.
Giro. Thinking about it. If they go throw the smoke, we've seen that before where people smoke that trick smoke in the corner and they just get straight wallbang down.
Fallen. That shot, so sick.
And other people have tried to do it since, I've noticed. It's become more popular, so.
It's so cool. He blew my mind with that flick. That was so sick.
No one's going to throw the trick smoke just yet. Rez instead going to be throwing the smoke towards Shiro's position, so sort of the classic indication that there's a B-split coming. Just waiting for it right now. Surely going to be putting it up. The rest of them are going to be pushing in through upper dark, but look at how they're getting into position. They know so much about what's coming here, Gambit. They're also pushing from top mid. Yep, Axel with the kill on Rez. He was out from long, and now this is going to be telegraphed all the way through. Easy kill for Shiro. He's going to fall back a little bit further. ENCE goes down. That's actually not a bad shot from Linus at all. 25 seconds, though. Maybe they could get the bomb plant, and then we could start to discuss the after plant, because they're still in some trouble here in IP. 15 seconds. They get the bomb down, but immediately afterwards, and that's a leg shot. That's so unfortunate. Good stuff from Gambit. They're up 14-12 now.
They're continuing to power forward, Anders. That was Device, Hampus, and Linus in the end, really trying to make it work, the 3 of them. And yet they are just not able to hold in these situations. The pressure is just getting to some of these players.
Yeah, and the fact that they were so slow to try and set all of that up meant that suddenly Axel had time to come out long. And I mean, NIP normally don't play that slow, so it could also be that Gambit are sort of reading that a little bit, saying, you know what? Maybe now's a good time.
Now could be a good time to start trying to change that pace up. It's just so hard to do and not be not telegraph it that you're going to be running, you know, that you're going to be trying to just go all out. But a good long spawn could certainly help. Talk about getting a nice present to NIP. The flash timing is not going to be perfect, but Rez does trade it, takes down Axile, so it's a 4-on-4 situation. Shiro does make it back to the bomb site. But NIP have now been favored with a good long spawn, and that gives them a chance at some early aggression. Nice.
Yeah, they're kind of walking back a little bit to check. I'm not sure if that's always a good idea. Maybe you can leave someone in up top of middle, something like that, so you can have a late lurk towards the catwalk if you really feel like a nice flick. Shiro, he saw the elbow, and that's enough to take down Hampus.
He's too fast.
Yeah, Shiro is really a scary player. Him 29-14. He's out of control.
This doesn't bode well for NIP going further into the series either.
No.
If they lose on this one, I mean, they have to feel like they had this one in the bag. And maybe they got a little complacent at the end of that first half because... Whoa, Hobbit. See, he's like me. He also reacts in real life, not only in game. He now turns away from the screen.
Who can blame him? Fanny gets a kill. Shiro. Oh, he actually likes him anyway. He just walks out. That is a bold move. 2 versus 4. Gambit about to be on map point here. NIP look like they are out of steam for this first map. It was going so well. A little bit of a failed HG out there. That's always funny. But NIP, I don't think they're chuckling just yet. They need to win this round, and then they need to keep going, and it's almost impossible. Plopsky, he's low on health, and ENCE will take him down. Bit of a jump. More jumps might be coming in. He's just surrounded. Shiro picking up the AK instead to get the job done. He's got a triple and dropping 30 kills in regulation against NIP.
Yeah. And the big driving force behind this. For a while there, it was Shiro with 25 kills, and the rest of his team had 13. Now they're starting to catch up a little bit. Nafani with 19 now, kind of getting right behind him. 16 on Hobbit, but it really is Shiro just making a world of difference. But that's what you need your star to do sometimes. Sometimes he just has to be the driving force on the team, keeping you competitive, buying the time and creating the opportunities for the rest of the team to shine and make it happen. And so Shiro, just a monster. So good to see, and one of the most talented operas in the scene right now. Here we go, B-Rush coming in from NIP. They've decided to throw it all in.
Yeah, going all in on the bomb site. Inter's down inside of it. Shiro's picking up more kills. He just cannot be stopped. It's a double for him. He's looking for it. That flick does not connect. Rarely does he miss a shot. At least it's a 3-on-3 here for NIP. They line up for the kill. Oh, Device, even while stumbling off the box back there, he's able to take down Axile. That keeps NIP alive for another round at least. But I mean, it's so horrifying. That's the problem, right? I mean, Inter isn't even the weak point anymore, but even when he was, he had Shiro to back him up, and Shiro's just gonna wreck the whole team every time. Device, though, good triple on him, 13-15. NIP fighting for overtime.
Oh, here we go. There we go. The change of pace. They got a long spawn. That didn't work out for them in the round previous. Now they get the B, and they just go straight in, rush, no fear. And the change of pace clearly working for him because the slow stuff was not. Gambit now, they should be aware of this, though. They have enough money for a buy on their side of things, so it's not going to be the end of the world. But if they were to lose this next round, Gambit, this is going to get very, very spicy. It's going to be hard to hold NIP off of overtime. So, bit of pressure on Gambit, and it's a good time for them to call a tactical timeout. Last one of theirs used as well. So this is it. It is all on the table now. Both coaches, it's their last chance to communicate with the players.
Yeah, get the job done, Gambit, on the CT side. Don't let it go into overtime. Don't let NIP get that mental reset. Just knock them out here and go on to that second map. That's got to be the aim at the moment. 32 kills on Shiro. It's out of control.
Yeah, he's an absolute monster. It's just one of the top players in the game of CSGO right now.
Good to see. Good to see that they're continuing now. Starting to feel much more confident on land for sure. 29th round. It's going to be some pressure towards the B bomb site. Attempted setup here for Device, hoping to catch whoever might be showing up early on. It's a nice idea. They're actually gravitating everyone. So Device just walking onto the site. That was the opportunity, but he dips back for more. That's usually very risky. Once you don't hit that shot, you probably need to fall back. Now it's a little bit more telegraphed again. They could know what's coming, but actually Gambit are not even moving they're just allowing Device to stay there. That is so interesting. Smokes it off and creates a bit of space. He can jump up on that box right on the other side. I'm shocked that no one from Gambit has moved down middle at the very least. That seems like a big risk. Device. He's sneaking his way in, but Interns just a little bit more clever, and he's going to find the kill on Device here. That's a big one, and the shadow shows on the ground. Nafani, he's able to flick and take down Linus. Now it's a 3 versus 4 as they get the kill on Hobbit at least. Hampus, he wanted to sneak in that one, but they're in trouble here in IP. They're a man down and 50 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and Plopsky's been spotted as well, so there's no reason for them to rotate off here, Gambit. They know that these players are out here. Nafani, that was the must-win fight. Inters will fight back, though. Takes down Hampus, and he lines him up, holds the bomb site, rock solid. Inters gets a chance to shine at the end, and he comes through in spades for his team. Well played.
He actually is so screwed in that window when he turns around and falls off. I thought, because he hadn't even reloaded yet, I thought, all right, fine. He's maybe, if he's really, really crispy, he can get one more headshot and then he's out. And it'll probably be a 1 versus 1 or 1 versus 2 or something like that. But, man, he got every single one. From Inter's point of view, he came out of the first half with 3 kills and was essentially a non-player in this game. And then he came back and won some huge rounds. That 1 versus 1 against Hampus. This one, obviously, I've got to say, it's absolutely impressive. The main driving force of is Shiro and his mad AWP skills, but you know, just as an individual, it's so hard to play your way back.
It's simple. It's credit where credit's due, right? Shiro. Without him popping off and getting up to 25, 30 kills like that, it doesn't buy the time for the rest of his teammates to show up and help out, right? So without that's the role of the star player. You need to be able to count on him to come up with the goods like that in the crunch moments, and Shiro turned up. So just the big save of this map can be credited to him, and Gambit have got to be very happy with the situation right now, because now you're going into Inferno, but you've probably put a real dent in Nip's mental game.
Yeah. Yeah, they were up so far, 11-4 in the first half, right? It just looks like a done deal. So the fact that they couldn't close it out in IP definitely going to be on their minds for the second map. Well, we're going to go to a break, and then we'll get the rest of the series on the way. Stay tuned.
Hello everyone, yes, what a map that was. NIP had a huge lead, but Gambit starting to look more like their old selves. Of course, still maps to come, but we're going to talk about what we saw on Dust 2 on the desk now. Thorin Maniac joining me here. Let's get into it. I mean, you know, let's just start with the obvious point. You have a 9-1 lead on Gambit's map as NIP. It looks like you're rolling, and then slowly but surely Gambit come back into it. sort of a bit of a throw, really.
Here's what I don't buy from an IP. You're thinking of that amazing game against Astralis. You're thinking of the game against Na'Vi, even this one here. CT sides are looking great. Everyone's getting kills on CT side. It seems like Device. This game, Rez is back on form. They're looking good. When they swap to the T side, they aren't the team who can do those late round executes in 20 seconds every time. They aren't a team that gets the amazing pick and then they play off it. Like, they look a bit lackluster on the T side to me.
Oh, they absolutely did. And unfortunately for them, this map is another great example of the resilience I was talking about when it comes to Gambit. Look, the score is 9-1 in the first half. Do they feel decomposed? Do they feel like they lost the track of the Counter-Strike they play? Absolutely not. They stick with their guns. They know how they're going to get into this. They grind a few rounds, and you can feel it instantly. When something clicks in Gambit, they move on to the CT side, and Shiro is an absolute beast. Nafany's got the reads. Even ENCE, even Interns, who's had a complicated first half, ends up being a complete rock on the CT side. This is the mark of a great team. I told you about it. 9-1, still back in the game.
Even the highlights here, like, obviously we didn't get a chance to talk about my pre-game. Axile, stats-wise, has been terrible this tournament. Like, he hasn't been the player. Remember, he was the guy winning MVPs. He was considered, you know, the thinking man's best player in Gambit. Like, he's actually been cruising in the major thus far. But I thought he picked it up on a couple of key rounds towards the end here.
But there's a couple of points, right? I mean, first of all, sure, Gambit, it's a great comeback. It's never meant to be a comeback. You think back to like 3-6 months ago when they were just playing Dust 2 on the regular. This was a map that they would just dominate teams on. They weren't going to ever find themselves 9-1 down. So I don't think this is all smiles and rainbows. It's their map. They're meant to win it.
No, I wouldn't say all smiles and rainbows, but I do believe that this 9-1 score kind of overshadows the fact that we had a couple of clutches going in IP's way. We had Rez catch on fire straight from the get-go. He had 15 kills very quickly, massive impactful multi-kills. These were the elements going into NIP's favor. But somehow, with that advantage, they weren't able to convert it into a win. What else do you need if you're going to take him out of Gambit?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and look, I'm just, again, going to bring this up because it's going to be a recurring theme, guys. Linus, the rookie, I hate to do it. I hate bringing it up constantly.
He had a very poor game.
But but I mean, not just a poor stat line, not just a poor game. Literal key rounds.
Yes.
Literal key rounds. And you can see there his ADR. It's shocking. I mean, at least do something like, you know, at least contribute, right?
Let me give you the contrast. Inter's the man who was winning the last few rounds there, or if you go in the rise of Na'Vi, Perfecto, these guys stats-wise, often unlike this match, don't do anything. Like, they look like, oh, they don't kill much, but their secret is low deaths, and then if you look at the eye test, they play a role. They give someone some relief of pressure. They hold a spot for a while. They win a clutch. I don't really know what Linus does in this team. Like, it really does feel like almost the old NIP, where you've got, like, the set core people, and then you've got the scapegoat, and he's just there so that when you lose, you blame everything on him.
And the problem is, compared to Interns as well, we have to draw this comparison. On one hand, you have a player that had a bad first half, Interns, strikes back on the second half, doesn't matter about it. This is such an invaluable asset for the player that's been completely shut on in the first half, but doesn't matter how, somehow stays in the game, is calm, and knows that whenever he has to have impact, he'll have it. This is not something I can say about LNZ. I know that if he has a good start of the game, certainly he can have a little bit of impact here and there. But the problem is, if I see him struggling, I can almost guarantee you he's going to disappear. He doesn't seem to have that mental strength to stay in the game when things are against him.
And by the way, you saw the MVP there. I guess Device is getting his Michael Jackson on, not just because his, you know, public personal life's an absolute train wreck, but because he's looking at the man in the mirror. Like, if you want to see the king of passive AWPing in CSGO in 2021, it isn't Device. He's still a very good player. Shiro, if you give him those angles where he just gets to hold his spot, peek one after another into him, hold his off angles, he doesn't miss. The guy's unbelievable with the AWP in that sense.
And this has been the sort of queries we've had, right, about Device in NIP. You know, he's been good. He's been solid.
Certainly.
There's no doubt. But the X Factor games, the games where you need to drop the 10 extra kills, that you really shouldn't.
Look at the AWP kills there, the difference there. The rest of it's okay, but 23-9.
And there's an overarching story as well in this picture, because Shiro obviously has got his first, I guess, trophies and awards on an online period. He's coming into the major. Everyone is saying, okay, sure, can you do that online? I mean, can you do that offline? Can you do it on LAN against Device, who is the most proven player we can have in Counter-Strike? And he actually completely outplays him in the first map. This is very important for Shiro, for his legacy as a player, coming in against NIP to qualify for the playoffs and just stepping on Device.
Yeah, but as I did say, you know, they've labored to a win on their map here on Dust 2. You brought it up at the start of the show. talking about Gambit and how they actually haven't played a lot of Dust 2 lately. The last 2 times they did, they lost it. So this is a good hump to get over, but now this should be NIP's time to shine, right? We've seen them here. We've seen them now move to Inferno over other maps. You were a little bit perplexed by the Inferno pick, but if you do a temperature check on NIP right now, they think this is their home map. They think this is the map they can dominate on.
I just think that they're putting too much stock, because obviously for Device it had incredible personal meaning to beat Astralis. Astralis themselves were hyping it. Astralis is still supposed to be legit minus him. I think they put a bit too much stock in that particular win though, because remember, that was also tying into my early part. That was all CT side.
Yes.
The joke was the guys from Astralis played only the pistol round on CT side because they got so dominantly beaten. So I feel like in this kind of a setup, like, listen, I can expect Nip to frag. I can expect it to be a close game again, quite frankly. But bear in mind, Gambit's now just snuck the first map. I think Nip should probably be a slight favourite on Inferno, but this is where I could also see Gambit just stealing this one as well, and we'll be talking again about all the flaws in the 1v1s, but maybe they nick the series.
And mostly if we transfer that just draw that happened on the T side of NIP, this is going to be a problem solved on Inferno. You mentioned it, Duncan. 14 rounds against NIP, 12 rounds against Mousesports. These were the reasons why NIP were able to be so convincing on Inferno. Well, moving on now, they're going to be on the T side. Yep. Gambit's warmed up. Notoriously, their defense is the strongest aspect when they hit their strides. So all odds are stacked against Hampus right now, and as an IGL, this is a time to just, earn his respect.
I'll give you one angle, though, that if you've watched the dominant Gambit online, I really want to see if this comes offline. Because on this particular map, this was the team where, when you remember them playing Na'Vi all those times, it looked like they had the mini-map with all the players on it at all times. Their rotations on CT, they'd do it like 5 seconds before Na'Vi thought of pushing that area of the site. So I've always wondered, would that transition offline? Would that transition when the coach can't be in your ear the whole time, giving you an extra pair of... I want to see that. If they can do it, props to them.
We had a little bit of that on Dust too. The last few rounds, exactly what you're mentioning. We had a little bit of sniffing around from Nafany, sometimes being 3-man on the B side, sometimes going towards tunnel. If you can replicate that on Inferno, it's going to be hell for NIP.
Yeah, well, look, we've got plenty of time, guys. They're still obviously getting ready. So let's pick apart some of the other stuff. I mean, obviously, the reason NIP have gone through this kind of renaissance on this map, and the reason they're so confident picking it here is obviously the results that they've had here, including that dominant win on Astralis. You made a comment earlier, Duncan, where you said, you feel that's a deceptive victory. That sure, it's a great story, it's great for Device, it's great for the fans at home, but in reality, it actually doesn't mean all that much because of all the problems Astralis have had.
Yes, and I would even say this. So we build that because we hoped Astralis would step up to the plate and be that historical team they were. We build it as like, what can Device himself do against Astralis? I'll say this, at least in the online era, Gambit is the new Astralis. That's even the style of play they have. They even have all the great CT setups, all the great reads, the genius moves. They have the distribution of skill across the board. I want to see, listen, Device, on T side of this map, what can you do against the new Astralis? Because I think what you're going to find is in the same that the great players used to find when they played against your Astralis team, that suffocating defense where you feel like you can't breathe, you can't get an opening anywhere. That's why you're going to have a monster CT side of yourself, in my opinion.
Yeah, and also the problem is if you're looking at NIP's results, on one hand, of course, you have this amazing win versus Astralis. There is Mousesports as well, and then the contrast with Na'Vi. That is my problem. The contrast with how powerless they looked against Na'Vi. You asked me, is NIP going to lift a trophy? Is that possible? And I said, I can see them in playoff. I struggle to see lifting a trophy. That's because this reality check, when you play against the very best, when everything is tight against you, when the skid is here, it feels like the 5-10 extra percent. Maybe the crowd, maybe the hometown.
Well, that was the angle I was going to go with, because I think this is the reason it's so important for this team, of course, to get to the Avicii Arena and have that crowd. It does elevate you. It does, and keep in mind as well, there's things that we just sort of tacitly accept, which is when a crowd's hostile, you're going to get certain cheers go your way. There's going to be certain, pressures applied to the other players. And I think, NIP, if they get there, I think all bets are off at that point, frankly. I think the crowd can give them that extra 10% they might need to be more competitive in a series against Na'Vi.
I think it can go both ways. Like, some of the players obviously aren't as experienced. Like, there's going to be pressure as well to perform in front of the home crowd, especially if you're in a game where you're a favourite. I certainly agree, though. Like, that's the game where if you had a great start like that, you're incredible. You just ride in the wave at that point in time. You feel like you're in a frag movie. Like, right, it's my time to get some kills. You get 3, 4, 5. You get the highlight rounds. I could see it going both ways in that regard. One thing I really want to see from NIP, though, is, like, it was all well and good when they were smashing the best of ones and they look like they're in a good position. If they lose this map right now, they're going to that 2-2 game.
Yes, that's
they're going to the big
Yeah.
pressure game before you even get there. By the way, it's crazy enough. Imagine being a team that's going to have to play Gambit or an IP in that 2-2 game. That's pretty ridiculous as it is.
Yeah, and this is where you take the flip side of this major in Sweden, how important it is for NIP. They're in a great position right now, 2-1, one game away from making the home crowd and having the pleasure and the honor of playing there. But you're right, they lose this game and suddenly there's a very stacked opponent against them in a 2-2. And what was then a source of motivation, comfort, and excitement becomes a source of pressure because you cannot miss this major. You can absolutely not, afford to lose the 2-2 game, miss the opportunity to play in front of your own crowd. I want to see how NIP deal with this. Is it in the back of their minds right now that suddenly this crowd is just fading away like a dream and they would maybe disappoint the fans? It is something they have to, they must consider.
Yeah, you can't understate it. I think both of these teams, from an emotional perspective and a reputational perspective, they're in similar positions. NIP, they've come out, they've spent big to bring Device there. They're telling everyone, look, it's going to be like the old days. It's like remember when we had the NIP team that was winning all the tournaments, it finally got that major, the legendary names. This is the start of that, new rebuilding phase. We're taking it serious. On the other hand, you've got Gambit, who've dominated all these tournaments online, won all the trophies, and everyone said, listen, it's online. It's illegitimate until you get to LAN. And everyone knows the internet, it's a cruel place for professional players. So I think you're already seeing some of that pressure enter into the heads of some of these players, and I think it's absolutely catastrophic if NIP don't get to the arena.
Yeah, absolutely. I would even say it for Device himself. Like, the idea that you go to this team, you even get ranked world #2 before you come in and you win the RMR, you've had this rising form, you're back to your best. If you don't even make top 8 at the major, he was another one of those players, that crazy streak where you're always top 8 no matter what happens. So this will be, what sort of, how would you look back on the Astralis Device move then if they both don't even make the top 8? And it's like everyone's just cast aside. So I think the historical weight, actually, mainly just for him, is bearing down on him. The others, remember, most have never been in this position before. Yeah. Even Rez, not a player despite excellence in other tournaments and certainly Tier 1 competition. Not a player at the majors, just due to the fact NIP historically, despite that glittering start you were referring to in the early majors, actually had a pretty tortured time over the majors the last few years. Yeah, it's a big deal for the org to have a team that could be #2 and could go in the top 8.
Absolutely. And on Rez Watch, Maniac, you talked about the importance of him being that secondary wingman. I mean, look, there's no getting away from the fact every team that has a realistic chance of winning this trophy, they have one world star, an absolute legend, top 5 player in the world, and they have a wingman to back them up. Of course. You can't just have the one. You can see here, Rez, I sing this guy's praises all the time. I think he is a real legitimate talent. But people at home, if you're just tuning into the major, you might think I'm crazy. You probably think I'm crazy anyway. But not about this. He's better than this.
Yeah, the problem for Rez that he also had to suffer through this absolute horrifying period that NIP had to deal with for a long, long time. Being in lineups that looked to be dead inside, we didn't really know what was going on. And at this point, he was trying his very best, but still, I guess that overshadowed his talent. That overshadowed the impact he could have. And now, next to Device, obviously, he's got finally someone that can lead him to title. But the problem I have, Richard, is that you mentioned NIP and you talk wingman, singular. Yeah. I'm looking at Gambit. That is not the case. You have 3 players who've won MVPs this year. That is the main difference in terms of pressure.
There, right?
Axide, Hobbit, Shiro. If one doesn't show up, maybe the 2 others will. That was the case on Dust 2. For Rez and Device, I'm almost gotten to that point where if it isn't both of them, it's over. I cannot see NIP pull an upset. And that is just a lot of pressure to put on one player.
Yeah, where's the insurance policy, basically, if you're NIP? It has to be the stars. It has to be now. Otherwise, it's going to start to get a little bit sticky, I think.
Yeah, but why is he gone missing? Can you put a finger on what's actually happening here?
I will say, if you're not getting good T-sides, your entry fragger and people who play in those sorts of... They are going to be struggling. I think the 2 go hand in hand, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I guess Plopsky in that regard is supposed to be a facilitator, right? Opening a little bit on the T side. Red's supposed to be trading. But then again, if your first point of contact isn't finding that opening kill, you don't have the space, you don't have the scale. I feel this is like where Rez will shine. Give him a couple of trades, give him the opportunity to take 1, 2, 5-foot step onto the bomb side and then trade people. Because he's got that insane skill. We know it. Anytime he's in a multi-kill position, he gets them. But he needs to have someone in front of him giving him the space, looking a little bit ahead. And that's that's where he does his magic.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, he's had some good Inferno performances already here. He's, you know, been up and down.
And Dust 2 was pretty good for
yeah,
us, let's be honest.
exactly. You know, there's signs of life there, but it is there's so much pressure on you if you're meant to be like the secondary star, and like you say, you're not getting that cover from your teammates. Maybe they're not doing the supportive elements that you need. Obviously, we know Plopsky has taken on a more supportive role recently, and Linus is playing kind of in a pure support role because realistically...
Yeah, but we're running out of excuses right now, right?
Yeah, look, I know,
That is the issue.
I know. Yeah, exactly. Like, NIP have to really realize that, you know, you need strength and depth, and these guys got to start performing to cover for the other guys.
The only strength that LNZ shows is he can hold up the entire scoreboard every single game. How does he do it?
So look, we've focused a lot on NIP. We got like 2 minutes before we get into the game. So I just want to talk a little bit about Gambit, and just in terms of, you know, is there something we're missing here? Is there a style that they have that maybe made it more conducive for the online play? Something that maybe people at home aren't, you know, cognizant of.
Look, if we really want to get nerdy just a little bit in terms of play style, what Gambit is really good at is, even in face of adversity, they're not exactly completely going to switch what they do. That was the case on Dust 2. They have a very slow play style, which is hard to read. You don't exactly know what is going to happen. They place their positions like a chessboard, and then they strike. It's not so easy to read, and they don't fall into the VP habit of letting the time run out. They're right in between. But I think there's a man we haven't mentioned, which we should. Nafany as an IGL, and his shoulders and his roles in Gambit, right? They were 9-1 down against NIP, and he had to stick it. He had to know what to do to come back, and I feel like he's been doing so without even receiving a lot of praises for a young player, almost unproven on LAN as well. You gotta give him some props for that.
Yes, I would say that's the one element that actually in Gambit people probably ignore because they look at the bevy of stars. Is normally to win a major, you've got to have a great in-game leader as well. It's very rare that you have some fly-by-night guy we all forget. It's the legends that win them. So I will say the difference for me when we had Cologne, the first LAN for this Gambit team, is Carrigan basically said to Nafany, this is what LAN calling's all about, mate. This is when there is no coach in you. I mean, their case, obviously, definitely not. But this is where basically you have to earn your check. Show me a genius call. Show me the reads.
You've got to be the leader. The sleeper must awaken. Let's get into the game. Can NIP get their map?
Well, here we are, right back into the action, and they catch them in second mid, and Fanny with a double kill. It is NIP's map pick this time around. They lost the first map in a pretty grueling fashion, so welcome to the show. These are the 2-1 teams, so this is qualifying for the arena, and that's what everyone wants to do, obviously. No one's getting knocked out in this particular game, at least, so there's that. Oh, the dunk on Linus. He was trying to put that bomb down. They're going to get wiped out without anyone on Gambit taking a single point of damage.
Perfection, Anders. What a start to the round. Gambit giving NIP a taste of their own medicine. NIP had a similar style on their first round on their CT side on Dust 2, where they decided to charge and take the fight, be aggressive, get out there and try and take the momentum of the match early. Gambit clearly feeling like they started off cold on Dust 2, and they just want to maintain that tempo that they had at the end of Dust 2, where everything was going their way, and it really felt like they had a control of things. There we go. Inferno, perfect pistol round start for Gambit. Flawless, in fact, and now they get fully equipped. It's about the worst case scenario now for NIP. Let's see if they can turn it around with some Tech 9s.
Chiro not running that far away. Stand his ground and get the kill on Hampus, who's still trying to play pretty aggressively. Not always to the most success. Good spray down from Nafany. He's going to be getting the kill on 3 of them, and Hobbit will close out the round. So they'll lose the FAMAS. That is absolutely fine. Good job on Gambit.
Yep, right out the gates, and showing that he's willing to play aggressive banana like that is always just going to be really annoying for NIP, because now they have to have that in the back of their minds. Knowing that that's an option, they'll have to take that into account going forward, and we'll see if Gambit continue to use the aggressive bottom banana smoke, something that's been phased out a little bit recently. It's not really meta to be throwing that smoke anymore, but if they decide, hey, you know what, we're bringing it back, that's NIP are going to have to adjust on the fly. We'll see how they decide to adapt to that. But this is going to be pretty much a hard eco coming in here from NIP. They haven't gotten anywhere close to a bomb site yet, not even a sniff. They don't know what it looks like. So, still just waiting.
I don't know why, but that deagle only did a tiny bit of damage to Hobbit. So interesting. 6 damage through. Nafany going to be doing a lot more damage to take down Device.
Done.
Yeah. So far, so good. And for Gambit, yeah, it's all about just keeping the weapons alive here. Don't be dropping too many Kevlar vests or rifles. Just try and play it cool and let NIP make up their minds.
At this point, I'd say chill on the nade use as well. when it's a 5v3, at this point, don't even bother throwing any more grenades. You have the Spear firepower. You figured out that this is just a hard eco. No need to throw any more money into this. Just shoot him in the face.
Hobbit not going to peek behind it. Thought maybe he would, but going to keep it cool for now. Really, apart from Banana here, where they have the crossfire setup, actually started to fall even further back. That's so interesting. Hampus going to tear down Hobbit. Don't know why necessarily they gave up on that crossfire, because they had the rest of the map covered, so...
Very surprising.
Yeah. Normally, if it's a regular round, you can fall back and play 4 on the A bomb side, but 5 versus 3 like this, when you know they have pistols, I probably don't think it's necessary. Anyway, now they're going to be wrapping around quad to try and get onto the bomb side. Exile's already got a kill. He's calling a little bit of backup, and they're going to swing for the remaining ones, so they'll only lose Hobbit. I guess that's fine.
Yeah. It's not even like they can trade the MP9 for anything. Hobbit had an MP9 himself, so they'll be chucking that over. It looks like Hobbit himself will actually be picking up Shiro's MP9 so that Shiro can go for the AWP. So AWP here on the CT side of Inferno, and NIP fully bought up. AKs, full sets of nades, whole kit and caboodle. They're ready to rock. Flofsky just needs to ignore the camera, focus on the game. Focus on getting some kills right now. That's what the NIP need in this business. They only have 2 kills total going into the 4th round, so it's time to start strong here. Start hitting some headshots with these AKs.
Yeah, it's been a slow start for the...
Oh, I like this.
For the ninjas, for sure.
Anti-flash setup. Boosted up on quad. I really like this kind of setup here. Early in the half as well. A little bit of a gimmick. It's a good time to use it. And we'll see if Gambit actually managed to catch Nip off guard.
Yeah, Intus and Nafany playing here. And, oh, the nade!
So sick!
Right into the skybox, and it blows up Rez. That is actually cool. Shiro playing by the coffins around the smoke, hoping to catch someone. Hampers, if he sneaks in, he's going to be dead 100% of the time. Oh, he does move out of the way. If he'd held the angle, he would have had it. Hobbit's going to go at the spray with the MP9, but he will be falling to Plopsky afterwards. So it's still a 3-on-3. Bomb could be planted here. Probably will be. It's a little bit late to the party, so I don't know if they could get the boost. Nope, not even going to happen. Hampers through the smoke, catching Nafany. So that's interesting. Bomb gets planted, and Gambit giving up on the round. What a shock.
Oh, man. What a turnaround. And that was a brilliant entry frag from Hampus. It's hard to get any better than that.
It's so unfortunate for Shiro.
Shiro, but that's the thing. You know, it's, again, you got to just trust that angle. And you see this sometimes where they hold an angle for a second and then they start thinking, okay, maybe I need to change it up or not. Like sometimes the op just needs to sit and hold that angle and just trust in that angle. Mainly because, especially anchoring B, that's the only place they can come from. They're not going to go anywhere else. So you've got the line. Just wait and hold the shot. Sadly, that's not going to happen for Gambit, and that's the first round on the board for NIP. Linus picking up an MVP of the round. Good for him.
Yeah, that was a massive, massive save for NIP. Again, in the context of this best of 3, having lost the first map in a pretty heartbreaking fashion already, coming into the second one, losing the pistol round, and for all practical purposes, almost losing this round. I mean, it was really, really close to them just getting wiped out in this particular round. So turning it around is good news. They need a lot more of that right now. They did pick the map, so hopefully they can show some cool tricks on the T side already. A bit of a tough start so far.
Indeed. Yeah, some fist bumps here, staying focused. Good to see.
Yeah, Plopsky's playing
this is
so
a tactical timeout they got called.
It could be. We'll find out in a second. Plopsky and Rez were really the 2 players that were playing incredibly well on the Dust 2 map. So 3-1, 5th round coming up. NIP looking to get something done in this round. Not that much cash left on the side of Gambit, so they have to be a bit careful. Maybe one of the reasons why they wanted to save the 2 rifles in the previous round. Gotta be mindful of that. Double nade, not gonna kill anyone. They're gonna be flashed back. Throwing out more flashes outside there. Hobbit, he just used both of his flashbangs, and none of which Nafany could peek behind.
Nice little HE. Quick feet there from Plopsky, able to dodge most of the damage. That was scary. But now they've got top banana control, and that is always going to be one of the steps on the T side to developing map control so that you can open up the way to hit towards that B bomb site is make sure that you at least get control of top banana, and then you can back off the way NiP are doing now and moving into mid and just walking their way into mid. Yeah, this is a full commit from NIP, and they can catch the rotate.
Yeah, but look at how cool they are. They're already pushing up top banana. They know what's coming, so they're going to be here. They're going to be flanking quickly through middle. Gambit have actually called a really good round right now. They're going to get Axile down. NIP need to keep going, and they need to be fast about it, or they're going to get shot in the back. Good wall bang, and a shot eventually from Rez to take down ENCE. There comes the flank, but Device soaring through the air and takes down Nafany. It's Hobbit and Shiro left, 2 versus 5. Man.
Are we going to see that from Device's perspective? Because that looked nutty.
Yeah, that was... This was a... I mean, I know they have all 5 players alive, but this round was razor-thin margin for NIP to lose this round. That could have gone horribly wrong.
Shiro listening, just hoping to catch somebody off guard there. Not going to find anybody just yet, though. And it's just a matter of surviving now on that front. But I really like this from NIP, that they're showing that they can be very quick about it and decisive about just getting map control and then quickly rotating through, not even bothering to leave a flanker behind. A lot of the teams, that's what teams will do. They'll just leave a player behind in banana to control top banana and to catch that kind of push from Gambit. And then the 4 of them will move over and occupy another part of the map. But NiP's like, no, all 5 together, we move as a death ball, and we just crush onto the bomb site. This is Device at least opening the shot here. And let's see. Oh, so sick. The discipline.
Yeah.
He didn't rush it. He took his time. That is so cool.
Very well done. That's a big double kill. All right, NiP with the 2nd round on the board. Gambit. Look what it does to the money that they have. They're going to be really careful now. Quick boost to try and look over. Not seeing anyone. It's close, but he misses the chance there. Shiro wants to stick around. Nades are falling in behind him, and he's going to get the kill on Plopsky. Doesn't really matter that Nafany goes down there. That's still not a bad job at all.
And Nafany lit Hampus up with that 5-7 as well. Those 5-7s are getting bought quite often these days. So dangerous. They do so much damage. We've seen that ruin many a player's day. But now Rez taking point, they could go for the split through B now. This would be sick if they, because you still have banana. But now Rez has gone ahead and just rotated into CT. This could open up the B bomb site for business, but that bomb is making its way up short. NiP have no idea, but they're about to walk into 3 players for Gambit.
Yeah, but it might be fine because 2 of them have pistols, right? I think they just want to avoid the AWP of Shiro. And honestly, given how he played on Dust 2, it kind of makes sense to me to not try and fight him because...
Fear.
Yeah, it's just too much, right? He is so good. He dropped more than 30 kills on that map in regulation, so probably not worth it. Down in the pit, they trade the only rifle that's there, and they knock out the rest of the players. I think that's actually not a bad call for NIP. Some good kills. They're going to win a 3rd round in a row here, and that Gambit economy is under so much pressure.
This is where I disagree with you, Anders. I say they're playing scared.
They're playing scared?
You know where Shiro is. Go smash Shiro. Why does he get to keep the op? Take that op away from him.
Establish dominance. You wouldn't be scared?
Establish dominance. I'll run in first. If I were in, I'd be running in. I'd be the guy just, you know, like, avenge me.
Listen, I'll be honest, Semler. I would send you in first as well.
There you go. See?
Yes, Semler, you jump for that kill.
I have, you know, that's the thing. I am just the bait, and I'd be happy to be the bait in that scenario. But I think that NiP at that point, like, just go and you know where the op is. You box the op in. At worst, he takes 1 of you, right? And or 2, you know, but you still take that op off of Gambit and not let them save it. That's such an expensive rifle that Gambit are able to save. But of course, the flip side of that coin is you're right. You know, it's important to just get the round on the board.
What if he takes all of you?
Yeah, what if he takes all of you? Always a possibility with Shiro.
Yeah, I mean there's no right solution. I think it is just I think they were probably thinking, you know what, this has been a nightmare against
playing scared.
Yeah, well, let's see how long that lasts for. He's 6-1-1 right now. Shiro, Axile. Running down the middle. They obviously still have that AWP. Oh, this is a nice move. Deep flashbang. That absolutely could have worked out. Now it's a little bit more being read by NIP, but they still get the kill on Hampus. And Axile, did he get the kill here? Device is on the other side looking for him. Rez creeping up, and he goes down. Axile has done his job. That's actually fantastic. And he comes back for more. Almost could have had the kill on Linus. It's still a 2-1-4. And Gambit, yeah, really cool. It's not always when you get that push down the middle that it actually plays out in your favor, even when you even you catch the early kill, because sometimes you just can't escape. You're just locked in there, but good job.
For whatever reason, in that moment, I just picture Axel, you know, he's just like bloody beaten, but he's still fighting. He's like, I didn't hear no bell. And he's still going for it. You know, I'm thinking, okay, he's going to get into underpass and back out. He's like, nope.
He tried.
Still fighting, still wanting to get kills.
He almost had it.
He sold his life dearly.
Yeah. Hobbit's got 1 health left. Nafany over here, though. No more nades on him. NIP. They're not that healthy either. They're kind of bleeding out themselves. So this should be a Gambit round. It should be a point in time here where they can get back into the lead, even if it's just a 1 round. NIP are trying to set it up. They have some smokes. They have some Molotovs. They're up against 1 person over here, walking onto the site, slowly but surely. Now they're going to start to make the rotation, but NIP have not thrown any nades yet. They're just getting this whole distance, and they do get spotted. Shiro.
He hit that shot, too.
Yeah, did some damage at least. 10 seconds on the clock. They're going to get smoked, flashed. Oh, they actually just go for it. Nafany probably needed to wait a little bit there. Still a Molotov on Plopsky. They're all next to the bomb site, so I don't think that Molotov should be the round-winning one that we sometimes see. Yep, he's going to throw it out already to construction. I think that's fine, because he probably can't save it for the last 10 seconds. Hobbit just needs a bullet, and he's going to get it on Plopsky, leaving Linus on his own. 1 versus 3, and they're just going to rush him down. 3 all at the same time. Oh, actually, they're a little bit delayed. Hobbit goes down, and now they're going to be walking in front. There's ENCE with the kill. That got closer than I would have wanted, but Gambit will win the round, so I guess that's fair.
Yeah. Solid. Still a very expensive round, all things considered, for Gambit. 3 players go down, only 2 survive, so somebody has to force buy. But is it just me, or is like Hobbit just like what, an old dog that you can't teach new tricks to now or something? Him staying with the A4 instead of switching over to the A1S, you know? Like, you should think like that the A1S you would take just because it's superior in almost every way now. But no, sticking with the A4. Doesn't want to change.
Got more bullets, you know.
All the bullets, yeah.
That's it. That's the advantage, really.
Oh, changing up the nades. I like this.
Problem is now, the M4 is just a statement saying, I'm not good enough to hit the shots. I need the extra.
That was always it. It's just like, oh, it shoots faster, so, you know, just kill things faster. I'm just sitting here thinking, I don't know about that now. A1S does that damage.
Yeah.
Nice shot.
Shiro back at it again. Axel, oh, he just keeps fighting down the middle with a triple.
Awesome.
And Hampers on. Yeah, that's just incredible. And again, in the context of the previous round, where it's down into a 2-on-2 or 2-on-1 at the end, and they lose all those rifles, Gambit, if they can come through losing nobody here, that is going to be such a big benefit to the CT side economy. Hampers, he is looking for any damage at all that he maybe could have got. They're really, really far back and fighting. He's going to walk right into that op shot, surely crouching. Oh, what? How does he win that fight? That's ridiculous. He's back in the middle for more. Nafany will take him down. So, all right, they're going to lose Shiro. They can pick up that AWP. ENCE already on it. But Gambit are asserting some control in the game once again.
They're picking up steam in a big way. And just taking a look at Nip, you know, they aren't getting many kills, Nip, at all. I mean, 2 kills on Rez right now, 2 kills on Plopsky. These guys, I mean, they're kind of lagging behind. They don't quite have that oomph that we saw on Dust 2, where Rez was just taking off running, getting up to 10 kills in the first, like, 5 rounds of the map, you know, just really hit the ground in. Right now, Rez having a very quiet one, so we'll see if that can turn around. And Nip elected to go for the first tactical timeout of this half for themselves. So deciding enough is enough. Threat feeling like he needs to chime in here and start giving some insight. And it may be what Nip need, because they're going to go for the force buy. They have just enough to get a reasonable buyout. And so they can be a threat in this round.
I love the fact that Shiro is so all over the place. Up in the A apartments this time. He's playing that banana position other times. Down the middle, 3rd time. It just is very hard to deal with, right? Because it takes that part of the game away from NIP, where they could say, okay, well, let's try and either, you know, Molotov, almost double smoke him out, or double nade him, or avoid him, whatever the plan is. You have to figure out where he is first. So the first part of the half, or the first part of a round, it could just be around where exactly is Shiro right now.
Timing.
Yeah. He almost walked into it.
That was so close. That would have been brutal for Plopsky. Barely off on the double HE. That would have been really cool. Instead now, after all of that, Fire and Fury Gambit elect to just give up top banana.
Yeah, they're playing really far back on Arch with Shiro. That's so interesting. Guess he's just trusting in his aim if they were to come cross there. Some pressure on the B bomb side. Shiro is closer-ish. Surprised they don't have more nades left on the Gambit side. We're at 55 seconds and they've used almost everything.
Yeah, Hobbit still has a nade though. He still has a smoke.
Yeah.
So that can be a real problem here for NIP. There are 5 players for NIP gathered up, and there's the fresh smoke going down at 45 seconds. Oh, NIP are not going to have a whole lot of time left to execute with after this.
30 seconds about, yeah, when that smoke fades. And then the question is, can they chain the Molotov in behind it? NIP, they could maybe put it out. They have 3 smokes left, so they could probably cancel out this Molotov, and they're going to have to do that or it's not going to be working out. It's on the ground. They're all burning. No one's putting it out. Device, he's the one with the smoke in hand, but they're waiting it out instead. And Plobsky jumping on top of the boxes, and he finds Hobbit inside of the bomb site. 17 seconds on the clock as they make their way through. That is so scary. They use that device smoke instead, but he's almost sprayed down 2 people through and no bomb plant yet. They need it. Device goes down, and now there's only 5 seconds. They finally get the bomb plant, but this has cost NIP everything in this round. Rez is practically dead, and they're in a 3 versus 4. They're in so much trouble here. Exile coming in with the kill on Linus, and now they're both stuck. Shot in the back of the head. Nafani coming in, and that's absolutely everything they needed. A triple, and Gambit going to be at 6-3.
That is clinical, Anders. That was clinical. What a thing of beauty. And for once, we actually see the lineup work. It feels like it's always just going slightly to the left or slightly to the right. They aren't quite tagging the guy getting the bomb plant, but that time, it is a perfect retake for Gambit. It's hard to beat. It's hard to get any cleaner than this one. And Nafani, man, his aim.
Yeah.
Just looking so clean. Very well done. Yeah, that's such a big round as well. That was a buy round, and Gambit are going to get hype off the back of that one.
For good reason.
Sick.
That was so well done. Again, I am a little bit surprised that NIP didn't just put out the smoke and try to get on the bomb site. But I guess in fairness to them, they did eventually just jump over the box. I think it was Plopsky getting the kill on Hobbit, so that part kind of worked out. They just couldn't hold the rest of it. Now we're back to pistols.
Plopsky going for the dualies.
Interesting choice.
Interesting choice. Now the question is he a man of taste? Is he rocking the cartels? The best dualie skins.
He's playing with dualies.
He is in fact rocking the cartels. Or no?
We know that he's not a man of taste because he's playing with dualies. The game is already up. It's already given that part away. Exile is playing close here with the AK-47, and Shiro over at the bottom of the library, towards the library. Nice spin around from Exile. He just turns around, starts shooting into the smoke, and that works out somehow. Rez is going to be going down. It will be another round. 7 on the board for Gambit. Things are looking crisp right now.
It's looking better and better for Gambit. And not only, I mean, it's just, they're also winning on the jersey front. Dude, Gambit still have one of the best jerseys in esports. Just a simple polo, clean. The colors look sharp. They got the Letterman jacket as well. In a battle of jerseys, they've just utterly crushed NIP. But like in game as well.
And in game.
And in game, you know, they just look so fresh and clean.
They do, in fact. 7-3, 11th round. Bit of a flashover, and that's going to take Campus right down. They just continue Nafferty with a double. That is so good. Just hold down that mouse 1.
Ooh, dude, that is so sick. That takes bravery, because you're going with an AK. They can see where those tracers are coming from. They know where you are, and yet you're still willing to just stand and take that fight. What a bold move. Oh, man, and that is NIP in a round where they really need to start getting some rounds on the board here on this T side. They're down to 3 remaining players, and they're just going to group and go, it looks like. No subtlety here. Straight out onto the B-bomb site is what you would hope to see. You know, just show no fear.
Shiro, again, he's everywhere. Last time playing Library, he's been up in the A part. Now he's back here to the coffins. Going to be taking down Linus even in spite of the flashbang. Rez, some damage would be nice, but I think we're almost past the point where that's going to be the big deciding difference here. There's a big bank already on Gambit. Save the AWP, surely? Maybe? Possibly? It's another round regardless. And yeah, they have some good bank, so that 1 kill is not going to be the main difference here in the game. They are locking it down right now, Gambit.
Doing a terrific job, Gambit. It's clear that they are just in dominant shape now. They've gotten the engine warmed up. It took a little bit, about a half of Dust 2. Second half of Dust 2, they started to fight their way back. Shiro decided they weren't going to lose, and he pretty much just carried them single-handedly for a few rounds there to keep them in it. And now on this Inferno, which is Nip's map pick, Gambit are just going to town on this CT side. 8 rounds on the board now, so they've passed the Rubicon. And Nip, it's a round of eco for them coming up, and so there's a good likelihood here of Gambit at least picking up 9 rounds on the CT side of Inferno. And these days, when Inferno, more often than not, ends up 8-7, hey, this is great for Gambit. They're off to a great start here on this map.
NIP just actually are not getting enough kills on the board at all. Hampus is leading with 5.
Firepower. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like Hampus is top fragging, which, I mean, he's a fragging IGL, sure, but when you've got Device and Rez and Plopsky on your team, I mean, it's problematic. You really need those guys to kind of step up and really do carry the load here.
Shiro back to that arch position. It doesn't matter what they throw at him. How is that fair? How is that reasonable?
That was gross.
It's so hard to deal with.
He's filth.
Out of control. 13-3. This is the kind of Shiro that needs to show up for the rest of this tournament. They need him every single time at this level.
Listen, if they have that Shiro, give me that Gambit Na'Vi rematch, right? That'll get just crazy. Put him up against Simple and let's just roll.
That could be fun. That could be really interesting. Device, 50 seconds, 1 versus 3. Kind of an isolated 1-on-2 over at this bomb site before the third man will show up. Maybe, yeah, going to be falling back. Again, Device can kind of dictate where the fight's going to be happening. He'll pick up an AK instead. They probably heard him running a bit, so maybe he's hoping that they're going to be following up behind him. He's now going to be walking into a crossfire. I think the position here for Gambit actually got better since he left, so that's pretty rough. Inters is at that angle, and he's going to get the kill.
Oh, what a dirty angle, too.
Yeah, hard to check.
A rat.
That's what you want.
Yeah, off angles, man. You're just going to be in one of those spots that's uncommon, and it catches Device off guard clearly. A little slow to react, and that was all that was needed. Gambit pick up that 9th round on the CT side, and now we get to see what are NIP capable of. Do they have what it takes to run it back and get these 3 remaining rounds in the half, give themselves a fighting chance going into the second half, or are they really going to be putting themselves in a hole here? If Gambit get double digits on the CT side of Inferno, man, it's going to be looking grim for NIP.
I think Shiro's dropped some of his nades outside of B, and now he's going to go back and take over the middle again. So they have a pretty good stack of nades out there that they can go back and pick up. That's fine. That's what we're kind of used to seeing now. He didn't drop them in CT spawn though, so now Inters is going to be running over here, swapping players back and forth as much as they can. Yeah, there's the stockpile.
I love it.
It's pretty cool.
It's really cool. It's one of the first things that we thought of when that announcement was made. This is going to change how B-side Inferno is played. You're going to be able to pass utility around. You're going to be able to stockpile utility. It's going to just completely alter how this B defense can be set up. And we're seeing teams take advantage of it.
And on top of everything else, they have a 3-man setup. Just saying, Shiro basically counts for 2 or 3 on his own over on that side. So just take the rest and go to B and just hold that down. Smoke goes up. And that's cool and all, but the problem is there's still another smoke and another Molotov. And even if they were to get Axel in here, a second Molotov, he's a little bit far away. 35 seconds. Here come the counter nades. A little bit of a smoke. It might be too late. I think NIP are going to go anyway. That smoke's not going to hold them back. But Inters most certainly will. Good kill on Plopsky, boosted up there. Hobbit probably could have had that kill. A little bit slow to pull the trigger on that one. And that gives NIP the bomb plant. That's a big mistake.
Oh! Gets the kill for free at least, Nafani. That is crucial. Now they got the man advantage going into this. Linus has to win this duel. Has to win this fight in Banana. If he dies, that opens up the flank.
Oh, they know where 2 of them are as well. That boost gives it away. They definitely know 2 are at the back of the site. And yet they're walking up behind him. You're right. He has to come out on top of this one. He's almost out of it. Axel making a lot of noise, though. Linus, he has to turn around. Did he not hear it? Now he did. Headshot comes through. Rez with another one, but he's going to burn alive. Axel from beyond the grave reaching out with that Molotov. And now Device back here. Nade will only do a single point of damage, but he's going to get dropped by Shiro. And they're going to run straight onto that bomb. I think even with the kid, it's not going to be enough time. I think NIP, they finally have that 4th round. My God, it took everything.
It took them a long time to get that flank going on Banana. They were holding, waiting for somebody on NIP to push, and that couple of seconds that Shiro was holding bottom Banana with that AWP, I think came back to bite them. little bit of hesitation going into it, but that feels like it should have been a round that was 100% in the bag for Gambit. 3 players on B site. Just, I mean, Hobbit not getting at least a 1 kill there.
Yeah, and I think he definitely had time. Something about that spray didn't work out. It can happen. That's unfortunate because I think if they get that one, they probably just win the round straight up.
If Hobbit gets that kill, then he goes to the back corner and that's it. You're done if you're NIP. You're never getting the bomb planted. So it's a totally different situation there if Hobbit finds it. Instead, we have got a more competitive half now. 4 rounds on the board for NIP. Rez taking a gander up here in apartments. Very expensive. Doesn't like it. Gonna move off.
You'd think property prices would fall with this much fighting going on around it.
You would think, yeah. But this is just a suburb in a city somewhere, something like that. You know?
Yeah, it's fine. It's all good.
Well, he is Swedish after all. It's fine.
9-4, 14th round. We've got 2 AKs, 2 Galils, 1 MAC-10 in play. And Hampus, cool position to be in this far up in the apartments. Sometimes the CTs get reckless down in the site. If you can get a little bit further, you can actually look into the site, even at a slight angle there. You can sometimes find a random kill, and that'll set it up, especially with our still team this far in. Oh, they're going to be boosting up that canopy as well. They're in such a winnable position right now, NIP. I don't know if they realize, but all they need is to smoke towards Library. That should put Shiro out of the round. There it is. And now, can they win the fight? Exile and Inters inside of the bomb set. Oh, they're defending everything right now. The nade will go out. It's going to do some damage to the Vice, but that is a way better defense than I would have thought. Gambit absolutely being a pain to NIP. And Nafani just coming in with a kill on Hampus as well. Shiro, that smoke is gone, and he's going to get the kill. 10-4.
What is that spray? What is that spray?
Just so good.
I can't believe he gets that kill. That lasted entirely too long, and yet somehow he finds the kill on the guy in pit. That is amazing.
I've got to say, I thought that they were playing 5 versus 2 against that double defense against Inters and Exile, and they came up with 3 kills. That's so overwhelming. Good stuff. 10-4.
Yeah, double digits for Gambit. That's what I was saying. If they get double digits, man, is it going to be hard for NIP in the second half? NIP are going to have enormous pressure on them to just get a lockdown going on the CT side of Inferno. And Gambit are going to be fired up, so going to be very interesting. And here it is. It makes its return in the 15th round. The bottom banana smoke. Closing the door on NIP early. So now NIP are going to have to worry about flankers. They're going to have to worry about somebody lurking in there. Curious to see if Gambit rotate an extra man over towards A. They're not yet sure if they're going to commit to this or not, NIP.
Well, they heard the AWP being fired at this corner, so they can guess where Shiro is. Now, you said earlier maybe they should go and just fight him straight up. Looks like that's what they... Oh, maybe not. If they do it and they win, that's a ticket right into the round. But Exile's on the other side. Out in the open. How does he get that deep in? Just taking the fight to them. Shiro will get the kill on Linus, and Plopsky's on his own 1 versus 4. This is a suffocating first half. Knife out. Nefani will take him down 11-4 in favor of Gambit. What a fantastic start.
Exile has just decided he's tired of their shenanigans.
Yeah.
He's just like, you know, if you guys are just going to hang around here and hold angles like wusses, I'm just going to come and find you. This is it. He just takes the fight to him. 16 kills for Exile, 16 for Nefani, 16 for Shiro, and Exile finishes with 18. I mean, they are just completely out. I mean, the firepower that Gambit have completely outstrips what NIP are bringing to the server right now. NIP, they're anemic. They're not coming up with anything. Device 8 kills, and that's it. Rez has got 6. Plopsky's sitting at the bottom with 3. I mean, it was the concern that the analysts brought up at the beginning and after the first map in this series, whether or not NIP would have the firepower, enough firepower to get the job done against Gambit. And right now, it's not proving to be the case.
Shiro, Nafani, and Exile. I mean, 17, 17, and 18 kills. That's a trio you're not going to be able to stop. And the scoreboard, yeah, I mean, the rounds says the rest here. 11-4 in the first half. Second half is coming right up. Second map as well. Gambit won the first one on Dust 2. So this is it for NIP. Not that they're out of the tournament if they lose this one. They have another chance, obviously, play another best of 3. But you would rather just qualify right now and make it into that arena in Stockholm. Plopsky playing on this side with a C-set 75. Are they really gonna... Sometimes that smoke goes up in a pistol round. You just go for it anyway. Plopsky, he'll find a kill, but he gets chased down. Hampus trying to stay alive in the back of the bomb site. Molotov, that is cruel. He's got nowhere to stand. He's burning alive, trying to reload. Pretty good job that he actually does live that long. And Linus will get the kill on Nafany, so it's still a 3-on-3.
It is, it is. Bomb is going to get planted now, or at least should be. Has made its way up onto the bomb site, and so they can start that clock ticking. But the rotation has already come down to bottom banana. Exactly. Device is already here, and he's going to be here very early. Look at Gambit, though. Proactive, taking the fight to NIP. Not going to let NIP set the tone. And they're doing it again, but that's the backfire. Rez with the double headshot.
That is some smooth clicking coming through. Shiro is going to get found by the dualies as well, and it will be NIP to pick up the pistol round that they desperately and badly needed. 11-5. Rez, those were some crisp kills.
To put their hand back in the candy jar, Anders.
They did.
This time got cut off. Horrible.
That'll teach them. But I mean, the plan, right, for Gambit is still solid, right? They wanna if they can take over construction, they know they can play Ring Around the Rosie forever against NIP. They can still. It's gonna be very hard to defuse. So you can understand the idea of it. Also, Rez in getting that double kill also picked up the kit that was right there. So just a lot of wins in that round for him.
He had to do it. But talk about showing up when his team needs him there, Rez. If he dies, that's it. That's the round over. Instead, now we've got a 1-pistol round for NIP. Gambit, though, electing to go for the 4-spy on their side. 4 rifles. Handful of nades. But it's 11-5. Still in favor of Gambit on the T side. And now they're grouping up to take over mid. Nip giving them a taste of their own medicine with that bottom banana smoke. And you can see Gambit little worried of the backstab, just keeping an eye on things.
Got to be careful here. It's only one round that NIP have picked up here, so don't risk too much. Some shots to the smoke maybe is fine. Rez, think about setting up a flashbang for Hampus. That could have been really cool.
That would have been really good. Do it.
Gonna go and smoke it off instead.
58 seconds on the clock now. You forced a lot of utility out of NIP.
Yeah. Still have top mid control. Nothing really on banana though. Which is part of the problem here. NIP have full vision of what's happening out there.
Gambit are really light on utility, and that's what's hurting them right now, because they would love to probably go back over there and take over banana and go, but they just don't have enough utility to make that happen.
Vice is down. Axile with a kill on Plopsky. That's just getting a huge opening around Arch. Hampus trying the best to spray. He's out of bullets, and Inters will drop him. Oh, he catches him as he tries to run back, even if he was low himself on health himself. Rez down in the pit. How much could he do? He has to hold on and try and stay alive. And Linus rushing in to try and help him out, but he's going to get found. And Shiro with the final kill, making it to 18 on the board for him and a 12th round for Gambit. Man, the fact that they got the double intro at Arch is just so ridiculous. A little bit of a time.
Oh.
Call, maybe?
Gambit coach kind of playing with fire there. We'll see if he gets his hand slapped. But yeah, Gambit, that is a must-win round for them. They go for the 4-spy with the rifles, and it's brutal because NIP, I mean, it's one of those rounds where you can't tell who actually won the pistol round in terms of equipment, and Gambit play it down to a T. And so we do get the technical, I like this, we do get the tactical timeout called now. Gambit clearly feeling, the coach clearly feeling like he needs to give some input here. And so they take the time, he can talk, he can interact, and we're good. Okay, fair enough. He was probably, the tac timeout was probably already in effect when he was showing the notes. So never mind, I take it back.
I think this is, I mean, yeah, this is probably Gambit saying, let's just kill them now. Let's not even get them a chance to get back into it. We're up 12-5. We're in such a leading position right now that we just need to win a couple of important rounds, and we're going to be good to go. Hampus trying to scout down the middle. AK on the other side. Ooh, he unscopes just at the wrong time. It's a classic scenario. Banana control, though, will be going to Gambit early on. Ooh, connection there.
Okay, then. And that's just unfortunate. Hampus getting domed.
Sole defender as well on the A-bomb side.
They can't know that, though. That's the thing. But the bomb is rotating over towards mid. So the Gambit players may think that this is the bomb set that they want to hit. They've got so much time on the clock, though. That's the thing. Gambit, if they've got time on the clock, they're going to make use of that time. Flash over the top for an Apps pop, and there's Nafani just clearing it all out. And now they know this bomb site is open for business. Nobody's here.
Yeah, and all they risk if they're wrong is a MAC-10. So they're fine with it. They don't mind doing that. If that had been a 4-man stack at the A-bomb side instead, yep, they probably would have lost the MAC-10. Then they would have rotated back and won the round anyway. So it's a pretty safe call. 13-5 going to be the scoreline in favor of Gambit. They're taking quick steps towards the arena in Stockholm.
They are. And they deserve it. With how they're playing right now so far, they deserve it. This is really terrific stuff coming in from Gambit. They look so strong. They just, so far in this Legend stage, they beat ENCE, they beat Virtus.pro, they lost to Entropiq, and those regional rivalries can always make it really tough to deal with. And Entropiq also have been playing out of their minds this tournament. So congratulations to Entropiq. That was a big scalp for them to take when they took down Gambit. But now Gambit are saying, okay, well, after that bump in the road.
That's another reason why everyone probably should want Gambit to make it to the arena, which is just they might very well be one of those teams that can actually bring a really big fight to Na'Vi. Because I'll be honest, I don't think there are that many teams left right now in the tournament that could do that. So that could be really interesting. There's the whole domestic side of it.
I would love it.
Yeah, and Shiro and Simple, that's a matchup you would love to see. I mean, I actually think that game could be so incredible. So I've got that as sort of like a secret wish. Even as I picked NIP to kind of win this particular matchup, I would not be sad at all. I really want Gambit to make it there. So let's just see. Pistols on the side of NIP. They're really far behind, and it's a bit too soon to start to talk about what kind of stuff they need to do to come back. Of course, they can do it. That's always the case, but we need to see something fantastic out of them on the CT side here. So far, they've gone for a huge stack, all 5 members in the B-bomb side, which is fine. You might as well try it. But again, they send the MAC-10 out looking.
I love it. Just info plays with a MAC-10. You don't care if the MAC-10 dies. It's not serious firepower.
Yeah, finding another empty bomb site.
This is so good, man. What a play. And Nip, this is just peak frustration.
You see, you see as he's turning the corner, Nafani, how much he's talking as he's doing it. It's like, check this, I've checked this, I've checked this. He's just calling it in. Everything is fine.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
So good.
Yeah, not the most exciting rounds of Counter-Strike, the last 2 ones here in terms of that, but really solid, just basic fundamentals from Gambit.
That's the point. It's systematic Counter-Strike. And the best teams, they play systematic Counter-Strike where it leaves you so little room to maneuver if you're NIP. Because the main thing here at the elite level is you're trying to take advantage of your opponent's mistakes. That's oftentimes what allows you to get the kill or get the advantage in the round. And so punishing mistakes is the name of the game. If you can catch them in it, or you can set them up to make a mistake. But if Gambit are just being so thorough and so systematic that they aren't making any for Nip to take advantage of, well, and on top of that, they have the firepower to boot. I mean, it's a really tough situation for NIP.
Yes, it is. Oh man, they just keep going. 14-5. 2 rounds away from qualifying.
This is it. Main stage in Stockholm. In the first audience event that we've had in how long now? Almost 2 years?
Since anyone can remember.
So sick.
Yeah, it's been a real long time coming. 14-5 here. NIP, how do you build your way back into this game? They basically cannot make any more mistakes. They're looking to win something like 11 rounds flawlessly. That's the kind of comeback that they would have to build. And it really can be done. I know right now when you're watching the game, you think it's absolutely no way, but it's happened before. So Gambit, I mean, they took that timeout earlier, even when they were really far ahead. What was that, at like 11-5 or something like that? They took a timeout. So I'm kind of actually glad to see them doing something like that. This time it's NIP to take the tactical timeout, but Gambit need to keep the focus, right? Don't give them away, because here's the problem. If you somehow lost this map, of course you have a third map to play, but that map is not going to feel fun at all. That map, if you end up losing with this kind of a lead, you're going to feel so devastated. So hold on to it.
I like to see the update as well, because on the second stream we have an elimination match between Vitality and Astralis. So here Gambit are on the edge of qualifying for the next stage to play in the playoffs in the arena in front of the fans. Vitality and Astralis right now are on map 3, deciding who's going to go home. Who is eliminated.
Tragic, isn't it, that they're both down there, in my opinion. But either way, that's going to be sad. 14-5, and we're in the 20th round. Gambit, eyes on the prize, just looking to see if they can... I mean, they just need to win this round probably, and it's going to be going their way. NIP don't have any money in the bank at all. They've invested everything into this. 5 M4A1s. So let's just see what they could get done. No one in banana right now, so Plopsky taking a bit of nade damage. Probably not a big deal. They are lacking head armor on 4 people on NIP. That means the M4s on the other side, Shiro and Inters, and the MAC-10 on Nefani are suddenly way more dangerous. So they didn't have money for it, but you've got to take that into account. Here's Plopsky getting run down, no head armor, and the grenade on top, and he's dead in a second to that jumping MAC-10. Linus has shown up at the corner, and he's alone at the bomb site. He needs to get so much done, but he, as well, no head armor, he's instantly gone. And they, as hard as it is, they probably need to save these rifles here unless they get some kills. And they can! Device and Rez come back into it. Device looking for more, but Axile will drop him. And Hampers, how much could you get done? Inside of the smoke, it's fading in front. They nearly lined up. If they'd taken one more step forward, that could have been a double spray down. Now Rez is on his own. Caught in an awkward angle, but he did get the flick on Shiro. Now nade into the sky. He'll touch Axile, but not really kill him. He's behind that fountain, just ready and waiting. But Rez, he could get double peeked here. He might get 1 kill, but then be traded right away. There's a nice shot, but Inters is there, surviving on 9 health, and Gambit get to 15.
Yep, you called it perfectly there, Anderson. That was exactly the setup that Gambit were running. One of them goes down, the other one swings immediately and trades that kill before Rez can react in time. Rez so close to coming through in the clutch for his team there. That's a heartbreaking loss in that round, and it's going to lead to a force buy, and yeah, just disgusting from Nefani. Just jumping MAC-10 to the face. Gets the M4, 2 kills for him in the round. Rez and Device trying their hardest to bring it back for NIP, but it just wasn't enough. 15-5, match point for Gambit, 10 of them. NIP have a long journey ahead of them here if they want to force overtime.
The longest journey, yeah. It's going to be essentially impossible. We're going to have to see something that so far NIP have not really shown in this series. Even though Dust 2 was close, once Gambit took control of the map, they really did not let go of it.
That's the thing, yeah. Once Shiro decided enough was enough. He's like, I'm done with this, actually. You guys are... I'm just going to kill all of you. And that's pretty much what happened.
Yeah, it's been his MO ever since.
Yeah, basically. No fun allowed.
He had over 30 kills in the first map. He's 19-6 right now, but again, he only died 6 times in 20 rounds. That's just so hard to deal with. Now they're getting this deep wrap around Arch, and that means this double pit position is super exposed. Deagle versus AK is at range. It's going to be Axile with the opening kill. Rez, a little bit of a lineup there, and Devices inside of the side trying to get the kill, and he will be successful in that. They're wrapping through middle at the same time, so that's actually a great defense. Rez and Device absolutely coming up big for NIP. It'll keep them alive a little while longer, but they were quick on the wrap through Banana. Not that it played a huge role this time, but it's cool to see for NIP.
Yeah, I'm not expecting the second man in pit, I think. That M4A1 was in the perfect spot to just leap into the fight and actually get a result. So good job there from NIP with some clever positioning. Catching Gambit off guard. Gambit, pretty decent cash, are able to get a full buy going here and still have a little left over in the bank. So not the end of the days here for them. But that was a much-needed round for NIP, and now NIP actually have some grenades to work with in this round, so we'll see how they like to get those into the fight. Retaking top banana now, NIP. And yeah, there's that bottom banana smoke, so really just trying to close the door to Gambit over here.
As he's not flashed, but he is dead. Hobbit with the running kill from that AK-47, and they keep going. They are merciless, Gambit. They definitely have that killer instinct. It's Linus and Plopsky, 2 versus 5. They realize, you know what? They're not going to get another chance. They had that one round. They had a little time to celebrate, and now they're done. 2 versus 5. Bomb is already down. There is nothing they can do to get back into this round. Gambit, I mean, coming into the tournament, I know it was the online era and all the rest of it, but they have played so well. Might have taken a little bit of time to adjust, but it's so cool to see them at this level. An absolutely terrifying team going to be qualifying right here. Linus on his own, he goes down 16-6. Gambit have made their way to the champion stage.
And you hear the Harosh, yeah. Good work, good work. for Gambit. They've done it. They've actually managed to qualify. And Anders, I think that's a great point that you make. You know, there's so much pressure on these guys to show what they're capable of on LAN, because, you know, we've had so many games happen online. It's brought a whole new meaning to the word onliner. I mean, now you could be an onliner and still win tournaments because that's the peak competition that was possible. But now we're back to LAN. This is what Counter-Strike is all about, competing face-to-face with your opponents, side by side with your teammates, and they're showing that they've got what it takes. They have made it to the top 8 of the major. They are going to be playing on the stage in Stockholm.
Yeah. Terrific job from the side of Gambit. We should all be very thankful that we get to see Shiro in front of a crowd as well. He's a crazy player, and with the rest of them, Nafany and Exile, the trio between just the three of them there, it's too much to handle.
Dude, all I can think is smiling now, because now it's also you have Hobbit. Hobbit is going to just thrive in front of the fans, in front of the audience. That's going to be his element, and he's going to be there to support the rest of the team. It's going to be so good. I mean, so far out of the teams that have managed to make it through, we could potentially have that Na'Vi Gambit lineup. That could happen.
That'd be sick.
So much good Counter-Strike.
Yeah. What a joy. I feel like they really deserve it. They fought hard for it. So good times all around there. I'm excited for it. And I believe we have the desk ready for a breakdown or a break.
Yes, welcome back. So we've just had confirmation that Gambit are back. They've absolutely destroyed NIP on their map pick of Inferno. And now we're going to break it down and talk about what that all means. We got Thorin, we got Maniac. Guys, I got to say, I'm disappointed and kind of blown away. I mean, we've seen NIP be incredible on this map here at this major. But against Gambit, a team that I think personally still don't look quite like their old selves. You know, they never really got going, actually, and now you're having that existential crisis, right? Because what is our map pool? We're facing a 2-2 game. You know, it's pretty brutal.
Especially because they put so much work in on ENCE, which has been the third map twice that we've never gotten to see. We haven't played it yet at this major. That this was obviously going to be the home map, and then that would be the one that wins you the series. So they haven't been able to get the wins on Inferno, though. Like, I was looking up there, minus a silly exhibition tournament they played in, and then the recent 2 losses now. They'd won something like 10 maps in a row in Inferno. They'd established, actually, the map pool is like, this is our home map, this is the map we push you to on the third one. That's the formula where you can go deep in this tournament. But as you've seen, you're getting closed out 2-0 in these series. Yes, these were a few months ago number 1 and number 2 in the world. You're number 2 in the world now, though. Eventually, you've got to give me a statement that shows you're at that level.
It's really a critical crossroad for NIP right now, Richard. Listen, they started this tournament the best of way. They got a 2-0, and everyone is already seeing them in this arena. We see them as well. Device is rocking on all cylinders, and now they've just... I wanted to say they've lost. No, they've been battered twice. 2 matches in a row, Na'Vi and Gambit. And with that confidence being a little bit shattered, you're going into the 2-2 games. So how do you negotiate that? How do you actually prepare yourself for that game now that you've been having your ass ended to you, twice in a row?
Yeah, I mean, look, again, we're going to touch on some similar talking points from earlier. Well, let's sort of put a bit of focus on the other 2, right? The Nip Core, Hampus, Rez, Device. We expect them. Rez was, did what he could here, even on Inferno, where they got battered as maniacs there. But, we need to talk about Plopsky and Linus and whether or not these 2 are working.
I mean, the one immediately I have to point out, he is always the whipping boy, it seems like. If you remember in the RMR, there was a point in the RMR where everyone was going, look at the stats. Linus actually, he's really coming to deliver, finally he's bedded into the team, like he's got his confidence under him. In this match, I think he got 16 kills over 2 maps. And this one was another one where he's just not really relevant in the game. So you don't want to just only look at the scoreboard, but as I say, when I watch with the eye test, I just feel like he's just lost within the mix of the team. I don't even know if he knows kind of what the game plan is, what he's supposed to be doing.
But you can also see here,
I mean, helping either.
Yeah, no, but you can see here, Plopsky's had a real rough one there. Yes. And look, I give him some leeway because I see how he's changed and had to change to fit everyone in the team. But this, this isn't good enough.
No, it's not good enough, and I appreciate you being lenient with Plopsky. The problem is when he came into the roster, he was first labeled as an interesting rookie, an interesting prospect. Very explosive in the style of Counter-Strike he plays, mechanically interesting. You think, with the right guidance, he's going to turn into a player that can fight at this level. I have to say, you look at the last few months, he just hasn't made it yet to that level. So as a whole, for the roster of NIP, there's just too many holes, too many weaknesses you can poke. LNZ unproven, Plopsky is still on his way, Hampus have a game he disappears, and you're left with Device and Rez.
And then you contrast it like we did before this map with the 2 players who were the supportive elements of Gambit. They just took turns into Zaddy's rounds to close out the first map. Nathani's the MVP of this map. This is the thing. You've got the trio of stars on Gambit. You've got the well-rounded squad overall. Sure, they haven't really hit the ground running like they did online, where they would just dominate teams and they would easily win series, but they have comfortably overall won this series, all factors taken into account.
Yeah, sure, and let's talk a little bit about that. Obviously, we said Gambit had to have a deep run, had to get to the arena. They would have been considered illegitimate kings of the online era had that not happened. And, is there any chance, because, fans like to theory craft, so I'll float it as a suggestion.
All right.
Is there any chance they were trying to, save something, trying to hold something back, maybe just do the bare minimum, get across the line and wait for that arena, and that's when they're going to unleash something?
I don't think so, honestly. No? I just, again, as I mentioned in the pre-show, Gambit is a team that sometimes needs a game or 2 to warm up to the event, to warm up to what's happening. I also believe that coming into this major, obviously everyone had a lot of pressure, but the situation for Gambit is very singular. The way they dominated Counter-Strike in this online area, not necessarily fulfilling the mission in Cologne. Some would say quarterfinal was not enough, so they have that in the back of their mind. But on the contrary to NIP, their trajectory is beautiful. It's one of a dream, because now they move into the playoffs, having found their rhythm. Shiro is acting like an MVP, 166 rating. Axile has a good map on Inferno. You know what he can do. And then you have all these other elements coming together into the playoff. This is how a dream run can start. Shaky a bit at the beginning, and then you hit the ground running when you need to.
And of course, the other aspect to this is, because they had a bit of a bumble and a stumble to kind of get through the tournament, there's a chance that they could be thrown against, some of that middle of the pack opposition, and maybe Gambit, maybe it might actually help them depending on how the chips fall.
I'll even say as well, the map that they lost on Vertigo, which obviously was one of their monster home maps. Look, you might see that in this phase and go, oh, I'm going to pick into that. I can't wait to play that. It might not be if they've warmed up at that point in time. That might actually end up being a trap card, Yu-Gi-Oh style they can activate against a team that wants to punish pick into them and is maybe good on the map. I also think, actually, the key for me that showed me Gambit's back is it was the round actually we showed when they were on CT side of Inferno, where they did, what was it, like a full 4-man retake of the site, where the B-bomb site is completely overrun by NIP players, and the composure, the timing, the communication, the utility usage, it was just flawless. That's exactly how you retake a bomb site, and that's the map, remember, where you lose a guy early, you're starting to think, do we save, do we just go for the next one with 3 guns? They just did the full execute right back into the site, and it looked absolutely perfect.
So the final thought then before we go to break, is there, there's obviously a chance, but what percentage chance do you think Gambit can upset the apple cart and maybe win this major overall and prove all the doubters wrong based on what you've seen? And the reason I ask that is I still think Gambit and Na'Vi will be a solid matchup.
Yeah, the key thing for me is, I know everyone's saying, like, it's Navi's to win, like, if they blow it up. I think people are underestimating. Like, look, Bits looked amazing so far. I haven't seen him in front of a massive crowd in a major, all the pressure. Simple's incredible. There's going to be the most pressure of any player in history on his shoulders. So I think, listen, it's not taken for granted Navi's going to be smooth sailing like the group stage. The key thing I like about Gambit and why they are my second favourite, and I'd say if Navi's 60% to win the major, I'll give Gambit a solid 20 to 30% and then 10% for, you know, the dark horse out there. And the reason I say that is it's just the well-rounded machine-like nature of Gambit. It's the fact that, as Maniac said earlier, like, they don't even have to have one of their stars show up, and they can have 2 stars on the server. They might still be the best players, carry the game, and then the other guys just do their job. They always fill in the gaps. I always say this. People love to say it when they look at Inter's stats, like, oh, he's the one you should replace with insert NECIS player. When do you ever see him blow around? When do you ever see him just get clowned on? He does his job. So, to me, Na'Vi has the firepower to win it and destroy anyone. But they have to have certain players turn up. Gambit, they just have the complete package. So it's all about, for me, if they can hold their nerve and that composure on land.
That's the thing, holding their nerve. And that was, I guess, my main question for Gambit when we were looking at them in the Legend stage now. What kind of Gambit are we seeing? Are they crumbling under the pressure of the event, or are they actually rising to their level? And if then, of course, there's a discussion with Na'Vi. The whole year of Counter-Strike has been punctuated by beautiful series between Gambit and Na'Vi, back and forth, where both teams have kind of elevated themselves. And a lot of people, as you say, just assume that this Na'Vi is going to continue in front of the crowd and have the same well-roundedness when it comes to the roster. We don't really know that. We still have a couple of questions. Same goes for Gambit. The only question was, are they playing their Counter-Strike? It seems like they are, so we would be in for a treat.
Yeah, well, I certainly hope so. Guys, great getting your thoughts. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to have the last best of 3 of the day, another Danish derby. It's going to be Heroic versus Copenhagen Flames, so make sure you join us. Yes, hello everyone. Welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm 2021. The last best of 3 of the day on the mainstream. It's going to be Heroic versus Copenhagen Flames, a Danish derby. It's going to be explosive, and we've switched things up on the desk, maybe to make it less explosive, because Thorin has been subbed out, and we've brought in someone with a load of Counter-Strike expertise. He's been a player, sort of. He's been a caster. He's been an analyst. He's been a host. He was a coach over at Team Liquid. It is Jason Moses O'Toole. Thank you very much for joining us.
Hey, guys.
Can do everything.
How's everyone doing?
It's been great. It's great to have you.
Yeah, it's great out here with all these hours. That
I was going to say, this is a long day for me. I don't appreciate this at all.
Yeah, I know.
I don't want to hear it.
Read the small print in your contract. But anyway, it is great to have you here, man, and always get your thoughts. You're someone who's mindful of the game I really respect. So I'm just going to start and throw it up to you.
Perfect.
Obviously, Heroic. It's been an interesting journey for them. Certainly a lot of stuff going on off the server, but the fundamentals, they're playing good Counter-Strike. They look hyped. They've obviously taken a number of big scalps. The Astralis story obviously is a big one for them. Kind of went by the wayside. Yeah. But today they're going to be taking on Copenhagen Flames. These, young pretenders to the throne. The heirs apparent, and they've been looking very, very good, particularly Roy, who's one of the players of the Major. So, set the scene for me.
Well, I mean, it's kind of interesting. I mean, Copenhagen Flames is kind of in a situation Heroic was earlier this year, where there was like promise, you saw that improvement, you saw some cool results, you saw some fun stuff, and you started getting excited about them. And then it's about keeping on proving that it's actually going to be a real thing and it can actually stick around. So that's that. In that sense, it's kind of cool to see them just following in that trajectory. Also, this major, we're getting all the Danish grudge matches going. Like the Danes have all just like continuously drawn the exact teams if you wanted to have a perfect grudge match. So just one more for Heroic to try and overcome, and I think actually Copenhagen Flames can be a big challenge for them.
I suggested a Wild West style bar brawl, but instead they decided to play each other.
We should just stop doing seedings and letting these matches be randomized. We should just get them to the stories.
You talk about grudge match.
Yeah,
that was the matchup that sent Copenhagen Flames to the Legend stage. That's when they did it, 2-1 against Heroic.
Absolutely.
That's when they actually overcame their big brothers in Denmark. We can talk about obviously the huge comeback on the third map. They were down 9-1, and they found their way back to victory, which obviously is going to fuel them with confidence. But there is the obvious elephant in the room. This was to make it to the Legend stage. This is to make it to the playoffs. You have the same shoulders. It's not the same game.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see, obviously, the Heroic guys, always pumped up, always emotional. I want to talk about something we haven't really been able to focus on too much. The addition of Exist. We all know what happened to their previous coach. I won't say his name. Exist obviously comes in. I think Exist is one of the legends of the game. I've been critical of him in the past, mainly around vetoing and his, the way he's made it hard on himself. But there's no doubt in this man's pedigree. One of the, all-time great players. Was around back in the day in 1.6. He's very calm. I mean, he's notorious for that. And I think he's been a positive influence as Heroic go through this transformation.
Yeah, well, he's at least beaten like the low bar that was set of not denying them access to the strat book when you go to an event. So that's quite nice.
Yeah, good to clear that.
But no, I think it is a good thing. And obviously, they always spoke about, even with their previous coach, how much he helped them and how much he provided them. So it was clear that they enjoyed having that voice behind him, a different perspective, also a different play style that Exist grew up in with the Swedish Counter-Strike and the teams he's been on, and probably just a different perspective on things. And I think equally as well, one of the key points would be the fact that he is a little bit more calmed down and he is a little bit more chill, and he does kind of rein them back in from the highs that Cadian is going to deliver his team to, and be able to be like a little bit of a balancing voice when they discuss, prepare for their matches.
And I think this is where Exist actually comes into the picture, because if you ask me right now, how deeply has he influenced, the Heroic's playstyle? I'd say not too much.
Probably not much.
No, exactly. I haven't seen a lot of differences, but the thing is, it's a very unique scenario we're in right now for Heroic. They have a rematch against a team they faced a few days ago to make it to the playoff stage. And in that sense, I think Exist can go to Cadian and say, listen, I've been there 25 times in my career. These are the pointers you should follow. This is what you should be careful of, and this is how we're going to approach it. So together, building something, not just influencing, but really co-working with Cadian.
Yeah, well, let's talk about Copenhagen Flames. One of the revelations of the Major, one of the revelations of kind of the tournaments before the Major, really, if we're being honest, sort of came from nowhere. There's one player that everyone's talking about right now. It is, of course, Roy. It's sort of his story's crazy. He's become the star of this team despite being kind of, the water carrier in Mad Lions.
Yeah.
And, Moses, you've worked with elite level entry fraggers before, obviously having worked with Stewie 2K, etc. You know, what do you make of this player?
Well, I mean, from what I saw from casting his matches this week, particularly on Ancient, like he is not just an entry fragging at times, but also his ability to kind of lurk and push on the CT sides and just be a nuisance. Like, he's someone that is always going to have you looking over your shoulder when you're on the T side. Where, and it's cool too because that lurking, like his entry style, kind of turns into a point where he just notices a time in the game. His game sense is just like, okay, my team needs me to make a play. My team needs me to gain some kind of map control so they can rotate back towards my position. And like the fact that he's been delivering on it is just incredible. And even in the games where he doesn't have a high volume of kills, it's the quality of kills that he gets is really impressive as well.
Yeah, and you mentioned in the T side, this is where we have to keep an eye on Road. This is where he's made his impact. Currently at the tournament, 3rd highest T side player, 1.40. This is huge actually. And I even deep dived into the best of 3 against Heroic. He bested Cadian 15 times out of 22 encounters. That is actually huge for a rifle to be able to find the kills on the AWP in front of him. This is where he'll make his magic. He'll create that space on the T side and kind of smell the way in when there's one.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. We're going to bring the veto up, but let's just continue, you know, this point. You know, having played Heroic before,
interesting.
Yeah, because they've switched it up here.
There's a lot of interesting points. First of all, here we have Heroic removing Vertigo, which they lost quite decisively against Copenhagen Flames, which leaves Ancient open. That is a pick from the Flames. Will they regret it?
No, I actually like it from the Flames because they've had some very good games on it, and I think why not, if you're in this position, go back to a map that you're feeling comfortable on at the moment, even if, you know, maybe someone can actually watch these demos and watch back the VODs, even if you have a couple games just recently. Like for Copenhagen Flames at this point, really do play to your comfort. You don't have to get fancy in these kinds of veto processes, especially going back up head-to-head with Heroic. And like I said, Roy's had incredible impact on this map, even when the volume fragging isn't there. Just the quality of kills that he gets on the map is incredible, and he plays such an important spot on the map over towards that B bomb site, and he's a nuisance. He gets annoying. They have a really good CT side, aggressive CT side, and I think that might actually, I mean, talk that about Copenhagen Flames. I think that's a huge point to make for Heroic. Their CT sides, they're always active on the map.
Right.
They're not sitting back and waiting for you to get the, like, you know, 40 seconds to set up any kind of a set piece. They're going to be shrinking the map by pushing somewhere. They're going to go look for information, and they want to investigate. When you take map control and then it goes quiet, they want to know if you're still there. So it's going to be a very, very mobile CT side for Heroic.
And speaking of looking for information, as you mentioned, I guess preparation is going to be the name of the game. Not only because it's a rematch, but because the picks were quite obvious. If you're Copenhagen Flames, you know Nuke is going to be on the table. Heroic picked it last time. They won it as well. It's a very good map. And as Jason is mentioning, if you're going to leave Ancient open, boom, here comes the Flames pick. They've been good on it. So in terms of coaching, we were talking about Exist before, there's a lot to be done here to make sure you're ready.
Yeah, and Overpass, obviously, the decide. I think we'll see it, honestly. I think Heroic is so good on Nuke historically. I'm loving Copenhagen Flames on Ancient. So who's got the advantage there?
I don't know. I think it's going to be really curious. I think this Nuke pick, I mean, we talk about it all the time, going up against a team that just beat you on a map, playing him a couple times on a different map. If I'm Copenhagen Flames and, yeah, you're looking at this veto, you're going hard in the paint on your prep for Nuke, and you're trying to find a couple tricks, just like 1 or 2 things on different parts of the map that you think you can exploit, that you think you can take advantage of. And that's kind of what you're going to hang your hat on. Can you actually steal away Nuke? And I think Copenhagen Flames is playing well enough to do it.
And this is where also to circle back to the point you were making about, you know, this very aggressive on-the-move CT side. From the outside, sometimes it might look gambly, but the thing is, it's really hard to see coming. It's really hard to prepare for that. Listen, guys, this is their setup, but just so you know, they have 50 different ways to go about the next 20 seconds. This is how they play. They're not going to be afraid to just overstack a bomb site to go for information. They're never static. They're always on the prowl, on the move. And for Flames, I don't know how they will actually proactively get ready for that.
Well, guys, we're about ready to get into the action. Just a one word. Who's taking it?
Copenhagen Flames.
Flames as well. Let's go.
All right, interesting.
Spicy.
Okay, all right, guys. So let's get into the action of Danish Derby, Heroic Copenhagen Flames. Take it away, guys.
Yes, what a game it's going to be. The best team in Denmark playing Heroic. I think it's going to be fun.
Oh yes, Anders, and I like what you did there. I like what you did there because they are definitely popping off right now.
Yeah.
Copenhagen Flames have taken the world by storm, and well, they don't seem to have any indication of slowing down. They are still a threat to anybody in this tournament by the looks of things. So it's so cool to see, and you're not even safe from them on social media. Roy's just popping off every day of the week. So
they're doing a lot.
Savage.
Yeah, I mean, definitely now. The Cinderella story of this tournament, right? Copenhagen Flames, without a doubt. It's been incredible to watch. Really cool track that they've been on here. So, but I mean, the domestic matchups are so hard to predict. And with the maps that we have, I actually have no idea, but I can almost guarantee there's not going to be boring because everyone here is just going to be lightning fast. You know how Cadian likes to play. I mean, I think it's going to be wild.
Both of these teams like to play aggressive.
Yeah,
that's the thing. I mean, it's a good point that Maniac makes up there at the end that Heroic like to play for information constantly. Cadian has made that very clear in his interviews as well recently that that's a style that they want to come back to and try and really embrace again. And when they drift away from that, they start to lose kind of the essence of the team, which is aggression at all times.
Yeah.
So it's going to be really cool to see if Heroic can actually get back to that now in this match. But again, in derbies, it always feels like it's the underdog team that's favored. And okay, jokingly they're saying Heroic is the underdog team. I mean, Copenhagen Flames are kind of the underdog team right now in this matchup, even now.
Yeah, I actually have no idea what's happening in Denmark right now. The scene is crazy and all over the place, right?
Sure. You just hop on that bench with Bubsky, enjoy the view.
Just sit it out. That might be the best place to be, weirdly enough, because the rest of it is mad. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Copenhagen Flames and Heroic in a best of 3. We've got Copenhagen Flames on the CT side of Nuke, Heroic on the T side. And some pretty standard buys coming out here. A single flash on Stout, and he's going to be throwing it through the squeak door as they try to make their way outside. Jabby clicking away Tessis. More might follow. They are lucky to even make it across with just one casualty. Can they get down and get the bomb down as well? It's making its way there. Cadian trying to open up the ramp at the same time, but he's not quite sure. Does he think someone would stick around? Did he think he hadn't jumped down yet? I'm not even sure what's happening there. Regardless, they've got someone locked into the bomb site. Siphon, he's going to get a kill. Nikolos, he is straight down, but they've just taken so many kills right now. Copenhagen Flames looking good at the moment. 3-1, and no bomb plant in favor of Heroic at the moment.
Especially because now they have control of that bomb, and so it feels like this is really going to put some pressure on Refresh. Obviously, he's in a 1v3. At least he's got the one-shot headshot capability now. He's trying to take advantage of that now, getting tagged, and he is not going to get it done. Very well done here. Good start for the Copenhagen Flames on the CT side of Nuke. That's exactly what they're hoping for. Want to hit the ground running and not let Heroic get comfortable. So we'll see. We shouldn't see the force buy from Heroic, considering they didn't get the bomb plant. So
certainly risky.
We would expect to see the hard eco here. This is a tech timeout. If there's no little no bug, no anything showing us tactical, I'm assuming that this is technical, and at least it's at the beginning of this server, or the series rather.
Yeah, always something to look forward to. In the meantime, we've mentioned a couple of the different players that are worth watching here. The one we've left out is Roy. He is out of control officially. I can't believe that he's playing so well at the major. He was not even necessarily the star player on the original Mad Lions lineup, right? He was kind of like the third guy in line. Maybe sometimes the conversation was between Roy and Shush, sort of like, well, who's going to be more interesting? But I think most people were focusing on Shush, maybe. So, yeah, it's crazy to see. And obviously, Bobsky was kind of the main star of that lineup. But Roy's been an absolute god at this tournament.
Why'd you got to bring Bobsky up? Poor Bubs.
We have to. Sometimes we just
only one not actually playing here at the major out of that roster. It's brutal.
Yeah, it is. I mean, at the same time, we can't really ignore it, can we? The truth is, Bobsky probably should be at the major.
It's a hard reality, and I mean, Vitality and Astralis are still going toe-to-toe right now. Third map decider.
Yes, they are. That is also kind of brutal all on its own. Roy sneaking out here. Easy enough kill again. This time they just have the Glocks and no armor, maybe a P250 or 2 in play. So this should be a fairly easy round for Copenhagen Flames to pick up with without too many casualties. Sneaking around with the bomb outside is Heroic. And I don't know. A little momentary connection issue, unfortunately. Hopefully we can figure that out. Not sure. GoTV might have died, but it shouldn't be too much of an issue. We're hoping to get it fixed.
This was an issue that we had earlier in the day, so hopefully, we will find a solution for it soon. But, well, regardless, glad that it's happening in that round. Because odds of anything really big popping off. I mean, it's a hard eco on Heroic side of things, so odds of them doing anything.
Possible that the server keeps playing and it's just GoTV. We don't know if it's the whole thing that's crashing. So with a little bit of luck, it's just the GoTV. And then, we miss out on a round that's probably not that exciting, and then we can get back into the third round.
Right.
crossing my
But
fingers.
This is still Nuke. It's still early days here. It's a map that's played much more closely these days. I mean, to be fair, we did have some 13-2s, 12-3s earlier in this tournament to kind of bring us back, you know, stroll down memory lane.
Some of those on T side.
But yeah, but it's not exactly. It's a much more even map now. There's quite a few more options for the T side out in yard. They can just do a whole lot more. So it means that we get more T rounds. So let's not get to, you know, don't get too worked up, guys. It's just the pistol round that the Flames have picked up so far.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it'll be interesting to see how that yard is played. I'm assuming that you see Roy's taking a fight out there. I'm assuming that they're gonna want to take a fight on both sides. Really, I don't think anyone's.
I don't think you give up. Yeah, I don't think you give it up for free now. I think a lot of this is going to come down. There's pride on the line here between these two teams.
Yeah.
Because Heroic obviously don't want to be dethroned. It's you know, as the top team in Denmark right now. Copenhagen Flames are making a good run at it, and they've Copenhagen Flames. This is a golden opportunity to make their names utterly destroy the opposition, the Danish opposition as well at the major. I mean, it's a fantastic opportunity for them to do some serious damage and get their names on the board in Denmark.
Yeah, and I mean, Dakota's doing the AWPing on one side, Cadian on the other side. I think that's going to be a head-to-head battle, you know? It's not going to be one of those things where they kind of like try to hide from each other.
And the real pressure is on. And while there's so many stories with Heroic as well, here we are on LAN. They haven't made it to the stage yet. So the maximum amount of pressure is not yet present because obviously with the fans, it's a totally different beast. But you're still on LAN, and we've pretty much figured out now that the players are close enough in proximity to hear each other when they shout.
Yeah.
So there is a little bit of LAN going on. There is a little bit of that essence. But still, I mean, a lot of criticism for Heroic when this was eventually going to come back. Kind of what we saw with Gambit was, how are they going to perform on LAN? There's a couple of players on there where we're not quite sure, you know, if they're going to be able to cut it or if the nerves are going to get to them. And while right now, I mean, they have dropped. They've shown that they are not invincible. They have dropped series in this tournament so far.
Yeah, I'm really curious. There are just things even on LAN that maybe you don't take into account, but stuff like how much more you can generally run around on LAN because people can't hear the footsteps necessarily the same way.
Yeah.
And then obviously the crowd reacting to certain things, like if you walk up behind and try and play carefully, you could get into some trouble there. We're still trying to figure out what is happening in terms of the GoTV so we can get back on. Hopefully that'll happen real soon. We apologize for the delay. Oh, here we go. We're back into it. Third round is coming up, and it was Copenhagen Flames that picked up that second round. So I'm assuming it just kind of played out without us watching, which is kind of the best case scenario. So let's get back into the action.
All right, let's see. Yep. So we're good. We're good. It's a second round on the board for Copenhagen Flames. No real loss, as you pointed out, but it is going to be the buy round coming up now for Heroic. Light on the nades, early on the aggression, though. They were thinking about getting in there. Had Copenhagen Flames cut any corners with the anti-rush nades, Heroic would have probably tried to challenge and get in there for a punish. Put themselves in a position to do so, at least. Now, however, they're ready to sit and wait. And so this is going to be the big game between these two teams. Both teams like to push. Both teams like to be proactive. And so one method of dealing with that, with aggression, is to just sit and wait and hold angles and wait for them to walk into your crosshairs, right? That's one way to approach it. So if Heroic elect to go for that strategy here versus Copenhagen Flames, it's going to make for some slow rounds, but some let's say trying rounds for Heroic.
Cypher there. That's a quick fallback. He doesn't want to stick around. That's just a scout on Nikodo, so he can kind of hang out and do some more damage. Ooh, he'll take down Cadian trying to push the envelope a bit too far. That actually might have been a bit of a mistake there. They had the ramp room already. It's down though. Hooksy backtracking into the bomb site. And that's a couple of kills right then and there that Heroic almost pick up kind of for free. Refresh outside to take down Roy, and it's now a 3 versus 4. Still 35 seconds. They are grouped up in lobby trying to hit that A bomb site. Jabby up here with an MP9. It's going to have to be the best MP9 almost of all time. He's got the AK behind him now. Swapped out from that scout, so maybe they could do it. 20 seconds now on the clock in Heroic. Very late in the round trying to get into it. AK will get the one kill. They nearly lined up now. Cypher on his own. 15 seconds. Can he get anything done? If they get on the other side of the silo here, it might be too late. He's going to get the kill. The Molotov? I don't think it's going to do enough. They might be pushed out, but again, 2 versus 1 back here. And yep, it's not covering everything. They have some space to stand on. He's now up on the hut, and they know it as well. Incredible 1 versus 2 if he could win it, but it's not going to work out. It'll be Heroic instead to pick up their first round.
Indeed. Not wasting much time at all, Heroic. Very quick out there. And that's what I was talking about in terms of waiting. If you're going to wait patiently, Heroic, you cannot miss the chance when it's offered to you. And we saw that both Hooksy and Roy ended up getting caught walking into crosshairs, and Heroic get rewarded for their patience. They do manage to get those kills with enough time to regroup and then just take the A site together. So really well done by Heroic. They are rewarded for playing a patient style of Counter-Strike, and now it's going to be on Copenhagen Flames to determine how they want to approach it. They have enough for a force buy, but it being such an early days, you may actually just go for the half buy here on Copenhagen Flames.
It certainly is risky if you force it up.
I mean, like, Nico's got an off, but it's going to be glass cannon, for example.
Yeah, you could. You definitely could, but it depends a little bit on what the approach is to the game, right? It's so early on that if you force up now, they actually will.
They're going for it.
That's crazy. All right. This is one of those things where you almost end up judging these kind of things based on the outcome, which is probably a little bit unfair, but if they win this round, then it's probably all good, and they'll be in a decent position. If it blows up, though, they'll have given some space back. Molotov into the corner so that it doesn't burn Hooksy, but Shush knows. He's seen that before. Cadian with a kill on Roy. It's a really cool idea, though, to try and mask the fact that you're rushing the hut, and they're going to get blown up trying to get that lobby crunch in. Nikoto's on his own out here.
Zyphon kind of wishing he put some more time in on the DM with a FAMAS. That spray control was just a little lacking. If he gets the kill, perhaps, you know, he manages to convert it into Staven as well. But that is that. So Copenhagen Flames say, okay, if you're gonna wait for us, we're just gonna come and find you. Yeah. we're not gonna play this patiently. We're not gonna just play this meekly. Instead, we're gonna get out there and we're gonna hunt you down. And well, Heroic, they just demonstrated they are up to the task. And so now Copenhagen Flames, this is where it gets a little bit frustrating if you're on Copenhagen Flames. How do you address this going forward? Because you just tried to play aggro. One was a slow kind of information-seeking one, and the other one was a fight, and you've lost both rounds in a row.
I mean, I think that, yeah, that's true. It hasn't really worked out for them so far once the rifles have got put into play. Nikoto's out here. Oh, wow, last possible second, and Refresh takes him down. So, 2 for 2 the scoreline, moving into the 5th round. And Heroic must be feeling pretty fresh right now in terms of being off to a good start. I do like that play. I feel like it's not something you could do all the time, but the Molotov behind the door is... I could see how that could catch a team completely off guard. Not this team, though. Mac 10 in play on Cadian, and they can guess the economics of it. They know that they're up against no armor. Huge stack going on in the ramp room. No one immediately making their way there. In fact, Cadian is already out checking and is calling in on the radio, saying we've actually just got an empty bomb site, so come plant the bomb, and maybe he could just keep going looking for where they are. But it's a free round.
It feels like Nuke is really one of those maps where we can get these kinds of free rounds where teams, they just don't even run into each other at all. It just happens a bit more often on Nuke for whatever reason, it feels like. Quick cleanup coming in here, and 3 AK kills, 2 Mac 10 kills. Bonus money for the Mac 10s, of course. And a quick anti-eco round. Interesting to see Cadian. Yeah, Cadian has always had that. He still has it, though. It's interesting. Some players have managed to get rid of those ticks with the hands. But Cadian still has that tick with his hand. It's really... I thought that he would have managed to get that under control.
Maybe that's something to work on. Exist behind them.
Yeah.
Legendary player on his own. Pay some respect to him, without a doubt.
Yeah, and apparently, already showing dividends, as Cadian has pointed out. Said that they were very happy to have him. That he isn't as familiar with the playbook just yet, but he definitely knows how to help.
Roy with the opening kill. Stown is down and out. Hooksy back here. Got to be careful. You don't want to drop, and you want to stay alive so that you can sort of lure them into Jabby that's playing up on the hut itself. Refresh seems to know he does not want to cross that line. They've lost 2 players though. 3 versus 5. Outside, Cadian trying to work his magic with the AK-47. Not the AWP, in spite of the fact that he could have afforded it, so that's a little bit interesting. Didn't get the immediate tap on anyone out there, so he's going to start to fall back. Still a minute left, and they're giving the space right now for the CT side to come push for them. You can see how they're just holding the angles, just kind of waiting. They're going to group up in lobby, and we'll see where they go from there. It's going to be Squeak, it feels like. Jabby just trying to play this safely. A little bit careful now because he's falling off the box as they come through. Good headshot on Shush. Not bad. Down the vent we go and straight into a bomb plant here at the B bomb site. Ooh, yep, I don't think they can stop it. Shush, that's a great headshot. Practically running in there. Now it's a 3-on-3. Roy trying to cover the back line. It's going to be traded by Hooksy. Nikodos, he's a little bit worried. He's low on health. Trying to see if he gets something else. I mean, Hooksy is coming in. Joining actually the same side. I thought he'd try and get down the vent, baiting out the shot, but it doesn't matter. Shush finding the third headshot of the round for himself. And Hooksy, I thought they would try and sandwich it in with him coming through the event, but they go another way, and I don't think it's going to be working out. He'll get the headshot on one of them. Refresh goes straight down. That's actually a bit closer than it should have been. Shush, though, he is just playing patiently, trying to wait for the time. It's a quad kill for him at the end, and another round for Heroic.
Just a support player after all. Just a support player. Also one of the hardest hitting players on the team. It's just amazing that Heroic, they have this gamut of players that can just do it all. Clutch, frag, support, doesn't matter what they need to be doing. Everybody can step up and fill all the roles on this team. It's amazing. And this is just such a critical round for Shush to come through for. Yes, I can't believe that Heroic managed to thread that needle. It looked like they were shut out. It's a 5v3. It was a 5v3, Anders, and yet here we are.
5 versus 3, yep. That they probably should not have been winning, but incredible work. Now, rushing the ramp. A little bit of a struggle. Roy still here with the CC. He did get the dink on Tessus. That could have been a very important kill, but 2 versus 3. They do trade pretty well coming into the ramp room. It's scary when you rush it like that, and there's 3 people waiting for you. But Hooksy and Nikodos, I don't know. They got deagles. They could get some headshots, and that could turn the round. So Heroic are calling a freeze.
Yep. Sit and wait. And it's one of those strategies you can go for where you just try and slow down the pace. And again, your opponent's trying to make info plays, trying to get out there to see what they can find. If you're holding angles, you can wait for them to walk into your crosshairs, and that can get you kills. That'll get you back into the game. So Heroic right now just really taking it very quietly. Tessus clears the lower site. They know that somebody could be here in the doors. They're going to double peek this.
Oh, that's actually
how does he? No way he gets out of that alive.
Still 40 seconds, so they don't have to go straight. They could have canceled the bomb plant and still would have been fine. But yeah, they're going to get it down. Opening up. Don't line up for the deagle. It is not a good idea. He's just shoulder peeking it, hoping to get some sort of a jiggle shot in there. But now that they've got the bomb plant down, they've managed to escape onto the ramp. It should be almost impossible here for Copenhagen Flames to get back into this round. They kind of needed a kill to make it a 2-on-2 before the bomb actually went down. Nikodo's trying to sneak in here. Oh, he's going to get the headshot on Stown, and the rest of them are very low on health. There's a shot from Hooksy. Tessus is now down and out. They have a little bit of time still where they can go for the defuse. They tapped it once, and they're trying to lure him in, and one of them needs to keep going. Refresh running onto the site, and he's going to get both the kills. Man, that is close. I think they needed to hold it in. If they had any chance for that 10-second defuse, they had to go straight for it.
Yeah, they had to go straight for it, but still, talk about a big win. They managed to kill everybody off on Heroic, and that was a round of eco for Copenhagen Flames. So talk about a big round. Copenhagen Flames, they don't win the round, but they still force Heroic to spend so much money. And so that could put themselves in a position to really do some damage here and to start taking control because they get to go for the full nade lineup. Now they have the AWP back on Nico, and we can see what he's capable of. Hooksy with the anti-rush nades. Nice little HE out into the yard. Woo-hoo. Serious damage. Pretty sure he spotted those 2 as well.
Yeah, he did, but that's one hell of a shot from Shush. That's against the AWP, just getting the kill at range. Hooksy knows he's going to get run down, just panic throwing that nade behind him, but it worked out.
They missed the molly? Did they want that molly to go into vent?
I think they wanted to go to the stairs. I think it's just they bounced it off because they didn't know anyone was there. Roy at off angle, but Shush is on fire right now. He's hitting every single shot. Double kill for him. They need to be careful. Tessus could do it as well. Hooksy's out of the round. Siphon and Jabby trying to get back into it. They'll get Shush finally, but it's just too late. Bomb is going to be planted here in Jabby. There's no way to get back into this round. He has to just try and save the gun, which they need.
And yeah, this is just post-plant, nightmarish situation for Jabby. Not a whole lot he can hope to do here. Maybe if he can get an AK.
Slide upgrade. That orb is so far away that he can't get to it, so That's just unfortunate. Bomb is going to do some damage to him, but it won't kill him. Refresh, though, could definitely down. Also there, it's going to be the headshot. So they'll lose all the rifles yet again. That's devastating.
Man on your screen there, Shush. Monster couple of rounds coming out from him. And Heroic, I mean, that is the true beauty of this team and how they get so fired up. Anybody can take over a game. I mean, all of them are so capable. They're confident. It's truly refreshing to see. And, well, Copenhagen Flames now, okay, this is going to be one of those tests. It's a question of experience on this roster. They're not used to necessarily going up and beating these teams, but right now, I mean, they're making a terrific run. They dominate, or they came very close to dominating IEM Fall, the RMR that qualified them for this event, but they topped their group there, got into the playoffs, put up a decent showing, and here, they're still in this fight to make it to the main stage.
Yeah, they really are.
Whoever wins this goes to the main stage in Stockholm in front of the fans.
For both teams, that would be such an incredible result. There's no doubt about that. 6-2. I must say, I'm pretty impressed with Heroic getting so many of these rounds. Even the ones where they're a little bit behind, they've just been fighting all the way through so far. Couple of C-set 75s, a couple of Deagles in play on the Copenhagen Flames side. Sneaking up close is Roy. No one else out there with him, unfortunately, but we'll see. Shush also ready to receive. Got a lot of people in lobby. Not a bad idea if you want to try and avoid any kind of a push from the CT side. You're going to start with a bang as Tessus takes down Hooksy. Jabby trying to do something, but Tessus, that's actually really well done. Could have probably been a kill on Tessus if he landed that follow-up kill, or the follow-up bullet. Shush, only the one this round. But they know where Siphon is. He's going to be trying to jump down to pick up the AK. They could just grenade him out of here. There's actually not much he could do. They have 2 more Molotovs. He's going to get another headshot on Cadian, and they try and escape. I feel like they could firebomb him out of the round, and there would be nothing that he could have done. This actually gives him, I don't know, 1 in 100 chance. It's still very low percentage, but he is trying to sneak on in. Refresh is holding the line with 100% health, and if he just peeks, he could probably get the kill right then. But Siphon started to make his way outside. It's a really long way away.
And in this detente right now in this round, I'm going to go ahead and fill you in. Astralis have been eliminated from the major. Vitality take the map. Best of 3, 2-1 win over Astralis to send them home. And, well, we'll continue to have a French team competing here at the major. But that's one of the Danish teams out of it, and it's the defending champs out of it. 4-time major winners no longer here.
Yeah, shocking result. But, I mean, on the upside, right? This means ZywOo's still in the tournament. I think that's got to be good news.
It's like, yeah, ZywOo, yeah, but like now we've lost the defending champs, so that's tough.
Yeah, I mean, I actually, just thinking about that match for a second there, I mean, either way, I think it would have been shocking. I would have been sad to see ZywOo go as well. So I mean, yeah, it was, I think the whole tough thing was that both those teams were down there playing, but that is how it goes.
Yeah.
Tessus had a quad kill in that last round. Really impressive stuff. They managed to win the 2 versus 1, no surprise. It's 7-2 in favor of Heroic. Can they do it again, rushing out of the hut? They are deep in here, and Jabby's playing anti-flash. He's going to get shot in the back by Tessus. Hooksy trying to play inside of the smoke. He actually did get a kill on Shush, but he's going to get found eventually. It's just too much. They're just shooting him through the smoke and catching him. It's a 3-on-4, and they might have to pack it up and just leave.
Save these guns. Very quick plays coming in from Heroic where they aren't wasting much time. They're continuing. Right now, what they're doing is they're just trying to stay ahead. One step ahead, because Copenhagen Flames are always going to be trying to make adjustments to what they're seeing from Heroic in the rounds, and so they make that adjustment. But if Heroic are already that one step ahead where they're saying, okay, cool, we did that, now we're going to try this that's a little bit different, this quick A take, right? And so Copenhagen Flames are always on the back foot, and it doesn't feel like they're the ones who get to set the tone or set the pace at all in this map right now. It feels like Heroic are just in the driving seat, and they're not really going to give Copenhagen Flames the chance unless Copenhagen Flames can just, you know, completely T-bone them. Oh, wow, that got really expensive for Heroic, though.
Tessus, he was spraying everywhere. He was, because Roy was on the other side. Oh, that looked funny. Yeah, that was expensive, but I don't think, I mean, yeah, it's not as good as it could have been, but the fact is they just want to wipe out all the guns that are on the Copenhagen Flames side. You could tell that Heroic are feeling the incredible momentum that they have right now. They just want to push it as far as they can in this first half. That is a wild grill. Look at that.
Yeah. He's got such a freakish one. Like, he's got that tape on his wrist as well, where I was thinking, the first thing you think of when you see a grip like that is, what is going on with your tendons? And, well, there's the tape.
Here comes the jump. HooXi down before he could see anything. Mac 10 around the corner and shush to the smoke to take down Jabby. It's a 3-on-5, and Roy's out here. Almost getting caught. It's so scary, Roy. They're getting the bomb plant, the bomb site and the bomb plant, and then they're out hunting immediately. They're just like, all right, we're not even going to wait to see if they want to retake it. We're just going to try and see if we can kill them right away. Absolutely relentless.
Yeah, it's just keeping the pace up right now. They don't feel like Copenhagen Flames have got enough firepower to deal with them, and so Heroic right now are just going to keep smashing them in the face over and over again until Copenhagen Flames turns out they do have the aim to deal. And so it's very much a straight-up comparison of firepower between the two teams. And Cadian, I think rightly so, has just decided, you know what, we're just going to turn this into a brawl.
Yeah, well, they're winning it right now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Knifes out. Cadian is low on health. Maybe get him inside the smoke. He comes out. It's so close. Oh, that would have been great if he could have jumped out and stat Cadian. It would have been worth it. But they lose the AWP. Exist is behind them, just thinking, this is great. What a great gig I've got here. We're winning hard.
It's easy, man, when everything... I mean, talk about a winning gig for Exist, right? I mean, they're such a powerful team already, and they've got so much figured out already, and they've had to pretty much play without a coach for several months now. Heroic, I mean, coming on board as a coach, it's like, yeah, sure.
I'll take that.
I'll come along for the ride. Good for him, but let's take a look here. I mean, this is going to be Nico trying to make some kind of play with this AWP. Hopefully he can find a target somewhere. Heroic, though, deciding to figure out what it is that Copenhagen Flames could afford to buy this round. Taking their time with it.
I mean, they have some firepower. They've got some armor as well on the CT side. They could do something, but I don't know. We're already at the stage where it feels like a couple of small victories here for Copenhagen Flames. You're getting the odd round is not really enough. We need to see them really put their foot down and put a stop to the madness for Heroic, because it's way too much. Good flash. Roy, he's been trying to play aggressively at that corner a fair bit, and it feels like Heroic just have it figured out. They just know that he's going to be out there. They have flashes set up for it. They're going to go find him every single time. Whether it's the C set in this round or a rifle in one of the other rounds. And again, that's also where that domestic matchup situation comes into play. Sometimes you just have a better read on what exactly one particular player on the enemy team is doing, how they like to play. Never mind that Shush and Roy used to play on the same team together for a while, so yeah, they know each other.
They know the tendencies. They came up on the same teams. They came up in the same scene. And, well, this is a cool angle here from Zyphon. He could actually get the drop on him. Surprise, surprise. You got to check those boxes out in CT.
It also looked like Refresh was about to just sneak right under. Ducking under the radar. 15 seconds. Bomb is being attempted in a couple of seconds here. And it's down. That's actually a very important kill. If he misses that up and HooXi runs forward, he could maybe stop the bomb and win the round. So a lot was riding on that. 3 versus 3, but they don't have a kit. So it's a... I mean, and they don't have a kit, and they don't have the money if they lose the guns.
Yeah. Already backing off to save this. Nico as well. The main thing exactly is that Jabby can hang around here and hope, cross his fingers, that Heroic are going to rotate over to ramp to stay alive. But I'm pretty sure Heroic have already found a way out of this situation.
He can probably run and pick up a gun as well.
Can he pick this M4A1 up? No, the M4A1 is gone.
Yeah.
There's an AK on the bomb site, so he's checking the bomb site.
Really, really wants to be close when it goes up. There it is, Jabby. But they're also kind of waiting for him in the control. He's looking everywhere. Oh, there we go.
Wow, what a save.
Good job.
That was so sick. And as you wake up in the morning, you see Heroic in the jersey.
Yeah.
The red and white looks good. Clean. Red Bull is a sponsor as well. Congratulations on that.
Yeah, that happened recently. It's 10-2 as we move into the 13th round. We've got AKs and that AWP still on the side of Cadian. Haven't seen too much out of Cadian because the rest of his troops have done all the work. So he's just comfortably chilling in the background. Doesn't have to do too much work. They need to do so much on the Copenhagen Flames side, though. It's actually ridiculous to see Heroic coming in. It's been 10 in a row for them. They haven't stopped.
Full control of the situation, and clearly this is just a map where Heroic are feeling very comfortable. And I don't think that Copenhagen Flames have really been able to put up much of a fight. Heroic aren't showing them much respect. They know that they've got superior firepower. And in this kind of fight, it feels like Copenhagen Flames are the ones who can put a stop to it at any time if they can just start hitting some shots. Heroic are just not giving them the respect. So Nico now with the angle on yard. Smoke should be coming down to block off Garage. Oh, he's just going to catch Katie now for free. The trade kill whiffed. There was a chance there to bring it back.
Yes, there was. He's reading this so well. Yeah, he was in Tess's mind. Bomb is dropped really far outside. Cadian was carrying that along when he got picked off, so Nikoto's going to continue with the triple there on refresh. He's picked up every single kill outside. That's fine. Jabby almost could have kept spraying, maybe down on his own, and it feels like finally there is going to be a third round for Copenhagen Flames. Long time coming now.
Was that just, I mean, it makes me wonder if that was just an assumption on the side of Cadian where he just assumed because he hadn't seen anything and his teammate who made it to the red container as well hadn't seen anything. He's just like, yeah, nobody's out here. Let's just set up. And if you assume that they're going to play scared, that may come back to bite you, as we just saw there for Heroic, where you can't underestimate either.
No, I mean, it looks very one-sided right now, but I definitely wouldn't read too deep into it. Map was picked by Heroic, remember, as well. Flames picked up Ancient, so we'll see.
And Overpass third.
Yeah. Deep nade going to be traded up here. Roy, he keeps trying to play very aggressively, but Refresh will catch him. I really feel like they have his number out here. And Roy has been an outrageous player in the tournament so far, so the fact that they can keep beating him outside is a big part of the key here for them in the first half, at least. Smokes are everywhere, which is a good way to try and deal with an AWPer outside. It's just to smoke him off. Cadian goes down again. Nikoto's winning that fight one more time. And now he's very exposed. Must be careful. Flashed back. Tess has picked up the AWP, but Cypher now controlling the ramp at the same time. It's a 3 versus 4. And Nikoto's, he's going to try and go for it. He's not quite got it, but that scoping, yep, Refresh heard that. That gives it away, and he's going to get the kill.
Mm-hmm. And on an individual level now, we're balanced out 3-on-3. But with still a minute left on the clock to work with here, Heroic should not be feeling too stressed about the situation. What awareness from Tessus. That is so sick. Shush catching him out as well. Two-man advantage now as Zyphon's the last guy alive on the B-bomb side. He is so far out of the action. And Heroic have all the time in the world to just take over this bomb site as they please. Man, what awareness from Tessus to check Silo for the flank.
If I'm coming in with a flank like that up on the silo and someone is watching that from that absurd angle, I'm breaking my keyboard in half. I'm going to be so upset if that happens. You are 100% sure you're winning that fight if you're coming in from the CT side like that. You shouldn't even be there to begin with. That is so well played. 2 versus 1 now. Siphon's already got one of the kills in the 1v3. Molotov up there. If he can isolate the fight at the bottom, he may be able to get it. Shush is down there, and his teammate can't help him out. What a headshot! He taps the bomb, and he knows Reaper has to run for it. He's still got a couple of seconds here. Oh! A running headshot to knock him out! He lives on 2 health. That is disgusting.
And it looks so casual from Refresh's side, but the reaction on the other one, sitting back in the chair, that one, you felt that hurt. 11-3 now for Heroic, and this was, again, just responding to the aggression the Copenhagen Flames were trying to throw out at them. But yeah, this is the clutch from Refresh, jumping in, just knows exactly where to aim. He's pre-aiming exactly on top of him.
What a sick play from Refresh. That is so cool. I mean, again, he should not be winning that round, not even close. Everything Siphon did was so good, right? He throws the Molotov, he isolates one of the fights, he knocks him right out, he taps the bomb. He knows that the player in heaven has to essentially risk it and just push. He's got every advantage, and it just blows up anyway. They're quickly down below. Nikotos, he is lightning fast with this AWP. He's been out-opening Cadian every time. Jappy, speaking of which, is going to be taking down Cadian. Nikotos looked for a minute there like he thought maybe I can shoot this Molotov, but not going to be possible. Tessus will go down. So yeah, sure, they got down there and got the bomb down, but it's a 2-on-5 and 99.9% chance here that Heroic will lose this round. It's down and Shush left. A little bit of a pre-fire there, didn't really connect with it. Trying to go it again. Hooksy, he's going to go down, and they know where Shush is now, so that bomb plant is not much help. Oh, traded. Nearly trading places inside of the smoke. Scary. It's going to be fine. It'll be an 11-4 first half in favor of Heroic, which is still really, really impressive for Heroic.
Yes, now you're just swapping over to the other side. Copenhagen Flames trying to keep their heads up right now, just trying to keep focused, but they know that they have a long journey ahead of them, and you can tell that they're looking just a little bit frustrated with this outcome because obviously you want to be doing the smashing, and considering your players right now statistically after 3 maps are just playing completely out of their minds, Roy, Nico, and Jabby right now, they have more than a 1.2 rating after 3 maps. I mean, that's elite at the top of the pack. So the firepower is here on this team. It's 100% a mental thing right now where, again, you pointed that out, you pointed that out earlier, Anders, in terms of the history amongst the players. I mean, you're playing against guys that you know so well because you probably played with them for hours and hours and hours. So the level of mind games that are coming into this in terms of knowing where they want to flank and what's the likely thing that they want to do, it's so deep between these two teams. And clearly right now, Heroic have just got the advantage in this game.
Well, Jabby's leading the charge. Stown's already taken down Cypher. Now Heroic, if they can win this pistol, they're well on the way to the second map already. Stown will drop Hooksy. It's looking good, and through the smoke, a headshot. Was there a gap, or did he just guess? Nikodos is entirely on his own. All his teammates are gone, and he can't get the same amount of luck. He is a bullet away. Oh!
There it is.
Well, I said it too quick. He did find that one. The bomb, though, is committed to the site.
He's stuck with that. He has no options when it comes to the bomb. He eventually has to make his way out onto that A bomb site. And the A bomb site is currently occupied. One player is there, one on the flank, ready to come shooting up the vents if Nikos shows himself. So this is still a very winning situation for Heroic. With a minute on the clock, though, that's a lot of time to play with.
Yeah, that's why he's being so careful and checking as much as he can. Oh, dropping down. Okay. There's a guy in vent behind him, remember. I think it's Cadian who's in the vent hanging out, so got to be careful here. He's checking, looking for it, and then just playing hide and seek. He can't find them. 40 seconds left, and he's just going to be wondering why. Oh my god, they're dancing around the site so well. They were both on the bomb site for like 10 seconds, and Nikodos could not find them. That's crazy.
Perfection from Heroic. Beautifully played. That's exactly how you do it. You set the fight up so that they could face together. So instead of it just being a series of duels, instead it's the two of them facing together and guaranteeing the kill. Just a thing of beauty. That's exactly how it's done. Stam started us off strong. And yeah, Heroic winning the pistol round. And it's looking very good for them now in this second half, as they will have the bye. No bomb plant means a hard eco coming up here for Copenhagen Flames. Odds of Heroic hitting 13 rounds are pretty high. And then, well, Copenhagen Flames will just have to play perfectly from there on out. Do what Heroic did to them in the first half and, well, just give it right back in the second.
Yeah, I'm almost, I don't know if I'm surprised, but you could probably make an argument that Flames could go and buy up in this round and just kind of force it, because it's just like ridiculous comeback, but 12-4.
Sure.
I mean, you have to start pretty early to make up that round differential. Tess is running right back down, shooting out the window so that they don't know exactly where he is. Cadian, he is going to get a kill with the MP9, but they jump him. That's really cool. Nice little burst, yeah. Stown, he's coming in, shooting him in the back. He's going to be careful because there's someone else up there with him, but it doesn't really matter. Going to win every single fight from there on out. 13-4, and they're going to have rifles now on the Copenhagen Flames side.
They screwed it up, too. They screwed up. They lost one of the M4s.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a painful loss for Heroic. A couple of MP9s, M4A1 held on, but now, I mean, the others are going to have to force up, and so it's not going to be great unless you want to juggle those MP9s over. Not the strongest buy for Heroic, but we'll see what they can do with it. Whereas on the side of Copenhagen Flames, after that hard eco, that's the whole point, so they can get the full AKs and have a decent nade count to go into this round. We'll get early nades out into the yard here, early flash to try and screw with any kind of aggression. And we're starting to see these smokes come into play more and more, the mid-range smokes, making it possible to, these lurk smokes, making it possible to play aggressive on either side. So Roy taking advantage of that to close the distance. But unfortunately for him, there's somebody waiting on the other side of the wall.
They have his number. It's crazy.
He can't catch a break out here, yeah.
Yeah, on either side, it's like they've just designed this map to try and find Roy every single time. It's impressive. Cadian sneaking up with the MP9. Probably could have had the kill on Hooksy, but Refresh will do the job for him. So again, Cadian's kind of, he set all his minions out there looking for all the kills. Refresh goes down with a refrag. Shush will be put into another kill there with the MP9. It's just Nikodos left, 1 versus 4. He's going to get 1 kill, but the bomb is back there. It just doesn't seem winnable here.
They have the bomb. Cadian's got the bomb.
Yeah, they know.
With 44 seconds left, I mean, Heroic should just be playing the bomb at this point. There's no reason to be walking around corners into angles. Just you can see how Cadian is playing it as conservatively as possible. Yeah, just gonna spot him, chases him back. This is a chance though for Nico. Not gonna find the headshot though. 14-4 in favor of Heroic. A 10-round lead on the CT side here in the first map of this best of 3. And this is a match where the winner will progress to the next stage and get to play in the playoffs, top 8 in the major, in front of the fans in the arena, the Avicii Arena. So there's a lot on the line here. Copenhagen Flames clearly experiencing a bit of pressure, and Heroic, it feels like they've got the upper hand. And again, Roy, like you said, I mean, he is the top performer on Copenhagen Flames so far for this tournament, and he hasn't really been able to do much. Heroic have made it their job to just hard counter that guy and not let him get any kind of game going.
It's a good plan so far. Tessus, wait, he escapes. He's back through shooting them. Oh my god, how does he get so much out of it? He should be dead without even doing a single point of damage in return.
I love it.
He trades places with them and takes one down and almost does 50 damage to 2 others. That's crazy.
If it weren't for the last guy through, I bet you he manages to get more.
Yeah.
That is such a shame.
But at least they're down. Well, they're up actually now with the bomb. Could do a lot here. HooXi, I've said that too soon. Stavn coming in with a double kill. I just don't even understand how. It looked like they could have had the bomb site. It looked like they had it on lockdown. And now instead, Roy, he's on his own. 1 versus 4. He has a minute and he has some health left. But again, this is incredibly low percentage in terms of actually winning it. It feels like almost every round is like this. It's always a 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4. Roy comes in with a double now, but he's going to be found by Cadian. It's 15-4. Heroic just absolutely decimating Copenhagen Flames in this opening map.
No bomb plant either for Copenhagen Flames. So it's just going to be an ugly force buy going into this last round. Maybe just a few rifles, but the nades are going to be sparse. Not everybody's going to be able to afford to get fully equipped unless they go for Galils. And so, yep, Copenhagen Flames, I mean, this might be just one of those cases where it's, like you said, Heroic's map pick. Just shake it off. It's Heroic's map pick, and we're going to go into Ancient next, which is supposed to be Copenhagen Flames' playground, right?
Nades outside. Those are cool.
Bombardment.
That blows up the team, and then the AKs could do some of the work at least. M4 will chime in. It's a 4 versus 3 now. But yeah, it's not that often we see these kind of wine, but we had a couple of them so far in the tournament. Some really one-sided games.
They're so rare in Counter-Strike these days, though.
Don't happen nearly as often, do they? But this is one of them. It feels like HooXi nearly dying, just trying to take a step out in the yard. Wow, what a power performance from Heroic. It's impressive. HooXi, he's down. And Nikodos 1 versus 4. Another impossible clutch to try and make through 16-4 in the first half, or the first map even. And Heroic rightfully celebrating that win.
Yeah, bit of celebration going on. That is Heroic style. They live with their hearts on their sleeves. And yeah, fist bumps all around. These guys have well-deserved victory on the first map of the best of 3. But not to show too much hype just yet. You're still 1 map away from that stage in the Avicii Arena. You still need to get the job done. It's not over yet, and so you got to stay focused and not get complacent. That's going to be the main thing here for these guys. Just keeping it focused on the second map on Ancient, which is Copenhagen Flames' stomping ground. So you know it's going to be a tough fight. I don't think it's going to be nearly as easy on the second map here coming up.
No, that's worth pointing out, right? If you get too hyped up for a map win like this, yeah, you could crash a little bit in the second one. Ancient going to be coming up after this one, so could be real exciting. I mean, I'm just impressed. If nothing else, they had such a plan coming into this. You could tell the fact that they had all those flashbangs to take down Roy outside was just it's such a giveaway of the amount of homework that they've been doing. They knew everything that was happening out there. It's really good.
That's a lot of what's going on, but it's again, I think it comes down to that experience, right? Danish players coming up together. They know your quirks, they know your habits, and also they have demos. So not even if they miss something, they're still probably going to catch it in the demo and be like, right, he's doing this right now. Okay, cool. If we pressure him, he's probably going to try and make this kind of play.
Yeah.
And so Roy, just no impact at all in the first map. Fair enough. If you're Copenhagen Flames, this is where you're going to get your mettle tested. Because you know, if you're going to go deep in tournaments, you need to be able to fight back in series. You need to be able to show that you can win these kinds. When it goes against you in the first map, you need to show that you can win out and win the next 2. So Copenhagen Flames, we're going to get to see the full gamut of what they're capable of here. It's really cool.
And the fact that it's Ancient second is just wild. Can't wait for it. It's going to be coming up after this.
All right, welcome back. No break, it seems.
We want to hear from you now.
But it's all right. We can sort of take a break, and because there's not really a lot to talk about anyway, is there really? I mean, we expected Heroic to dominate on that map. They did lose to Entropiq here, but it was still 16-14. It's always going to be a map they have in their wheelhouse. They were so good at it for so long. And really, Copenhagen Flames just couldn't meet that challenge.
I didn't expect them to dominate this much on this map. That's crazy. I mean, especially when you remember, Copenhagen Flames won pistol round. They converted the second round, and then they lost 10 in a row. The unfortunate thing is, they tried to be a little bit versatile on their CT side. They tried doing a couple pushes outside, getting aggressive, trying to deny that portion of the map over to Heroic. And Heroic just had the perfect answer for it every time. They shut it down. This was a decision. This round was actually kind of crazy. This is very early in the map to be trying to execute some kind of highly aggressive lobby crunch. They tried to, I think, catch Heroic a little bit off guard, surprise him with busting that out of the playbook that early, and it was just downhill from there. They got completely shut down, and they just got wiped out.
Yeah, I wonder to what extent, we were talking about this round that just happened. I wonder if Copenhagen Flames just got that put down at the very beginning and never really found their way back to confidence. They went into the game with this game plan of being very hands-on, very fight-oriented. They lost a couple of these very key fights, and unfortunately they crawled back into their shell and they let Heroic just spread their wings. And we know on Nuke that the strat book for Exist and Heroic is quite deep.
And also, it's been the story we've had for Copenhagen Flames was like, okay, yeah, they had a good run at IAM Fall, but are they really going to be able to make a run like that at the Major and the Challenger stage? And then they had the run in the Challenger stage. It was like, okay, are they really going to be able to do it in the Legend stage? And then they looked pretty damn good in the Legend stage to start things off. And now it's kind of like, yeah, there is, I don't know. I would imagine there's going to be a certain level of pressure now when you're playing for a spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, and it's also the question, you compare Heroic, for example, and you're thinking, you see them struggle earlier in this tournament, but you have seen it in front of your two eyes that they can up the ante, they can higher up their level, we know they can do it. With Copenhagen Flames, a lingering feeling is that we might just see the best of them when they win. They reach that point, that apotheosis of Counter-Strike, where everything is clicking and they're destroying someone. But can you actually play, when the frags aren't really going your way, when you're not making the right decisions? That is the next step for a team.
Can you grind yourself back into a game when your opposition wins 7 rounds in a row? Do you have the fortitude to call a timeout, figure things out, and come back in it? At least here on Nuke that they didn't. And obviously, I think they're going to be very happy to just get that map over with, just move on past it and get over to Ancient where you're feeling comfortable. That's a face of stress right there. Look it up in the dictionary.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, I'll add as well, just going over this, we've talked about individual players over the course of the tournament, people who are standing out. I'd say Stown, definitely right up there overall. I think he's been having a great tournament, going right the way back to the previous phase of play, and been instrumental really in what Heroic are trying to do, which obviously is get to the Avicii arena.
I guess Town is going to be a key factor in this mission. We always talk about the depth and how well distributed the talent is in Heroic, but the matter of fact is, if you want to lift a trophy at the Major, you need to have 1, 2, or 3 players who are capable of just bringing like a monster performance out of nowhere, just taking over the game and make it their own. And Stown has been the guy to keep an eye on for this entire Major for Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, both him and Refresh, obviously, they work in tandem very, very well with each other in terms of what they give to this Heroic team. But I've been enjoying the development of Stown lately. I feel like he is starting to slowly level up his game and become that star player.
It's not to switch the topic too much, but I mean, just because you mentioned Refresh, it is just so funny to me still that and I mean, this has been touched on. I don't want to go too deep into this part. I mean, Refresh standing in for Cloud9 at that Blast event way back when, and then he just disappeared. For a year and a half, it was like, where did he go?
He's got no luck, man. He's really got no luck. I mean, I've said it multiple times. Felt so sorry for him just watching his development. Back when he was in Fragsters and he just emerged as this absolute, great prospect. I mean, think about it. When you talk about a Danish prospect at that time period, you are talking about elite level talent. He emerged, he gets his opportunity. Then obviously we have the Cloud9 stand-in situation where he was offered a contract. He just chose not to sign. I mean, as it turns out, with the history of Cloud9,
good decision.
Yeah, was a very good decision.
Shout out to Refresh.
Yeah. So,
smart man.
Yeah. So when he disappeared, it's not all bad. And then of course he finds himself in this Heroic team, turning up just in time for a bowl full of drama he had absolutely nothing to do with. So for him to be playing as well as he is as well, I think it speaks a lot of mental fortitude. Worth noting, he's not as young as some people think. He's in his early 20s.
I would love. It would actually be really cool to. I mean, maybe when we get over to Stockholm, we can talk to one of them or just grab someone in the hotel. It'd be really cool to have like get an answer from someone who's in the Danish scene around that time and just find out what was going on, like why nobody wanted to touch him, why nobody brought him into the team. Because I mean, every time I've watched him play, the skills are there. The skills are apparent, and now obviously playing with the team that is gelling together pretty well, feeling the game together as a unit very well, and seemingly on the same page. You can see it's very apparent. They're all very, very talented.
And I think he played also a key role in that sort of dark period, obviously when there was a lot of controversy around Heroic. And he even said himself, like, the guys, they were not having a good time. Like, it was really heavy on them to play the Counter-Strike. But Refresh was actually the one carrying them at the time. This is when I started talking to him as not more an X-Factor, but actually the difference maker for that team. And he's been doing that very successfully. So I would say, you talk about, you know, resurgence, renaissance, I guess I could say. Think about the fact that Cadian played 3 out of 4 first majors in Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
3 out of the 4 first majors, and then he disappeared from the top. Fun fact, I even played with him in a team for a while.
He even played in North America
that
for
was
a while.
People forget he was an analyst. He was stood where you were for an event or two.
Cologne 15, yeah.
That's crazy.
Where he
and
was
now
going.
he's actually, you know, fighting for a spot at the playoff of the first major we had in 2 years. So that's a renaissance as well.
Yeah, well, they're also having a renaissance in popularity based on what I've seen on social media. So maybe they can turn the corner. But obviously, the first challenge they're going to have is winning this series. We're going to be going to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to see if Copenhagen Flames can win their map pick. Make sure you tune in.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chance, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Yes, welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm. We're in the middle of a series between two fantastic Danish teams. They're going to be competing for their spot at the Avicii Arena. And Heroic have the advantage, having taken Nuke. Now we go into the Copenhagen Flames pick of Ancient. Gentlemen, I feel Ancient at this stage of the day, so it is appropriate. That is the map of choice. But it's one that we know Copenhagen Flames can be very, very good on, right?
Yeah, and I guess there's no doubt that if there is a reaction coming in from Copenhagen Flames, and Ancient is a very good environment for them to demonstrate it. The problem that I have, as we mentioned in the poster, is that we see stress on their faces right now. Everything is becoming extremely real for Copenhagen Flames, who will... I guess they were our Cinderella story of the major, right? Making it to this legend stage. You're 2-1, you're one game away from the arena, and then things get a little bit darker. You get wrecked on the first map. Now you lose the next one, it's the 2-2 games waiting for you.
Yeah, it's one thing to be the Cinderella story. It's the other thing to be, knocking on the doors of the proverbial ball and just be like, oh God, I actually have to do this.
I was just going to say, if you're talking about Cinderella story, you should get to that 2-2 game and you lose. You've turned into a pumpkin. So you better watch out. But I mean, the good news is, obviously, I feel Heroic are good enough on Nuke. Yes, that was a very dominant performance, and Copenhagen Flames did never get going. But they are a different beast on Ancient Moses. We've seen that.
Well, I mean, both teams have both teams lost their first game of the group stage on Ancient. I think for Heroic it was against Navi, and on Ancient as well. And for Copenhagen Flames it was against G2. I believe that was on Ancient. And then obviously they both have some solid wins on it. Heroic actually beat Astralis on this map as well, which, I mean, whatever you think of Astralis, that may or may not be a pretty solid win in your
decisive
book.
window.
Yeah, but it was convincing. So I think the biggest factor I think at this stage of the game is the eye test of what these teams are looking like, and Copenhagen Flames showed us absolutely nothing. So even though we say they're good on Ancient, even though we've seen them play well on Ancient, it's got to be a little bit worrying watching them on that first map and be like, there's not any fight in this team on Nuke.
Yeah, but, it can't stay like that in the series.
Sure. Yeah, of course not, surely.
Can't. They're not an NA team. Come on. What do you make of him, Maniac? I mean, you've watched
the
their
easy
Ancient.
jokes are
we've
back.
caught... Look, we've caught their games on Ancient. We've watched
Yeah, it's complicated for me because I know when there is such a straight scoreline as 16-4, there's always two routes this conversation can take. One is, oh my God, how deflating that was from Copenhagen Flames. They look absolutely horrible. And the other one is, you know what, might as well lose clearly the first map and forget about it. Now you've reached rock bottom. There's no thing to be afraid of. You know how darkness looks like. You've just been absolutely blasted on your map pick. Might as well shake it off and go into the second one. If you'd ask me, do I prefer that or 16-14 devastating in a 1v1? There are two schools of thought. So I'm hoping that Copenhagen Flames take the scenic route and just bounce back on that map.
I think there's two big factors in this map because from remembering Heroic play this map against Astralis, one of the things that was so impressive is what we talked about in the pre-matches, how mobile they are on the CT side. This is another one of those maps that's pretty damn big. There's a lot of places on the map that you can get information. You can rotate people in towards the A bomb site, push up through Donut, make sure you're clearing out mid so you can get over and have a fast flank towards A. So I think that's going to be one factor, is how well Copenhagen Flames keeps those information plays and pushes in check. And then also, if you're Copenhagen Flames, this is the game where you need Roy. Yeah, you have to have him. Not just because he's obviously been fantastic so far throughout the group stage, but also just his ability to be an annoyance and a nuisance for his opponents on both sides of Ancient is going to be so critical. They need someone on that team that's going to be able to throw a hitch in your opponent's plans and be able to just, create chaos for yourselves.
Yeah, I guess the other side of that coin, right, we were talking about how aggressive Heroic can be, is that there is a whole mental game to it. You're Copenhagen Flames, you know they're about to push you, you know they're about to be in your back very quickly, which means if you're not feeling great, if you're not feeling confident, you slow down your game. We see so many teams fall into that trap against Heroic, aware of the flank, too aware of that flank to the point where you're just always looking in your back, not knowing if you can go. It takes a lot of confidence and trust in your ability to execute a strategy and have the flank covered, and there's a whole mental side to it, which losing 16-4 on the first map is not a good omen for.
Yeah, and, just to add to that, obviously, Heroic, they seem pretty confident to let this one through, right? And they've got all the pieces to be good on Ancient, so... it could be a 2-0.
Yeah, it very well could be. I think this map is going to be. I mean, obviously, it should be much closer than Nuke. I think this map is kind of a little bit of a toss-up. And I mean, even I know I predicted Copenhagen Flames, but just the way that Heroic played on Nuke, I would even give him a slight edge coming into this. This is a different level of mentality that we need to see tested from Copenhagen Flames, because part of us kind of, I think, thought that they passed that sort of psychological mental hurdle by how well they played at IEM, and then replicating it in the Challenger stage, and then even looking good to start this stage like they were the real thing. And to a certain extent, extent they are, this is just that next level. They've just taken another step up the ladder, and let's see if you can compete.
Yeah, you're right to say the next level. I'm just realizing, keeping an eye on the results of Heroic through the year, right? They are a team that should be, by all account, in the playoffs of the major. You're talking about wins at EPL. We talk about finals as well. A lot of semi-finals run. I mean, if anything, to confirm the progress they've had throughout the year, they need to be making the playoffs.
I think
it would be an absolute scandal if they don't make it with all of the progress and improvement they've had throughout the year.
And all the scandals.
This is the moment. Absolutely. That is the
It would
way
be
to
an
wash it away.
So look, guys, we're going to get into the action. Just how brightly can the Copenhagen Flames burn? Let's find out, Anderson Semler.
Well, here we go. Into the game we will be on Ancient. It's between Heroic and Copenhagen Flames. Our first map went by really quickly. If you missed, you blinked, you missed, you went to get a cup of coffee or something, it was just gone. Nuke out of the way with
it was
Heroic.
fast.
Yeah, just beating them up. So now, Flames are going to have to come back.
Utterly brutal, and with Maniac, I think he really just elucidated all the points for us. Either you dwell on it, or you just forget that the first map ever happened if you're Copenhagen Flames, and you move on and you focus entirely on Ancient going forward, because Ancient is your map pick, and then you have Overpass after that. And so this is where you get your turn. It's your chance to smash Heroic and show them that you're not just going to be a pushover.
Well, they're going to be starting on the T side, so they get to dictate some of the pace at least, although Cadian pushing forward with the dualies here, trying to see if he can find a surprise kill on someone. He goes deep into that one, but Roy will pick him up. And yep, can they turn it around? I'm actually kind of shocked he ran away. He's not going to get away. He's down. I mean, he should have been dead already. Tesses with an important kill in return. Otherwise, they probably lose this round. But now it's a 3 versus 4. And in a pistol, anything can happen.
Tesses, the pistol god. He's so scary. And he is a real chance. As long as he's alive, there's a real chance for Copenhagen Flames to falter, for Heroic to come back in this pistol round. Shush, also with a few big rounds of his own on Nuke, still alive, anchoring that A-bomb site.
So much time. And they've called a freeze on that T side. They are slowing it down to see if there's going to be any kind of aggression coming out from the CTs. I mean, 2 in the B-bomb site. Deep on A is Shush on his own, and he's going to wish he had someone with him here. Peeks into Siphon. He'll get that kill, though. He's back for more. Oh, wait, that was a team flash. That's not good. Jabby's gone down. Now it's a 2-on-3, and they're trying to backtrack, but oh, wait a minute. They've got Roy this deep in. When they come back to the B-bomb site, they might not know. Oh, this could be so devastating. They've almost won this round here on the Heroic side, but now, with Roy up here, who would possibly check this corner? They're going to go for the bomb plant. Tessis is running through. He actually does check for it. And Roy, he could be in trouble. He's almost out of bullets on the other side of it. Ready and waiting is Shush, and he goes for a peek. Hooksy to help out. They're fighting back. What a round this is. Refresh, he's trying to hunt them down, but he's tacked up himself. They're both right there waiting for him. Instant headshot to take down Roy. And now it's just ringing around the road. See, Hooksy, he's going to keep going for it. There's no kit. This is a 10-second defuse. It should be impossible. He's shoulder peeked. And oh, there it is. Refresh. He comes back. I'm not sure is there time. I think there is.
I think
Refresh.
he's got it.
He actually found a way to track all across the map, get back in, and win the 1 versus 2. What a beginning to Ancient.
Oh, I wish we could hear this. Cadian pop it off. Yeah, clean that monitor. Make sure you don't
fired
have it up. Refresh, the grin says it all. What a clutch. That is so good. Even though Heroic did play that really well. Rotating back through CT, fully aware that somebody could be waiting. They went as a pair, but Copenhagen Flames, even with that, we're still taking the fight together as well. So it was a 2-on-2 fight. So for Refresh to get in on that flank so quickly and make the difference, man, what a save.
There's a million different things in that round that were impressive. I mean, Shush with the double kill over at the A-bomb side.
Yeah.
Then the fact that they actually checked for Roy. And then Hooksy shows up to save him anyway, because Roy, I think, might have been dead if otherwise. There's too much happening in that pistol round. We can't cover all of it.
It lives up to it. Refresh is the highest rated pistol player on Heroic right now in this tournament. So for him to come in with another clutch like that, okay then. Just going to buff those stats even further. What a hero. And well, what a disaster for Copenhagen Flames. You're going to get the bomb plant, so you're going to go for the force buy. You have the rifles here, or a couple of them at least. But just an utter disaster if you're Copenhagen Flames, because that was your round to win. That was it. You could have had your strong start on your map pick. Instead, now you have to deal with Heroic beating you up once again, just bullying you.
Tess is a bit close here with the MP9. He's going to be found. Shush will get that kill, but the fact is, most of the people on, all of the people now on Copenhagen Flames side are outside of the B-bomb side. They are really low on health. Roy and Jabby both taking a lot of damage here.
Yeah, Tessas didn't go down without a fight. Oh, and a fresh smoke at 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's devastating.
They have 2 smokes.
Yeah, that is so devastating. You're going to be, and if they, especially because they waited out here, another one going down, they just must be shaking their heads thinking, why? How could they keep doing this? Now they have to come through the tunnels instead into the B-bomb site, but that is such a choke point. They're trying to get through. Siphon's gone down. Everyone is blind. There's 10 seconds left on the clock, but they do get their way in.
What is this,
no
clown
one goes
fiesta?
down. I can't believe it. They're going to get the bomb plant. And now Refresh will have to try and clutch it yet again. Coming through, they don't really know that he's here. He has an HE that could definitely kill Roy as well, so maybe if he gets a kill, throws the HE on the other side, it could work out. There's one of them. He runs straight onto the side, getting shot in the back, and Jabby will be the one to take him down. I don't know how they win that.
What is this clown fiesta? That was all over the place.
They should have lost that round.
100%. Fresh smoke. 2 smokes as well. That's the truly outrageous thing. What was Stavin holding on to? Oh, he put his down to block off Jaguar. Okay, fair enough. But they were just out onto that bomb site so quickly. Credit to Copenhagen Flames. 1 flash. I mean, they pretty much just had 1 flash, and it worked to perfection.
Yeah, it was the God Flash.
Oh, that is going to sting if you're Heroic. And while Heroic are wasting no time at all, charging straight down mid, looking for a fight with the 5-7.
Third round, yeah. They want to be fighting in the middle. Deep nades, do some damage. Oh dear.
Do you reckon that's what Shush does when he hits a shot like that? You know, he's just like, hush.
Go to bed. Straight to sleep.
That's it.
I never thought of it that way.
Drop that pillow. Wait, what?
I never thought of it that way, but yeah, I mean, maybe it is.
He's just putting him to sleep. It's brutal. Man advantage, and yep, a little bit of a peek together here. Smoke to buy some time. Minute on the clock for Copenhagen Flames, who only now are starting to get that mid control that they were hoping to get at the beginning of this round. Well, that's unfortunate timing.
He wanted it.
Greed sometimes is not good.
Searching for that artifact on Ancient. But,
hey, do you reckon the bomb weighs enough to do the swap?
Yeah, to replace. Like, I know exactly what you were talking about. That's good. Here's another chance. Ooh, it's actually the follow-up shot. That's kind of interesting. Siphon goes down. 3-on-3.
What is going on here,
dude? The bomb is here. There's 30 seconds. Oh, no. Shush with the AK.
Does Shush save them again?
No, but they have time. They can still find him. Jumping around the corner with the Mac 10. He keeps spraying. He's going to get one more. What a round out of Shush. He's already got the triple. 20 seconds on the clock here for Jabby to try and get the bomb down. But as soon as he tries, he can fake it once, but that's it. He can't keep doing it. If he does it again now, they're probably going to run out of time. That's a nice shot on Refresh. And now the question is, could Cadian get here in time? He tries for another fake, but that might be the round. He does it again! Oh, and Cadian, he's just waiting him out. That is cold. Stone cold out of Cadian. The fact that he doesn't go on that last plant is wild.
I'm losing my mind over here, Anders. As soon as he goes for the second fake, that's it. Cadian not rushing it at all. The nerves of steel.
Those are some of the most painful rounds when you go for those fakes and they don't come and you do it again and then I mean, it's actually not even a bad play really for him in that 1v1. It makes sense for Jabby to try and fake it another time because if he holds it down, that could also just be 100% death. Unbelievable. Tess is jumping around the corner looking for him. It is 2 for 1. Favoring Heroic, and they're going to catch Flashbang there, but Jabby and Nikoto's come through. They're not flashed at all, and they're going to wipe them out. That aggressive push outside of the B-bomb site, now backfiring. Some good spray, actually, from Cadian. He's done some damage here. Are they going to come for him, though? Flash is there. Oh, he hits a headshot! Yeah, this is a wild game right now.
I love it. This is all I wanted. This is what I wanted on Nuke. I wanted it to just be an out-and-out brawl. Both teams going at it head-on. Just want that car crash, right? Can't look away. You don't know if you're going to miss anything huge in an action. I mean, just each round right now is so explosive between these two teams. But again, I mean, Copenhagen Flames, maybe that's what they need to be doing because Shush ruined their pistol round, and then he ruined the third round. So maybe they figured out, actually, let's just avoid that guy. Let's just not go to the part of the map that has Shush on it, and maybe we'll find some success. And, well, that's where they have been getting most of their success so far.
Yeah, he's been playing so well. It's outrageous to watch him on Nuke as well. So he's just continuing to this one. But Copenhagen Flames, great job. I mean, they're putting the pressure on right now. They're back tying up the scoreline 2-2. Fifth round coming right up.
Couple rounds of eco now. Well, it's going to be a bit tough for Heroic. This is hard eco territory for them. They have that M4A1. It may just be that you go for the Deagle Kevlar Force and you try and play around that rifle. Yep, Shush going to drop a couple of Deags. That's appropriate. And you're looking at a double eco. So go for the Deagle, go for the Kevlar, get a couple of nades, see what you can do. Try and play like Gamble Stack. And then you can have a couple of rounds with Deagle Kevlar if you don't manage to win this one and get an upset, right?
Yeah, also, I think a sign of the confidence on Heroic. They're hitting so many shots. They are really feeling in the zone. And they don't want to let go of that right now. A bit of a fight there. Very nearly a kill. Can they catch him? Oh, that is close. Nikoto's lucky to be alive.
Man, they couldn't even catch him with the HE. Man, that was so close. I'm loving this aggression from Heroic. Pushing aggressive banana like that, that's crazy. Cool. We don't see teams do that very often. But to do it back-to-back rounds, I mean, Heroic are just mad lads right now. Not showing any respect to Copenhagen Flames.
The kill would have made a huge difference, though. Just mentally playing 4-on-5 early on in the round, when you know you're up against almost nothing at all, does make a big difference. So the fact that he lives, even if he's low on health, is still pretty good news, I think. There's an attempted challenge. Smoker's going to go up, and Hooksy, he wanted to beat it, but Shush shows up, and he's landing more headshots. Now they know that he's on the other side. Do they want to go quick before he comes back here? Because he's already rotating in. He's down hiding in the corner with the Deagle. He's going to need some backup sooner, and Shush is already there, trying to take a shot through the smoke. There's down. Oh, it's Katie in the show up with a headshot. He trucked him running through. He couldn't see him at all, and Shush is there for the kill on Roy. Now Nikoto's and Siphon 2 versus 3. They got 35 seconds. Heroic are not letting go of any rounds easily here. Everything is a battle right now. They've come here to win this game. Siphon sneaking through. No plant yet. They're thinking about it. Oh, he can actually catch a free kill, maybe more than that. There's one. Quick spin. That's a perfect play. And Cadian now 1 versus 2, and he snuck up here. They don't know where he's coming from. He's going to be sneaking in. There's a headshot on one. Can he clutch the kill and get it on Nikotas as well? All he has to do is one bullet, but it's not enough. It goes to the pillar, and instead, Nikotas will take him down. Man, it's close.
8 health. 8 health he survives with, and that must the bullet must have clipped the edge of the pillar there. That is so close. You can't get it much closer than that, but that was, keep in mind, a Deagle force buy for Heroic, and so they actually do a tremendous amount of damage to the Copenhagen Flames. Shush, once again, the hero. It's so nuts how close these rounds are. But Copenhagen Flames, man, they are so patient. They're willing to slow it down in the midst of the chaos and just try and slow it down, call a freeze, hold angles, and then get a punish on Heroic. Just gather that information. He had everything he needed there.
Yeah. You could see that it clipped the totem pole or whatever it is. That's crazy.
We know that the CS players have a different name for that.
Well, yeah. True indeed.
Starts with a D, ends with an O.
Children. Cadian has an AWP, surprisingly. They've gone that deep. But they've lost the bomb site, so now saving the ops probably the name of the game. Even though it's been exciting to watch them fight for every single inch of this map.
Yeah.
Just leave it alone for now. It's better to just give this one up.
Time to sit back and chill. Cadian is definitely wanting to hold on to this AWP. That's the name of the game now for him. Just survive. Find a likely place to be able to hold on to it. Carry it into the next round. They don't want... The thing is now we're starting to get into that territory where Heroic are going to start feeling maybe a bit more pressure. Just because Copenhagen Flames, T-side, Ancient, you don't want them getting too many rounds on Ancient. It's still a CT-sided map, and it can be very tricky to get things going your way.
Yeah, although it feels like here at the Major, teams have figured out a lot more than I was expecting on the T-side already. We've definitely seen some interesting stuff there. Because I've been a little bit down on Ancient coming into it. I feel like it's been playing above my expectations, certainly. I realize I'm maybe a little bit in a camp of my own. I think most other people actually like the map way more competitively. I don't mind playing it myself. I just don't like watching it so much. But on this Major, I've been a little bit more convinced, to be honest.
It's still too green. You can't criticize Cash for being too green and then be like, oh, Ancient, great map.
I don't even care if it's green. I just think there's something about the layout of it that just feels like wrong to me. But I'm ready to be wrong about that because so far I think it's been alright actually. So maybe I'm just too much of a boomer, so I'm not too.
It's not that. It's just, it's a Valorant map. We've said that since day one. So it's just the feel of it. It feels very constricted. It feels like a lot of 50-50, you know, turn left, turn right, hope that you're looking the right way when you come around the corner kind of situations.
Yeah.
You know, that's just, it's a tough...
My fear was that it looked to me like everyone had to play slow on the T side.
Yeah.
So, I mean, some teams, I think FURIA and a couple of other teams, even before the major, kind of showed you can. No surprise, Brazilian teams, they're quick, they're wild. So we've seen some teams, you know, beat that a little bit. And, I mean, Copenhagen, this has been a wild game. This has not been a slow game at all. They've been fighting every step of the way, so...
Action-packed.
Yeah, I think it's making up for it now. I'm ready to be wrong on that. I don't mind that. Under a minute. Roy, forward position here. They've taken a lot of damage on the Copenhagen Flames side already, even despite the fact they haven't seen that many players. Tess has got beat up a little bit too. They're outside of the B-bomb site. Katie and just... I didn't even say necessarily an off angle, because it's pretty common for someone to be here, but still a hard one to try and win against. Siphon's got him locked in, but that doesn't really help that much. And Stown is here as well. If they had more nades, they could do something. And that's going to be a hard lockdown on that position. Nikoto's trying to catch them as they come back out. The Molotov does so much work. Oh, what a beautiful turn. He takes both Tessus and Katie and down. And now Stown's actually so much on his own. He needs some backup here. Javi's going to come for him. You can see he's actually panicking, trying to get the pre-fire in. That is an incredible turnaround. Nikoto's is a hero in this round, but they're going to blow up Hooksy, and it's back into a 2-on-2.
What a beautiful HE. That could not have done better. Been done better. And now, 2-on-2 retake scenario. And Refresh has been on point so far, working with his teammate Shush. It's two of the heaviest hitters on the team right now. Shush gets full blinded, though. Beautiful flash, and now Refresh trying to make a play. Not going to manage it. 5th round on the board for Copenhagen Flames, and a great hold there from them. And clearly, they are more confident on this map than they were on Nuke. Maybe it was just the jitters. Beginning of the series, they were in their own heads, and nothing feels right. You can't really get anything to connect. Well, here on Ancient, you know, after that break, whatever their coach told them, it's good. It worked because this is a different team.
It's always easy to play the what-if game, but if after they won that double kill in the Jaguar tunnel, if they would have just stayed there, maybe they give up the bomb side behind them.
Retake,
But the fact that they ran back through the Molotov, and this play from Nikoto's is out of control. And the flashbang to follow the flashbang in the 2v2 that gets this kill from Javi is insane. That's such a powerful flashbang. Well done. Yeah, they're not too happy. Cadian showing some signs of a little bit of discontent here.
With the two of them in Jaguar, was he expecting somebody to be watching the bomb site? I guess he was worried about that lurk happening, but maybe there was some miscommunication there on the side of Heroic.
Yeah, or maybe just almost like an instinct where you're like, no, we got to get back to the bomb side, but you kind of don't. You know, it's fine. Even if they ran up and got the bomb down, who cares? It's 5 versus 3. You could probably retake it. Stown on a mission with a CSAT 75. He's running through fire and smoke to try and get down there. So they push them back, but it doesn't really matter. They lose the mid control. Copenhagen Flames say, all right, whatever. You can have that part of the map as long as we can have middle. Seems like a fair trade if you're on the T side. Jabby. Oh no.
Once again.
They went to Shush area, his domain.
Indeed. And they did not pay the toll. Oh, well, Roy is able to find one at least, and that's going to open this bomb site up for business. Cadian with that CZ 75, trying to make it look good. Not going to be capable. Oh, Tessus though with the trade. Dude, these are some crisp shots.
Oh, Shush, he's hunting him down. That's the all right. He stays alive. A little bit scary, though. Don't lose another player. Siphon, he nearly went down. Some of the kills here are out of control.
Still a very expensive round for Copenhagen Flames, all things considered.
It was, yeah. Could have got out. Could have been even worse. It's when they lost initially to Shush there. That could have been scary. All right, they recover it. Deep breath, everyone. These are some nutty shots that we're seeing. I mean, Hooksy, the last on the AK shot, he just flicks over and takes down Tessus. It's starting to get a little bit crazy. 6-2. These Danishers, they know what's up. Not just delicious, Sam. They know how to play counter.
Listen, Danish pastries, I can vouch. You guys know what you're doing.
We've got that on lockdown.
Oh,
that and
good.
Counter-Strike. It's a weird mix, sort of a weird juxtaposition there, you know? Delicious bakeries and hard-hitting headshots. Weird thing going on.
It's all about them sweets. Oh, nice So, because this is going to open up the flank. Yep, Cadian. Oh, the double line! Roy, you monster.
I mean, and again, the flashbang setup. Nikodos is the one to sort of orchestrate that whole thing. Refresh comes in. Oh, but he can't keep spraying. He'll go down. Nikodos will get his kill as well. 2 versus 3, but look who's checked out the A bomb side. The bomb is outside of A as well, so this was the plan all along. Go deep, fight, open up those kills. I'm so impressed by Copenhagen Flames. They are making this map look so good in my opinion right now. Just, if Ancient keeps playing like this, I'm on board.
I'm just amazed by Danish Counter-Strike and what you guys are capable of. I mean, like Copenhagen Flames, nobody was expecting this out of them. All of a sudden, they come into the qualifier swinging like a truck. They just they just take everybody out. And here they are going toe-to-toe with Heroic and making it look good on Ancient as well.
While we have this little break, just to paint a picture of you who don't know, but we have a huge culture in Denmark for sort of boarding type schools where people go before they go to high school,
right?
Or before you move on to any kind of secondary education.
You just get shipped off to school.
Yeah, people go. Well, it's not really. It's just like a thing you can go and do, right? And you do some basic stuff, but then you can choose like secondary courses that are like, it could be football or badminton or anything like that.
Sure.
Many of those schools now are feeling an enormous pressure. People showing up saying, "I'm going to be on a Counter-Strike team. Like I want to do maybe get better at math or better at something else, but I also want to play Counter-Strike, and we need a coach and we need people to do that." That's been happening in Denmark for a couple of years now. So the pressure from sort of the bottom up in terms of talent is actually crazy. And I mean, some of these guys are sort of the first arrivals from that group, but there's more coming up without a doubt.
Yeah.
It's a little bit crazy.
The Danish CS is a hell of a drug.
To
quote the age-old saying, the timeless saying, Anders.
Yeah, I know.
Danish CS, it's a hell of a ride.
Yeah, and on the upside, you're seeing this, right? But I mean, the come down from that drug when Astralis get knocked out is it's there as well.
It's tragic.
You're getting both sides.
To see them go home already, defending champs. We won't have them getting a chance to fight it out on the stage. I feel like if they could have just made it to the stage,
yeah,
magic could have been possible, because that team, once you get in front of the fans, just imagine. But they just weren't quite able to do it.
Yeah, tough turnaround.
And they fall to to legends in their own right. I mean, Shoxy. There's no shame in losing to Shoxy or Apex or any of those players.
Molotov on top of the double HE. Siphon, it nearly gets blown up. Refresh will show up to clean it up. Even with the FAMAS, they'd taken so much damage. They just a bullet away from death. Roy trying to sneak in, but Tessus will be a bit quicker on the trigger this time. A nade and a smoke to stop Jabby from... Oh, no. I said it too soon. It doesn't stop Jabby at all. He's just ready. Great stuff.
Quit your jabbering.
There's word plays that can be made around this name. There's no doubt.
Oh, yeah.
He's picked a decent name. Flash, Shush though. Oh, actually walks right back into it. That's a little bit surprising. I actually thought that he saw him and just wanted to play it safe. This is a 1 round for Heroic. It's a 2-on-4, but now they've turned it into a 2-on-3, and Heroic have actually opened the door for Copenhagen Flames to get back into this round, and that should never happen. Now they really need to focus a bit more. Jabby in the corner, ready for refresh. He's going to take him down. He peeks again. Could have just as well won against Down. And now the question is, Nikodos, how much could he get done? He has really been an incredible player so far in the tournament for Copenhagen Flames. It's a tough one here, though. This bomb is on the other side. If he lets them pass, they could probably go for the defuse, and it'll be hard for him to do anything about it. They have kits as well. I don't know why they're still fighting him. Oh my god, Down goes down. Why is no one defusing that bomb? Could he have the lineup? He sees the wire. He can't catch him. Oh, no. He shot right under his arm twice. And now the round has been won by Heroic. I can't believe it.
Yeah, you can see the reaction there as well. He knows that could have been one that could have been a round that's in the bag.
He could see the wire, I'm pretty sure.
Let's see it again. As the smoke clears, the first smoke was perfect. He had no way of knowing that, though. It looks like Stun. Can he see?
Maybe not.
Can't. It's just he's just got the lineup, and yet he's shooting right between the two of them.
Maybe I'm wrong. I actually thought the bomb was further on the edge. I thought maybe they could have defused from the other side.
Right.
Maybe they couldn't. Maybe that's why they went for it. Madness as Refresh goes down. Hooksy with a spray through the smoke, and he's looking for more. That could have very well been a kill. Molotov to throw them back as well. Oh no, they're getting
what a wall bang.
This is crazy. What a crazy game. 7-3. Nade comes out. It goes around the corner. It almost kills Hooksy. The Siphon, though, he's going to be safe for it. 4 versus 5.
This is crazy that they are still alive, and Cadian is going to take the shot on HooXi. A little bit overkill with the AWP, but it gets the job done. Man advantage now for Heroic, and they've rotated the extra man off of the site. It was 3 on B. Now they've put Tessus back into mid.
Molotov will slow them down, but I mean, they're pushing forward out of the bomb site. This is crazy. They're sandwiched in. What a flashbang. That should end the defense on this site. Stown trying to stay alive. The Molotov here will slow them down. He actually gets 1 more kill. He's a double. I don't know what's happening. This is so mental. Tessus is now hiding at the edge of the smoke. Hasn't seen the Kodos yet. If he moves out here, he sees the shadow on the ground. Then a straight headshot to take him down. Now it's Jabby. 1 versus 2. This is some of the wildest Counter-Strike I've seen yet at this major. It is a non-stop battle. How do they win a 2-on-4 isolated when they're sandwiched into the bomb site? But they did somehow. Tess has turned it around, and now Jabby, he's going to get traded as well. Shush will drop him. It is going to be a 4th round for Heroic. They should have lost this round 100%.
Yes. It's just, you're cutting it so close each and every time, and having the awareness to spot the shadow there. I'm thinking Tessus is a dead man. As soon as he comes around that corner, he should be getting picked, but he spots the shadow and pre-fires the spot. It's just perfect, and it works out perfectly for him going into that 2-on-2 retake. Tessus, the hero again with a double kill. I mean, it's just everybody. There's just so much power on both sides of these on both of these rosters. That's the beauty of this game right now. Shush is sitting at the top of the pack for Heroic with 10 kills, but Staven is at the bottom with 5, and everybody in between. You know, so everybody's doing work on the side of Heroic. Oh. There you go. That's what happens.
What? Tess is taking a fight. Dakota's a rare shot that he misses there. He's been so on point, but yep, he's going to get punished for it. Roy goes down to Cadian as well, and even Cadian getting an assist on that one.
Okay. Are we starting to see a shift in momentum here?
This could very well be it. It's going to be the first time that Heroic might even have a little bit of a bank to work with. Flames, if they could get a bomb plant, that actually would be huge, but how's that going to be possible in a 1 versus 4? I don't know what's happening in this game. It's out of control. HooXi, he's going to be found by... This is the first somewhat normal round, apart from the shots for the smoke. This is the first round that looks like it could belong in a regular game.
Caden is just like, I'm going to shoot them through the smoke again. I'm going to shoot them through the smoke again.
Yeah.
I'm going to shoot them through the smoke, and then you're going to shoot them through the smoke, and we got this. And it's like fist bump. There you go. Good. Game plan. Set. Exist nodding his head. Unfortunately, he can't talk unless it's a timeout. But this makes me think this is a timeout, considering how long this camera is on the players.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes me think this is a tag timeout getting called, and I'm assuming it's by Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah.
And it is by Copenhagen Flames. So the first tag timeout getting called by Copenhagen Flames.
Coaches can talk. They can breathe again.
They can breathe again, exactly. Otherwise, they're just statues back there, like vampires, just sitting, not moving.
Jabby's on 13, Royce on 12, 11 on the Kodos. That's the trio that's doing work on the side of Copenhagen Flames. On the other side, it's not quite as impressive, but they're all really even. There's no one that's sort of clearly leading the charge right now for Heroic. It's only a 2-round gap. If they win this round, they probably tie up the scoreline and make it 7-7, because then the money is going to be gone on the T side. So a lot is riding on this 1 round. This is what it comes down to, at least for the first half, to decide who's going to be walking away with a big win here. Stown pushed forward, very aggressive, but Nikoto's going to take him right down. Again, he's been so on point.
And again, this is battle every single round outside of Jaguar, just not letting up at all. Both of these teams are ready for each other now. But this time around, we see a shift. Okay, Copenhagen Flames have gathered up outside of A. They're willing to go back and test Shush once again.
Okay, he's got coverage here. I was really worried because Roy's alone with the bomb out here. So if they actually push to find him, but yeah. Oh, no!
No.
Tessus, what a fight to win. This is so weird. The bomb is here. What if he can't make it out? Do they have to go back and try and escort him out of the site? This is really awkward.
Cadian is the one who's holding towards A right now. Shush is rotated off, so no Shush to deal with.
They're bringing Siphon back. Probably one to pick up the AK, but presumably also to help Roy. Tessus is still going. He's going to be found. But did he spot the bomb on his back? It's only a split second. Now he's going to run onto it. Roy assumes no one else is here, and that's a big mistake. That's going to be Jabby on his own. That, what a strange round.
That's bizarre.
Honestly, Tess's is out of control. The fact that he won the first battle even, from that point of view, it's so hard to see if someone's hiding down behind the fern or whatever it is that's down there.
I mean, that's my gripe with this map, is that some of these angles, it's so hard to spot if somebody's there or not. Right? You've just got a bunch of rat spots that you can hide on in a jungle. And
it's just because we're boomers. These kids, they can see
stop.
It. They're sick.
They are sick. But that's the thing. It's like you have these little off angles, these really ratty spots, and you can hide there. But obviously, these players are going to be checking for those, and there you go, ready for it. And that is just a crucial round.
Yeah, without a doubt.
6 to 7. I mean, economy now is not going to be terrific as far as Copenhagen Flames are concerned. Without a bomb plant, it just means that Heroic are going to get another chance to just close that gap. And attack timeout getting called by Copenhagen Flames now. I mean, they may just really be starting to think like, okay, what can we do in the following round? And Jabby's gone for the force. They will have a hero AK, Russian AK to use.
They need that because the pressure that they had on Heroic from the beginning, it's kind of faded now. They really were winning a lot of those clutches at the beginning, and now, I mean, at least Heroic can, if nothing else, they can walk out of the first half with a little bit of a smile on their face, just knowing that they came back into it. And if they win this round, tie it all up, it's a very even game all of a sudden.
I mean, Anders, this is a big deal. They go for the force buy. This is a power play from Copenhagen Flames.
Okay, I embrace it. I want to see this happen. Deep nade. Jabby practically gone already. Roy didn't take nearly as much damage there.
Oh, deep flash? Do we have a setup for this?
No, not yet. But I mean, they maybe they actually don't have enough for it. Jabby's gonna go straight down. Eagle on the other side. He just guesses it. Whatever they throw at Shush, he's ready for. It just doesn't matter what it is.
He is one of the scariest players on the server right now, without a doubt. It's so cool. I mean, Nuke as well. He was just showing up in a big way for the team. The scary thing is that yes, Shush right now, you can't pull a fast one on him. He's just way too aware. But it feels like everybody's had their moments like that on Heroic so far to make this comeback happen.
He is following that Aztec tradition, building a pyramid of skulls.
Indeed, exactly, cutting hearts out and everything. But like he has to go and get the sacrifices now because Copenhagen Flames, they don't want to go to A site. They know that that's Shush's territory. He's going to take their gold.
Too much to handle, isn't it? Too much. Trying to bring it back here. 2 versus 5. We've seen some truly crazy rounds, but this just feels like it's a bridge too far. But then it's a 2-on-3. Why is this happening? Nicolas comes back in and tries to see if he can land one more shot. They still should not be winning this round. There is a smoke to try and put onto the bomb for a defuse. Hooksy, he nearly won that fight. Nicolas, I mean, what do you do here? He's going to have to try and go either save the AK and go into the next round, he's going to walk into it. He wanted to go for the ace clutch. That is incredibly bold. I appreciate it, but this was too much.
Yeah,
7-7.
A stretch, some would say, especially because you went for the force buy this round. So, I mean, you does feel like you'd want to get some rounds. I mean, you're going to get max round loss bonus now, plus a bomb plant, so you should be able to actually get a decent enough buy going, which is probably why they went for the force buy to begin with, but still... Right now, I mean, it just feels like Heroic, slowly but surely, you know, they're getting back into this game in a meaningful way. And it's going to, I mean, they could still win this half Heroic and have 8 rounds on the CT side, which is still kind of cutting it close. Obviously, you'd want like 9-6. But, you know, a team of Heroic's caliber, they can certainly inflict some serious damage on the T side themselves.
Yeah, there's such a wide open game right now. And what really shocks me is this is playing so differently from almost any other agent I've seen. So I'm not even sure the map balance is what I would normally sort of assume it to be.
Yeah.
This is it's incredibly entertaining.
Keep in mind, Heroic played mega aggressive in the first 4 rounds of this half.
Yeah.
Just charging everywhere, looking for fights everywhere, which is not how you usually see teams play CT side Ancient. So Heroic, right out the gates, were trying something different.
So many of those rounds as well. They got 1-2 kills to start the rounds, and then Copenhagen Flames fought their way back and just won the rounds anyway. So the aggression seemed to be really working, but then the follow-up was even better. It's been real fun. 15th round is here. We've got under a minute, and they are really heavy. Oh, look at the push. Shush.
Yep.
Oh, this is so right. You're absolutely right what you said earlier. He's tired of waiting for the skulls to come to him. He's out collecting them now. HooXi goes down. Smoke goes up. That's a really good smoke. That forces them either to go into that Jaguar tunnel to get to the B-bomb side, or, as they're doing, falling back into the other side. But I mean, how do they get that done? Roy is down and out. They have to check every single corner. They don't know that Shush has fallen back to the A side, which, by the way, is really smart. They have to look everywhere. It's so slow. 25 seconds, and now they have to try and see if they can jump him. They're throwing more bodies at him. That's not been a good idea so far. He's just at an off angle here. Impossible to check. Jabby goes down. Shush with his 16th kill right then and there. Well, they're finally going to be able to take care of him, but there's 10 seconds left. They're going to go for the bomb plant. I'm shocked they even are getting a bomb plant here. Stout comes up for the spray down. Oh, wait. Still a 1 versus 2. He sprays. Oh, my God. Are you kidding me, Nikonos? Quad kill for the win.
Talk about the hero play that had to happen for Copenhagen Flames. It was going to take an individual play like that. It was going to take Heroic kind of getting ahead of themselves in the retake, making the bold moves. But Nikonos, when they stack up with an AK, that's what can happen. Beautiful work from him.
Well, that is the magic of playing at a major. He should never be able to win that. I actually can't believe it's a 1 versus 3. He's so locked in. It's even more mental in slow motion.
Missing the shot. That's what causes it. And it's always going to be mistakes. You can always point it out like that. You want to focus on Nikonos. Obviously, he kept his cool and got the quad. But, you know, Cadian missing that shot kind of just drops the ball there. Needs to hit that one every day of the week. So tough break there for Heroic. They had it within their grasp to get the 8th round of that half. Instead, it's Copenhagen Flames in the lead now as we go into the second half pistol. Copenhagen Flames now on the CT side. And Heroic not wasting any time at all.
No, they're going to go straight for it. They want to try and see if they can bring it back straight away. Roy missing every single shot. That's not good enough. He needed at least to kill this. Wait, he was hiding in the corner the whole time? He takes down Refresh. Now Heroic are fighting their way back. HooXi showing up, stunning headshots to knock Shush and Cadian out of the round. And now Tessison's down. They've had a really quick bomb plant, and that is the most positive thing right now for Heroic. They're a man down, and they're quickly here on the Copenhagen Flames side. Good kill, Tessis on his own, and Nikonos, the hero of the last half, comes back with the dualies to win the opening of the second half here. It's 9-7 in favor of Copenhagen Flames. If this doesn't get you to a third map, I don't know what will. He is out of control.
He's coming up in a big way for his team right now. 18 kills and should be 19 as well. So just doing work. But now I expect Heroic to go for the force buy here. They get the bomb plants. I feel like they feel pretty confident they're going to be able to get bomb plants. They've got a similar aim. So if they can just get in here with a little bit more to work with, yeah, no time wasted at all. 3 AKs picked up for Heroic, so definitely leaning hard into the firepower. Essentially the raid boss strategy with rifles.
I love it. Nobody in this game right now is giving up anything. It doesn't matter really how small they want to fight for it every single step of the way. What a cool game this is. Shush, I mean, he's rivaling Nikonos on the other side. A battle between those two right now. 17 kills on Shush. Nikonos up there at 19, but yeah, they are fighting to try and see if they can win this. Obviously for Heroic, having won the first map, they're just thinking, please, not a third map, because Copenhagen Flames, they didn't get to say much on Nuke, but they're showing up in a massive way right here. So you don't want to have them power up throughout the best of 3. If it goes to a third map, who the hell knows what can happen. Jabby, he started to fall a little bit back towards the donut, but flashed into the fight. There's a lot of firepower on the other side. HooXi, good little sneaky kill there. And now they're starting to get a bit closer. Those M4s at range are so lethal. Shush, though, with a single headshot. Can we get more? He's going to spray, and they just line up. That's 2 AKs to push that all the way back. And now Nikonos, 1 versus 3. He's got 1 kill, but the bomb has escaped.
The bomb is out.
Yep. He knows.
And it's only Stout with a Deeg left on the site itself. He calls it. He realizes what's going on. Nikonos is going to be able to rotate over towards this B-bomb site. Can Cadian get into Jaguar before him, though? Does he realize where the angle is going to come from? It looks like it.
He's guessing it, yeah. Stout has a flashbang. Oh, Nikonos, he's looking for it. He has no idea where to look. How do you check both these angles? He's walking into a giant crossfire, and he's going to get shot at the back of the head. Cadian will pick it up, and that is a round win for Heroic.
And here we go, Anders. You ready for this? Because it feels like it's just going to be a repeat of the first half. Both of these teams are just going to be dropping haymakers at the beginning of this half, trying to knock each other out. And Copenhagen Flames now, This is what I want to see. Yeah, they're going to go for the force buy. They're not holding back, Copenhagen Flames. They're swinging for the fences. Force buy from Copenhagen Flames. And Heroic, well, they're going to have to play a tight game here in this round, but that was sick from Cadian. He was there so quick, and
yeah,
he was able to hear those footsteps. It gives them all the info he needs.
He could have just as well chosen to go into the tunnels. Okay. If Cadian had gone in towards Nikodas in that last round, who knows what could have happened? He could have lost it. It could have been a 1 versus 2 with a pistol left on Tessus, I believe, or Stown. So yeah, that would have been potentially a nightmare. They're attacking an empty bomb site, and that's always nice. Maybe a moment where everyone can relax. Failed smoke though. At least didn't land anywhere near the back line of A. Yeah, they're gonna get a bomb plant. They're actually delaying that bomb plant a fair bit. I don't think it'll make a big difference here, but they're really paranoid about something happening. Who can blame them?
Yeah, indeed. Indeed, they don't want to be taking any risks because this is their big chance to tie it up and actually take the lead. And well, Copenhagen Flames now, they are the ones who can actually play conservatively here and try and hold on to this gear. You go for the forest buy. I think Jabby realized he was kind of in a screwed position, so fair enough, he kind of has to take that fight. But the other three, if they can survive, they've got firepower for the next round. So I actually like Copenhagen Flames, the way that they're playing this right now. I really like this. This is showing some discipline when it makes sense to show some discipline. It doesn't always just have to be out and out chaos.
This is the first time in this second map that Sanity's kind of returned to the game.
And with Danes, that's saying something.
Yeah, I can't believe they've been swinging this hard at each other from the get-go. Normally, you want to try and protect yourself a little bit, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Don't get punched in the face, that kind of thing.
Oh,
But,
the haymakers, man. They've been flying. It's crazy.
What a good time. A brilliant way to end his last game of the day that we have, at least on this stream.
Yes.
So,
yes.
It's good to see.
On the other stream, what's going on with the other
MOUZ
stream?
leading
That's a good
VP.
question.
A fair bit. They're doing it.
It's VP versus MOUZ on the other stream right now. That's right. And MOUZ Sports are currently up 7-1.
So pistols on the side of Copenhagen Flames should again be around here where Heroic can kind of use the full force here, just try and get everyone into either B or A. They're pushed up pretty far outside of the A bomb side on the CT side, but again, if you have rifles, it's a bit different. If you have pistols, they can't even really stack the B bomb side that much. But there are a couple of deals. Who knows?
Oh, there's the peak. There's the peak for the information. Cadian, yeah, that's such a freaky angle to have to take over because they could be hiding up on that little ledge. We've seen players die to that over and over again. So he's definitely not pleased about having to go around there. And, well, there you go. Tessa's taken one out already.
Oh, USB Mac is not good enough, unfortunately. That's a pretty good kill with the deagle. So Hooksy stole that one off the ground. Now, real question is if they could do some more damage. They can't really win the round.
No, they can't win the round. And yeah, you're just kind of hoping, yep, that's the angle. Oh, of course he looks away just as the guy peeks. That's how it works in CSGO. But that's also how it works in CSGO. You can hit some pretty tasty headshots.
Nikodas is playing an absolutely crazy game.
He is.
He's actually so cool to see.
What would you say? I mean, pretty much the reason they are in this, because Roy had a really quiet first half. Roy's kind of catching up now on the CT side. But without Nikodas, I think we're looking at Heroic in the lead in this map. And
yeah, I definitely agree.
Yeah, it'd be much more decisively in their favor. Now, however, there it is. Heroic taking the lead. Copenhagen Flames, okay, they've taken it in the teeth a couple rounds now, but this is what they were saving for, the big buy round coming up. Okay, and now what do Heroic have in store for us? You can see the notes are ready for Cadian.
Yeah.
He wrote those notes though, so he's fine. He doesn't need to check them.
I mean, it'd be really interesting. I'm assuming they're going to try and keep those as hidden as you possibly can, right? Because you don't want any of that stuff leaking.
Shout out to everybody making memes of Simple looking at the notes though, because my sides have been breaking on a couple of those.
Incredible meme template. Roy, Molotov out, gets forced forward, and Tessus will go down. They can't really. They were flashed at the same time, halfway flashed at least. Siphon with a kill on Stout. Copenhagen Flames, a chance to answer back now that they finally have rifles, and they're enjoying that a lot. 5 versus 3.
Different strategy to what Heroic chose, though. Copenhagen Flames electing to just hold angles instead of charging. And I think Heroic actually expected Copenhagen Flames to charge them back. I thought that they were going to, have like a gentleman's agreement to meet at noon and just swing at each other, right? Toe the line and go. But Copenhagen Flames were the ones who kind of elected to play it a little bit more defensively, and that worked to their advantage now as Heroic are down 2 players, having just kind of walked into their crosshairs.
Yeah, I mean it's a big risk when you try and speed it up like that. Of course, there is a reward if it works, but
well, an uncharacteristic miss from Shush.
Doesn't happen very much. You're right.
Although, what isn't his name Shush?
Shush? Yeah. Yeah.
Isn't that Danish, right? You know,
yeah.
You're saying Shush, right?
Basically means like a drink of sorts. Hard to translate. Yeah.
Oh, is it like the syrup you add to the water? That sort of thing.
I think mostly referring to just like alcohol, just like, you know, let's have a shush. Let's have a.
All right.
Yeah. It's I mean, I'm assuming that maybe there's another explanation that I don't understand. I'm the worst person to ask for anything like that because I feel like I don't. Whenever people come to Copenhagen, whenever we have anything going on with Blast or anything else, and people say, what's a good restaurant? I'm like, I don't know anything about anything that's happening. Just, I'm not good at that kind of stuff.
I don't know if it's still good, but Ruby's was good. We went to Ruby's once, and that was sick.
We've got some stuff going on in there. I think at this point, actually, Scrawny and Launders much missed at the moment.
They're probably the ones to ask on that front.
They know everything. Like, they're way better traveled in Copenhagen than I am. Well, a moment, again, a break from the insanity of this game as they just end up kind of running out of the time here. It is going to be a very interesting match now. 10-10. We're going into the 21st round, and Heroic, credit to them, they have stood up to the onslaught of Copenhagen Flames. They're about to be in a powerful position here. If they can win this round, Bang is a little bit there on Copenhagen Flames, but it's not a deep one. They could definitely turn this around, and if they win this one, that's it. They've made their way through.
And it'll all be Ogre. In a moment's time, as Hooksy's going to get that delayed peek for info into mid, and sure enough, gets a kill on refresh. They're going to walk right into the blender. Couple of kills going their way, and there's a quick 1-for-1, but it's all over here for Katie, and he's in a 1v4. Barely gets the bomb planted, but he's not even going to be able to get that done. No respect from Copenhagen. He's trying for the fadeaway shots.
I actually thought he would just go straight for the plant. He's going to do some more damage. If he could fit another kill, that would be crazy. I mean, this is way too much. He's already done some damage. And they actually called the break. They stopped hunting him, and that's probably really smart. This is important. If you lose another player here, you're going to start to lose a lot of money on that CT side. So just call a break and don't give him the chance. They've got a huge crossfire set up here. 30 seconds on the clock. Cadian sneaking in, but this is, yeah, there's nothing he could do.
Impossible.
Huge angle there. Nakota's going to be able to take him down, but that's more than maybe even you could have expected. And that extra kill there might not seem like a lot right now, but when we get to the end of the map and they're keeping really close, this could easily be all 30 rounds. That one rifle that you just lost to Cadian, that can come back to haunt you.
They did rotate an extra player over to B, just saying. They were worried.
Yeah.
They were worried he's going to make that run somehow.
I was worried too. Real worried. We've seen Cadian. I mean, that clutch that he had on Mirage. That taught everyone not to underestimate him.
Indeed, indeed. But to those who are saying it's the greatest clutch ever, get out of my face.
They must be on land, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Never, no, not even close. But still, Copenhagen Flames 11-10. So Heroic fight all that hard, all that way to tie it up again, and then Copenhagen Flames right back in the driver's seat, it feels like. They've got the rifles, they've got the nades, they got everything that they need. And we're going to get a force buy. We're getting a force buy out of Heroic. Mad lads. Okay, then.
They didn't even get the bomb plant down, but they just want to keep up the pressure. Shush putting out the Molotov immediately. If there's no Molotov there, that was his team throwing that one, by the way. It almost looked like he could have maybe chased after him. He's nearly gone. Was just spotted at the edge. Fuxi playing that position, and now everyone is showing up to the middle. It's like 3 or 4 people there. Crunching Shush. It's only a Mac 10 that's gone, though. Almost wish if the rest of the Heroic team were a little bit further forward in this moment, they could have actually jumped on that, knowing how many people were there. And now look at where Siphon is pushing. This should be a round-winning play coming out from Siphon. He's checked the middle. He's checked all of outside of A right now. They know what's coming at this B bomb site. They just need to rotate people here and they'll have a strong lockdown. They're a little bit slow to do that, though.
They're not sure because he's rotated through, and so that could open up mid. Hooksy now is going to actually confirm it, and now it is going to be the hard rotate to be that nobody is rotated in mid behind him.
Yeah.
So now you're set. This is it. You're in a box if you're Heroic, and you're going to have to fight your way out of it.
Again, said this many times, this should be unwinnable for the T side in this round. Spray, that's just going to hold it down. Fair enough. They've got the round. The grenade or the AWP would have got it. Double AWP, by the way. Jabby with the other one. And they don't lose a single player. Copenhagen Flames getting closer and closer. They are really putting up a strong fight right now. They could definitely take this map, and that would be great. We get a third map here between these two teams.
I think another tactical timeout getting called here, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm wondering, no, okay. Just a little bit of chatting going on with the players. But it is going to be straight into it. And okay, change of side on the map for Heroic. Onto the A site instead. This is a hard eco from Heroic. They're not going to waste any time. Nades over the top and hoping to get a bomb plant. Out onto it. No hesitation at all. All 5 for Heroic. And they are going to be able to get this bomb planted. And that bonus money is going to be terrific for them going into the next round.
Yes, it will. Smart play from Jabby to fall back, though. If he gives up the AWP because he wants to stick around for a single kill, it is not worth it. This is so much better. They will wrap around. That's actually really cool. Nearly a 2-for-1 there. Tessus will be on his own. We'll get one more kill.
There we go.
Yeah, I mean, it's expensive. They've done a lot. They've got, like you said, the bomb plant down, so they get the bonus as well. But it will be the round for Copenhagen Flames. 13-10. Taking some big steps in the right direction here. And again, just to highlight, well done on Jabby to not fight that. That's the only way that I think Heroic can win that round, is if he sticks around and is like, oh, maybe I'll get one shot. Then he gets dinked. They pick up the AWP and get the bomb plant.
I almost want to see that same exact round over again. But now that we have the AWP picked up by Cadian, I doubt it. I doubt that we'll see that same level of aggression towards A.
It's tempting, right, when you get that much of a result. Maybe
well, we are getting more of a presence over towards A this time around. Okay, so they've elected to, because this was the question, right? If Copenhagen Flames continue to play super aggressive in mid and towards Jaguar, do you continue to take that fight, even though the nades are solid for Copenhagen Flames, or do you shift your attention over to a part of the map that you haven't really given too much to?
They throw the deep smokes. They know what's coming. Flash, not quite going to work. Hooksy, though, finding the bomb on Cadian, and there's a Molotov behind him. He's going to go back to fight anyway. They weren't ready. I think Refresh thought that there was no way he could backtrack on that one, but he did, and now a lot of trouble here for Heroic. 3 versus 5. Shush, yeah, he's going to pick up the bomb, but they blocked. Oh, they have the B bomb. No, they don't. Roy is still there. Otherwise, they had it. That's why they wanted the bomb to try and escape with.
Double bluff coming up, though.
Yeah. But what a mental round this is. Another one. We're back to the madness again. Shush is sneaking through.
That's the thing with that one spot. It's such a murder room because there's so many angles to hide around. Not only is it a ring around the rosy sort of scenario, but then even then there's ways to hide around that pillar that make it really difficult to hunt people down.
Shush. Check every angle. Hooksy just comes running in. And we'll take him down. Stout. There's not much you could do right now.
No, with 30 seconds left, is he just thinking about holding on to his AK? He's got nades.
Yeah,
next round if he needs them.
Oh, well, they're going to come look for him, actually. That's pretty aggressive. I was going to say, otherwise, saving the AK probably is the best choice, unfortunately. Oh, wow. If he had more time, it'd be so sick. I don't know. I don't even understand how he's getting these kills.
Dude, now he has an op. Get out of here.
This whole game has been a mystery to me.
Well,
I'm just here for the ride.
Now Cadian has an op for the next round. No bomb plant, though. That's the painful aspect of this. But it's another 5 rounds in a row picked up for Copenhagen Flames. So max loss bonus coming in for Heroic. It might just be enough for them to feel like they can go for this kind of buy. And really, I mean, the question is whether or not you can stop Copenhagen Flames here. If Copenhagen Flames are up on 14 rounds, you got to fight back. It's time to take a risk, I think, if you're Heroic. 5 rounds in a row?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. It's 5 rounds in a row otherwise, and that's going to be so difficult. Yeah, here we go. Double MAC-10, couple of rifles, and the AWP that they managed to save.
Yeah, if they don't turn it around
okay,
here,
this was it.
It's going to be trouble. A little bit of speed behind it, running into that Jaguar cave. Roy's trying to smoke it off, and actually Siphon comes through. That's huge. They trade the kills there. Refresh, he wanted to get across, but Siphon's hitting every single shot right now. Almost a triple kill for him. He might as well have got that third one. Shush and Cadian left, and this is a hard shutdown for Copenhagen Flames. They're saying, absolutely not. We want a chance to play that third map. And the way that this game is going, I'm so excited for it. I really, really want to see that.
It's very cool to see that Copenhagen Flames have got it prepared step by step. If Heroic decide to charge the smoke, if they decide to take the fight early Jaguar, what are we doing? They clearly had a plan as to how they wanted to take that fight. Heroic just ran right into the blender on that one. That is so beautiful.
Yeah, they're playing exceptional Counter-Strike at the moment. Shush trying to fight his way in. Throw a bullet Roy's way.
Yeah, literally. Just like,
take this.
Throw away.
But it's 15-10. Copenhagen Flames 1 round away from getting us onto that third map. And that is exciting. Yeah, I'm hearing the shot. He's shouting back at them. Beautiful stuff. Let them know.
There you go. That's the it's a double-edged sword. If you do the pop off, you got to get ready to get popped off on.
Hell yes. And you know Cadian is going to be shouting the whole time, which is brilliant. That's actually one of the things I really enjoy about Cadian is just that passion and that fire. But not shouting right now because they are about to lose this map. Oh, what a game this has been.
The focus is real right now for Heroic. All right, let's see. This is it. 10 seconds in. They barely... I mean, again, it's just crazy the amount of money that they're able to skim together each round to make these buys.
Yeah, they keep doing it. Again, that's the round loss bonus. 15-10. Heroic, somehow, they need to just rekindle the flames here and find 5 rounds in a row. It seems impossible. I have no idea how they're going to do that. Copenhagen Flames have locked down this second half. They did pick the map. We started to understand why. They look like a terrifying team on it right at the moment. Stown sneaking through. Roy on the other side. Maybe a nade to chase him down. Could be a little bit annoying. Yeah, it'll follow him. No, actually does nothing at all. He just gets off the ledge.
Barely makes it out in time, though. That was close. Zyphon, though, he's going to get tested here in a moment. Yeah. Molotov. But again, that's the thing. With one Molotov, it's like, okay, he just shifts over to the other side, and you have no way to punish.
Look at Tessus and Cadian. They're so deep in here. And Roy, he knows. He's got the right read on it, but he's also on his own. There's no backup here. If they both go at the same time and he only gets one of them, it'll cause a huge amount of trouble for the defense on the CT side, and he's actually backing up. They got the AWP bringing it in. Jabbies now, but he's got to be careful. I think he might have already scoped up for them to hear it. That's a potential risk now. C-Set is out instead. They find Cypher. They found Jabby. Just by standing still, just by waiting around, they get 2 kills for free. Now, Cadian, though, he'll give one back, standing around with a Molotov in hand. 3 versus 4. 30 seconds now. Down, walking through, but he actually turns, gets the kill, and nearly the double. 2 on 3. The bomb is kind of towards the A-bomb site.
What is Shush doing? How does Shush get that kill?
I don't know. This whole round has just been people kind of stumbling into the line of sight of their enemies. And Roy now, he's so low on health that there should be no way. It shouldn't be possible. He's going to get shot in the back. It's a first step in the right direction, Heroic. 4 more to go.
Yeah. Well, if you can get rounds like that, although this time around, Copenhagen Flames changed up their protocol with the nades on B, and that's what I'm wondering, if they're going to go back to what worked in the past. And okay, so this is Shush's perspective, just catches him looking the wrong way. I was thinking that he was going to be a dead man for sure there, but fortunately for him, his opponent was looking the wrong way. But Copenhagen Flames now, I wonder if they go back to the deep smoke towards Banana, followed up by a couple of Molotovs, really forcing Heroic to commit quite a bit of utility if they want to have any presence on this side of the map. It is looking like a molly top Banana at least, and well, they've gone back to this. This is the same strategy they used in the last round. So making adjustments here, Copenhagen Flames.
I mean, you just need one bit of luck here. One good kill through a smoke, one good little double nade. Any tricks you have, that's all you need if you're on the Flame side of things. And you could be walking away with a map win. And that resets everything. That just brings it right back. Roy waiting for the smoke to clear. Stown is on the other side, though, standing inside of it. And Roy's now in a weird position. Oh, he's going to find the timing, but it doesn't matter. Stown with the AK will take him down.
Quick flank through mid, though. Look at this. Yeah. This proactive play coming in here from Copenhagen Flames on the defense. Now that they figured out where the hit is coming from, they're going to be in here on the flank, managing to catch him out completely.
That looked like a multi-spray down. That looked like the whole entire team could have been gone. Now they're boosting on the other side, but nope, the jump! and that gets him killed. Oof, don't be doing that. Siphon, they know that someone's here, otherwise there could have been no boost, so it's not a hard guess, but they don't know about Jabby. He's ready with the USB. He gets one and a follow-up! Shush and Katie are gone! And now 1 versus 2 for Tessis with the bomb. Now he can make it to the bomb site and get the bomb down before they get there. If he's really bold, he doesn't check and he just goes for it. He's made the crossing there. Has to find a little bit of a spot. 20 seconds. They don't know where he is, but now... Wait. Okay, they realize they're going to go towards the A-bomb site. He's got no nades. They've got a double HE. I don't think that will help them that much. If they had a smoke or a Molotov, that would be the real deal. And he's hiding way back in CT spawn. The bomb, though, is planted not really for him where he is. That could get incredibly awkward. They have a kit on one of them, so the AWP is going to be covering at the same time. Tess is sneaking in. There's the shot on one of them and trying to keep the dream alive here on Ancient. 1 versus 1. Nikodos, he's going to go down, and Tessis, he'll keep it going for Heroic.
Yeah, once you see that it's the AWP and the rifle together, that's where it starts to get just a little bit dicey. No smoke to cover it, only a couple flashes and an HE. But with the AWP, it's just, if they split up like that, it's so hard to get that trade kill. We saw actually Heroic suffer from that in the Nikodos clutch earlier, where it's just an off combination. You want both rifles together and you want them moving together so that they can instantly trade. So Tessis just keeping his cool, despite the fact that it looks like he's having a little bit of tendonitis there with that tape on his wrist.
Yeah, that grip is good for something, just not for his wrist.
Just not for the wrist, yeah, just ruining it. But hopefully, you know, he'll be able to carry on here at the major. I don't think he's going to let anything stop him. And Heroic, I mean, 3 rounds off, it's entirely possible. Copenhagen Flames calling a tactical timeout, and it is going to be, well, I think this, never mind. They're going for the force buy. Okay, then. I thought that they may go for the half buy where you go Kevlar, Deagles, right? Just keep it competitive, but really focus on the following round. Copenhagen Flames, they feel like they've actually got enough room where they could go all 30, and they can still have a good buy in the 30th round if they still go for a round of eco here.
They've lost their damn minds.
Mad lads.
Why did they force up in this round? Oh, I can't believe it. Missed opportunity there. Tessa sneaking closer, ignoring the flames in front of him. Doesn't really care. Let's see. A lot of presence in middle for Copenhagen Flames. They're ready to take a fight if anyone was going to show up. Nikoto's been a minute since we've seen anything out of him. But that is a crisp headshot with the Deagle. Can we have a second one as well? They're getting closer, and Refresh, he is lucky to be alive. Roy will go down next. Couple of kills going the direction of Heroic, and a bomb plant should be following right afterwards.
Yeah, Stouden keeping his cool there. Hardest hitter statistically here at the tournament so far for Heroic, and that is the must-win duel that he pulls off against Roy. If he loses that fight, I think that they're not getting the bomb planted at that point. What? Through the smoke. Shush takes a bullet to the side of the head. Man advantage still for Heroic, but Staven doesn't have that much health.
They have a smoke on Hooksy. I mean, it's not a lot to build around on. You throw a smoke, you try and get the defuse. I'm not seeing it here. No, they're going to back out. I think that's a reasonable decision after all. Heroic, again, we said they need 5 in a row. So far, they've had 3 out of those 5, so it's looking really good. Moving in the right direction. They're going to get to 13-15. Looking to get overtime. I can't imagine how devastating it would be for Copenhagen Flames if they were not able to close this out in regulation. Even the overtime would feel not good.
Yeah, no, that's where it goes. It becomes very grim indeed. It becomes very grim indeed for Copenhagen Flames for the mental side of things. So the strategy was to either win in that round or go for an eco in this round, I think, and then force buy in the 30th is what's going to happen with Copenhagen Flames. I think that's what's the strategy. They just took it they took a risk last round to try and just close it early, and if they didn't, well, you know, at least they have a rifle to work with this round, but they don't have a whole lot apart from that. And so you see them going for the gamble stack on B with 4.
Yeah.
Single player alive at Donut, just kind of chilling out over here. But Heroic have got a good read on this situation. Tess, not the prettiest spray.
And actually, they can go pick up that AK, right?
Yeah, so that's also going to be really good for the next round.
Hooksy's calling it in, saying it's fine. They're all here. The bomb is going to be planted. He's trying to find an edge. He actually just straight gets the kill on Refresh, and Jabby with the shot on Shush. What is going on? Heroic had a free bomb plant and plenty of time, and now it's got really awkward. 2-on-3. Heroic, this again should have been a 1 round, but now I'm not so sure. Roy with a kill on Stouden, leaving Cadian on his own to try and save it. Heroic were looking so good now. It is a 10-second defuse. He's managed to wrap around. 5 seconds left. He's not sure, but they're already on it. Katie, and he has to run for the kill. He lines it up. What a spray! And he's going to go down afterwards, but I'm not sure they have time. Do they? Yes, they do.
They do.
Roy, oh my god. After all of that, Heroic finding an empty bomb site. Roy comes back with a shot. Oh, there it is. 16-13. They get that third map. Copenhagen Flames still fighting. What a crazy game of Counter-Strike we just watched.
What terrific work that they managed to keep it together. And it's in the round where I guess the pressure is off, right? That's also a part of it, where you've just saved an M4. This is the write-off round where you're just kind of going through the motions and you're focusing on the 30th round for the full buy. Turns out that's when you can actually get the job done.
I mean, there's no way to know this, but Kaden, when he gets the kill on the guy defusing first time around, if he goes into the corner and just stays away,
stays put,
they win the round
they
to
win
time.
the round, yeah.
That was as close as it could possibly get. I had no idea if he was even getting that or not. What a mental way to end the map. But we're going to go to the third one. That's where the excitement is.
Overpass is going to be the third map between these two teams, and I think that's going to be just terrific now, because it's going to be the true test. Do Copenhagen Flames have the mental fortitude to get the job done against an elite team in a best-of-3 on LAN, where they can clearly hear each other shouting at each other? They can clearly hear the pop-offs, because you know, they're not turning around and shouting for nothing.
No.
That's to get in your opponent's head. That's to get in the mind games. So they're getting their feet wet with the LAN. But again, this is to fight for a spot to play in front of the fans for the first time in almost 2 years now. So there's a lot on the line for both of these teams.
It's beautiful. What a way to get to a third map as well. I'm excited. Overpass coming up. I really can't wait for it. We'll be coming up after the break. Stay tuned.
All right, turns out we've got a brawl on our hands. Copenhagen Flames, they're able to dig deep, and they had to beat Heroic on Ancient. We're going to be breaking it down on the desk. Moses is staying with us through the night.
Thank God.
Yeah, and Maniac's with us. I mean, look, late hours for a caster here, I know. This
is unbelievable, the conditions you guys work under.
Can you imagine? Working so much.
This is unreasonable.
More than 2 hours a day.
Every, 3 hours, you guys got to talk for 5 minutes. It's mental.
It's shocking.
Shocking. Be very careful. Tread lightly on that one. I see what you did on that one. That was
and all we do is read the bloody scoreboard.
Yeah.
You know, it's great.
You get your analysis all off the forums anyways.
Yeah, true. God bless HLTV.
Don't reveal what we do, okay?
And Reddit. Love them. So, look, back to the game. No, man, it was a barn burner. It was really back and forth. It's what you'd expect. These two teams obviously know each other, played each other here. The Danish scene is very small in terms of, everybody knows everybody else. Everyone knows their tendencies. It always throws up amazing games. It also turns out they're all supremely talented, right? So this was just fantastic from Copenhagen Flames at the start, but Heroic showed so much tenacity to come back into it.
You opened the segment saying it was a brawl, and my God, was it a brawl.
Yeah.
Jesus, if you look at the first, say, 6 to 7 rounds, it's all across the board. Fight on fight on fight, trades through smokes, everyone throwing everything they have into the battle, and this is great. This is the reaction I was hoping to see. I guess everyone was hoping to see from Copenhagen. We were so scared they were just going to dip out of that game and disappear into the abyss. No, they don't. They're here to fight, and they have completely stomached that first map, and they're coming in with a different attitude.
Yeah, I mean, they even had to sustain against Heroic. I mean, Heroic even fighting back multiple times throughout this map to be able to make this very, very competitive. You can see down the stretch here, this turns into a 1-on-2 clutch that Tessus is going to win very narrowly with a cheeky little wide swing commitment.
Of course.
But, you know,
the online special.
The only way to play the clutch.
It's like everyone throws the old rules out the window.
Yeah.
We played online for 2
Why
years.
would I shoulder
Do you want to
peek?
jiggle peek that? No, I don't think I will.
No, but it's a great performance from Copenhagen Flames, not only getting to 50, not only getting down the stretch, but I mean also surviving some really good efforts from Heroic to make this comeback and force overtime. We talked about Roy being one of the very important performers, especially on this map for Copenhagen Flames. He had Nikodos right next to him. He was being a beast, actually even in front of him, I believe. He was an absolute monster. That sick, like, spray down clutch that he had.
Yeah, clutch being the key word. Clutch being the key word. Copenhagen Flames actually powering through this map, through clutches, through bomb plant situations. Nikodos with the 1v4 towards the very end as well against Cadian. They survived the 2v1 by a millisecond on the bomb. That was a key element.
Oh, that was huge. That's that might even be one of the plays of this stage. Honestly, it was so good, and it's crazy because when you think about Nikodos, this is a guy who did an interview in the build-up to the major, saying like this is like the first LAN he's come to where he.
Oh yeah, he hasn't had to bring his PC
he
with
didn't
him.
bring his own PC. Like people
so
cannot understand his ascent to being at the top of the scene. Sure, we've talked about Roy. The difference between a Roy and some of the other people on this Copenhagen Flames team, Roy was in Mad Lions when they kind of broke through, right, and had that great run at Flashpoint. Nikodos, he was just sort of turning up to like local lands, like, hi everybody.
My name is Nikodos.
Yeah, can I play World of Warcraft after this? So for him to be getting MVPs at the legend stage of the major, it's just an unbelievable story. You gotta love this.
And it is, and I guess we really have to point out, you know, we can talk about Entropiq and how they're kind of the surprise at this major, but for most of these players, the top level of Counter-Strike, let's say 2 years back, was nowhere to be found, nowhere to be seen. This is all brand new for them, and we've just kind of all accepted that, hey, they actually kind of stemmed up to the occasion, they rise up to the occasion, they're playing good Counter-Strike. It's huge, the fact that they can be competitive and they can remain calm and composed at the major for Copenhagen Flames, been together for a few months, barely scrapping through IM4. That is quite crazy for me. Still to this day, I'm processing it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing for me. We kind of touched on it earlier in the segments. I mean, they've surpassed every test that we've kind of given them and we've put up in front of them, right? Like, oh, yeah, great, they've had a good performance in IEM Winter and in the Challenger stage, but that's when they were playing from the practice room. Let's get them inside the studio. Let's put them, let's let them hear the people they're playing against. Let's let them hear the other teams cheering when they're in their seats, and they've responded to that one. And then the next up is obviously going to be, if they can get there, the crowd and the audience and the stage, and that is the real test. That's like, if they can survive that at this stage in their careers, good on them.
Let's talk about that narrative just for a little bit. Obviously, Copenhagen Flames, because yes, they did play the Challenger stage. Yes, they were in their practice rooms, not in the studio setup. People made a big deal about that and said, no. You can't even go along for the ride until they've done it in a studio in a true LAN condition with cameras all up in your grill. Well, they're doing that now. So now what?
I mean, it's what Jason just said. I mean, the path to glory in Counter-Strike is just a bunch of tests, one after the other. Yeah. And this is how you actually make a name for yourself. This is how you create a legend. By, I guess, taking on successfully a lot of tasks, back to back to back. First playing in a studio, playing on LAN, playing a studio, playing in front of the crowd.
It's also kind of, Richard mentioned, like, obviously coming from a Danish scene and a smaller Counter-Strike scene, like, you all kind of know each other, right? But that doesn't mean that everyone who knows you has, like, respect for what you're capable of doing when you go to a tournament, right? Like, look, I'm not intimately knowledgeable with the Danish scene in any way, but I know in the North American scene, like, even if you're tearing it up online, like, no one gives you any kind of respect. Like, you still have to go prove it at an event. I imagine it's very similar over in Denmark, even with like the more established FPL that they have. But you got to earn your chops. And I mean, look, even if Copenhagen Flames gets knocked out and doesn't make it onto the next stage, they've earned their stripes. They've had a phenomenal run.
Yeah, I mean, you know, just to give you a bit of context, it used to be, you know, back in the day in the Danish land, I've been going to Danish lands for a long time, you know, 12 years or something.
Copenhagen games?
That's a weird boast.
Yeah, maybe a lot. Well, I mean, look, they were a lot of fun. There was a great sense of community, you know, all these, like, talented players breaking through. And even the ones that made it to sort of the top level, they'd still turn up with a mixed team and, you know, rock up to a small event. And everybody knew everybody else, and everybody knew, you know, who the good players were, who the prospects were, who the onliners were, etc., etc. So that's why the Danish scene has that attitude. It was very community-focused at its inception. And I also think, honestly, that's probably contributed to the reason why it's got so much strength and depth and so much talent, because it had a really healthy, vibrant grassroots scene, despite being such a small country. Now, the reason I'm talking about that, by the way, guys, I did secretly have it in my ear. There will be a moderate delay before we get back in. This is called Phil Kids. We're the kings of it. So, we're going to talk a little bit about the Danes again, but in the other game,
the other one,
Astralis.
Yeah.
This is the other thing that happened while we were doing this. Astralis, Vitality, obviously so much experience in that game. Vitality were able to battle back and knock Astralis out. It's a crazy story to think the back-to-back champions are not going to be in contention to win this major. But I did temper expectations. I did say this isn't the same Astralis.
It is a bit hard to, I guess, take a step back from the name Astralis, because of course you're mentioning back-to-back major champions. We're going to have a brand new major champion, which didn't happen since 2018 now,
I think it's great.
Astralis being out. But at the same time, it would be foolish to ignore all that happened around Astralis. I guess even making it to the Legend Stage to an extent was already overcoming a bunch of obstacles. I guess incoherence or questions and doubts when it comes to the lineup. They still kind of managed to make it competitive. It was a very tight game against Vitality, but you feel it in your heart as a Counter-Strike fan to see Astralis leaving the competition.
It's going to hit even harder next week when we get in Stockholm, we get into that arena, and we don't see them there, and we don't feel that presence there. Yeah, you know, I've admired the way that this team is actually through all this conversation around changes within the team, around roster changes, contract situations, people going in and out, you know, taking small breaks here and there. It's been going on for some time now. It's been going on for like a year. The fact that they were, you know, as competitive as they were in Cologne, admirable. As competitive as they were coming into here as well. I think there's some admiration. I actually expected them to go to the top 8. I still had a lot of faith in it. And I think, you know, to a certain extent, there was just too much going on. They collapsed beneath. And at an event like this, at the majors, there really is no excuse that you can give them. But I mean, a tough battle against, you know, Vitality as well, who was looking great coming into this.
Yeah, they were looking great coming into it. Not so much when they got here. I mean, I'll just tell you straight up. For me, what today sort of summarizes is, if you look at these results, it's that your excuses just simply don't wash. They don't wash it. There's some top teams who've been cruising on reputation for a while that aren't winning games. You can see it there with Team Liquid. You know, can you imagine we're talking about Team Liquid coming to a LAN event and, you know, you're not even going deep. You're not even having that deep run. All their experience. They're becoming like the MIBR of old, in my opinion. A core of, you know, very good players that are simply staying together, almost like a protective element. I'm really worried for like Fallen. I'm really worried for Grim, their future in the team after this. But I think they need to look at themselves, because when you look at those results there and you see Entropiq battling away, you see FURIA through, you see Copenhagen Flames on the brink of absolute crazy historic moment for a very young fledgling organization, and you see guys like Astralis and Team Liquid falling by the wayside. You got to take your hats off to the new generation, I think.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, a little bit of a reckoning is going on right now, and especially I think the online. I mean, I think it was going to come regardless, but I think the online era of playing so much on the internet has kind of accelerated that. Whether it's, you know, being more comfortable starting out playing these top teams online, you no longer have like your first game against Astralis is going to be in like a stage match or an opening a LAN match. It's actually online where you're the most comfortable. Realizing online that you can stack up and you can match up and you can beat them gives you a little bit more confidence coming into LAN. You know, whatever it might be, this online era has kind of accelerated the next turnover.
Yeah,
and that's going to be very interesting to progress, especially like while you're talking about Team Liquid. Who would they go? Who would they even go to in North America? Like, there's no established like next team. You're like, if they're, I don't want to, obviously with my history, I don't really want to comment on it too much, but there's not a whole lot of places, a whole lot of options in North America where you're not training up like new players and new rosters.
You're kind of turning the page when it comes to Counter-Strike. When you say goodbye to Liquid and Astralis at the major before the playoffs, these were the two names for the longest time who were dominating the scene, right?
2018,
exactly.
Grand Slam winners.
Exactly, Grand Slam winners, both ends of that equation as well. And you had the year where all the grand finals, we were talking about how Liquid were not able to overcome Astralis, and now both these teams are out. This is the signs of time. Counter-Strike is evolving, and you're right. Excuses don't pan out anymore. I have something in mind. I have an interview in mind, just to bounce back on Vitality point, where Apex says, he said straight up to Zywu, if you don't show up, we're out. Can you imagine the amount of pressure? That's the thing. But to an extent, I respect the conversation and I respect the boldness of the statement. It's like, listen, I know this isn't fair, but if you don't show up right now, we are gonna be out of the tournament.
It is also fair.
Yeah. Yeah,
yeah, but
if you want, you know,
a human being must have so much pressure on his shoulder, right? You're
yeah.
when your leader says, "Listen, if you don't do it right now, it's over."
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
I was gonna say, if you're gonna get all the accolades and you're gonna take up all the branding and all the fun that comes with being considered the second best player and even the best player in the world, rated 2 years in a row. You better deliver at the biggest event. You better be there for your boys. But yeah, for an in-game leader to go up to a star player and feel comfortable saying that to his face and just be like, "Look, it's all on you. Like, if you're not here, we lose."
Yeah.
That is pretty cool.
Right. Well, look, guys, we can get back to talking about the series at hand. I think we're about 6 minutes out. It's going to be Overpass. All bets are off, I think, on this one because it's very hard to call. I might give slight favoritism towards Heroic on this, just their overall experience and breadth of map pool. But I don't know, guys. I really couldn't call this one.
All bets are off because we can already rule out the possibility of Copenhagen Flames just missing the mark in that game and disappear. We know that's not going to be the case. Yeah. We have seen the reaction in front of our eyes on Ancient. So now that this is established, now that we have two teams playing a good Counter-Strike, feeling comfortable, then it's all up in the air. Last time around, Copenhagen Flames were able to get the head start on Heroic on Overpass. But who the hell knows what's going to happen now?
Yeah, I think this map is going to come down to I mean, in like a very general sense, I think it's going to come down to courage. Like, which one of these teams has the courage to still continue, pushing in the ways that they have been throughout this event? Who has the courage to go find information? Which players are going to shrink away from it? Which players are going to continue stepping up? And in a game where like so much is decided here, not an elimination game, but the playoffs. Like, if you're like a little bit scared and playing it safe because you say, even if we lose this, we have like another chance in the back of your mind. Like this game, mentally, you have to go into it saying this is our last chance to make the major, even though it's not. Just because you want to play like your back is against the wall, like you have to be making the same plays you have been the whole time.
Absolutely. Listen, NIP, Entropiq, FaZe, Vitality, those are teams waiting in the 2-2 category. Neither of these teams want to face anyone from the list I've just noticed right there. And the 2-1 game, psychologically speaking, is completely different from the 2-2, right? You can just, in the 2-1 game, you focus on what's good, the reward at the end of the path, the light at the end of the tunnel, you make it to the playoffs. Suddenly you lose, you go back to bed, you sleep in your room, and the next day you're in or you're out. It's all on the table, and you might have a FaZe, a Vitality, an NIP waiting for you. Neither of these teams want to be there.
Well, I think it's a good opportunity then to segue to talk about Cadian. We haven't done a lot of that. I think we can talk about the importance of his leadership, his experience. He's an incredible hype man, one of the best hype men in the game, outside of maybe Apex, you talked about earlier. Do they have an advantage over on the Heroic side because of his energy?
I actually think the importance of Cadian is that energy. And I love actually seeing them kind of huddled up together before the matches, because I think this may seem underrated to a lot of players out there in the world. But as a leader in the game, not sure what he's like, but as a leader before the game, making sure everyone emotionally and mentally is on the same page, getting in that huddle and just telling them whatever the hell it is that's going to get them hyped up. Like, guys, this is do or die. Guys, we have to do this. We have to do this. Everyone needs to be hyped up. Everyone needs to be focused. When you have your players on that same emotional wavelength, it makes things so much easier, because when they're then that is the structure and the framework that is going to dictate how they make decisions, how they take fights together, are they going to swing together at the same time? If someone's fighting, are you going to hide and bait? Are you going to swing out and take the follow-up fight? Are you going to have his back? And I think that emotional foundation that Cadian builds before the games is so important.
It's about being a group, a unit, right? And I think in that sense, the context and what has happened to Heroic in the last few weeks or month has created a we against the world mentality,
galvanizing,
which is extremely, it's a very strong accelerator for a team to feel like, what, guys, we are in this together.
Everyone hates us.
Exactly. Everyone hates us. We're the villains. No one wants to see us succeed, but fuck that, we're gonna do it, right? And Heroic right now, they have this mentality, and this is something I have to tip my hat to. You look at them, they're together. And Cadian, you mentioned him, he's at the helm with that. He's rallying them behind, and he knows he can vindicate everything. They make it to the playoff, they qualify, they have a deep run, and that's it. They are vindicated, and it is, I guess, an emotion that's driving them.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you said you didn't know what he's like on server. It's probably worth mentioning. He's been playing pretty okay here at the tournament, I think, and in general, I like what Heroic do tactically on a number of maps.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what he calls. I don't know what he's saying and emotionally what he's like. I mean, I'm assuming he's the same kind of guy. Yeah, he definitely yells. We know that. Kicks some chairs, all the good stuff, slaps shoulders. And also I think he's one of those players too, as such a veteran. Like, when I watch Cadian play, I get the sense that he plays the game of Counter-Strike. He plays the situation that's in front of him. He's not worried about what kind of crazy things happen at the beginning of the round. He's not worried about a miss smoke, a miss flashbang. He's just like, this is the situation I have in front of me, and I'm going to improvise and do my best to come out on top of this situation, and whatever it takes. I don't care about everything else that's happened. And again, that is a pretty underrated quality to have in a player, because it sometimes is easy to get lost in the minutia and the detail and say, this wasn't perfect. How am I supposed to do my job? But if you can just play the game in front of you, that's Cadian for you.
The improvisation.
Yeah, we're about 1 minute out of the game, Maniac, so the final thought goes to you.
I'll bounce back on that improvisation. Keep an eye on Cadian. Keep an eye on, you know, as the pieces are moving along, as the game is unfolding, he's always finding a way to get ahead of the game in the clutch situation, something we have to keep an eye on.
Do you think Heroic can do it?
I'll stick with Copenhagen Flames. They've convinced me.
You're not changing your prediction? It ain't too late, Moses?
I'm going to do it. I'm going with Heroic.
There you go.
It's so painful. I don't like it at all. I didn't feel good about it. Boo this man.
Right, anyway, guys, great obviously getting your thoughts. This is it now. This is it for all the marbles. To book a slot in the Avicii Arena, Heroic, Copenhagen Flames, Overpass. Take it away, guys.
Feeded into it at the end. He changed the prediction, so we know what's going to happen now. You know what's going to happen. He's done it.
What happens. It's the curse.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Copenhagen Flames and Heroic. Best of 3 has come down to this one map with Copenhagen Flames starting on the CT side, Heroic on the T side, and we're on Overpass. Jabby, he is in trouble, but he's got backup. Siphon, that looks so clean. Oh, I wish he could have had the third one. That was incredibly beautiful.
It was.
And they also found a kill on Roy, so it's still a 2 versus 3, but man, he just looked like he showed up and was completely unfazed. Like, yeah, bring this fight. Oh my god.
Dude, that was gross. That is so good.
It's so wild what's happening. These two teams have been some of the most fun maps we've seen so far in the tournament.
I love that, and I was just thinking that too in the break, what a reset the Copenhagen Flames were able to execute going into Ancient.
Yeah.
This is going to be the 1v3. He's kind of caught in a triangle here. He's going to get flanked in a moment. Yep, executed. Not a chance. But Ancient, Copenhagen Flames, and Heroic both charged at each other head on right out the gates at the beginning of the map, right? They didn't waste any time. They went straight at it. It turned into a brawl. And here we see the exact same thing. Both teams just charge at each other and fight straight up immediately. No time wasted. And Copenhagen Flames come out on top. That is going to be jarring for Heroic. That is not going to feel good, because that's 2 maps in a row now where you've started on the back foot if you're Heroic.
Yeah, the pressure is, I mean, it's definitely tilted, you know, onto Heroic all of a sudden.
And after a 16-4 win on Nuke as well, you destroyed them on Nuke. And yet you weren't able to get the job done on Ancient. And here we are on Overpass with a cold start.
And then that Ancient was close, though, at the end as well. It's so crazy. Jabby on the other side, MP9. Should be a dream scenario, but it's turned into a nightmare instead. Refresh with a double kill on that Tech-9. And now the bomb site's open. Hoaxy, don't go down. That will end the round, and it'll be Heroic picking it up. That's going to be a disaster. Smokes go everywhere. Bomb plant much delayed at the moment, because they're not really sure where they can actually plant it. Oh, wait. They're actually getting it through. That's a huge bomb plant. Instead of just waiting for it, they go for it out in the open, but they had the smoke at the high ground, so they could actually do it. Stown comes in. Headshots left and right. It leaves Hoaxy on his own. 1 versus 4. And there's no way. He's trying to see if he can get the wall bang, lure some of them out into the open, and he's not going to win another fight. Refresh with an absolutely fantastic round.
Did you expect it to go any other way, Anders?
I guess not.
Between these two teams? You know, it just has to be brutal. It has to be just the glory of combat that's going to decide who goes forward to play on the stage in front of the fans and who has to go down into that melee, that bloodbath that's waiting in the 2-2 group of players.
I wish more than anything that we could play this in front of fans, because...
Oh, this would be a terrific match.
Oh,
especially
so
in Sweden and Scandinavia, it would be sick. Just all the Danish fans howling. It'd be awesome. Oh, okay. Keeping it up with the pace, though. Straight up onto short. Siphon? Yep. That's a perfect shot from him. Excellent work. Sees it coming.
Wallbanger on the other side. Stown is there as well. Actually, that's an incredible spray.
Oh.
He knew that. He didn't even stop shooting. He just pulled it right into Siphon. Well done. 3 versus 4.
If Stown shows up, Stown is the top-rated player for Heroic right now. If he shows up in a big way and brings that star level to lead the way here for Heroic, that could bode well for Heroic. Because he had a bit of a quiet Ancient.
Yeah.
So if he can turn up here big at the beginning, this could really shape things up for Heroic. Interesting. Nikodos, though, the hero of Copenhagen Flames from Ancient.
Yeah, he was so good. Coming up with a couple of interesting kills here. Makes it a 4 versus 2, so they should be able to reclaim the round. Got about 40 seconds to make it to the A-bomb site. There is time for that. Now, HooXi could show up beforehand with the Deagle. I think if he's quick to rotate back, so he's a little bit slow with it. That's the only real danger here, that he hits a headshot, maybe 2, but there's some slim margins. He's kind of in the right position now. Already a smoke going up, though. Oh, there's a big opportunity, but he kind of fluffed it a little bit. So now the bomb is going to be going down, and I think there are not going to be more opportunities after that. So a bit of a shame, but from Heroic's point of view, they're quite excited about it. Going to be a 2-for-1 lead in their favor. All right.
Yeah, now it's just keeping, yeah, exactly, your eyes on the usual points of access and keeping your cool. If you're Heroic, you want all 4 of these guys surviving to carry on the rifles for the next round. And it's going to be the hard eco coming up for Copenhagen Flames after this. Only this single player. Nikodos should survive. So you can drop the Deagle for somebody else and just hold on to the MAC-10, and it's just going to be a hard eco coming up for Copenhagen Flames. So wouldn't even be surprised to see Copenhagen Flames just charge a part of the map. Like just charge mid with a couple of HEs and brawl it out. Get it over with quick in the round.
Yeah, and you got the MAC-10, so and it's on Nikodos, right? So he's going to be the AWP player. If you can find a way to sort of put a bunch of people in front of him and then have him pick up some of the later kills, get 1 or 2 here, could actually be a pretty big deal.
Just
that
go
would be
mid,
nice.
fight. Go mid, fight. Go mid, fight.
Get everybody. We'll see. So far, a single Deagle picked up there on HooXi, and yeah, pretty standard stuff coming out here. Nothing too exciting. There's a bit of a stack at the B-bomb side, but that can happen even in later rounds when everyone has rifles. That's not necessarily that crazy. No wild... Is there a boost going on down there? Yeah, there is. Oh, Roy. It's too much. Yeah, they tried.
Tried to spot, not going to find anybody. And yeah, Heroic, of course. Heroic are not silly. They're going to realize what's going on, that this is a hard eco. They know how to do maths. And so they're just kind of hanging out, holding their angles, waiting to see what kind of shenanigans Copenhagen Flames are going to get up to in the round. And now they move forward as the death ball. Just lead the way with the MAC-10 and let Cadian do the scouting.
Some damage, actually. Siphon still goes down, but he did a little bit there to Cadian. Nikodos, again, the real deal for him would be if he could pick up just a couple of kills with this the MAC-10. That would really make a difference. 50 seconds on the clock, and they're right around him. He sees the shadow as they run in, but it's just not powerful enough. Unfortunately, it's going to be Cadian instead to pick up the second kill on Jabby there. And, oh, sorry, his first kill. Second kill for Stown. HooXi just in the connector walking around. Bomb is going to be planted, but this is really good. I was prepared for the same level of craziness that we saw on Ancient early on, but this is a little bit more smooth. Heroic, they bring it back after losing the pistol, and then they win the following 2 rounds. Good stuff.
Definition of panic spray.
Just a bit.
Yeah, rifles are going to be on the board now for Copenhagen Flames, but anti-rush nades might be hard to come by. So that's what I'm trying to think of right now is what is it that Heroic want to do in this round? And they've played the past 2 rounds towards A, and slowly towards A at that. Makes me wonder if they want to go for an aggressive play straight to B again and just really change it up and just not let Copenhagen Flames get comfortable and not let Copenhagen Flames really play with any of the grenades that they may have. So already showing a presence outside of Monster, just getting some nade pressure out there to force Copenhagen Flames to commit some of their grenades to the fight.
They just have almost nothing left already.
Yeah.
They got 3 smokes, and that's about it. So you can't really blame Heroic for playing this round a bit more slowly. Like you said, they kind of want to see what's up, you know? There's another smoke going out, trying to keep that tunnel locked down. And they have that 4-man stack again, like I just mentioned earlier. Not just in pistol rounds are you going to try and do that, because that B-bomb side is so hard to hold, even when you've got 3 people here.
Okay, you're going to get clear. They're going to clear out Con.
I mean, the risk that they're taking here is they're saying, if they come long, then Roy could spot it, we can rotate people in. If they go bathrooms, we probably lose the round. If they go B, maybe we win it. So you got like 2 out of 3 things covered. I mean, again, you kind of have to take that risk when you're lacking so many nades on the CT side. So I don't think this is a crazy idea, and maybe it's going to pay out. Now, they did rotate one of the 4 out of the bomb side. Nikodas is kind of on the other side. They have still a smoke left on Siphon. If you can get the timing right. That actually, for what they had, it's super impressive that they have a smoke left at 36 seconds. That's actually not that bad.
Yeah.
HooXi as well has a single flashbang, but he's not it'd be so much cooler if he was a little bit... Actually, maybe, yeah. He's now in a position where he could do it. Is he going to be able to set it up? One flashbang could save them. Jabby, he's just all in this position. Counter flash comes out, and they take 3 kills in return. That is a great opening. And with 7 seconds left, they're just barely going to be on the bomb side. They will get the bomb plant here unless they've somehow, I don't know, lost their minds. But
Man,
yeah.
It's these off timings with these follow-up flashes. They're just utterly brutal sometimes, where you think you're in the clear, and boom, flash goes off in your face. You think you've dodged it? No.
I really thought that, because the smoke was fading, if HooXi just puts in that flashbang into the tunnel or something, or just pops it in there,
yeah,
man, that could have made a difference. But I mean, Heroic razor thin round in terms of the time. Even they got all the kills they need on the B bomb site, and still they only barely put the bomb down.
2 seconds to spare. Yeah, it's hard to cut it any closer than that. And now the bomb is about to go off, and it will be a 4th round on the board on the T side of Heroic.
I've got to say, this is still the worst thing about this map. Because this is a German-themed, it's all German everywhere. And then you've got the wine and the baguette out there.
Yeah, that would not happen.
Should be a beer and a bratwurst or something like that. You know?
There you go.
Change that.
What else would they have?
Unplayable.
Broken. Valve, please fix.
Maybe a schnitzel?
Yeah. A schnitzel.
Although if you get into that too, you've got to be careful because...
Schnitzel, brat, what else? They sauerkraut?
Yeah.
Think a little bowl of sauerkraut?
The Austrians are going to be real angry if you start to talk about schnitzels. They claim that for themselves.
Okay, fair enough.
There's a whole battle going on. Culturally dangerous territory.
And the thing is, you Danes are just neighbors anyway, so you guys are going to be kind of tied into this too, aren't you?
Yeah, I don't know if we try and claim that. Maybe we do.
You just claim the bacon.
We claim the bacon. That's our territory. We'll make a stand there.
So much so that you have pigs that are bred to look like Danish flags.
Yeah, yeah, it's crazy. Science has gone too far. 4-1. 6th round is here. Very slow. This is such a different game. Just the whole pace of it is so different from what we saw on Ancient. We had a real sort of calm down moment there where everyone is now just easing back into the game a little bit. Now, obviously, it's also because Copenhagen Flames' economy has been so broken at the start of this half. So, and Heroic, instead of just man-fighting them, they're actually letting them linger a little bit here, which is really interesting. Nice Molotov, but Roy picks up the kill, picks up the M4. Could have been a lot more then, but he will go down. Nikodos, did he make it out? No, he actually does get the kill on Tessus. I thought he was going to be down for sure. Now it's a 3-on-3. HooXi, knife out. No, you need the gun. That knife is not going to cut it. Wait, refresh? He didn't see it. He has no idea. They're going to be walking in. He saw the gun barrel. What a headshot. Refresh going to get the return, though, but still, if he'd seen him beforehand, those 2 players coming in for Connector, they would have been ready to shoot him in the face. But instead now, it's a 2-on-2. 17 seconds on the clock. Nice shot from Stout.
And they face them together.
Yeah.
That's the thing. They face them together. It's
from
so
both
brutal.
sides. But still a chance for Nikodos. He's walking onto the bomb site, just running into Ace Sprays. One. It's not quite enough. Down with the triple, but that is a close round.
Another clutch for Nikodos would have just been insane. That would have been it. Just break the server, go home. How many times is that guy going to save his team? Yeah. But again, just focusing on the basics. Wait, you had 20 seconds to work with. You used your single flash. Just work together at that point. You know it's 2v1 in that precise moment. If you face together, you can at least trade and still win the round. That was really well done there by Heroic, showing poise at the end when the pressure is on.
Stown is 11-2.
Yeah, he's definitely had a strong start to this map, without a doubt.
Nikodos making a bit of a jump up. Thought he would keep going, but he's just hanging back, waiting for the... He's not aware. They're out. They could shoot him in the side of the face. Yep, Taz is going to catch him. He was expecting a flashbang extra to show up, maybe. He was a little bit delayed in that peak, and now they're going to catch Roy as well. Taz, what a beautiful double opening. It happens right off the bat. They've got so much time to mess around with him now. And Heroic have already come up with a pretty clear game plan right now. They're they are going to spend all of the time. They're going to make Copenhagen Flames suffer and have to guess and doubt themselves and move players around. It's just, it's a really tough start right now. For Flames, at least.
Yeah. It's just slowing down this place. It's letting them stew.
Yep.
They're cooking them, you know? It's just a slow oven right now, just roasting them.
Listen, if you're going to have bacon, that's the way to go, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Siphon, he's down. Jabby is entirely on his own. There's nothing he can do. Hooksy, stay out of the line of fire. Actually, there's not even clear where he can save the gun. That's the other problem. Already out on long, ready and waiting is Tessis for his 3rd kill. What a start for Heroic. 6-1. And again, the economy is wiped out for Copenhagen Flames.
And yeah, this was the angle, man. Just so... It looked like he didn't even quite spot him at the beginning there. But just barely spots at the end of the Molotov. Yeah, just quick, clean kills coming in here. Nice work from Heroic. Nightmare fuel for Copenhagen Flames right now, yeah. A little bit of a pop-off from Tessis. He deserves it. He's coming up with the goods. And that's another round of pistols coming up here for Copenhagen Flames. Heroic right now in the process of running away with this first half. 6 rounds on the T side of Overpass already with plenty to spare. They're in an excellent position right now. Oh, this could get a little dicey though. No, they decide to go back towards the mid. Okay then.
I mean, you're right though. Close range C set in that connector.
I thought they would just try and do that nasty swing around the corner and just, you know, look for the fight.
You saw that. Just the leg there. Roy, you could see him communicating. He's like, all right, they're pushing out. They're back down into connector, and they're going to make a run for it. 1 kill with a deagle. What a headshot to follow it up with. Roy is gone, but Nikodo's taken 2 in return.
There it is.
3 versus 4.
Sees that up close. Sees that up close, and then you do so much damage, the deagle can just come along and find kills of its own.
If only they could get to those rifles. The problem is the rest of the Copenhagen Flames team, they're so far away. They can't rotate in to pick up the second AK. Oh, wait. Did he spot the bomb? Nikodos? He's going to catch the timing. That's unreal. 45 seconds. They have to backtrack. He's moving forward. He's so clever. He's such a smart player. They're going to expect for him to hold the bomb. I don't even know if they could do anything. They might have lost the round already.
Yeah. What's up with beasts named Nico coming out of Denmark?
I don't know. They're creating a small army. Tess is, again, 20. The problem is it's going to take them like 17 seconds-ish to get to a bomb site. They already don't have that time. They might as well save. This is not worth it. Unless they're gunning for the kills, they should not be getting close to this. What a ridiculous victory from Nikodos. He gets 3 kills, traps the bomb, and wins the round on his own. The man is a god.
He is. He has just saved them so many times on Ancient and now on Overpass. This could be the one round that turns it all here for Copenhagen Flames. Heroic. They managed to get that parting kill. Fair enough. But 2 AKs saved for Copenhagen Flames. And they will have an excellent buy considering that was an eco that they were dealing with in the last round. So Heroic, they've just given a real chance to Copenhagen Flames to get back into this half.
Even though it really never got put into play, the fact that he relocated himself forward into the playground, even that is so next level because, again, they must have been thinking they're probably going to be on the bomb. So if they were trying to retake it, if they'd rushed there to try and fight him early on, they would have not gone looking for him there. It would have been really, really hard to catch. Refresh anchoring outside of the B-bombs. That's a classic setup on the T side of Overpass where you have just one person out here who can make some noise and catch people and sort of keep them honest on the B-bomb side, essentially. Even though he only has a flashbang, it's still pretty good. And then the rest of them, well, they're frozen on the other side, but they can operate as a little unit on their own.
Oh, do we get the angle down in connector? No. There is a potential sometimes to use the stairs to look over that smoke and get a little bit of an angle working there, but doesn't look like that was the choice. Instead, going to be consolidating that B defense right now. Copenhagen Flames making sure they get that extra body out there. Nico spotted the man at long, though. This is where the pressure starts to ramp up. Is he going to be able to actually get a kill, or is he going to get chased down?
It's shocking that he's still alive. Well, I said that. No, wait! What?
Tess has killed himself in his molly.
He walked into the flames and died. That is really unfortunate. They had that kill. I'm shocked that I don't know anything about
They'll take that, though, Anders. This is a 4-on-4. This still favors Heroic.
Yeah, it does, but a bit scary. They're walking onto the bomb site. They have the right idea. Siphon's back here. Roy playing up at Heaven. They do have a smoke on Cadian, but he is quite far away. If he can set that up for Heaven, it's going to block out Roy, and then they've got a chance here. Let's see if they're going to be... Yeah, that's a nice smoke. That's from T-Spawn, basically, and Roy's put out of the fight. Siphon, though, still in it. Oh, and a late nade from Roy. They can try and smoke him off, but they can't stop him from throwing that nade. And that's going to be the kill. 9 seconds now on the timer. And yeah, Stown goes straight for it. Cadian, sure, someone's going to be showing up from Elbend. HooXi goes down, but Roy's back in the action. Through the smoke he comes. And it's another round for Copenhagen Flames. 3-6. They desperately needed this round.
They did. And they played it so well. Roy taking his time, not overcommitting, waiting for his teammates to back him up so that they can retake together. That's the key to all of this on the CT side, working together as a unit, especially when you have the man advantage going into it. What beautiful work coming out here from Copenhagen Flames. And this was, yeah, Tessus hunting down Nikodos in mid. But yeah, as you see, his own Molotov. He gets the Viking burial in the end.
Yeah, probably with a smile on his face.
There you go. Well, I mean, he died in battle, right? So Valhalla, guaranteed.
Exactly. Get that ticket.
Oh, now quickly through. No smoke to alert him. Oh, duck hunt.
It's a headshot as well. What an outrageous kill.
Yeah, that is so frustrating for Tessus as well, because he doesn't put the molly out. So without the molly, usually there's a smoke to put the
yeah.
It acts as a tell, so you know somebody is there. But he doesn't use that so that he can try and pull a fast one.
Crazy.
Clever stuff.
Maybe Tessus just likes running in fire. Maybe it's something he enjoys.
Dude, I'm just amazed at Nico right now. He is just such a strong player for Copenhagen Flames. Once again, topping the scoreboard with 8 kills.
Yeah, I'm utterly impressed by what he's brought to this game. We're in the 10th round. Heroic, they still have a very, very good bank, in spite of the fact that they've lost at least a round or two here. So that's kind of interesting. Says something about how much they were winning the earlier rounds. Deep nades landing down here. They are a downer player, but looks like they're gravitating towards the B bomb site. The bomb is in Monster Tunnel. Kind of thinking about it. Cadian presumably will have some backup walk. No, he's just going to walk in on his own with the AWP. Siphon playing a pixel angle. And he's going to spot him out. Ooh, they can't run back. This is they can hear it. HooXi's right here. Yep. He knows they're running. Roy is just listening on the other side. They think they're really clever, but that's not the case. Copenhagen Flames, they see it all coming. Niko's just trying to stay alive. He'll get one more kill. Back for action. No scoping. Shush. Oh! That is a ridiculous ace!
Nico knows that is how you hold the line. He doesn't need the help of anybody else. And these rounds now are just going to serve to pump up Copenhagen Flames. Nico knows again saving his team.
This is a major tournament. Forget about all that online. You do this on LAN, it counts. It counts all the way.
No scope, and then no scope.
He gets a double no-scope with one of them being a headshot to ace the round. I have never seen anything like it.
He's got to breathe for a second on that one. Yep, there you go. Savor it. You just owned Heroic completely on LAN. So hard that they had to take a timeout. No, I don't know if they took a timeout, but still.
Yeah, they need that though.
6 rounds still on the board here for Heroic on the T side. They are still in the lead and still doing well in this first half, but Copenhagen Flames is trying to pick up steam, and there's rounds like that from Nico are just going to make the team confident and fired up.
And just to... that nearly hurt.
What?
That actually...
He's almost shooting right over his knee.
Yeah. Just to point out, just to remind everyone, that last round also won because HooXi heard them running up the connector super. Now, the fact that it ends that way is just outrageous, but they also just knew everything, Copenhagen Flames. Gotta keep an eye on that, because that says something about how this game is playing out. Oh, they're going to be flashing their way through the smoke. Is there a flash coming in? I think HooXi's setting it up. They're just waiting for it. It's not quite yet. Surely they're going to... No, they're just waiting for it to run out. And that works. Jappy and Siphon with excellent kills. Tessa's only barely bringing it back with a double there. I'm shocked that there was no flash to say. That's a common protocol to try and do that. Meanwhile, Roy's pushing long, so they're trapped. They're locked in here. They're going to pick up the bomb. Tessa's trying to bring it back for his team. Looking for HooXi, but he's not going to be able to get the kill. And Shush now... I don't know if he can win this round. Roy's not taking the long way around. He's down in connector instead, but the bomb is trapped back there, and it's HooXi with the smoke to find the kill. Copenhagen Flames are back 5-6.
No chill. No chill at all, and picking up steam now, Copenhagen Flames. This is growing into it now where it's maybe, you know, Heroic, they shouldn't drop water into a grease fire, I guess. I don't know what's going on, but the Flames are growing hotter and hotter.
Yeah. They're ready to burn it all down.
Yeah, this is really nicely done, though, because Heroic are trying to change it up. They're trying to change up the pace, and yet Copenhagen Flames right now doesn't feel like they're in that zone where they just can't miss any shots. And when you have a teammate that pops off the way that Nico is, this is what can happen. You can fuel the rest of the team to start just taking duels and winning them. We've seen it happen many times in the past. So now, well, Heroic, we're trying to... Oh, are we going to get some scummy play? I like this. Yeah. Flash over the top. Yep, flash over the top. Blow out through the smoke and just try and swarm the B site.
Siphon burning alive. Refresh will get the kill eventually, but the Molotov did almost all of it. He jumps for the back 10, creating the space behind him. It's so hard to deal with. Roy and Nikodos, I mean, as long as they're both alive, I really can't count them out here, even in a 2-on-3 like this. The bomb is a bit delayed, but it is finally going to be planted. That's a deep Molotov.
That's sick.
Wow.
That's sick. That's thorough. But I think they tried to rush it there before the smoke went up on Heaven, and that ended up costing them an extra player. Otherwise, it would have been 4 alive here for Heroic.
Smoke on top as well. They're throwing everything at them.
It's like, we know where you are.
Yeah. Nikodos, is it time to pack it up? I know he just got that ace, but this is almost asking too much. Roy going to be going down, and yeah, that means it's time to go. Save that AWP. Backing up a bit. They're going to try and hunt him down. Shush. This actually, I mean, I think this is a good play from him, though. If they could steal that AWP away, that would be huge. Not going to be able to, though, and it will be 7-5 in favor of Heroic. So, starting to really bring it back.
He's got some nutty flicks.
Yeah.
We saw it in the ace, and then just there, man, he has got some nutty aim, Nikodos. That is awesome. So... he's still in the mix. He's still up there. He's almost caught up to Stavin. Stavin's still leading the server in terms of kills with 14. Nikodos 13, 1 behind him. So equal firepower on both of these Danish teams, and now they are just getting completely fired up and ready to go. So close on both sides. 5-7. Heroic finally able to break that streak, put a halt to the madness. But they had to fight tooth and nail in order to do so, and it's still a buy round coming up here for Copenhagen Flames, so this isn't going to get any easier for Heroic. Although Heroic now changing it up, we're going to get some early mid presence. Haven't seen this in a little bit from them.
I mean, if you just forget for a minute about how we got here, the fact that it's 7-5 is really a good sign for Heroic. They're on the T side of Overpass. To get up to 7 rounds like this is not necessarily that easy. So if they can collapse the economy on Copenhagen Flames again, if they can take these guns away, they might have the winning formula to try and walk away with it here. And remember, they're trying to qualify right now for the champion stage, get into that Avicii Arena and play in Stockholm in front of the crowd. That is what is on the line. Tessus will get the kill on Roy. That's a good start. A little bit of a jump there from HooXi. Still 50 seconds. So even though he sees people out long, they know that they're deep on long, they can't commit everyone. Although, the fact that Jabby's pushed out of B means they can. I take it all back. I'm rescinding my previous comment. They absolutely can make the rotation.
Rescind. Yeah, they can definitely gamble hard on the A site right now. And all 5 players for Heroic are fixing to go crashing into it. There is one flank, yep, from long, but that's not going to last because the nades are going in. He's giving away his position. HooXi, though, has to kind of give some ground behind this Molotov.
Goes with the kill, dropping refresh, 20 seconds. Heroic walking onto a fully stacked bomb site. Stown will go down next, and now Shush and Cadian. They don't know why there's so many people here. It's going to be Nikodos with the AWP. 10 seconds on the clock. They try and run him down. He's back for more. No scopes. It's Shush now. 1 versus 1, and Jabby's walking. No, he can't get it. The round is lost. He just could not find the bomb plant. It's going to be Copenhagen Flames to bring it back. Yeah, headshot, but that's too late. 6-7. That is such a cool round. Again, the fact that they push out a B, this is not just about Nikodos and his incredible aim. It's also about the teamwork. It's also about the strategies. They're playing so well, Copenhagen Flames.
They're being proactive. They're out there hunting for information on the CT side. It's a strength of Heroic. It's what Heroic talk about being a central part of their game plan, that they're always moving around the map on the CT side, playing for information. And it's actually a point that our desk brought up going into this map as well. If under pressure on the third map with everything on the line, you would still be able to make those information plays. Well, it turns out we have the answer. Copenhagen Flames, yes, right now, they are certainly willing to go ahead and take those fights just like this. Hooksy on short, triple for him, guts the offense. And now Heroic, what are you going to do? It's Cadian in a 1v5. He's lost his whole team because Copenhagen Flames aren't backing down. They're taking the fight to Heroic.
He has the bomb at least. He's got the bomb in 1 minute and 15 seconds.
And, you know, he's got Nikodos for inspiration. We've already had one ace clutch, ace clutch, you know.
Exactly right. So go for it. It's the major Cadian. You know you want to. Realistically, though, in terms of how much money they have left,
yeah, they're broke.
The play is definitely to try and save the AWP. It can be a bit scary sometimes to save something for over a minute because all you're thinking is they must be out looking for me. They're going to be turning the corner. They don't have that much money either, so they don't want to throw it away into the 15th round either. They won't be able to rebuy everything if they do. So kind of a weird stalemate going on, which is fine.
It can happen. I mean, 35 seconds still. But you're right. That's the key point is that Copenhagen Flames are equally broke. So
yeah,
throwing away guns to try and hunt down a guy when they're probably going to be eco broke, eco screwed. I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal here for Copenhagen Flames. We may have the gentleman's agreement to just sit and wait. And so Heroic really trying to go for that change of pace outside of B this time around. It makes you wonder if they aren't. If that was just something that they're throwing out there as like a scrim, something that they haven't really practiced, because all of the players were looking towards connector, and they just got shot in the back from short. Like it was as if they could, the idea that somebody would be playing short behind them just didn't even factor in because they were all focused on connector there. So Heroic, that wasn't exactly the most polished strategy. But leaning into the chaos might be the name of the game here.
Yeah, you have to embrace it at this point in the tournament. See the paranoia on Cadian. He was so sure they were going to jump him at the last second, but they were quite far away. So it's all tied up. 7-7 going into the 15th round. They have some struggles on the economy. 1 AK, 1 AWP saved, but otherwise it's lacking a bit on that T side. Copenhagen Flames could come out with a win here in the first half and may get 8-7 in their favor. It's looking likely at the moment the UMP is going to fall. The wall bang on the other side there did not really connect. I think that was Refresh trying to shoot through, but didn't really do enough.
Anti-flash positioning as well in case this was a B-rush after all. Turns out it was not, and so Nico's out there hunting for shots, and he's got the angle, wins the duel. Cadian is out of it. There's the follow-up. Finally, they lay the beast low.
Yep, Jabby's here. Perfect follow-up. It's a good idea. Oh, wait. He's down to take down Hooksy. Maybe a chance.
Show up. He's been pretty quiet. He had a really strong start to the map, but it's been a while since he's chimed in.
Timing is missed there for Tessus. He needed to see Roy, I think. Now, going to walk it in. Oh, wait! He gets it back anyway. I guess that works both ways. 50 seconds. They almost line up. Oh, that could have been a 2-for-1. Jabby is on his own. 1 versus 2. This is a huge turnaround. They have the bomb. They're just going to make a run for it. Jabby's got no way to know.
Yeah. Nightmare fuel. He has absolutely no way of knowing whether or not he's just waiting around behind him.
They have no business being in this round, Heroic. Everything got taken away from them, but now it's going to be the bomb plant, and not even that. He is miles away. He has a kit and a Molotov. Actually, even the HE could make a difference this time around, but he has to get there first. Oh, he's so... at least he walked a bit closer. Does he realize? No.
And he has no way of knowing.
Now he does.
He has no way of knowing where they are.
He's found it. One good Molotov to the bank, maybe. He has to just make a bunch of assumptions. I have no idea how he's planning to check all of this yet. There's the Molotov, so that's gonna make a bit of a difference. HE, it could blow up that. Oh, on Stown, he's gone! Jabby, Can he actually do this? He's going to tap it, turns around, not impressed by the flashbang. A little bit of a spray. Tess is toying with him on the other side, but he's already tapped it once. Can he get the shot? Gabby, it's so close, but he misses it. And I think now we might be out of time. Tess comes back for revenge, and it is 8-7 in favor of Heroic. That is a huge, huge round at the end.
What a clutch from Tessus. So cool, so collected. But man, you feel it for Javi. When he's getting that wall bang, you're just thinking he's going to be able to pull it off there, and it just doesn't happen. It doesn't line up. Such a close run thing. And what a comeback at the end there for Heroic. It was looking like they were going to just end with 6 rounds and that they just weren't going to be able to get much after that. And yet here we are. They end up winning out the half 8-7 on the T side of Overpass.
I mean, that's about as close as you can cut it there.
Do we continue to see the fights, though? That's the thing. Do we continue to see the aggression?
I don't think anyone's going to be backing down now. You can tell such a different game plan coming into this one for the Heroic side. Like the way that they wanted to slow play them and sort of almost torture Copenhagen Flames. It worked for a long time. But they still got 7 rounds on the board, and that makes this a very competitive second half that's coming up right here. Remember, someone is going to make it into that arena. Heroic only 1 round ahead at the moment. Leave Jappy outside of B while the rest of them are pushing long. It's kind of interesting. They have 2 smokes and 2 Molotovs.
Hard rotate coming up here from Heroic, though. They're going to have 4 players on the A site with a single one down on B. And they've got eyes on long early as well. Look at this spot here from Tessus.
Yeah.
This is a great setup now for Heroic.
They're not even going to use the smokes to get closer. I thought maybe they would put down actually in front of Tessus, but nope. Lucky to be alive. That could have been the end of Hooksy. Taking a couple of more bullets.
Only sees the one. Only sees the one there.
Yeah, true.
It's not enough to go off of, but Heroic aren't rotating.
Yeah, Refresh just took a look into the monster tunnel as well, so he kind of knows that no one is there. Good kill. Roy to start off with, dropping Cadian. He's only got 7 kills, Roy, and remember how much we hyped him up, and for good reason.
Well, Cadian's only got 4, so...
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But you're right, Roy was the top performer for Copenhagen Flames going into this match.
40 seconds. Now, are they actually going to commit? The bomb is kind of making its way back. Yeah, they're going to dump everything on A and run back to B. How do you see this coming? This is a pistol round. Yeah, I completely understand this. Refresh, he thinks better of it. He might have heard some steps down here. He's the only one that can save the team, and Siphon takes him down. Down. Nice catch on Nikodos, but of course you're going to rotate everyone. It's a pistol round. You're not expecting for that to be a fake. Maybe in a different round, yes, but that is absolutely wild. The bomb goes down. Now, they do have a defuse kit on Shush, but they need to get here quickly. Hooksy fighting for his life. He's low on health, and he's going to go down. Tessus with a kill on Jabby. They're picking up all the kills. This is a swift retake coming in. Heroic, not impressed at all by Copenhagen Flames, and they're going to be able to win the round. Oh, yeah, all right. Tessus defusing, but even without the kit, he's got it.
He's got it. Man, they hit all of the shots, Anders. All 3 of them survive. That was a 3v4 retake, and they make it work wonderfully. Heroic. Yeah. Unreal.
Wow, I mean, they made that look so easy. It kind of undercuts how brilliant that was for Copenhagen Flames. That could have easily been their round. It looks so easy here, but it's not.
That's amazing. Shush with 2 headshots in the end. And I mean, just off of a perfect fake from Copenhagen Flames. Even with Refresh showing good discipline, I mean, he did come back, right? Didn't fully take the bait. He did rotate back because they didn't see the bomb on A. They didn't see anything on A. So he did manage to come back, but he doesn't get any kills off of that. And still, Copenhagen Flames not able to get it done. Heroic calling the tactical timeout now. They still have 2 left as well, so keep that in mind in case things start to get dicey. They may want to try and slow things down to have a chat about it. But with that bomb plant, Copenhagen Flames going for the 4 spy.
Yeah.
And now we have 3 rifles, so definitely a threat. I was curious to see how Heroic would decide to play it, and it's looking like 3 rifles, so it looks like they don't want to cut any corners here with too many SMGs. Even firepower on both teams, hitting the ground running again. We expect nothing less between these 2 teams now. They've clearly established across 3 maps that they just want to brawl.
Yeah, fight it out. I embrace it. I want that madness back. It was on Ancient. Went away for a little bit here, but clearly we're starting to get up to that level again. 9-7 the scoreline. And sneaking around outside of the B bomb side, kind of leaving the entire A side alone. Heroic, from their point of view, are giving up any control here in sewer, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but it can be. Only 2 people on the B bomb side. And look at this, flashed in Roy. He wants to find and kill whoever is on here. Refresh, though, able to get the first kill in return, and that is a nice move from Shush. He nearly had that one. He knows what's coming next. What a read, and what a defense put up here. Refresh and Shush. That actually should have probably worked for Copenhagen Flames. That is such a sick flashbang to set it up with. but they canceled it out. Refresh with a triple.
Just ran headfirst into a brick wall. No give at all in that one. These weren't old bricks. These were brand new, fresh, spanking, made in Copenhagen, bright red.
Yeah.
Danes know those.
Exactly.
The Copenhagen
right.
red bricks. There you go. There's the headshot, nice and clean. Double digits for Heroic. They're the first ones to crack into it. 10-7 on the CT side, and Heroic now looking very good.
I mean, if any one of either Shush or Refresh die on that bomb site, the other one will fall right afterwards. It's incredible, Shush. You can see how he's spraying, and he doesn't even really get the kill, but then he falls back and is ready for the guy jumping up on the barrels. What a read that is. He just he understands from the initial play what the follow-up play is and just reacts to it.
They have to kill him. They have to get rid of him one way or another, by hook or by crook. And well, now it is going to be a bit of a standoff kind of approach here because Heroic go for the usual mollies and are just waiting for the fight. Because they've put out some grenades initially, that means the Copenhagen Flames have to give a little bit of respect to the potential for somebody holding close in mid. So you can see them kind of taking their time sussing this out. Don't want to be giving it up for free. Tessus, yep, freebie from him. Going to be able to catch Roy out, easy peasy. But the rest of Copenhagen Flames, can they catch anybody on Heroic looking the wrong way?
Possibly Katie in here could be in just a little bit of trouble. Might get shot in the back by Hooksy if he's unfortunate. No, he's going to hit Tessus to help him out. It's all good. They don't lose a single player. That's going to really start to build up the bank in their favor. They are making a strong case right now, Heroic. They are swiftly moving towards the arena.
This is it. This is going to be the moment, the test for Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah.
Or do they have what it takes to go up and win when it matters most? Ancient, fine, fair enough. Your backs are to the wall. You got to get into it. It's your map pick, and you got the flow, and that guy on your screen right there just popped off in a crazy way. But now on Overpass second half, this is it. There is no backing up. You have to win out from here. We do get a buy coming in here for Copenhagen Flames. A bit of damage taken by Roy already at the start. That's never pleasant. But very passive stuff. Totally different pace here from what we saw in the first half. Copenhagen Flames really taking their time, waiting to see where Heroic are trying to play this.
Wait, what? What are they doing in the B bomb site? They just rotated everyone. And now they did check sewer, but am I having an aneurysm? What's
what are they doing? They're all rotating up. Is there some kind of tell here?
I have no idea what's happening. Is
this a delayed mid? What is going on here? There's no way.
They're drawing everyone back. Now, they do have at least Cadian down there again, but this is so wild. They're pushing out. They're coming to catch them outside of the restrooms. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this from watching 1,000 hours on this particular map. Shush is going to get Roy. Hooksy moving forward, but they're all here. This is just I mean, finally some people back in the B bomb side, but this is crazy. They actually went for an aggressive push with a bunch of people outside. Now, Jabby's going to be going down. Copenhagen Flames having all of the initiative in this round stolen by Heroic. Nikaro's on his own 1 versus 3, and he tries to get the spray. 25 seconds. He's going to be fouled by Shush. What a mental round.
That is one of the most beautiful rounds I think that we've seen all tournament long. That is just so cool. The hard rotate and the late retake of mid from Heroic, that is so rare to see. That is the ultimate power play to make in this half.
And they even get back to B with enough people in time, which even that looked questionable for a while. That is so crazy.
Copenhagen Flames just got bodied, and they know it. That is a brutal round for Copenhagen Flames. They just got toyed with. And now, well, they're clearly feeling it. Cadian with the aggression in mid, looking for that early pick with the AWP. Shush putting some shots through at Monster. Not going to find anybody just yet. But now Copenhagen Flames trying to set themselves up for a quick take on B, perhaps. They got the bomb outside of Monster. They got a couple of nades. If they can clear out Connector, that would be nice. Tessus, though, gets his head taken off by that Tech 9.
That is actually a crucial kill if they were going to go for the B bomb side. If they don't get that, it's just not going to be that effective. Shush trying to duck down again, looking. He knows they're coming. They're shooting through already. They're trying to guess at where he is. And they're taking a long time to find him. There's the jump through. Roy getting everything done manually here. Refresh is going to be going down to the bomb planted right next to him at the same time. It's a 3 versus 2. That's looking good for Copenhagen Flames. They haven't won a round yet in the second half. They need to get that done. Nade set up there, not actually going to do much damage. And even though they have a fair bit of cash on that heroic side, I'd say probably better to just let this one go and save what you have on the CT side here. They're going to try and run for it anyway, but that is just too much. Cadian goes down, and Stouty was already low on health. He's almost wall-banged. It's Hooksy instead.
Yeah, Hooksy hunts him down, doesn't let him get away, saves that AK, and I think you nailed it. Without being able to fish Tessus out of connector, you always have to worry about the quick flank into sewers and the quick flank to short. And so when they get that clear, it's so much easier than to just take that B bomb site for Copenhagen Flames. So very nicely done there by Copenhagen Flames. Good systematic work.
I'm shocked that they went for that 200 because they were just one.
That was a Nico as well, you know.
Crazy. Oh, we're going to see the boost going up for it. Oh, and he catches Shush. Pitch perfect. Good night.
It's not every day that you actually see that strategy work.
And even, I mean, a lot of the time, people do that really clumsily. That was just fantastic.
Well, they caught him midair. It's just full-on beautiful duck hunt. That was awesome.
Building that Power Rangers robot.
Yeah. And now, but then Cadian manages to trade it back. He manages to get a kill out of that as well. So brings it back to a 4-on-4. Cadian not willing to give it up without a fight. 4 rounds separate these two teams. And well, now they have connector control, so that bodes well here for Copenhagen Flames. Opens up the avenue to support onto A, or to quickly rotate down to B. And so with the presence on long, yeah, exactly. A little bit of a peek there for information from Tessus. Again, Heroic very proactive on the CT side, and in the meantime, they've pushed T-spawn already. Heroic have got a monster flank going into Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah. This is horrifying. If you're on the side of Copenhagen Flames cheering for them right now, you're dreading the fact that Refresh is down here. He's so deep in.
I'm surprised that he goes connector and not playground. That's actually the thing. I'm surprised that he's going here.
It's because I guess he doesn't want to go for the flank. He just wants to make sure that they can't rotate back. But then they also peek up in the bomb site, which means now they lose one of the players defending. Tess is inside of the smoke. It's Cadian with a kill on Hooksy. Still 20 seconds. They find Refresh as he tries to walk up behind him. Nikoto's in charge of that. Tessus with a beautiful spray, but it is not enough for the double. He very nearly had it. And now Cadian on his own. 1 versus 2. He gets one. Tries to shoot through. He picks up an AK. Continues to spray. He can't catch Jabby. Just a bullet away. And Cadian, he's still got a little bit of a chance here. Jabby's on the other side. And there's the headshot. There's the clutch. The quad kill. Takes a deep breath. It's going to be their round.
Oh, what class. Yeah, remember, you got to defuse the bomb here. Let's not forget that. Priorities. Without even a kid, he's just taking his sweet time. The bomb had only just been planted, so he knew he had plenty of time to work with. But what a reaction from Cadian, man. He is such a class act. It's so fun.
That takes him from 6 to 10 kills. He's really not had much of an impact in this game.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't.
Is big.
And this is after exactly we had the boost. The pick on Shush already taking one of the heavy hitters out of the picture. But Cadian making all the difference in this round. Look at this.
This is crazy. I can't believe it. Wow. They can't believe it either. Great footage, great scenes. Already
these guys are getting pumped.
Yeah.
This is the thing, though. You need to win the follow-up if you're going to have this kind of that adrenaline. You're going to have to keep it cool here and win this follow-up. But 13 rounds on the board now for Heroic. They're within striking distance. Copenhagen Flames, with the bomb plant, have the money to buy. And what is this? 5 players on B?
I feel like I'm losing my mind.
Dude, Heroic. Well, this is again, these players know each other so well from years of playing together and against each other and together and against each other, right? So it's just the mind games that are going to be going on between these two in-game leaders in terms of like what comes next in these rounds. It's going to be so in-depth.
I mean, also Copenhagen Flames have been playing slow enough that maybe they feel like they could justify doing it because they probably have time to fall back to A.
Sure.
It still feels crazy to me, but so far it's worked out all right. Siphon, he's got his back turned. Oh, the timing is against him. And he's going to go down to Refresh. That is unfortunate. Outside of B is Jabby still, and he's hearing them running back. How much can they guess? I mean, if he can sneak in and shoot them in the back, that could get interesting. They might not be aware that he's right here.
Oh, Tessus is in his spot. Oh, he's not peeking, though.
Nope. Waiting for it. Now he's going to go straight into Drop Roy. That's not bad. The bomb is down towards B, but they still need to actually win the fight. And there it is. Jabby taking down Stown. That's a good start. 3 versus 4 though. And he's rotated all the way in. Oh, wait. They just get traded. Nikodos over at Long and Cadian to take down Hooksy. It looks like it's going to be fine. 10 seconds here. They cannot win the round. It's Heroic at 14. 2 rounds away now from qualifying to the champion stage.
I still can't get over Cadian's reaction after the clutch. I'm just thinking about it over again. It's not every day you see a player just sit back and relax after that.
I mean, he's just like, yeah.
Take a breather, savor it. Not let anything get out of hand, not let it get too crazy.
It makes sense.
Force buy coming up. I mean, just continuing to go for the buys here, Copenhagen Flames.
Heroic really, I mean, some of these rounds are incredibly close, but it's Heroic that's doing the work right now. Copenhagen Flames have won a single round in the second half, so credit to Heroic for bringing it and still fighting here on the third map. Not getting fatigued, not making many mistakes. Stown, though, goes down. But again, trying to push aggressive to the MP9. It's something we haven't really seen. I like the idea.
Yeah, it gets some of the information, at least, that nobody was out there until all the way nearly to T-spawn. So a little bit of info to go off of, and now Heroic have made adjustments. Look at this, 3 players on the B side ready and waiting.
Waiting to turn the angle. Yeah, they are fully stacked in this bomb site. Falling back, though. That could have been the end of one of them. Lucky to be alive against that AWP. Cadian is on the other side, though, and he's just hearing him shooting all the time. Oh, no. Jabby's there to follow it up. Cadian losing a bit of his self-control there. Siphon goes down. Still a 3-on-3 as... well, it's only for a second. Jabby will find the kill. Just trading all over the map, but look at Long. Roy is sneaking in, and he's going to find an empty bomb site.
Can they rotate through with 40 seconds left? It's looking like they're going to wrap back through T-spawn with that bomb. Although, as they think about it, is Roy going to force the rotation through? Now, Heroic are the ones who are second-guessing themselves.
Yeah.
There it is.
Wow. That is...
wait, is Refresh just going to gamble? Oh, he's calling the bluff.
No way.
He's so sick. Refresh, no, he doesn't realize.
Oh, he doubted himself. You could tell if he would have stuck in, even better if he just hit on the bomb site. Oh, we would have been sick. I've got to say, I'm so impressed as well. From Copenhagen Flames point of view, think about how hard that is to do. You actually have an empty bomb site. They would have had time at 42 seconds to rotate back, but you decide, no, let's just try and play it the other way. That's so risky, but it worked out just fine.
I think he thought that somebody was already in spawn, right? Or well, he knew that somebody was already in spawn. So he's trying to save Cadian's op, probably. Get over there, save an op.
Could be.
Be in a position to just hold on to that for the next round. And he ends up getting a shot in the face. It's a cruel world. 14-9. And a Nico round for Heroic. So another chance here for Copenhagen Flames to get into the mix. Oopsie, though, at risk of getting sandwiched here. Yep, there's the flank.
The problem is as well, they're so far away from the A bomb site, they can't even really use the fact that, because at that point they know how many people are outside of the B bomb site. So if they were pushed up this far when that happens, they probably go straight for it, put the bomb down, win the round. Now, very likely still win the round, but at least it's going to be a bit tricky. Stown testing everyone's patience by jumping and shooting with the USB. If he'd got that shot, too much. Need to arrest him. Tess is going to be going down. Cadian sneaking up behind. Oh, the USP. He's going to get the kill on Nikodas. That's a pretty good start. Still a 3-on-3. They've stolen... no, where's that AK at? On the ground somewhere. Shush. He's got a P250. I think they've lost track of where everyone is right now, Copenhagen Flames. They're just weirdly boxed in. What an awkward round this is. Refresh. Yeah, he's up close, but Siphon, he's going to go check it. Almost forgot to.
He did get caught off, but he had the angle to just barely see Refresh before Refresh saw him. Same thing here, yep, for Jabby versus Cadian, and they are going to stabilize Copenhagen Flames into double digits themselves. 10 rounds on the board now for Copenhagen Flames, Heroic at 14, and after that round of eco, Heroic will be able to buy. Cadian will have enough for an AWP, and, well, let's see, can Heroic put them to bed? Can they get rid of them and move on to the playoffs, to the top 8?
That is actually, I mean, that's actually a really crazy round. That could have gone the other way. They had no idea where they were at the end of it there. We still haven't seen a triple nade to the boost in B. That's something that I'm just noticing, because if you just need one trick on Copenhagen Flames side, if you think, all right, we just need one more round, maybe that is it. Nikoros go down to Cadian. He's been slowly getting back into this game. Not slowly, actually been really quickly getting back in the game. 14 kills on him. He's pretty much caught up to everyone else in spite of having a slow start on Overpass. Tessis, some random spray, not connecting with anyone though. And the bomb is out there on by the fountain, so they can pick it up if they feel like they have the opening that they need. But so far, it's suggesting that Copenhagen Flames are going to try and play this one a bit slowly.
Yeah, Tessis just holds the line solo as well. Talk about bold. Just in there looking for the fight. Doesn't even really give ground and back off to the bomb site. He is still in mid, still keeping a presence there, still getting information. And in the meantime, Copenhagen Flames making a little bit of noise outside of B. So trying to sell, or at least plant the seed of the idea that this could be B in Heroic's mind. A little bit of misinformation, when in fact that is going to be the reality. 4 players gathered up outside of B for Copenhagen Flames, nades in hand. Time for the setup as they're waiting for that smoke to clear.
They're going to be flanked so quickly as well. Double flank through connector in a couple of seconds here. Smoke goes down. Sure, she's been so good in this position. I feel like they know that he's here every single round, but they cannot get rid of him without losing a bunch of players. Big double for Shush. They finally tried to run him down, but Stown is going to be there for the refrag immediately. 15 to 10. Heroic just a step away. Cadian getting absolutely fired up.
Yeah, now it's just about keeping your cool. Keeping your cool.
I don't think Cadian knows what that means.
Oh, Anders, he does, because he definitely calmed down immediately after that. But now it's going to be just about keeping your cool and getting the job done in the 15th, putting them away. Don't let it drag out. Just end them if you're Heroic at this point.
26th round. They do have some cash on Copenhagen Flames. That is a good sign. At least they can keep fighting, but they need 5 in a row. No mistakes, no little slip-ups here. Gonna be a nice little nade dunked onto. Well, it did nearly nothing. I thought that was gonna land right on top of him, but Jabby will be alright. Started to back out. The rest of them are working their way out long. Cadian is out here. Just gonna take the shot. He doesn't really want to stick around and risk it. Can't blame him. But they're pushed far back on the map, Heroic. Kind of by design. I like this push though. They're gonna go check sewer. That's so smart. While Stown is making all this noise, they're gonna reoccupy this part of the map. That's huge. I don't think Copenhagen Flames will see this coming. This could be essentially a free kill. Yep, they're walking past, they're setting up nades. There's the shot on Siphon. He goes down. Refresh pushing forward. Nikoros is there to try and hold it. 50 seconds still. Stown doing a lot of damage. Molotov on top. Oh, yeah, it burns him. It lands on the other side of the smoke. That's horrifying. And now the bomb has to make its way back. 40 seconds, and then they haven't even cleared out the bomb site. There's still Tessis here, and he's just standing still, ready and waiting, and nearly drops Hooksy. It's 30 seconds now. Getting shot at the back, though. Roy showing up at the right time. 3 versus 3 now. They actually may have found a way to thread the needle here. These rounds are completely outlandish. Bomb is making its way in. It's on Nikoros now. He's got the health. Otherwise, the grenade would blow him up. So that's at least something. There it is. Oh, the damage on top of it. The boost getting denied. They say, nope, we're not interested. And now on the T side, they have a single flashbang left. No smokes on Heroic either, so they can't go for that smoke defuse. Man, they're in a lot of trouble here. Copenhagen Flames might find a way to do this.
Yep.
I actually can't believe it. Roy, though, turning back around. That was the only flashbang that they had, so not finding a kill behind it is a little bit of an issue. Heroic, not that much money in the back either. Nikoros hitting a shot. Roy will get the follow-up, and Stown, he is retreating with that AWP. It's at 11th round for Copenhagen Flames. That is a hard round to win.
It's such a complex round as well, because you have fights happening a little bit everywhere, and kills that, had they happened, would have changed everything. Tessis, if he drops Hooksy there, you know, instead of letting him just barely get out, and then you wind up in a 3-on-3.
True.
But Refresh, you know, he was out there active, really just creating room, trying to create space, and then he gets caught. That lets that rotation happen. It's just one step after another, the unraveling of that round for Heroic. And so Copenhagen Flames, I like that, you know, threads the needle. I mean, it is the perfect way to describe it. They just barely managed to get it done.
Yeah.
At the very end.
Close. So close to that completely blowing up in their faces. Well, they just have to do that 4 more times.
Yeah.
Everything is a struggle right now. Okay, so right now, Jabby heard the jumping around on the other side. Just gonna remind everyone, if you hear that a number of rounds, maybe you go for that triple stack with the nades. It's a trick, doesn't always work, but again, when you're this close to getting into overtime, all you need is a couple of tricks. You can't play a whole half like that, but you can definitely get something done. Door opening, that feel like that should have been a giveaway. That's very suspicious. Cyclone though, he walks into the AWP, shush. Again, they're trying to dig him out of this barrel position, but the bomb's on the other side, so Jabby is actually pulling a lot of people down here.
Yeah.
Can he stay alive for another, basically 10 or 15 seconds? He's gonna back on out. Yeah, fair enough.
This is gonna be, this still has the option to be a double pump. Because yeah, it's looking like it. They really were thinking that the rotation is now gonna happen towards A for Heroic, whereas Refresh, oh, he's gonna push through the smoke, isn't he?
Surely not.
That, oh, they've got the setup.
Yeah, but he's actually a bit of an off-angle. Jabby still goes down. Oh no, it's a team kill as well. What's happening? Roy now on his own. That is mental. Roy, he's got no time left. They surely cannot do this. He has to run up, pick up the bomb. I'm not actually sure he can get back to the bomb site in time either. 1 versus 3. Slowing it down is not going to help. Just run, pick up the bomb, and fight every step of the way here. This has been a crazy game, but now time is up. 9 seconds, and in the battle for Denmark, it's Heroic that come out on top. They're going to be at the arena. You're going to see them live on stage in Stockholm. Listen to this. It's awesome. Excitement all around.
It's awesome. It's awesome to see them on land. It's awesome to see them side by side. Congratulations. They've made it to the top 8 of the major. They're going to be playing in front of the fans in Stockholm. What an experience for them. And they definitely deserve to get pumped after this one, because Copenhagen Flames have been a real threat all tournament long through the qualifier. Here at the main event, they've been dropping bodies left and right. That's a hard fight to win, and they managed to make it through. So congratulations to Heroic.
Clearly an emotional moment, and I understand why. Team's been under a lot of pressure. This was a hard game to win. Copenhagen Flames put up an incredible fight, but they find a way through. Amazing stuff. There's a very, very cool chapter in Heroic's legacy so far.
Yeah, terrific work. Terrific work. They kept it together in the end. They played aggressive. I mean, what an entertaining best of 3. It's so rare to see that level of aggression out of both teams. Both teams on Ancient was insane. They were just throwing haymakers round after round, trying to knock each other out, trying to take control, and neither team backed down until the bitter end. And here we are on the last map. It's Heroic standing tall at the end of it. But man, they both towed the line. They're both leaving it bloody. But Heroic get to leave, and they actually get to win.
Yeah. What a cool game that was. I mean, that's some of the best Counter-Strike I think we've seen in terms of the entertainment factor. So, I mean, some of the kills were crazy. Obviously, Nikoto's out there, no-scoping people left and right. But the calls that were being made in this round, there's so many of the mid-round, late-round calls where they rotate back. It's just, what a fantastic game. Really happy that we got to see that.
Terrific stuff from both teams, man. Well deserved. And nobody's going to want to play against Copenhagen Flames. If they're watching Nikoto's and what that guy's doing, it's just like, oh, okay, I don't want to have to deal with that. Well, unfortunately, you don't get the choice, because now they're in the 2-2 bracket, and that bracket is going to be insane.
Yeah, hell yes. Oh, it's going to be wild. I can't wait for it. But we do have the desk ready.
So, yes, we've just had it in from the Commissioner of Celebrations. We are going to allow that celebration from Heroic.
Yeah,
well done.
It was a close call.
Great job.
It was a close call.
But no, they've done it, guys. And listen, after everything they've been through, you can't not love it. You saw tears there from Refresh, a player I've admired for a long, long time. You know, as I said, he's paid his dues, hasn't he? He had to play for that awful Cloud9 lineup to get to this point. God bless him. So seriously, people probably don't believe it. I'm happy for Heroic. I think over the course of the year, being in that top 8 is deserved. And over the course of this series, absolutely deserved as well.
100% deserved. 100% deserved. And there is no way to underestimate how insane it is to make it to the playoff of a major. As a player, it just is a feeling that is unique, right? And you could feel, you could see, you could almost sense the emotions coming out of the Heroic camp.
Yeah.
And oh, how rightful it is. Because they are writing their own legends right here. And that is the first step in that direction.
Yeah, and it's been building up the whole year. I think, too, for me, it's like when I think about Heroic not just now qualifying, it's like to do so under the cloud of all these distractions, like having just coached a team and had to deal with some of those external distractions, you having been a player, the external distractions, I don't think you can fully appreciate how difficult it is to perform at a high level with just even basic distractions. And they had the mother of all controversies over them for a year now.
Twice.
Yeah, fair play.
You know, and this is the thing, the development was interrupted not once but twice. To get back to this level where you're going into the final 8 of a major, it really is a great story. Now, I know they've still got a long way to go before they win over everybody in the general community and everything else, but I hope that people, when they see that at home and they see guys like Refresh, who, remember, joined the team after it all, you got to give props to these guys. I mean, they're young players, they're obviously going to be emotional. This is their career highlight, and they should be able to enjoy it.
And let's also touch on it in the sense, too, not just their own controversy that surrounded them, but also these guys who have, everyone in the Danish scene has been under the shadow of Astralis for the past, 3-4 years, and then even before that, just you know, in the shadow of that core of the Danish team that's always been there. So to have another team from Denmark, really, I mean, you know, we've seen some other solid teams from Denmark, like the old Dignitas, and obviously North was there for a while. But these guys stepping out of that shadow, these players who have looked up to these guys for years, for them to be able to now being able to write their own story moving forward into the major is incredible.
Of course, and the way to that respect you're talking about, Jason, the way to that respect and the way to people's heart is through these moments, Richard, through these victories. When you cement your position in the legacy of Counter-Strike, you make it to the playoffs of the first major we all awaited for 2 years. You kind of commemorate your position in the Counter-Strike hierarchy, and they have done it in style, despite everything that was happening, despite the context, despite all the white noise surrounding their ears. They make it to the playoffs.
Yep. Well, look, let's also just talk about, you know, Copenhagen Flames. They're going into the nightmare scenario of having had that head start. They've let it be chipped away. I mean, also, in many ways, this series is sort of a microcosm of that, right? They were 2-0, remember. People thought they were going to go through 3-0. Now they're going to go into those 2-2 games. Every opponent there is deadly, dangerous, and, of course, has more experience. Are there still positive signs to take from this series, even though they kind of fell at that last hurdle?
Oh yeah, I don't think anyone who's watched Copenhagen Flames this past like 10 days or whatever it's been needs to be or should be like super down on this team for this kind of a loss. This was a tough one, and I mean, as we kind of touched on in some of the previous maps, a lot of it's clutches. Like even regardless of the scoreline, that the margins are very, very narrow, and they just played a very dangerous and a very dynamic heroic team, very, very close. So I mean, they still have things to be proud about. The problem is, look, no matter how well you played, if you fail to move on to the next stage of the major, it is going to feel like death. It is going to feel awful for some time. However, depending on who they get in the matchup, I think you're still going to look at this team and say, across the past 2 stages of the major, they've played some of the better Counter-Strike that we've seen, even when you think about some of the more established teams that are going to be in that 2-2 group.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, we're talking about a roller coaster of emotions. I think that was the case in this game even, right? I have in mind the second pistol round where it seems like all is set for Copenhagen Flames, to win it, and then the 4v3 clutch goes absolutely heroic's way, and this is what I'm afraid of. I'm a little bit afraid of Copenhagen Flames' reaction tonight when they go to bed in their room and realize, damn, we were that close to being in the playoff, and now we have to once again throw everything we have in the battle for a 2-2 game. Look, I'm going to put it quite bluntly. Nothing prepares you for a 2-2 game at the major to make it to the playoff. Nothing prepares you for that.
Yeah. Well, there's things that can alleviate it, right? The experience, and that's what the conversation has always swirled around the Copenhagen Flames from, because they don't really, I mean, what, Roy, the most experienced player on that team, and even he hasn't really been...
Not at that level, of course.
Yeah, not at this level at all. But that's where you would hope you have some kind of a coach, some kind of a manager, some kind of a player within the team who's been there before to be like, look, guys, everyone needs to calm down. I know it feels like hell. I know that's a match we probably think we should have won and feel like we should have won, but everyone needs to just forget about it. Don't be down on yourselves. Keep things positive. We have one more chance at this, and until it's over, all eyes and all your thought process has got to be on beating your next opponent.
I know, it's emotional management at this point. Emotional management, if you're on the side of Copenhagen Flames, you got to make sure that all these players just
take the night off.
Exactly,
do whatever
take
you
the
need.
night off, take a deep breath. It's all right. After all, you still have your destiny in your own hands. It's going to be hard to do it, of course, but it's going to be a very important step for them moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, look, there was some amazing individual moments there, and definitely Copenhagen Flames contributed to them. But as I said, I feel like Heroic really sort of have got progressively better as we've gone through.
Yeah.
You know, you can see how they're upping not just their sort of, macro game, individual performances like this. Like, honestly, I think Refresh, it has been a little bit quiet here, but he's got better and better with each series. You know, Stound's been that star player that we talked about. You know, they're peaking at the right time.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is the perfect time for it to happen. And unfortunately, I mean, it kind of takes a slower start to feel like they're really building up at the right time as well. And that obviously warrants some criticism in the previous stage when they struggled to get through in challengers. It's crazy to think they might not even be here had that gone a little bit differently. But yeah, now it's about, like, look, they're going to have, what, 2 days off? 2 days. Their first quarterfinal is going to be on Thursday.
Yeah, because we have to travel. That would be
travel.
2 days
Yeah,
off.
Thursday. So they have a couple days off. They get to rest and relax, and you just hope during those 2 days you're doing enough to manage, manage how much you're playing in terms of individually, how much you're talking about as a team, how much you're scrimming, so that you're staying up and you're keeping this momentum as a squad that you have moving forward into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that we've not talked a lot about, actually. Obviously, getting that extra day off is always nice.
I mean, of course, and you get to
review,
keep an eye on what people are doing, what are the newest updates on how to approach the maps. Just taking the full day off in terms of, like, emotional. Just
go and see the city. Get out there,
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Put yourself out there in the world.
Ocean out there.
Get a picture of margaritas.
Yeah,
maybe not. Maybe not.
Don't listen to that guy,
Moses, the coach, of course, advocating for drinking on your day off.
So I'm not a coach anymore. I'm in a different lifestyle now.
Yeah, make your own assumptions about why.
I don't have to be responsible. I'm a talent, of course. I'm a caster. Margaritas.
Right. So I think we can take a look at sort of the scores and everything for today. I think we've got those. I'm not too sure if we do or not.
We've had some
2
crazy
seconds.
Commissioner of scores.
Yeah, the commissioner of scores is in my ear. It's late night. The production are not as quick and sharp as us. Obviously, I'm kidding. Of course, we're half asleep at the moment as well. But yeah, look. I mean, let's talk about just overall a sort of summary of the day. I think we've got MOUZ and Virtus.pro still ongoing at the moment on the secondary stream. That's a crazy game. MOUZ Sports apparently,
took the first
MOUZ rather, battered Virtus.pro on the first map, which sort of came from absolutely left field.
I think last I saw, Virtus.pro was battering them on the second map as well. I think it was something like 11-2 when we left the green room.
Actually, map number 3
map
now,
number 3?
as I see on HLTV. That is it. We have a map number 3 between VP and MOUZ, so that one is obviously going to be an absolute banger. We have some of the qualified teams, of course, on this graph making it to the playoffs. FURIA besting Entropiq 2-1. That is, I guess, also a little bit of a vindication and a reward for this Brazilian core making it to the playoffs. There's going to be a lot of people at home cheering for them, watching them, keeping an eye on them, and obviously Gambit making it. But I saw that one coming, Richard. Not everyone went on the NIP train. I
think it's hard to kind of gauge where NIP's at because, like, obviously with Device on the team and everything, especially with their win over Astralis and the kind of grudge match and the excitement about that, I think it probably shot some people's expectations way up when you consider the story of that probably made that matchup feel way more important than it actually was.
Like I say, I think getting to if they get to the Avicii Arena, I think that crowd will be a game changer. I think they'll level up there. Still some problems for NIP. And of course, obviously, we don't even know who's going to win out of Virtus.pro and MOUZ. You know, neither of those teams have really lived up to their billing and been as impressive as perhaps they should be. But anyway, just before we close out the show, we do have another segment with our Blair, our analyst Blair, who's not here on the desk. He's just been recording stuff in the back. He's going to do the play of the day. So Blair, take it away.
Well, thank you, Richard, as we will be delving into the final round between the FaZe Liquid matchup, where it was Brokey basically knocking out North America from the major. So if you're an NA fan, you probably don't want to look at this segment, but if you're a fan of Counter-Strike, this was a pretty cool round coming in from Brokey. So let's jump straight into this one. It's going to be, obviously it's OT, everyone's got their weapons, and we see kind of a default standard take coming in from the side of FaZe. This is pretty cool, though, from Liquid, rather. We have Fallen over here, boosted on top of Grim, and he's going to be waiting for any aggression to be coming out from the side of FaZe, and this is actually going to be catching off a player. Meanwhile, not to forget, we also have 2 players all the way in apartments. We've got Stewie, we got a Leech, and we also have Naf, who is looking towards the Palace region. Is going to be playing this one out. Fallen gets the opening pick, which is a sick flick coming in from him, and he's going to decapitate the first player. That is going to be Carrigan. As Carrigan gets taken down, this is where a decision has to be made by FaZe. Now, they're down a man. It's a 4 versus 5. And they have no control towards apartments, where Naf is lurking. They haven't really pushed in towards the apartments either. So now they need to make a decision as to where they're going to be gathering information. So what they opt to do here is they opt to just stack towards mid. So Twist isn't going to be falling back towards connector, is still going to be holding the angle. And Olaf coming in from short to hold the top of mid. Twist is going to be just looking towards underpass. Meanwhile, the remaining members of Liquid going to be grouping up towards apartments over here. They're going to be going for an apartments pop, while we have Naf slowly going to be making his way back towards mid to try and cut off some of the rotations from the side of FaZe. And this should work out properly. But then Brokey, with the AWP, he was towards mid, towards window, and he rotated back towards short from the B bomb side. And once you can see the flashes, the smokes coming in, the noise being made over here by the side of Liquid towards the B bomb side, Olaf and Brokey are going to be ready, right? Twist pushes up towards mid to find where there could be potential flank, which is going to be Naf, but the timing from Naf is pristine because he is going to be missed by Twist and he's going to get a double kill, first onto Rain and onto Twist, thereby just kind of countering the couple of kills which were got by Brokey and Olaf Meister over here. So Brokey getting a first kill, Olaf with a kill of his own, but now Brokey's left in a 1 versus 3 for a very short period of time because the Molotov burns Stewie alive. And this is what Brokey does here. This is where he just kills Liquid. And he picks up the M4A1 and his repositioning here is just fantastic right now. Fallen has an inkling that Brokey is towards a short area, is probably towards the pillar, towards Arch, but Brokey uses all the commotion, the fact that there is a smoke in this position to try and slowly reposition himself towards the back of the bomb site. He is aware that Naf is going to be pushing in towards short because a Molotov was tossed in by Naf from the middle position. Now, Brokey tosses a flashbang as well to try and peek into the apartments. Fallen still has no idea where Brokey is, and Brokey catching the timing, sneaking in from behind. He's still aware of Naf potentially pushing in from short or from market. Doesn't spot Naf out, and now that's going to be his opportunity to strike onto Fallen. He gets the first kill, and now Naf sneaking in from short. And Naf is aware that Brokey's at the back of side towards bench, and Brokey, again, being so very mobile, he's going to be pushing on in, and he's going to be catching a Naf as well, sealing the deal and bathing in the tears of North American Counter-Strike, although, as I say, that Twist is still in contention to potentially make a deep run. But that was a pretty cool round. Nothing too crazy, nothing too people think, but just a cool way of as to how Brokey played that particular clutch to perfection. Back to you, Richard.
Thanks a lot, Blair. It's good to see you in your element there, breaking down those games. And indeed, you know, I suppose we didn't really talk all that much about the end of NA's hopes here. You know, it's sad.
There's a show of respect for Jason, which is not mentioned.
Yeah, that's true. He's been such a fanboy in the past.
Let's get after it, boys. Get in there. You guys are well, you know. You don't
no, look, I'll tell you what we'll do. Instead of that, we can find another way to cause you misery. We can have a look at the talent predictions.
It was a really bad day.
It was a bad day.
It feels like a bad day going into it.
We're going to get them to come up. Here it is. As I said, in everyone's favourite segment. What's great about this, by the way?
Oh, it's really bad.
It's
really bad.
Oh,
it's not gone
coach, by the way.
Oh, 2 pitchers of margaritas.
No. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
Jeez, we need to forget about that one. Keep scrolling faster.
Yeah, faster, please. Spare my blushes. There you go. By the way, you know, everyone loves to wreck analysts, you know, for predictions, and it's like, just think, you're only doing this one segment.
yeah,
it
just happened
just in time for that.
Perfect.
Absolutely perfect.
Timing could be better.
Chef's kiss all round. Well, look, guys.
Oh, as if we're circling back as well.
Yeah. Just look, listen.
You got to double take at it.
Gotta get a second spin through.
Absolutely. Just to remind everybody, yes, it was 1 prediction. 1. That's not a 7.
Oh, as if I went with Astralis.
He's never going to come back on this. Right. Final thoughts, guys. What was the standout moment of the day for you? I'll start with you, Jason.
Well, I mean, since we didn't really touch on it, well, actually, you know what? I think the standout moment has got to be Vitality knocking out Astralis for me. The back-to-back major champions. That one's huge. Obviously, FaZe Liquid is a big one that you could put up there as well, knocking Liquid out, and obviously Twist against his old team. But I think certainly it's going to be a very, very strange feeling not having Astralis inside the arena, not speaking about them as if they're actually contending for the trophy, which is a testament to those players and the legacy that they've built over there.
Yeah, that is going to be something special. I personally really appreciate what I saw from Gambit. That 2-0 win against NIP with the great comeback in the first map, dominating on the second one. All we need for a great show of Counter-Strike is Gambit to play their best game.
Yeah, well, Nafany went and did an interview and he said, we'll play the rest of the tournament without any nerves. Hope you're all right with it. 1,000 Swedes potentially cheering on a home team. it's a little bit different there in the Avicii Arena. So, guys, it's been brilliant as always. Always a blast. It is time to wrap up the show. Tomorrow, it is Judgment Day. No, not the sequel to Terminator. It is going to be the 2v2 teams. They're going to be going out. There's going to be some heartbreaks, some big names falling by the wayside. But if you want to see which one of those teams it's going to be over on the secondary stream, we're into the final map of Virtus.pro versus MOUZ. We'll be hosting that here. You can go over to that. But the important thing is make sure you get well rested. Join us tomorrow. It's all about that. Before we go to the arena ourselves, we'll see you then.
to say, Rant, right? They're not giving it up. They're not just completely dropping back to the site. They're staying in limbo.
Sure is the gap. Flit's responsible for it, so no issues there.
Ah, it's perfect. You know you're up against the pistol. Sandbag is great, and he's even going to keep looking. Look at your Yakinda go. This one's called clear. He just needs to deal with one man of Frozen, and I think he's going to do that with ease.
Oh, now that is something. A gift from Frozen. They're looking to pivot middle. Typically, James responsible for it. He's committed over the site. Flit now tucked in. You should have at least one here. Oh, he looked away. Averts his gaze. They can build upon that weapons as well to ply their trade. Back his turn. Need a trade now. And Acor struggling on the P250. Pyjamas is low. He doesn't want to be the sacrificial lamb. And the backs are turned. The round falls apart. Rop's very late to the party. Now he's got two people breathing down the back of his neck. And he's just not able to find the head. Insignificant damage dealt. 1 versus 3. Frozen started this round off with a great catch, and it was the intimidating Yakinda. He's walking into James Orb, though, and baits the shot. He's doing everything he can here. He doesn't have the time. They've got the nades.
Oh, you might want to go down here, Frozen. Frozen?
What's your plan?
Okay, I think he's going looking for that gun over towards A, right? So if he can find this from Yakinda's body, there you go. It's not the end of the world. There's also a smoke just there. So piecing that one together, Frozen several steps ahead. Gonna pick that one arm, carry it through, no dramas, right? He also had head armor here, you can see on the bottom right of your screen. Now, Frozen and Dexter get you 2 opening kills here, and your lurk is so late that your mid to B pounce does nothing, right? There's no pressure coming from the other side. It's just the 3 players coming through middle. Where's the pressure? Where's the attempt? Didn't even have a look in, and then everybody else is dead, and of course you're gonna be looking to the extremities. 5-0. This is really, really rough start for MOUZ here.
Oh, it only gets worse, Chad. It only gets worse. No, 2 through the smokes. MOUZ throw their bodies into the A site, and it's not even allowed to leave the starting line.
Yeah, we need a timeout now. I know this round is still in a 3-on-5 situation, but this is about to be 6-0.
Chad, look at the kills. It's still just 2 players. We have got 3 players fast submitting their applications to the 007 agency.
Oh. A chance goes missing again. Acor and Pyjamas, the last 2 to stand. Maybe they could change that as far as their own scores go here, but just no fight. And I think, I think they have to save.
Mytha better give these boys a pep talk, because this is a real problem for your major life. T-side Vertigo. A lack of unity, it seems. A lack of
frags. That's
frags.
it.
Yep, you're right. You're onto something there. Maybe I'm over romanticizing it, but it does seem like these boys are not all on the same page. Some of them doing an audio book.
Oh, so careful here. You're on the tightrope as well. You can easily see Pyjamas just slipping on and off. And the thing is, they're not
seeing things,
but they can't get away. They're not allowed. Flit's already in their spawn, like literally in their spawn. Where are you going to run back to now? Pyjamas has found something. 20 seconds left. He's found a kill, and they're still going in.
Acor's got a smoke. I'll kick its angles, dreaming, tracks up Acor, tucks into the smoke, 10 seconds, they're going to lose it all. And that's the end of that. 6 VP, looking indomitable, untouchable. 6 already in the bank, and I mean, I know the numbers and it tell the story itself, but if you want to just bring up that round recap as well next time we're into game, you'll just see that this CT side has yet to truly bleed.
I hate to see Rops already buying. Like, they are taking the timeout. Rops has already bought. I know that they have max loss bonus. I know they're going to be able to buy in the next, but like, at least give the coach a chance to say, hey guys, this is the round that we want to play. Like, now that he's invested into the Galil, he either has to go in all on it, right? Continue to, like, okay. That's not the end of the world here, but you're right. It needs to be a rousing speech of some variety.
Yeah, it has to be, because VP, they've been here before.
Just 10 rounds is all they need now. They seem so close at this moment.
It feels like it, and you're not going to be humbling their finances anytime soon. Woof. Sending Pyjamas into a different universe, and okay. Strap in, folks. I think what VP are saying right now is anything you can do, we can do better. A dominant ancient, so distant memory now, and Yakinda again gets info early off the crane. Dexter
has been one of the few to contribute an opener alongside with Frozen. Pyjamas did get himself one on the way in, and look at the active angles he's taking. Frozen a sitting duck, the trade necessary from Pyjamas.
Smokes are landing, attacking the site now. There is no gaps. They're going to make their way in. Oh, maybe one to the left-hand side of that smoke. There might be a bit of a gap here. Bullets through. There it is. You can see it, and the damage done. The bomb's loose. They got to get that down.
So well rehearsed, that stop incendiary as well from Jame, and now he can post up on short, can mantle up if he's brave, but is that really...
But they've left the site. They don't have any more util. They need to win the fights.
It's just Rob's parked up short. It's good to see him at the front of the pack. And they want answers. That's what that flash indicates, but not going to push it too far. An easy collection in the bomb as well, so really does come down to these duels. When will Robs choose to activate? Dexter's done him a whole lot of help with a frag onto Flit. Jame now spotted on towards that, and I think his presence alone is just locked Robs in. Do you think Jame knows?
Yeah, like, he doesn't have to move. Why does Jame have to move? The fight has to come his way, and there it is. The tag on the Robs down to 18. Scoops up the bomb, sure, but 25 seconds is all on Dexter.
He has to do it all, and he has found another. Oh my lord, he nearly got his crosshair in the right place. He's tried everything he could. Robs has to come up clutch. He doesn't have the health for this. Looking for some redemption. Something to give us hope, and no, instead submitted 007. And 7-0 for VP. They are really running to secure another life here at the Major. Legend stage for them. Looking for the champions. This would put them in the 2 wins, 2 losses, and send MOUZ back to their rooms to pack their suitcases.
Oof, this is going to be some comeback. This is going to be some comeback because there hasn't been any fight, right? A 7-0 scoreline with the rounds close, yeah, that's a conversation. A 7-0 scoreline where the other team... It doesn't even look like they're in the server right now. That's a problem. Virtus.pro have come to play, and sure, Ancient, forget about that. That is Ancient history right now. MOUZ, the full buy, it's in. That round was a good indication that they had a bit more pep in their step regarding the fight. They're a bit biffy, a bit quicker, but here comes Jame.
Bang, and already Frozen's gone, more to come. They're trying their luck, but every time they try and maneuver through these smokes, and Yakinda collects another freebie. Oh, Acor's next on the chopping block. His crosshair has no smokes. Dead on arrival, MOUZ. Look to Rops, posts his first, would need another 4. Can you do what Jame threw into the mix on Inferno, a 1v5? There's not many 1v5s in Major history, Chad.
Oh, I wouldn't imagine so.
Jame already attaching 1 to his name. Up against this squad map too.
He's not going to win this round, guys. What's going to happen? He's going to walk into James Orp, he's going to pull the trigger, and the round's going to be done.
No, he's going to jiggle it perfectly. Jame is going to pull the trigger.
You reckon?
Yeah.
All right, that's the start. 50 seconds. 3 more now, Alex. What's the next kill? How does that one happen?
Well, he fakes the steps, walks back to B, and baits the rotate out of kick it.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Well, almost.
Lovely stuff out of VP, though. They're really not letting much slip here. Like, they are playing perfect counter. The fact that we've got Yakinda, who, by virtue of his own presence of mind and understanding of the game, all he needs in support of him is Jame to exist and fire off a shot and a smoke on the ramp.
Yeah, get the opening kill. He has so much room, and...
Like, can we just do a Yakinda round? I know this is weird and we don't do this in typical Tier 1 officials. Never mind majors.
But
let's see how he's doing. Like, what's he doing? They're not even going to test him at this point, but he's playing the supporting cast to Jame for early info.
Yeah, he's safety netting if it's fast, and then when it's not fast, right?
He's just parked up.
Then he
you
can
don't
go
even
aggressive.
leave the AWP, Chad. You leave the AK.
It's such a force to have right here. Now, he's not the only component of this squad that's well-oiled. Now, we have Buster, which has basically forced them away from those B hits as well.
Yep, took him about 2 rounds, 2 tests. And now look at the second layer of their util. It enables Yakinda to walk up and tuck in. A gap to be exploited. Frozen. Looking the wrong way. Yakinda holds his nerve. Eyes on him. Eyes on Yakinda.
Fading.
Frozen. Oh, despite having the jump, and he's going to string together at least some damage. Dexter down low. Best bet so far, and again, it's Dexter that's doing everything for MOUZ. He's at the top of the scoreboard. That's another opening kill. I'll check in on them, because it's a significant absence of them. Frozen's delivered 2.
No, Well, they're sent packing away from A right now, and they're going to test that luck over towards B for one more time. Right now, B is quite open here. Rops with a project of his own in middle. If he can lock down those rotations. Oh, they're rotating back so swiftly. They're going to have 3 players to deal with this over towards B, reading the situation well.
Yeah, late on their util. Very late. Beamer strikes. Flank is in.
There
Rops
he
delivers.
is.
Awakens when matters most. Still 8-0 as the first round for MOUZ looms.
Tap your watch. I think it's James time now. I know there's plenty of cash money to go, and he's just going to see if he can find anybody who wants to go hunting. But there it is. MOUZ, we've seen this so much. You think about Inferno, the saves after saves after saves on that CT side. It was agonizing to watch, just knowing that they could never contest, and finally now it comes together. They were doing a lot of this on Ancient, right? They were able to play the map control quite nicely, and I thought VP were in the right place at the right time. Beamer's throwing his body on the line, gets that kill, is traded. And then it's Rops who comes on in from behind with 2 big ones. So there you have it. Dexter's opener, Rops' closes. And a round.
You just have to do that
6 more times?
6 more times.
And we get an 8-7-1/2. But that's something, at least they've broken their silence, right? Hopefully they can start believing they can do something now. A-Core yet to frag.
This was the Rob's flank and activates just when he's needed. This is the double that wins the round. Short smoke. Let's see how far they go. It looks like the B side of the map might get some more attention here. Buster was brilliant, like we talked about. He did deter them, and oh, that's a very, very big opener. Buster's AWP flustered, forced off the line, space taken. Already looking much better out of MOUZ here, and a chance goes a bit awry. Util to be dropped to follow up. They don't have the bomb, Chad.
They'll get that. There's plenty of util as well. They can start dropping that over towards the B bomb site to fortify that. And Beamers, he doesn't worry about util. He's getting it done. Found another flit onto the trade. The retake looking possible. Flips forward.
Here we go. A-Core to contribute. Struggles to convert.
Oh, now they're going to be a bit scared about this B side. That bomb might come back to haunt them here.
It could. Very well. They're a bit late to be planting it. And surely there's a little bit of doubt now for VP as to where they plan to finally commit. The sheer amount of time they've spent. Yeah, Yakinda's worried about middle. No secret of their presence, B. But Robs, lucky boy Robs, might be activated later. Oh, what the hell? Dexter? Dexter wasn't ready for the reaggress. At least the trade is there. Robson frozen to save Mousesport's hopes of a competitive half here. James does have an incendiary. Likely will be able to drop that out to contest the plant. Bomb scooped up. This incendiary will be perfectly timed, yeah. Has to wait it out. Yakinda does not give them an inch. And now to defend it. Smoke ain't bad, the flash is better. Rob's doing the flashbang dance. And just like its founder, Frozen has nothing to work with.
Oh, sound cue now, they know where he is. Bomb halfway ticked.
Not rushing this smoke kit. Yakinda, this first to fall, can Frozen with 3 HP handle this?
Sitting it.
He's sitting it and Frozen knows, surely he can find him with the spray. James diffuses under their nose and sours the mood further. The best bet MOUZ have had. And a 5-second diffuse.
And the bomb did come back to haunt them there. You didn't think that detail was going to be the end of the world. Bemis has 2 kills. He got the entry. He even found the second. They even found the second before the trade came on in. And as the details now, you can see the stern look on Mytha's face. The pressure. I said that MOUZ were keeping a cool head. I don't think they're keeping a cool head anymore. Bemis here, he's just run on in. Like, this is fantastic. Look how much control they have. He's deep. He's all the way across. Like, the site is theirs. And then Flit is just able to be such a nuisance. Dexter back turned, and well, you can understand. You're thinking that's too much of a brave maneuver to pull off, but they pull it back.
I think there must be a tech.
Yeah, looking like it right now. The headset is off.
Tack to tech, and I mean, frustration's likely bubbling over now.
What's the conversation to be had? We know that Frozen had a couple of issues before. He did need to reboot his PC earlier, or at least Counter-Strike. Hopefully this one isn't going to stall us up for too long here, but I guess if we reflect right now on where we're at in the game, sure, the scoreline does read 9-1. The VP cash situation right now, with a full buy in play, the high end is Jane with 7k. The next closest is Flit with 4.2, and then the rest are all around that 2k mark. So you're going to need at least 2 rounds in a row here for going saves to get MOUZ Sports back in this. They can all afford. Akor's already bought an AK, and Akor's still yet to find a kill here. Dexter, he's been finding some traction. Pyjamas as well, as far as the early kills go.
Now, I don't know if I'm misreading that or if there's something wrong with the stats, but I'm reading at 10 rounds into Vertigo, Yakinda's at 172 ADR. An average of kill and a dink, essentially.
Well, think about the pistol where he started it. He gets 3 kills there.
Yeah.
And every time we've been on his POV and they've come his way, most of the time it felt like he's got at least 1. So 13 kills, 4 assists.
And this
yeah,
is
it's starting to add up.
This is on his weak side.
Yeah, wait till we give him the AK every single round.
Wait till he gets his Kalashnikov out. Let's have a little look. Bring it up for all of y'all at home.
Oh, here's our drone man. The kill leader. That one makes sense.
13 enemies killed.
Oh, the headshot hasn't even been the primary, right? Because I guess the silenced M4 through the smoke has just been such a pain in the ass right now for MOUZ.
But looking calm under pressure for sure, and he's one of the new additions. We talked about VP, their core being represented in the last major grand final, and that was as a Vanguard. Yakinda, though, was the partnership up with new face Flit. He's on the block there, trying to keep it in that game-winning mentality. It honestly looks like he's waiting for his dinner. And it probably is. A MOUZ on a silver platter.
Yeah, I don't know how much of that's going to be to go around. But this here is great from VP. 2 back-to-back maps where they've been dominant. There's not even a conversation about it. I do like the way that MOUZ came out of the last with a bit of pep in their step, and I really feel like they never should have lost that round, but at least it shows the fighting face. Now, Akor's gone as well, so we've lost 2 players from the server here, guys. This tech may be extended for a little bit longer.
Yeah, their pistol started so well. And I think, you know, you've seen, you know, from the games you've played, and never mind the ones we've watched, that losing a round you feel like you had in the palm of your hand will bleed into future rounds. And, you know, we saw that on Inferno.
Yeah, we did.
The second round force where Pyjamas, young gun, full of fun, hitting some 1-digs out of absolutely nowhere. 3, Chad.
They were massive
They
shots.
were honestly, like, that's a highlight in its own right.
Yeah.
And then James just did the impossible. He was being run down. You know, you say most clutches require a huge slip up from your opponents. To be fair to the boys of MOUZ, they were all running him down. He just held the spray and managed it to perfection. Looks like we've got 5 bodies in the server again for MOUZ. And so let's get back to the brutality that so far has been our third map. It's first half. VP already boasting a 1 CT side, 9 in the bank. MOUZ a meager 1.
Had the match medic in, things should be getting sorted out now. Cash to splash, we've mentioned plentiful. Loss bonus, of course, maxed on out. Now we are getting this one back underway with the buys coming in. Akor has equipped the AWP and be time to get him activated. Currently with 0 kills to his name. Not an easy side for the T to operate on. Now, he can find fights over the smokes over towards A ramp, but it's not going to be easy for him.
That's been cancelled, Chad. That was cancelled in the first 5 rounds when they tried ramp and Yakinda just laughed at them.
I'm going to have to try again, and you can see here what he's working with. The smoke blooms.
That was just a flash. I thought they'd gone for a very avant-garde sandbag smoke. Okay. Well, there's the invisible bullets flying through the smoke. You really are going to be kept very humble when those are flying through. Akor frustrated wiggles.
Here's the difference in this round. They've actually posted Jame in mid with the AWP. Another smoke now going to drop towards that ramp, and that's going to stall MOUZ out for likely another 20 seconds here.
No rebuttal. You're just not going to be able to. You can take a good guess as to where they're coming from, and Akor's holding what little he can. He's trying to also be hyper aware of the flash aggress. They're so paranoid now that it could be anyone, anywhere.
There's the one way. Yikinda was actually holding on to that with quite a nice timing. That's going to slow this crawl down, and if he drops the re-smoke as well, they are going to have to start to disrespect that. They're going through.
Oh, and Yikinda strikes. There's more to come. I can feel it in my waters. Bemis has denied, but here comes Kickit. Even trades. This is the best bet for MOUZ. You've got 40 seconds. You have access to the ramp. You can stretch your legs. Full util on Dexter. Bomb on his back
Flit's
as well.
flanking. He's just gone down the ladder mid.
Oh, that's quick. That's very quick. All eyes are going to be drawn
no
elsewhere.
one's looking.
All eyes looking elsewhere. Back to turn. Flit will strike. 1.5. Rob's on notice. Not far off on his spray, but you can see Flit knows what's up. If it just survives.
At the time. They have to go A.
They have to. And James here, ready for his shooting gallery. Ready and waiting. Takes down Robs, and the second comes just as easy. MOUZ. They find the even trades late, but yeah, Flit this time throws a spanner in the works.
Yeah, and Jane was posted up mid with that AWP, which meant they had Overwatch there early. They actually had an aggressive stance. They weren't playing mid passively towards elevator room. They weren't on the construction position. They weren't playing from CT spawn. They had a lot of vision mid, right? Because it was the rifles locking down A. So you're more than happy to take the risk in that moment. You're not expecting a player over to the Jenny late, watching it when Flit's gone for that push. It needs to be a gear shift again from MOUZ. They have to find a way to fight here. They're just being absolutely dismantled in front of our eyes.
Virtus.pro. Oh, the intentions are so clear. Even the pop flash is nerdy as hell. That's something. James gone. If they could find Yikinda, the A site would be open for business, but it's Yikinda, and he decides he's had enough. The trade is there, frozen over the one way. Now we're cooking. And what? There's more. Flit decides to re-aggress as well. Not another for A-Core. Caught out. His 11th to the chin. And we're fully reset. They still have ramp control. The bomb to be scooped on up. Robs is working something into mid. Beamer's crawling into B.
Yeah, they gave up B. Buster's very passive right now. You can see he's just working his way back into the site now.
This is a big duel for Robs. Catches Kickit in transition, but doesn't quite connect the dots. Now Buster can contain this plant. Nice from Bemis. He's been saving MOUZ on multiple occasions here. Could this be their second? Nade looks well destined for glory. Does chunk them both. Frozen down to a manageable amount.
Kicker's on the flank here. They have to consider this, and he's going to take his time. Kicker, he's going to check the railing. Going to jump up and around.
That's the head. Nice shot out of Frozen.
Has to be the round, surely.
Has to be.
And that's the save.
Will be. Okay, MOUZ. What a hard-fought second round that was.
Yeah, it's brutal, isn't it? Over towards A, they just can't catch a break. That's the difference. Like, VP aren't giving them any space at all. Like, you want to take ramp, sure, but we're going to take several bodies with you.
And you can see the corpses now just littered all over this side of the map. Like, VP are so good right now at making it costly to just take some, what's typically given space. I mean, once the smokes are thrown, you know, the meta did not have 3 people, one at a time, taking the mantle of A defense. They have made it work, VP, up to a point.
They're backing their aim so much, right? And what you're talking about here, when you see this smoke, the Frozen gets dropped, you watch Gambit play this map, they drop that immediately. Nafany's on that railing, fighting consistently here, but another consecutive round for MOUZ, and maybe we're talking here. Rops with a pace to it, finally something aggressive out of him. Entry fragging mid, taking the room, calling the space clear. He's taken this one back.
Dexter in tow. Yikinda so low. Oh, bit of a flubbed boost there. Flit's not going to give him anything.
Oh, kick it though. He's jumping up. Just dancing around smokes. This is the smallest of margins right now, separating these between kills. And as this fades, if Yikinda pushes forward, might be able to take some room. A flash, Flit's in. He's grabbed one. And he's out.
Where is the trade?
Robs can't do anything.
Just denied. Okay, that smoke might actually be something for Beamaz to anticipate aggression. He's looking for it. He's looking for it. Spots a little bit.
Oh, he saw the leg.
Glimpse of leg. Does engage. Does open up the B site. Can they commit to this as a unit?
Oh, no.
Yikinda's coming. And there's no one ready. Allowed. Robs descends. Frozen does his due diligence and more. Checks it. Saves one. James looking to do more damage. Does miss his shot.
Acor's first as well.
There you have it. MOUZ 3, VP 10.
Oh, it's not easy for them to get into these rounds.
It's only been the B site.
Yeah, and Bemis, the guy on your screen right here, this kid is playing well and truly above his years right now in a pressure environment. He is the one continuously getting them into these sites. So good stuff from Bemis.
Oh my god, it's actually enough.
Yeah, it's been... Oh, a timeout call. Dustin just stood up, called the timeout sign.
Bit late.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that one's gone in. Maybe for the next round. You know, maybe he wants to call it in the next round to play. But yeah, it is just going to be these light on pistols here. Now you have to get this one, MOUZ. VP have been decimating you when the rifles are out. Now that it's just having the pistols in the gap. Oh, dear.
No. Frozen, the bodyguard has to be activated. Acors on notice, and yeah, I think I'd be more passive as well after that.
There's 4 bodies right now over towards this A-ramp position, so they can't contest this. It is just the pistols, right? And it's not the best at long range. CZs, P250 for Jame, and 2 USPs. That smoke, they can actually gravitate towards and use that to advantage.
They could. Frozen threw it out to imply more presence. MOUZ are in a standstill.
There's a flash in the hands of Kickit. And it looks like the trap is not going to get sprung here against the MOUZ. Now, here goes Bemis again. Difficult to clear.
Can he seriously do it for them again? Just every time he does put his name in the feed as an opener, that B site usually becomes MOUZ and around.
Oh,
he's going to have to clear this. And has. Buster down, B site open. Wide open.
Bemis is doing a lot for him again here. They're pushing A. Frozen has heard this time. They definitely have the bomb, and now Frozen can mop up the mess. Yukinda dead, the rest just stranded right now from VP. And 4. This is a hard-fought 4 rounds, and you got to question if it's even going to be enough. There's still one more round in this first half to be played. And we'll see if that timeout of Dustin comes through into the next for VP. I'm sure he knows the importance of making sure they get the 11 rounds before we flick on over. Finally something easy for MOUZ, though. And for a moment there, you know, Bemis was looking the wrong way. If Buster steps out, the double dink of the USP, the AK falls, they go into the A trap. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw the gap in their ramp smoke being exploited by a CZ and Acor again, so vulnerable, it could have gone horribly, horribly wrong. So handled. And a 10-5, considering the way in which this started, is more than they could have asked for.
Well, this is the thing. Yesterday against ENCE, on this very map, in the second map of the series, MOUZ Sports started on the T side. They managed 5 rounds total. Then they flicked over to the CT side, 11 straight. They didn't drop a single CT-sided round.
Well, I know what my speech, my rousing speeches from Mithra on the halftime will be.
They've already done it once.
And right now, if you're Dexter, you just remind them, lads, we've worked with 5 before. Major life on the line. We did it with 5. Let's get it. VP on the other side of things are just going through the motions. The B site's the slight vulnerability, which of course Buster was thriving in defending previous. Gets his weapon back out. Looks like he's the last to buy, just working out what nades he desires, and M4 in the mix.
Some heavy hitters waiting in the wings tomorrow. Copenhagen Flames, Vitality, NIP, Entropiq, and FaZe.
Oh, lordy.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the gauntlet tomorrow.
Only half will make it through.
Well, here we go. MOUZ this time turning their attention over towards A. They could take the fight early here. They haven't done that, and that Molotov says they very well might. Trying to hold Yukinda at bay finally with a bit of crowd control utility here, and back and forth they go. Dexter going to burn, has to respect that. Don't want to lob out another smoke for the extinguish, but this could be the mix-up. They could just walk A and go for an execute here. We haven't seen that yet out of them.
They haven't been given this without a corpse.
Yeah, this is weird to see.
Okay, and they're allowed to drop all that utility they've been theory crafting.
Finally, some A-ramp space. This is just such a different look to how the game's panned on out until now. Decoy dropped. Yukinda, though, you know he's going to sweep forward.
Yeah, but off the flash of Kicker, up to him to call for it. Re-smoke ramp. Flash Yukinda in. Holds his nerve instead. He just wants to actively fight this, and you got Jane posted up as well, so that's the flash. Double swing. They are completely blind, baffled. Acor puts his name in the feed. A good shutdown onto Kick It. Need to activate further. A smoke for the cross. Both Bloom. They can boost over this if they wanted to. Don't seem keen.
They're setting it up now.
Oh, they are.
It could be too late. They fumbled this.
Oh, it leads to a big one.
What did he even see?
Acor just off the barrel. Bangs Jame. MOUZ that compulsory 5th now, getting ever closer.
Buster has a smoke.
Beamer's cleared. Flit bests him. Acor would have to be a hero for the rest of this. It's not ideal for the... Oh, but oh my god, he spots the toes. It's not enough. Frozen to deliver a big one here, and he has already found Flit. Can tuck in. Time on their side. Acor survive. On the edge of the smoke, he strikes again. Calls it a fake. This has to be MOUZ in their 5th. Buster's not got the time for this adventure. Acor found. Time-sensitive mission for Buster. He's really got to be on it now, hoping to catch Frozen on the way round. And there you have it, 10-5. They've worked with it once, they'll have to work with it again.
Oh, it was labored. It was difficult to watch at times there. VP came in hot off the back of Inferno, and this has just been an onslaught of rounds. Getting 5, all things considered, and the blunder that they had, that round where they left the bomb in spawn, even the pistol round where they allowed Yekinde to slip into the backline, do you think it could be a completely different half if those 2 rounds fall the other way?
And there's nothing to fall back on. It's just one more half of Counter-Strike. You're in or you're out. VP shaking it all about as we swap sides to that T attack. What did Acor see? Wow.
Jeez, what did he see?
he saw some ones and zeros, bro. He saw some ones and zeros, I think. Little robotic, let's go.
There's 5 sets of Kevlar here on the CT side.
A double smoke, double molly T pistol, let's go. What are they doing with this? Oh. Nothing for Yekinde. His plans have been foiled.
Dexter's gonna get hot.
Yeah, very quick, and he'd love a tap, sticking around and hoping. Not much more. Acor with more. Oh, the clicks are sensational. 3 quick ones out of the Dane. Gives them a man advantage. We talk about pistols being important, Chad, but just reminding MOUZ that they're still in this.
That's huge from Acor, considering the lack of impact he had in that first half. 3 crispy USP shots on the pistol here, and now this one can stall on out. Still have the smoke for Kick It. Can get that down left side sight. The molly towards Frozen's position right there, likely to land as well. And you can see where Kick It's standing. That's the traditional position to throw that smoke. The bomb on the back of Buster can leer up through this short position towards the side. There's the smoke. And here's the molly.
Oh, flubbed. Beams can stick around. That makes a big difference because Buster's going to try and fake it out. They're pushing for it. Missing his shots. Beamus does find it. Kick It. Looking to clutch. Smoke is fading. Will he clear Rops on headshot? He might expect he's still elevator. He's crossed just as the smokes were up.
Not even considering it.
Is not considered. Not well tracked. Rops shuts him down and a must-win pistol is secured. Acor starts and Rops will finish.
Mytha with a little bit of a prayer right there, it seems, because that one still got sketchy. Acor does so much work right there, and it still comes down to a 1-on-2 situation.
Imagine if that molly was somewhere else. Headshot.
Yeah, that's where I thought it was going. Yeah. I guess they just wanted to guarantee... Whoa! That one's a scorcher right there.
This was great too. This one,
yeah.
Bang!
Great stuff there from Acor, but here we go. It's going to be very conservative right now from VP. 5 Glocks and a flash. Kick It just making some steps over towards B to at least keep them guessing, keep them looking. Rops thrust forward. Dexter too, pushing on down. They throw a close flash. Dexter might cop that in his face.
Frozen's got this one way to peek over as well. Very hard clear. Dexter. Oh, they all swing into him. He does well to find the 2, and that is the rest. Frozen. Chillaxing, maxing, and acting all cool.
Well, they know the guns are coming now, right? They just saw that it was Glocks. They saw that there was no armor behind it, no pistols. So they know that the AKs are coming out. Unfortunately, the players who stayed alive from MOUZ Sports there had FAMASs or M4s. So straight into the rifles themselves. Dexter can upgrade or get an upgrade. And this is a very important round now. Everybody with the AK-47s over there for VP. Util to work with. And well, here we go. They've seen the smoke coming out towards the gap position early, limping a smoke up of their own, and Kick It. He's going to go for a walk behind this.
Oh, he had the impact. And it actually does stop it from blooming. Nade not far off, a bit shy of the mark. See the pressure mounting. Dexter under the pump. They know how much this round means. Like, this is a real gap closer round. You can really start to forget about the woes of your first half if you can string together a clean one here.
All 5 members are already over towards A. Rops has pushed down B, so they have a good idea that it is going to be this A finish, but this could be the pace right now. Yikinda could swing at any moment.
Here comes Yikinda. That AK, always good for the first, the second, the flash, it does connect. And oh, Acor again with some high impact fragging. Tested on Dexter, and he doubles up as well. That will do nicely. MOUZ kick up a fuss. VP back to the drawing board. A was given. Yikinda puts an opener in there, but the counter util was brilliant.
We got a game now. Didn't look like it. It didn't look like it for the longest time. 9-1, I swear the score was out for a moment. There could have even been 10-1. Hard to recount how this one's gone, but the dominance of Inferno bled over into the start of this. And Acor again with another double. His impact, it's finally being felt in the server right now. Dexter as well.
0 and 11, Chad. He's 9 and 14. He has found his voice in the server when it matters most. Down goes Dexter. Big gap to be filled. You don't want to trip over your shoelaces now with a Tech 9 armor.
Oh, you can see they're going to take their time here. So the opening kill comes in, and guess who gets the rifle upgrade? Yikinda in hand one more time.
We might just get a full repeat. Perfect flash, didn't clear him. Loud on the descent. So Frozen has an idea that one is stuck around. Rejigging this attack.
This mid presence from James could be an awful lot here, right? Rops has to deal with B and mid right now, so it could come down to a timing as they're starting to pivot in the lower deck. Jiggling over towards B, making their way, and that smoke could do an awful lot to secure the bomb site here. Noisy now. Forces out some more util from Rupson.
They know he's averted his gaze. Jane doesn't manage to pip the gap. Oh, they're playing mind games with him here. Nice find. Nice find from Acor. He did hold his nerve. Yikinda was trying to thread the needle. That was that M4, so not to be.
Look at BMS just in the middle of nowhere, playing a crazy off angle right here, and he might even get James coming his way. James has to make a risk at some point. When this pressure is felt A, if BMS turns his back.
Oh, Acor, more bodies. He's hitting them all. Acor comes alive again. Multi-kills back to back to back. James, speaking of multi-kills, he's not quite found much in a while. Concedes his 9th as MOUZ posts theirs.
Great stuff from Acor again, right? We keep saying his name now. We didn't for the longest time, and he's here. So this is VP actually going to get their full buy-in. And when I say full buy for VP, it's with James having an AWP, right? The AKs are fine. You saw what he did with the Galil over there on Inferno, but the AWP is his weapon of choice. And this was Buster in the opening. Dexter goes down, but they deal with it. So handled by MOUZ, and some combat orbing from Acor here. Presence towards A again. Rops, so much control over towards the B side of the map one more time. Has Bemis to back him on up. Tucking on in and just trying to play a bit of an off angle here. Flip babysitting middle, and middle is the gap right now. VP unawares how much space there is. Oh, Acor mollied out of position, drops a smoke, and nade lands on the head. That slows Yikinda down to 66 points of health, and a second one follows through. More util coming their way. And
you know, Chad, it's worth reminding you that game where many thought they should have had Gambit was the T side of VP where they fell silent. It was 14-11 when they fell silent against Gambit on their T campaign. Perhaps, just perhaps, that seed now planted with every passing CT frag. Reminded of that, how that lockout felt. MOUZ just finding their feet at the tail end of that first half, and now we find ourselves looking to level it up. You'll never guess who's back in the feed with another double. The multi-kill master's back, having his way. Battered and bruised, the polar bear looks to recede. Yikinda's gone too. It's out of the question for another round. This will tie us up. Acor, don't get greedy now. He might just punish on the retreat. He hears Flit leave, and that's Acor's 3rd. 15 and 15 his score reads as Buster will put a 16th into the death column. Buster, top of the scoreboard for VP. 10 seconds as they hunt him down. He wants to go down, but he'll take a couple with him. Robs can finish the job, mate,
Oh,
even after
time
time.
would be
He's only got
horrible here.
$750. Bye. Oh, no. VP, those seeds we were talking about are firmly planted now.
This is where VP do some of their worst work when the finances are in a really weird position. They make some strange calls as far as the economy goes here. To them, I'm sure it makes sense, but it definitely comes back to bite them in certain scenarios. And Acor, just the constant utility that MOUZ Sports were throwing to slow and stall out VP was fantastic here, and it facilitated that double peak. Getting that third kill was beautiful. You can see Flip wanting to save the AWP, but we're down to the pistols. Buster not investing in anything.
Acor has 5 multi-kill rounds. He is at the top of the entire server aside from Buster.
Just come alive in this second half, and Dexter's turn, grabs the first, gets away. We got max loss bonus into the next, so this wasn't one of those scenarios I was talking about, right, where VP, maybe they would have bought an AK or something a bit crazy, but they've actually taken this one conservative. Buster will be able to buy with the rest of the team the next round to play.
Yeah, you just have to live the clock lifestyle.
But look how much utility MOUZ are holding on to, right? You see how much the CTs like to dump early just to get ramp control. Well, again, they're holding on to so many incendiaries, so many smokes, so many HEs, and that's perfect now because they can dissuade within the mid-round, right? It's not just all thrown out early, they just stall out VP and the crawl. And this is the thing we've seen, they haven't gone over towards B at all. This is the reason, you know, with a map like Vertigo, when you have a team like VP, they do just go A. Saw the flexibility from MOUZ. They found a lot more success over towards the B side of the map. And when we're over at B, Rops has pushed all the way forward. He has all the early info. Sure, he's not doing a lot in the kills department, but the info for Rops here has been something. And there's 40 seconds left, and there's still 2 smokes, 2 mollies, couple of HEs, a couple of flashbangs left.
They haven't moved a muscle. It's just a game of statues here for VP. Gickard's talking a lot. James throw out one of the 2 smokes required if they want to walk into that site. Dexter still has to be cleared, and they're coming his way. Frozen steps up to the plate. This one will end as quickly as it started. MOUZ Sports lock it down. Not a single body dropped despite Frozen being brought all the way down to 1. And MOUZ will take the lead for the first time. For the first time in Vertigo.
They've won 10 rounds in a row. From the T half to now, they've won 10 rounds in a row.
That's mad. This is a complete 180. The CT lockout.
They've the closest the round has been was Pistol, where VP got 3 kills, and then the next closest has been a bunch of rounds with 2 frags. So they're doing VP dirty right here.
Maybe a test on Rops here, just a little. Buster wants to poke. Have a prod. Beamus in support though, and it's such you can't break that on his own. He can't. He won't try.
And Kicker's dead now. He's gone down through the smoke. Tasted their own medicine right here. There's 2 of them to deal with, right? Even if Beamus drops back, Rops is still in such a difficult position to clear. It has to be on your Kinder to find them some space.
Yeah,
you turn to this guy.
Has to. And he so consistently does. With no support. It's just a one-man operation here, and he's forced Dexter to at least be smoked out. Frozen bails him out.
But that just buys so much time. Do they want to test the waters there? No, Buster looking towards B. And look, Rops just doesn't have to move. How are you going to break this?
You can't on your own.
Look at the angles you have to clear.
You truly cannot. He's managed his angles so well, but he's broken Beamus, and Rops is there to at least pick up the pieces.
They're through mid.
Yeah, Acor, shy of the mark, has to react. Rops to recover. Dexter has taken one of them down on the way, and oh, with the double zoom, Flit does behead Acor, and now that bomb is on its way to B. Rops, Molotov down, forced to swing. Flit does go down now, just looking to extend play on the retreat. Jame aggressive. Dexter puts it down range, and that is 12. That'll do nicely. Money on the weaker side for VP, and starting to run out of chances. MOUZ Sports have not dropped a round.
They're yet to plant the bomb on this T side. VP have not been able to get into the bomb site and get the bomb down at all on their T half. So sure, the max loss bonus is in play, but without those plants, without the extra cash injection, without the saves, like these rounds just have to be half buys. And this is just going to be a complete change right now within the server. The vibe, again, has flip-flopped. These are some of the most dominant halves of Counter-Strike we have had today across all 3 maps.
Yeah.
Just domination. And now we're getting both teams showing up, both with amazing CT sides.
This is so peculiar. Just the way in which this whole series has played out. Lockouts after lockouts, and now Frozen does, as you said, give them a taste of their own medicine. That was what they were pulling off time after time. To the point where we did see, oh, wow.
They have bought here, yeah. Look, they can get the Galils, right? They're lacking AKs. Yukinda the only AK here. Plenty of U2 or enough U2. It's probably how we need to frame
Maybe
this.
Buster's got a friend to break that B site. Acor, ooh, not far off the mark. It's Kicker that's warded off.
Oh, blanked right now, aren't they? And they're going to try the luck again. Buster just containing that B push early. The rest of the team now up the ladder, looking towards mid.
I think they liked the way that mid felt.
Yeah, they got room, didn't they? Dexter overseeing business right now.
It's a huge gap right now in mid. Gaping chasm.
He's heard this.
Heard something.
He's reserved on this.
Nade draws attention B side. Robs is desperately trying to have crosshairs looking at him. Bemis to strike. Does. Transfers beautifully. VP on notice. 3 already. Bemis has done everything for MOUZ. A big round as well. The full investment out of VP. Bomb loose. Rob's not looking. Oh, the flash. He lives on. Saved by the flash. He only gets the one of the two. Up to Buster. For the 13th for MOUZ. To keep their major dreams alive. Buster looking for an impossible clutch. He does find Bemis. The trade not there. Acor surely ready to swing. Frozen is hunting as well. They're both there. They lock it in. 13, and you can see their eyes alive with belief once again.
Bemis has been key in this map. It is ridiculous the level of impact he has had. In that T-half, the rounds where he was getting kills and just being the can opener in a sight was amazing. And this right here, the fact he was reserved, he kept his cool, he played off his teammates. Perfect stuff from Bemis here. Huge play from the youngster. 3 massive kills. And no plans again for VP. This time, they're not going to try their luck with the Galils. They're down to the pistols, and they're almost down and out right now.
Scratching their heads. Can't find a way in. Right back. CT lockout.
Scratching their head here, now trying their luck over towards B one more time. There's plenty more this time. Rops.
I mean, this has to be an easy one, right? You got to take Rops down. You jump straight in. Good flashes and a weapon. But the rest...
Bemis again.
Careful, Bemis. Oh my god, he's just standing in the open. The Bemis special. Doesn't get anything done. He's got so much space lost. The Molly forces Yukinda wide. He waits for the flash. Strikes and then replaces it as well. Now through. Kick it. Oh, elevated. Nearly 2. Bemis again saves them from mass murder. Even doing some housekeeping. He's doing everything he possibly can, but this one is better for VP. Bomb ticking.
2 smokes on the retake here for Acor and Bemis. They can get those down.
Like one on the site, one sandbag side. This could really divide and conquer. They clear close. 1 smoke, not ideal. It's onto the bomb though. And the low HP player has faked it out. Jame looking to find some info. And Bemis again! He's still saving them. 3 frags from Bemis. Flit, competitive. Bemis still delivers. He's finally fallen. Someone has to defuse now. Buster, Shy,
he can't find it.
Holding, and that's 4. No! Shy! Not enough time. Buster gets it by virtue of the clock. We say play on.
How much does Bemis have to do there? He's on 10 HP, getting the rest of those kills. Finally, they break on through with the Tech 9s. The most unlikely of the rounds.